Traversing the continent of Douqi, Liuyun becomes the heir of the Mitel family. He applies to journey to Utan City for training and successfully takes over the Mitel Auction House in Utan City, becoming the direct superior of Yafei. Simultaneously, Liuyun awakens the auction tenfold return system, allowing him to receive random returns for any item auctioned. Ding! The auction of a second-grade foundational pill has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold return and acquiring a 6th-grade life-creating pill. Ding! The auction of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold return and obtaining the sacred flame of the Blue Lotus. Ding! The auction of the Xiao Yan ring has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the tenfold return and acquiring the advanced celestial tier technique, the 9-Yang Burning Heaven Art, along with the ancient alchemist legacy, the Taoyin Divine Flame. This is utterly extraordinary. Gazing at the items returned by the system, Liuyun was instantly astounded. Chapter 470. The Flame Manipulation Technique, True. The Celestial Demon Puppet Secret Art. Within the Valley of Devil Flames, aside from the founder, the Earth Demon Old Ghost, there exist several Do Zone powerhouses. Without the presence of the Xiao Yan Academy and Liuyun Pavilion, it would indeed deserve the title of the foremost force in the Black Corner region. However, Liuyun's arrival at this moment went unnoticed by anyone. Observing the vast canyon before him, Liuyun followed the memories in his mind and gradually vanished from his original location. When he reappeared, he found himself within a cave. Inside the cave, there was a long stone staircase extending into the faint darkness below, its end obscured from view. The surrounding walls were embedded with moonstone, emitting a gentle glow that slowly dispelled the darkness within the cave. Within mere breaths, Liuyun reached the end of the stone staircase, where a heavy stone door stood before him, entirely black and covered in moss, appearing exceedingly weighty. Upon arriving here, Liuyun did not hesitate. He gently raised his hand to unleash a torrent of Douqi, shattering the stone door before swiftly advancing into its interior. As his figure swept past, a serpentine magical beast that had been lying in wait behind the door lay flat against the ground, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at Liuyun, not daring to make the slightest movement. Paying no heed to the 5th-grade serpentine magical beast guarding the treasury, Liuyun's gaze directly swept into the space beyond the stone door. What appeared before Liuyun's eyes was a rather spacious storeroom, brightly lit and surrounded by walls constructed of hard ink steel, giving the impression that this storeroom had been carved from a vein of ink steel ore. Within the storeroom were numerous racks, neatly displaying scrolls, while on the opposite side, several crystal cabinets held an array of rare medicinal herbs, carefully arranged. What commotion is this? Could it be that someone has intruded upon the treasury? At that moment, following the disturbance caused by the shattering stone door, several powerful individuals in the Valley of Devil Flames sensed the anomaly and began hastily making their way towards the treasury. As these individuals rushed over, Liuyun had already darted to the far end of the treasury, collecting all the ordinary treasures he encountered along the way into the system space. At the end of the treasury, 4 ancient wooden boxes lay upon the counter, sealed with rudimentary spatial power by the Earth Demon Old Ghost. With a mere grip of his hand, Liuyun shattered the seals and took all 4 wooden boxes into his possession. Upon opening the first wooden box, Liuyun discovered 2 silver scrolls within. The materials of these scrolls were rather peculiar, resembling a strange crystalline substance, with subtle arcs of electric light resembling silver serpents dancing across their surfaces. Thunderbolt Technique, Earth Tier Intermediate, Lightning, Attribute Skill. Shock Thunder Technique, Earth Tier Intermediate Do Skill. If these skills could be auctioned for quality returns, they might be bestowed upon a subordinate with a talent for lightning attributes for their cultivation. After a brief glance at the contents of the 2 scrolls, Liuyun promptly tossed them into the system space and proceeded to open the second wooden box, revealing a crimson scroll. Flame Manipulation Technique. True. Upon unfolding the scroll, he found an inscription within. This flame manipulation technique has been painstakingly refined by me over many years. While the previous version was powerful, it required at least 3 practitioners to coalesce a falsia, with each attempt demanding significant sacrifices. However, this version surpasses it, allowing for solo cultivation to successfully condense falsia, with a potency far exceeding that of its predecessor, and the aftereffects are greatly diminished. Though the condensation method has become more intricate, it is a minor flaw compared to the benefits obtained. This Earth Demon ancestor is not particularly powerful, but has a penchant for studying these oddities. After glancing at the text on the scroll, Liuyun couldn't help but make a remark. Although this technique held little use for him, if auctioned for quality returns, it might surprise him. Satisfied with his acquisition of the flame manipulation technique, Liuyun directly opened the last two wooden boxes simultaneously. As they opened, two items were revealed: a fist-sized fiery red sphere and an ordinary gray-brown bamboo slip. The fiery red sphere contained a surging and immense fire attribute energy, merely a common 7th-grade magical core. Liuyun's gaze lingered on the fiery red sphere for but a moment before shifting to the seemingly ordinary bamboo slip, which appeared quite plain. Upon seeing the bamboo slip, Liuyun felt a flicker of anticipation. The next moment, he gently untied the fine thread binding it and slowly unfurled it, revealing a strikingly fierce and bloody inscription that appeared before his eyes. Heavenly Demon Puppet. As anticipated by Liuyun, this bamboo tube indeed contained the secret technique of the Heavenly Demon Puppet. Gazing at the three blood-red characters, Liuyun's eyes sharpened, and he gradually unfolded the bamboo slip, revealing the densely packed, bloodthirsty crimson script that immediately captivated his attention. The Heavenly Demon Puppet. This method is neither a martial art nor an ordinary combat technique, but rather an ancient puppet secret art passed down through the ages. To forge a Heavenly Demon Puppet, three elements must converge: the body, the soul, and a magic core. The body serves as the vessel, the soul acts as the guide, and the magic core becomes the heart. Coupled with various materials, one ultimately achieves the puppet of the demon. The puppets are classified into three tiers: heaven, earth, and humanity, with the disparity in rank dependent on the quality of the refining materials and the fire used in the forging process. Their might is boundless, devoid of joy or sorrow, pain or injury. They are truly instruments of slaughter. Puppet's secret art. Upon comprehending the Heavenly Demon Puppet's secret technique, Liuyun could not help but marvel inwardly. This technique, given his current strength, posed little challenge to learn. If he were to acquire a sufficient quantity of materials, he might even be able to manufacture a formidable array of combat puppets in bulk. Nevertheless, Liuyun's initial thought was to auction off the Heavenly Demon Puppet's secret technique. After all, such a technique was already exceedingly powerful. If he could achieve a multiple return in quality, he would obtain an even more formidable puppet secret art. Just as Liuyun was investigating this secret technique, a dozen figures swiftly approached within the treasury corridor. Sensing the movements of these individuals, a smirk appeared at the corner of Liuyun's mouth. After stowing away the Heavenly Demon Puppet secret technique, he directly opened a spatial wormhole before him to depart from the location. Who dares to ambush me in the treasury of the Magic Flame Valley? Shortly after Liuyun's departure, the treasury of the Magic Flame Valley was immediately filled with several frantic roars. Chapter 471. Auctioning the Celestial Demon Puppet Technique. Returning the Ancient Puppet Technique. Who dares to launch a stealthy attack on the treasury of the Demonic Flame Valley? Shortly after Liuyun departed, a cacophony of frantic roars erupted from within the treasury of the Demonic Flame Valley. Following these furious howls, a thunderous sound suddenly reverberated from outside the valley, accompanied by a violent tremor emanating from beneath the ground. Boom! Before the inhabitants of the Demonic Flame Valley could react, the front of the vast gorge began to collapse, swiftly revealing a chasm over 100 meters wide and 500 to 600 meters deep, an abyss seemingly without end. The earth demon Old Ghost is dead. From this moment forth, the Demonic Flame Valley shall no longer exist in this world. As the massive fissure emerged, a voice that sent shivers down the spines of all disciples and elders of the Demonic Flame Valley resounded through the sky, lingering ominously. After executing a strike, Liuyun momentarily returned to the Black Seal City via the Void Earth Escaping Beast to relay some information before promptly heading back to the Empire of Enhanced Measures. The auction at Black Seal City had been postponed. Thus, Liuyun intended to utilize this interval to arrange the third formation, the illusionary formation, the Xuanwu Soul Bewitching Array. Following the previous display of power, Liuyun was confident that within these 3 days, even if formidable Dozun experts arrived in the Black Corner region, they would refrain from rash actions upon hearing the rumors. Over the span of 3 days, combined with the previous setup of the Blood Fiend Luo Tian Array and the Ice Blue Waterlight Array, the quantity of magic cores consumed was incalculable. It was likely that the total number of magic cores across the entire Northwest continent paled in comparison to those required for these 3 formidable arrays. The coverage of the illusionary formation was not as extensive as that of the killing formations. Its area resembled a ring, wherein only those who stepped into specific zones of the killing formation would be affected by the illusionary formation. As the auction at Liuyun Pavilion in Black Seal City was about to commence, Liuyun had just completed the setup of the illusionary formation and once again utilized the Void Earth Escaping Beast to arrive at the auction venue. On this occasion, Liuyun did not encounter any particularly powerful individuals. Unnamed had already commenced the introduction of the first auction item. At this moment, some low-tier items that were not placed on the auction stage, but merely displayed in transparent cabinets against the wall were being purchased one after another. And Liuyun's mind was inundated with system notification sounds. On the auction stage, the initial items for bidding were predominantly those left behind by the Black Wind Sovereign and the Yellow Old Monster, as radiant flashes continually flickered in Liuyun's system space. With high-grade magic cores, weapons, spiritual herbs, and pills rapidly accumulating. Finally, after auctioning off a dozen items, Unnamed presented an ancient bamboo tube. Esteemed guests, this auction item is neither a technique nor a combat skill, but rather a method for refining corpses into puppets, known as the Celestial Demon Puppet, Unnamed proclaimed loudly, subsequently announcing the starting bid. The starting price is 10 million gold coins. Upon the conclusion of Unnamed's statement, the auction hall was met with silence, followed by fragmented murmurs of discussion. Refining puppets? What manner of thing is this? Neither a combat skill nor a technique. Hearing Unnamed's introduction of the bamboo tube, the crowd was left somewhat perplexed. While they did not doubt the value of the tube, they struggled to comprehend the cultivation methods it contained. It seems that everyone is not quite clear. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Unnamed smiled and elaborated in simple terms. Mastering the Celestial Demon Puppet could enable those at the Do Huang level to possess a combatant at the Do Zone level. And such a combatant would be devoid of pain and tirelessness. Is the Celestial Demon Puppet truly that miraculous? The prospect of a Do Huang level individual being able to refine a puppet at the Do Zone level is indeed astonishing. After hearing Unnamed's words, those who had been waiting to bid on the grand finale began to waver, and soon the first bid was heard. 1,100,000 gold coins. Following the initial bid, others quickly joined in. 1,300,000 gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. 1,800,000 gold coins. As the price reached 21 million gold coins, the fervent bidding gradually subsided. The individuals present were not foolish. Unnamed's statement only indicated a possibility of successful refinement. Thus, those at the Do Huang level did not lose their rationality by believing they could absolutely create a Do Zone puppet. 21 million gold coins has been offered. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Observing the absence of further bids, Unnamed began his final inquiry. After asking 3 times, he decisively struck the hammer, determining the fate of the Celestial Demon Puppet technique. Simultaneously, seated in the private box, Liuyun received the long-anticipated notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the Celestial Demon Puppet technique, receiving a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the ancient technique, the Seed Puppet technique. The ancient technique, Seed Puppet technique, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. The ancient technique, Seed Puppet technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun eagerly immersed his consciousness into the system space to explore. At this moment, his system space had expanded significantly, now containing hundreds of thousands of new items. But Liuyun swiftly located the scroll documenting the ancient technique, Seed Puppet technique. His gaze fixated on the scroll, dark and profound. A line of information soon appeared before Liuyun's eyes. Ancient Seed Puppet technique. By harnessing one's own soul power, one can condense a puppet seed and embed it within another soul. The individual upon whom the puppet seed is planted retains their prior consciousness, is capable of normal cultivation, and will strictly adhere to the commands of the caster, unless someone possesses a soul realm far superior to that of the caster, in which case the puppet seed within the controlled individual remains undetectable. This secret technique is astonishingly powerful, capable of transforming the living into sentient puppets that can continue to cultivate. Upon reading the description of the ancient Seed Puppet technique, Liuyun's heart surged with excitement. With such a formidable secret technique, perhaps he could infiltrate the inner sanctums of various factions, causing them to suffer a significant loss of strength without their awareness. However, the final stipulation regarding the requisite soul realm superior to that of the caster remained somewhat ambiguous to Liuyun. With my current perfected soul realm at the peak of the heavenly realm, there are likely only a handful of individuals in this world whose soul power surpasses mine. I believe that given the efficacy of this technique, even beings like the Soul Heaven Emperor should find it challenging to detect the puppet seed I implant. With such thoughts, Liuyun could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Presently, within the dungeons of Liuyun Pavilion, a revered elder from the Soul Palace was being held captive, and thus Liuyun planned to immediately experiment with the ancient Seed Puppet technique on this elder once the auction concluded. Chapter 472, Planting the Puppet Seed. With these thoughts, Liuyun was filled with eager anticipation. As he contemplated the ancient secret technique, the auction gradually approached its conclusion, with Unnamed presenting the Earth-ranked intermediate technique. The Thunderbolt Mirror Scroll, alongside the Earth-ranked intermediate combat skill, the Awakening Thunder Law Scroll, as the final auction items. With the emergence of these two scrolls, many in the auction hall felt their gazes intensify with fervor. Esteemed guests, these two scrolls form a set and will be auctioned together. Their starting bid is set at 50 million gold coins. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 10 million. After revealing the two scrolls, Unnamed announced loudly. Still utilizing gold coins for the auction, the practices of Liuyun Pavilion are indeed peculiar. Upon hearing Unnamed declare the starting bid, many felt a deep curiosity. Such precious items could easily be exchanged for 7th-grade pills, yet Liuyun Pavilion merely set a standard starting bid of ordinary gold coins. Why do you care so much about him? He said if we use gold coins, we'll auction them off. And isn't there an appraisal office there? If we don't have enough gold coins, we can use other items for appraisal. I'll give 200 million gold coins. Without much hesitation, someone started bidding on these two scrolls and immediately increased the starting price by 4 times. This move directly discouraged more than 90 of people. And now there are no more than 3 people who have the strength to compete for these two scrolls. These 3 people are all powerful fighters hidden in the Blackhorn domain, and they all have lightning attributes. So they attach great importance to the sudden appearance of lightning, attribute ground-level techniques, and fighting skills. And the person who raised the price 4 times at once has the highest cultivation among the 3, reaching the level of 7-star fighting emperor. Lao Li, why don't you and I work together to capture these two scrolls, and then we can practice together. I have no choice but to do so, otherwise, I really can't fight that guy. After this person made a bid, the other 2 suddenly reached an agreement and decided to bid together for these two scrolls. 300 million gold coins. The 2 of them quoted a price without showing any weakness. Upon hearing this quotation, the blue-robed old man who had originally offered over 200 million yuan was also stunned for a moment, and then fell somewhat silent. 300 million gold coins. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? When there was some silence on the field, Nameless began to make the final inquiry. If it ended like this, the auction speed of the final item this time could be said to have broken the record of previous auctions. I'll give you 400 million gold coins. However, just when Nameless thought it was about to end, the old man in the blue robe gritted his teeth and added another 100 million gold coins. Damn it, this old guy is actually so fierce. Upon hearing this quotation, both of the collaborators were greatly surprised. Lally, why don't you give me some things first? I'll figure out if we can raise the price again. After calculating the value of the items in their ring, one person nervously spoke to the other. Because at the auction house of Liuyun Pavilion, if one offers a price but cannot pay that much, they will face heavy punishment from Liuyun Pavilion. This person said this sentence out of fear of being played. I'll give you all my things. Just then, upon hearing the other party's proposal, the person surnamed Li began to hesitate. If you run away with 2 scrolls after settling with the auction house, won't I lose both my wife and my soldiers? The old man surnamed Li shook his head and refused. If you don't give me the item, how can I dare to negotiate with confidence? If you change your mind after negotiating, I won't be killed by Liuyun Pavilion. After the old man in the blue robe quoted a price of 400 million yuan, the 2 quickly engaged in internal strife. 400 million gold coins. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? There was a moment of silence on the field, and Nameless began to inquire again. In the end, after 3 inquiries, the 2 infighting individuals still did not make a decision. So the ownership of these 2 scrolls ultimately fell into the hands of the blue-robed old man with the 7-star fighting emperor cultivation. This auction has added an intermediate-level thunder attribute technique and an intermediate-level thunder attribute combat skill to the system space of Liuyun. However, Liuyun did not pay much attention to this. Instead, as soon as the auction ended, he disappeared into the private room and arrived at the prison of Liuyun Pavilion headquarters. At the bottom of this prison, the imprisoned Soul Hall elder was very excited when he saw Liuyun approaching. Kid, I advise you to release me honestly, otherwise, when the heavenly lord of my soul palace comes, you won't have this opportunity. The attitude of respecting the elderly in the soul palace remains firm, without any awareness of being a prisoner. Isn't it just that you want me to release you? What a big deal. Upon hearing the other party's demands, Liuyun's face relaxed as he spoke. Are you really going to let me go? Soul Hall respected the elderly and looked at Liuyun in disbelief. Hee. With so many experts in the Soul Palace, how can you not go back and report your safety? Liuyun sneered and stopped talking to him in the next moment. According to the content of the scroll, Liuyun's soul power suddenly surged out of his body and then rushed towards the Soul Hall Zunlo. What are you up to? Do you want to devour my soul? I tell you, as soon as I die, The strong in my soul palace will immediately know. Because he had witnessed Liuyun using the soul-devouring technique to devour souls. This soul hall venerable elder unconsciously became afraid after feeling Liuyun's soul power. You're absolutely right. So I have no intention of killing you right now. After saying this, the massive soul power unleashed by Liuyun began to surge in from the forehead of the respected elder in this soul palace. Although ancient puppetry is complex, when there is a significant difference in soul power, it can be performed without any pressure. At this moment, the soul power that Liuyun had released into the respected body of the soul palace began to rapidly invade his soul in a strange way. After a moment, in the depths of the respected soul of the soul palace, a nearly transparent crystal appeared, surrounded by countless small, transparent threads that tightly rooted the crystal in the soul. It was not until the transparent silk threads spread to every corner of the soul hall that the flowing clouds regained the power of the soul. Xiao Yan has met the master. Afterwards, the soul hall elder named Xiao Yan respectfully bowed to Liuyun, his eyes still as lively as before. Without any signs of dullness, Liuyun discovered that after planting the puppet seeds, he was able to communicate with the venerable Xiao Yan at any time in his mind, receiving information from his mind and directly giving him instructions. Chapter 473, Penetrating Forces. Invisible Weakening. Liuyun discovered that after planting the puppet seeds, he was able to communicate with the venerable Xiao Yan at any time in his mind, receiving information from his mind and directly giving him instructions. From Xiao Yan's mind, Liuyun learned that on the other side of the Blackhorn domain, on the edge of a huge mountain stream, there was an extremely secretive Soul Hall branch hall. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, is the highest-ranking member of this Soul Hall branch. Under its jurisdiction, there are dozens of guardians of the Dozone realm, scattered among dozens of countries in the northwest to collect soul bodies. However, there are currently only about 10 guardians stationed in the palace. It is not surprising that the Soul Hall has branch halls in various parts of the continent, and the locations of many branch halls may only be known by 2 or 3 people, so they are extremely secretive. And in this sub-hall of the Soul Hall in the northwest continent, the direct upper line of Xiao Yan Zune is a heavenly Zune of the Soul Hall, whose strength has reached the level of a 6-star Do Zune. Upon hearing this news, Liuyun's first plan was to have Xiao Yan deceive him into going online, and then Liuyun would repeat his old trick to control his online activities. At the level of the Soul Hall Heavenly Lord, one can access the characters of the 9 Heavenly Lords in the Soul Hall. Although the 9 Heavenly Lords have already been killed by the flowing clouds, there will soon be new people filling the gap. The ultimate goal of Liuyun's first plan is to make all 9 Heavenly Lords in the Soul Hall his puppets. Although many people know about the incident where Xiao Yan was left behind before, they are not aware of Xiao Yan's identity as a respected elder in the Soul Palace, as well as the series of events that happened in the Liuyun Pavilion Auction House afterwards. Therefore, Xiao Yan's safe return now will not be suspected by anyone. Thinking of this, Liuyun quickly lifted Xiao Yan's seal and then instructed him, Xiao Yan, upon returning, immediately contact your online Heavenly Lord and tell him that you have discovered the heart flame of the strange fire sea and want to offer it to him. Scam him to the original location of the Demon Flame Valley in the Blackhorn domain as soon as possible. Yes, master. Xiao Yan respectfully replied, and then fled into the void, disappearing into the prison. After Xiao Yan left, Liuyun's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived at the hall of the Liuyun Pavilion. Nameless, Qifeng, and Firefox have been waiting for a long time. Wuming and Qifeng were among the earliest followers of Liuyun, yet their current prowess fails to keep pace with his remarkable advancement. Upon their arrival, Liuyun promptly addressed them. Wuming, Qifeng, Huahu. Following this, the 3 of you shall return with me to the Jiama Empire. Managing such a vast force undoubtedly hinders your cultivation. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that Liuyun intended to summon them back, Wuming, Qifeng, and Huahu's faces illuminated with excitement. Given the current reputation of Liuyun Pavilion, their presence was of little consequence. After stepping out of the hall, Wuming and Qifeng swiftly organized their affairs before returning. During this interval, Liuyun employed an ancient secret technique to implant a puppet seed within the tormented soul of the Black Wind Sovereign, positioning him to oversee the headquarters of Liuyun Pavilion. Once Wuming and Qifeng returned, he would use the void-burrowing beast to transport the 3 of them back to the Tianyu realm. Presently, the Jiama Empire was fortified by 3 formidable formations, significantly enhancing its safety compared to before. Monitoring through the blood slaughter Luotian formation, Liuyun discovered that after Xiao Yan relocated the Xiao clan to the imperial capital, he departed shortly thereafter, heading toward the Canaan Academy located in the Black Corner region. Liuyun paid little heed to this, as the plans of the Soul Palace had been disrupted and would remain dormant for the foreseeable future. Before long, All movements of the Soul Palace would fall under Liuyun's control. The day following his return from the Black Corner region, good news arrived from his clone. The indebted Xiao Yan had brought forth an 8th-grade medicinal pill, which she owed from the previous auction. As the clone handed over the IOU to Xiao Yan, Liuyun received a prompt notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning the heavenly level primary body technique, Indestructible Body, receiving a 10,000-fold return in the form of the supreme primary body technique, Divine Elephant Dominance. Divine Elephant Dominance. Upon hearing the system's notification, Liuyun's mind immediately delved into the system space. In the very center of this space, an ancient-looking greenish-blue scroll materialized. As his gaze lingered on the scroll, a line of text appeared before him. Divine Elephant Dominance. Once this technique is unleashed, the body size can fluctuate at will. The technique is divided into 3 tiers. Upon mastering the first tier, both body strength and power will increase approximately tenfold. The enhancement in strength and body resilience at the first tier surpasses that of the original Indestructible Body technique significantly. However, despite the technique's might, it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate, demanding a high degree of physical strength. To Liuyun's surprise, his body barely met the requirements for practice. After acquiring this technique, he promptly began to study it with fervor. Meanwhile, his clone, after receiving the repayment from Xiao Yan, commenced preparations for the second auction. Liuyun's primary focus for this upcoming auction lay on the ancient tree and the heavenly level intermediate soul attack technique. Should he successfully obtain these items, his hidden cards would be exponentially amplified, particularly the soul extinguishing spear. If the returned item were also a technique enhancing soul attacks, few in this world would withstand Liuyun's assault on the soul. In Ten-Thousandfold City, within the Lin clan auction house, following the previous auction, the Lin clan's reputation had soared in the vicinity. Hence, as the second auction approached, a greater number of experts arrived compared to the first. Some had initially come for the upcoming alchemy convention, but were drawn to the Lin clan auction house instead. Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your continued support of the Lin clan auction house. Lin He, standing on the auction stage, addressed the gathered crowd. What trials has the Lin clan's ancestor endured over the past century, resulting in such a surge in power and a plethora of treasures? The recent year had been tumultuous, with the Heavenly Alliance clashing against the Soul Palace, followed by the emergence of a Douqi Saint powerhouse from the Ice River Valley. In light of these events, the affairs of the Lin clan's ancestor seemed trivial by comparison. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin He wasted no time and immediately presented the first auction item, starting with an 8th-grade medicinal pill. Chapter 474, Auction of the Ancient Tree. As Liuyun, his clone, observed Lin He conducting the auction, a fierce battle was erupting in the Ice River Valley. The Soul Palace had learned of a hidden Douqi Saint ancestor within the Ice River Valley, and, sensing an opportunity amidst the inactivity of other factions, dispatched personnel to investigate. Among those sent was a familiar figure to Liuyun, the Soul Palace's second heavenly sovereign, Guyu. This time, Guyu approached with a stealthy demeanor, entering the Great Snow Mountain without the aggressive aura he had previously exhibited when attacking the Heavenly Alliance. However, before he could reach the Ice River Valley, he was discovered by Bing Quang and swiftly pursued by him and several other half-saints. In a moment of desperation, Guyu shattered a spatial jade tube, summoning the Grand Heavenly Sovereign of the Soul Palace. Upon the Grand Heavenly Sovereign's arrival via a spatial wormhole, the tide of battle in the Ice River Valley shifted dramatically. Faced with overwhelming odds, Bing Quang and his fellow half-saints retreated swiftly to the depths of the Ice River Valley, where they utilized the chilling power of the black water-cold lake to exhibit strength capable of threatening the Grand Heavenly Sovereign of the Soul Palace. Observing this, the Grand Heavenly Sovereign was taken aback, and after a brief exchange with Bing Quang, he departed with Guyu. As the battle in the Ice River Valley concluded, the auction at the Lin clan auction house in Ten-Thousandfold City was nearing its end. The ancient tree, capable of bearing green fruit, had been brought forth by Lin He. Naturally, given its size, it was not placed on the auction stage. Instead, Lin He cleared a space behind the red curtain to showcase the tree. As the curtain was drawn back, an exceptionally tall, well-rooted ancient tree, albeit with withered branches and leaves, came into view for all attendees. The Lin clan had actually put a tree up for auction. This tree must be extraordinary, yet devoid of fruit or branches. Could its wonder lie within its peculiar roots? Most spectators gazed at the ancient tree with confusion. Though a few alchemists with slightly stronger spiritual perception discerned certain clues, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Elder Pu, if I am not mistaken, The green fruit auctioned last time must have originated from this very tree. After a few glances at the ancient tree, Xiao Yan suddenly transmitted her thoughts to the elderly figure beside her, clad in black. Miss, if that is indeed the case, the value of this ancient tree is extraordinary. No wonder it was placed in this penultimate position, the black-clad elder responded, excitement evident in his eyes. Esteemed guests, this ancient tree is capable of continuously bearing a type of fruit that enhances soul power, namely the green fruit sold by our auction house some time ago. We intend to auction this ancient tree as well. If any of you are interested, please offer at least an 8th-grade medicinal pill that has undergone the 7-colored thunder. As the chatter among the crowd quieted, Lin he began his introduction. Indeed, Gaozing Muset Inwali. Meanwhile, the first bid echoed through the auction hall. An 8th-grade medicinal pill that has undergone the 7-colored thunder? I'll take it. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yan immediately turned to locate its source. The speaker was an elderly man clad in an alchemist's robe, and the emblem on his robe unmistakably identified him as an 8th-grade alchemist. An 8th-grade alchemist? When did he arrive? Xiao Yan's face reflected her surprise upon seeing the elderly man. Miss, could it be that this person is one of the old-timers from the Dan family? Speculated the elder beside Xiao Yan. In the present day, although the Dan family maintains a notably low profile in the Dan domain, no one dares to disregard their formidable power. Even though the Qiao family has experienced significant growth in recent years, they remain apprehensive of the Dan family. Whoever he may be, we must seize this ancient tree today. Xiao Yan resolutely conveyed through sound transmission. The rank of an alchemist, upon reaching the 7th tier, necessitates a breakthrough in the soul realm to advance further into the spiritual realm. Thus, a tree capable of continuously bearing fruits that enhance soul power is of paramount importance to an alchemist family. Someone has already bid an 8th-tier elixir that has withstood the test of 7-colored elixir thunder. Is there no one else willing to raise the stakes? Just as one person made a bid, silence enveloped the auction house, and Lin he, feeling somewhat helpless, adhered to the customary final inquiry. This situation arose partly because the starting price of the ancient tree is exceedingly high. An 8th-tier elixir that has endured 7-colored elixir thunder is not something everyone can afford. Additionally, the ancient tree is a slowly developing treasure, and overconsumption of its fruits can lead to resistance, making it a poor investment for some rogue cultivators. Therefore, even if they possess the required elixirs for bidding, they would refrain from competing for the ancient tree, especially since there remains a grand item yet to be unveiled. Miss, it appears we only brought the elixirs owed to the Lin family from our previous dealings. Currently, the most precious item we possess is merely an 8th-tier elixir that has withstood 6-colored elixir thunder. The elder in black said, somewhat resigned. It seems we must once again seek credit from the Lin family. Xiao Yan revealed her intentions. At that moment, just as Lin he grasped the small hammer, Xiao Yan abruptly stood from her seat and shouted, wait. Hearing her words, Lin he lowered his hand once more. Miss Xiao intends to raise the bid? Lin he inquired with a smile, inwardly hoping that the ancient tree would not be claimed by a single bid. Mr. Lin, my Qiao family will also offer an 8th-tier elixir that has endured 7-colored elixir thunder. However, I would like to request credit once more. Xiao Yan spoke in a negotiating tone. Upon hearing her words, Lin he appeared troubled. Miss Xiao, you put us in a difficult position. Regardless of whether we grant you credit this time, your bid is equal to that of the previous gentleman, and without an elixir to present, how can we ascertain which is of greater value? The elixir my Qiao family puts forth is naturally superior. Xiao Yan asserted with utmost confidence. At that moment, the 8th-tier alchemist who had bid earlier scoffed derisively. Is your Qiao family overly confident? You have no elixir to present, yet you dare to speak so boldly. If you truly have the ability, bid an 8th-tier elixir that has withstood 8-colored elixir thunder. If you do, I shall immediately withdraw from the bidding. The tone of this 8th-tier alchemist was devoid of any respect for the Qiao family. Indeed, how can you claim that your credit is assuredly superior to the master's elixir when you have nothing to show for it? The Qiao family is rather presumptuous. Others in the auction house began to voice their opinions, with most supporting the remarks of the 8th-tier alchemist. 8th-tier elixir that has endured 8-colored elixir thunder. Upon hearing the words of the 8th-tier alchemist and others, Xiao Yan's expression turned somewhat grim. Even with her exceptional talent and considerable standing within the Qiao family, she lacked the authority to directly utilize an 8th-tier elixir that had withstood 8-colored elixir thunder. Miss, it seems there's truly no way out. Elle depuis si guide. While 8th-tier elixirs of such caliber are precious, the family is not entirely without them. Acquiring this ancient tree may lead to the cultivation of more 8th-tier alchemists for our Qiao family in the future. Xiao Yan spoke with unwavering determination. Miss, do you mean to unilaterally decide to have the family extend credit for an 8th tier elixir that has endured 8-color elixir thunder? Elder Pu expressed his astonishment at Xiao Ying's words. Xiao Ying nodded firmly and took a deep breath. I believe that once the elders in the family comprehend the value of this ancient tree, they will support my decision. After stating this, Xiao Ying directed her voice toward Lin He, who stood on the auction stage. Mr. Lin, my Qiao family wishes to request credit for an 8th tier elixir that has undergone 8-colored elixir thunder. As her proclamation echoed through the auction house, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd. No one expected the Qiao family would genuinely request credit for such a high-tier elixir. Would the Lin family permit such an arrangement? What if the Qiao family later reneged on their promise? On the auction stage, Lin He furrowed his brow upon hearing Xiao Ying's declaration. He had no authority to make decisions involving such high-tier elixirs. At that moment, Xiao Ying also felt a twinge of anxiety due to the murmurs around her. Just then, a voice from a private box high above the auction stage reached Lin He. Lin He, come up here. Hearing this, Lin He's expression instantly brightened, and he bowed to the crowd below. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but this auction must pause for a moment. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he made his way directly to the private box. Grandfather. Upon entering, Lin He respectfully approached Liuyun. Liuyun took a sip of tea from the table and spoke slowly. Lin He, you may grant credit to the Qiao family, but the note must be clearly written, and it cannot exceed 1 month. Understood, grandfather. Upon receiving Liuyun's affirmation, Lin He respectfully responded and turned to leave. Wait. Just as Lin He was about to depart, Liuyun called out to him again. Grandfather, do you have any further instructions? I have considered it, and the final auction item should be cancelled. Instead, we will replace it with this 8th tier fire-type magic core. As Liuyun spoke, he retrieved an 8th tier fire-type magic core from his spatial system and handed it to Lin He. Understood, grandfather. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Lin He quickly accepted the 8th tier magic core and then produced the treasures acquired from this auction, along with the yet-to-be-presented intermediate soul attack combat technique. The soul destruction spear scroll to hand over to Liuyun. The reason Liuyun chose to cancel the auction of the soul destruction spear technique was twofold. Firstly, the current attendees might not be able to afford it, and secondly, there was a concern that auctioning such a precious item within the Lin family's premises could lead to significant trouble. After all, the initial technique, the supreme body of a divine elephant, had yet to be completely mastered, so there was no rush. After collecting all the items he handed over, Liuyun waved his hand. All right, you may return and continue hosting the auction. After he left the private box. Liuyun placed the soul destruction spear scroll on the table and addressed Chu Ming and Chu Donghai. I intentionally kept it for a while longer. If there are any aspects you have yet to comprehend, feel free to study it further. Thank you, revered Fengsheng. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai's faces lit up with joy as they eagerly took the soul destruction spear scroll to examine it closely. At this moment, as Lin He stepped out of the private booth in the auction house, countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon him, and several strange forces attempted to probe the conditions inside the booth, only to be thwarted at the entrance. Miss Xiao Ying, regarding the matter of the debt, my ancestor has consented, but it is still necessary for you to write an IU. Lin He stated with a calm demeanor as he returned to the stage. That is certainly not a problem. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Ying felt an overwhelming sense of joy and, without hesitation, ascended the auction platform to inscribe the IOU in front of the witnesses. After collecting the note she had penned, Lin He gestured towards the ancient tree and declared, Very well, Miss Xiao Ying, this ancient tree now belongs to you. Glancing at the tree's substantial form, Xiao Ying thought for a moment before quickly responding, For now, let us place it over there. I will collect it after the auction concludes. With that, she turned and made her way back to her seat among the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is the final piece of this event, an 8th tier fire-type magic core. This item has no reserve price, so feel free to bid as you wish. After Xiao Ying departed, Lin He placed the vibrant red magic core on the stone platform before him and announced loudly. Xiao Ying, who had just stepped down from the auction platform, halted in her tracks upon hearing Lin He's words. The concluding item turned out to be merely an 8th tier magic core. Thankfully, she had not held excessively high expectations for it. This outcome left her feeling both surprised and somewhat relieved. Not only was Xiao Ying taken aback, but the entire audience shared her sentiment, particularly the 8th tier alchemist who had been competing with her, whose reaction was the most pronounced. Who could have anticipated that the Lin family would break the mold? I bid one 7th tier elixir, although many found the situation unexpected. The absence of a reserve price for the 8th tier magic core quickly sparked a fervent bidding war that interrupted their thoughts. Chapter 476. Liuyun, a chance to seize the championship. Observing the somewhat smug expression on Xiao Yan's face, the 8th tier alchemist turned and exited the auction house before the event concluded. Shortly thereafter, the 8th tier fire-type magic core was acquired by another bidder. Liuyun also received the final system notification from this auction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the 8th tier fire-type magic core, receiving a 10,000-fold return, and obtaining a pinnacle 9th tier fire-type magic core. The 9th tier fire-type magic core has been delivered to the system space. Please check it. Initially, Liuyun had little interest in a 9th tier magic core, but upon noticing this pinnacle fire-type magic core, he paused in astonishment. For within that enormous crimson magic core resided a searing flame, the potency of which nearly rivaled that of the azure lotus earth fire. Quite remarkable. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain, Liuyun remarked, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Following this, the crowd in the auction house began to disperse, while the enigmatic elder in black beside the enchanting Xiao Yan carried the ancient tree atop his head, making a grand exit under the gaze of numerous onlookers. With the conclusion of the 2 auctions hosted by the Lin family, the alchemy conference organized by the Alchemy Tower was poised to commence. The results of the assessments from the 5 great families had already been released, with the Dan family securing the first position and the Qiao family in second. Initially, Liuyun had no intention of participating in the alchemy conference, but he suddenly recalled that the champion of the conference would receive an ancient scroll for cultivating spiritual power, along with the opportunity to enter the star realm to subjugate the 3,000 flame spirits. Thus, Liuyun pondered that since he was already present, he might as well invest a few days to secure the championship. After making this decision, Liuyun arranged matters pertaining to the Lin family and instructed Hai Bo Dong and the 2 sisters Chu Ming and Hong Yi to stay behind and assist with the Lin family for a time. He then set off towards the inner region accompanied by Duan San and Chu Donghai. The location of the Lin family was considerably distant from the inner region of the Holy Dan City, requiring half a day for Liuyun and his companions to finally arrive. With 3 days remaining until the conference officially began, the inner region had already become crowded with those either spectating or preparing to compete. Master Feng Sheng, if you wish to attend the conference, you must first obtain certification as a 5th tier alchemist from the Alchemy Tower. Upon reaching the inner region, Duan San reminded Liuyun of his purpose. Oh, I seem to have overlooked that, Liuyun responded, slightly taken aback by Duan San's reminder. The reason for bringing Duan San and Chu Donghai along was precisely due to their prior experiences attending alchemy conferences, which proved beneficial at this moment. After Duan San's reminder, Liuyun discreetly sought certification as a 6th tier alchemist from the Alchemy Tower in the inner region. Once that was settled, he and his companions found an inn to stay at. With Liuyun's ample resources and proficiency in alchemy, he did not need to scramble for the required materials for elixirs as others did before the conference. He had maintained a 100 success rate in elixir production for quite some time. Once Liuyun cast a seal within his room, he ceased to concern himself with external matters, solely focusing on his cultivation. 3 days passed quietly, and on the 4th morning, as the sun began to rise, the Holy Dan City was enveloped in a frenzy. Today, Holy Dan City would witness an extraordinary spectacle, with the gaze of the entire central continent converging here, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the individual who would stand tall until the very end. The one who could rise above the alchemical prodigies from across the Douqi Continent would undoubtedly be hailed as the true child of destiny. Each generation of alchemy conference champions has etched their names in the annals of Douqi Continent's history, without exception. It is precisely due to this that the value of the conference is magnified infinitely. Whoever emerges as the ultimate champion will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in the future history of Douqi Continent. This honor is enough to drive anyone to madness. After all, no one wishes to lead a life of mediocrity. At this moment, within an inconspicuous inn in the inner region, Liuyun donned a 6th tier alchemist robe issued by the Alchemy Tower and stepped outside. After merely 3 days of cultivation, Liuyun's cultivation had broken through from 5-star dozone to 6-star dozone, a feat undoubtedly aided by his previous accumulation, and with his original body already having reached 7-star dozone. His doppelganger encountered no resistance in this breakthrough. Master Feng Sheng, let us go. The alchemy conference is about to commence. Downstairs, Duan San and Chu Donghai had been waiting for quite some time. Indeed, Liuyun nodded gently and made his way down the stairs. At this moment, he had returned to his original appearance, no longer bearing the aged visage of Lin Hai. Clad in the alchemist's robe, he appeared remarkably handsome. The venue of the alchemy conference was located in the northern district of the inner region, a place that had been overtaken by a terrifying throng days prior. Thus, when Liuyun, Duan San, and Chu Donghai finally arrived, they were met with a sea of countless heads, the deafening clamor rising into the sky, ultimately transforming into a terrifying wave of sound that resonated clearly for miles around. The trio of Liuyun leapt atop a nearby structure, surveying their surroundings, only to discover that this area encompassed an expansive square nearly 1,000 feet in size. Suspended in midair above the square were numerous stone platforms, faintly glowing with an ethereal light, presenting a marvel to behold. Those stone platforms are the final positions for the participants. Duan San pointed at the floating platforms, which drew the attention of the multitude, and laughed. Once you complete several rounds of selection, Master Fengsheng, you will stand there to showcase your prowess. After Duan San finished speaking, Chu Donghai immediately added a remark. Although these two individuals had never witnessed the crafting of an 8th-grade elixir by Liuyun, during their time spent in his company, they discerned that he seemed to be shrouded in an enigmatic veil, one that rendered his true strength perpetually inscrutable to them. Moreover, Liuyun had never undertaken endeavors devoid of certainty. Regarding the selection process mentioned by the two, Liuyun recalled certain aspects, yet he refrained from interrupting their discourse. Observing Liuyun's reaction, Chu Donghai chuckled lightly, then gestured toward the vast expanse of the plaza, elaborating further. The alchemical conference is exceedingly grand. Mere participation does not confer the right to ascend the stage. Before entering the arena, there are, strictly speaking, two formidable selection barriers. Chapter 477. The alchemical conference commences. Liuyun's identity revealed. The direction pointed out by Chu Donghai led to a deep gray space, a realm distorted by human intervention, filled with a dense gray gas that obscured vision. Master Fengsheng, he continued, that deep gray space is the first barrier, known as the illusionary realm. From what I have gleaned in the past, the gas within is a byproduct of a magical beast known as the illusionary soul beast. It not only conceals one sight, but also impedes soul perception to a significant extent. Furthermore, the intricacies of that space render it labyrinthine. Once one enters, they may lose their sense of direction, and if they fail to exit within a certain time frame, they will forfeit their qualification to compete. Duan San recounted these details with considerable thoroughness. Upon hearing this, Liuyun nodded slowly, while Chu Donghai burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Third brother, with Master Fengsheng's prowess. There is no need for such detailed explanation. Such deceptive barriers set for the younger generation cannot possibly hinder Master Fengsheng's soul perception. Those simplistic, overlapping spaces could easily be obliterated with a mere wave of our hands." Duan San was momentarily at a loss for words, his brow furrowing as he realized the redundancy of his previous statements. Noticing this, Liuyun waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "No matter. While those obstacles may pose little challenge for me, it is still essential to understand the rules of participation. Please continue." Hearing Liuyun's words, Duan San's expression relaxed, and he resumed his explanation. If one successfully passes through this first barrier, they qualify to enter the alchemical realm. The alchemical realm is a spatial expanse, said to have been created by a formidable Dou saint from the alchemist tower long ago. However, due to various circumstances, the realm gradually fell into disrepair. Nevertheless, it remains an enviable treasure trove sought after by countless alchemists, filled with numerous heavenly materials and rare herbs that are scarcely found in the outside world. Those alchemists granted entry will receive a list detailing some of these precious materials, and they must rely on their abilities to procure them within the alchemical realm. Only then can they exchange their gathered materials for a spatial stone at the exit, enabling them to participate in the final competition. The stone platforms suspended in the sky are designated for those who reach the final stage. Not everyone is entitled to ascend. Indeed, what a splendid regulation, Liuyun remarked appreciatively, nodding in agreement. After these two levels of selection, the pretenders would be thoroughly eliminated, leaving only the true elites for this alchemical conference. Furthermore, matters occurring within the alchemical realm would remain untouched by the alchemist tower, and as long as one acts discreetly, no one would be the wiser. Therefore, Master Fengsheng, should you encounter any insolent individuals within the alchemical realm, do not hesitate to deal with them. There is no need to concern yourself with the alchemist tower or the forces behind those individuals. Duan San concluded with a cautionary note. Upon hearing this, Liuyun smiled faintly and sighed. Let us hope there will be no such insolent individuals. Suddenly, amidst the conversation between Liuyun, Duan San, and Chu Donghai, A clear chime of a bell resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, its sound reverberating powerfully, suppressing even the tumultuous clamor that surrounded them. As the bell tolled, the atmosphere grew markedly quieter, and countless gazes converged upon the towering stone platform to the east of the plaza, where the higher-ups of the Alchemist Tower would soon appear. Shortly after the bell ceased ringing, a series of swift gusts of wind erupted, and the space atop the stone platform shimmered momentarily as a dozen figures gradually materialized. Liuyun's gaze swept over the figures, ultimately resting on the three at the center. Two of them were familiar faces. One man, with deeply tanned skin and a stern countenance that conveyed an unwavering seriousness, possessed eyes that sparkled like lightning, capable of piercing one's very soul. The other was a woman in her 30s, clad in a qipao, her demeanor serene, exuding an aura of grace cultivated through the passage of time. This man and woman were Tianlazi and Xian, who had previously visited the Alliance of Heaven and Earth to invite Liuyun to join the ranks of the Alchemist Tower's elders. Between them stood an elderly man with flowing white hair and a scholarly demeanor, clad in a white robe. Liuyun surmised that this venerable figure must be Xian Kongzi, one of the three titans of the Alchemist Tower. After a cursory glance, Liuyun's attention lingered on Xian Yi, and he murmured softly, "I never anticipated that after giving her a Bodhi pill, she would have already advanced to the status of a half-saint." Bodhi pill. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Duan San and Chu Donghai, who were beside him, followed his gaze and looked on in astonishment. "Master Fengsheng, are you suggesting that one of the current titans of the Alchemist Tower has reached half-saint status due to the Bodhi pill you bestowed?" Chu Donghai indeed, as he had not expected Liuyun to be acquainted with such high-ranking figures. "Ah, I believe I have heard of this matter before," Duan San suddenly exclaimed, tapping his forehead. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded Liuyun with a look of incredulity, his voice stammering, "Master Fengsheng, could it be that you are the renowned leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, Yin Lu, who has recently risen to prominence in the northern region of Zhongzhou?" "Ha, third brother, you are indeed astute. You have deduced my true identity from but a few words." Upon realizing that Duan San had guessed his identity, Liuyun chose not to feign modesty any longer, openly acknowledging his role as the leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Witnessing Liuyun's admission, Duan San's previously uncertain expression transformed, revealing a hint of envy as he sighed. "It appears I have indeed guessed correctly. Leader Yun, you have concealed your identity from us quite skillfully. How did Master Fengsheng transform into the leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth?" Chu Donghai, still somewhat bewildered by the exchange between Duan San and Liuyun, inquired further. "Haha, brother Donghai, you are too engrossed in your cultivation to be aware of the recent accolades bestowed upon the leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth for their alchemical prowess. On that day, the second heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, the Bone Spectre Saint, personally led a group to annihilate the flourishing Alliance of Heaven and Earth. However, the two titans of the Alchemist Tower invoked their spatial scrolls to summon a formidable ally of half-saint caliber to combat the intruders." Noticing the look of confusion on Chu Donghai's face, Duan San swiftly summarized the information he had gathered regarding the events that transpired in Huagu City that day. "Ah, I see." Upon hearing Duan San's explanation, Chu Donghai let out a contemplative sigh, and his gaze toward Liuyun suddenly ignited with fervor. Chapter 478, The First Barrier, The Soul Illusion. It became clear, after absorbing Duan San's words, Chu Donghai let out a thoughtful sigh, and his gaze toward Liuyun transformed, brimming with admiration. Given Liuyun's status as the leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, it was entirely reasonable for him to conceal his identity while traversing the world. Thus, neither Chu Donghai nor Duan San would harbor any resentment towards Liuyun on this account. At this moment, Chu Donghai, having heard Duan San recount the lavishness with which Liuyun treated the 8th-grade medicinal pills, found himself enviously captivated by Liuyun's affluent background. To associate with the leader of the Heavenly Alliance is undoubtedly advantageous. Chu Donghai silenti muset. Initially, he had followed Liuyun out of a promise made to the soul projection, but now his allegiance had transformed into a willingly embraced devotion. What? Is it merely the concealment of an identity that warrants such scrutinizing gazes from you two? Liuyun remarked, noticing the peculiar looks exchanged between them. Haha, esteemed Master Fengsheng. No, I should say Alliance Leader Yun. Upon hearing this, Chu Donghai broke into a grin, deftly sidestepping Liuyun's previous comment, and flatteringly inquired, Alliance Leader Yun, might my strength qualify me to join the Heavenly Alliance? Liuyun paused momentarily, then nodded gently. With your abilities, it is certainly feasible. And what of me, Alliance Leader? Am I also permitted to join the Heavenly Alliance? Duan San hastily interjected, encouraged by Liuyun's affirmation to Chudong Hai. Indeed, both of you not only can join the Heavenly Alliance, but may also assume the esteemed positions of elders. Liuyun replied with a smile, gracing his lips. The title of elder in the Heavenly Alliance. Haha, I shall remember this, Alliance Leader Yun, and do not renege on your promise. In a vast plaza, the appearance of the three titans of the Pill Tower cast a serene hush over the throng. Countless gazes, laden with myriad emotions, converged upon these three figures amidst the seemingly endless sea of humanity. The three leaders of the Pill Tower were renowned not only in Central State, but throughout the Douqi Continent, their names echoing through legend. Their sudden emergence evoked incredulity among the masses. Greetings, fellow alchemists. I, Zhuangkongzi, on behalf of the Pill Tower, extend a warm welcome to all who have journeyed here. In the days to come, this will be your stage to showcase your talents. The silver-haired Zhuangkongzi stepped forward, his gentle voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The assembly fell into a profound silence. Even the most unruly and fierce individuals could not muster the audacity to defy the gravity of the moment. For the three figures upon the stone platform were not far removed from the pinnacle of this continent. Esteemed guests, having traveled far for the Pill Conference, I shall not squander your time. The Pill Conference, as in times past, will unfold in three phases. The first step. Zhuangkongzi's explanation echoed the sentiments expressed by Duan San and Chu Donghai, indicating that such regulations were indeed the traditional format of the conference. Those who endure through these three selections and remain standing will emerge as the champions of this year's Pill Conference. As Zhuangkongzi surveyed the crowd stirred by the prospect of victory, he smiled faintly, adding, the champion will not only gain a candidacy for the position of a Pill Tower leader, but will also receive an ancient technique for soul cultivation, paving the way to attain the 8th grade or even 9th grade levels in the future. A thunderous uproar erupted among the densely packed crowd, the eyes of countless alchemists igniting with fervor at the mention of 8th grade and 9th grade, a realm that seemed almost mythical, yet now appeared within reach should they acquire that ancient soul cultivation technique. This prospect held an irresistible allure for all alchemists, and Liuyun's purpose for attending was, in part, intertwined with the soul cultivation method. On the elevated platform, Zhuangkongzi observed the sea of crimson eyes, his lips curling into a slight smile. He glanced skyward, then waved his sleeve, unleashing an intangible wave that resonated through the air, culminating in a sonorous chime. The time has come. All participants ranked 5 and above. Please proceed to the first trial, the Soul Mirage. Zhuangkongzi gestured toward the expansive plaza, where the dark gray space began to warp and twist, manifesting into peculiar realms replete with mysteries. With Zhuangkongzi's words barely fading, figures surged from the boundless crowd like a swarm of locusts, racing toward the distorted space, all eager to engage in the trial. Observing others embark on their challenges, Chu Donghai chuckled at Liuyun, saying, Alliance Leader Yun, be swift in claiming the title of champion, lest we wait too long. Do hurry, Liuyun replied blandly, and in the next moment, he too surged toward the gray space, though his pace remained that of an ordinary dozo. As he watched the multitude of figures flood into the illusionary trial, Zhuangkongzi nodded appreciatively, his hands tucked within his sleeves as he mused, this year's Pill Conference indeed holds intrigue. I hadn't anticipated even some renowned veterans would arrive. The dark-skinned elder beside Zhuangkongzi raised his gaze, his penetrating eyes scanning the figures rushing into the illusionary trial. The 3,000 flames are no ordinary flames. They possess considerable allure even for these old-timers, drawing them here to join the fray. Moreover, this year's crop of young talent is rather lacking. Their accomplishments pale in comparison to previous generations. I fear the slots will all be claimed by those seasoned veterans. Zhuangkongzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, this year's youth are somewhat underwhelming. We can only hope for better prospects next time. I've heard that both the Dan and Xiao families have a few prodigies around 16 who have already reached the 6th grade alchemist level. Upon hearing the conversation between Tianlei Zi and Zhuangkongzi, a beautiful woman clad in a cheap house smiled lightly, saying, have you two forgotten someone? Guanyi. You refer to the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Yun Lu, correct? Tianlei Zi responded with a smile. If he were to participate in the Pill Conference, it would surely astonish those old-timers. Zhuangkongzi had heard of the leader of the Heavenly Alliance from the two and felt a sense of anticipation swell within him upon hearing their words. Chapter 479, the first to step into the mist. Although the three men's gazes remained fixed on the throng entering the warped space, they failed to notice Liuyun. As Liuyun plunged into the deep gray, distorted realm, The alchemist rank badge bestowed by the Pill Tower emitted an unusual pulse. Under this influence, a strange force seemed to draw him deeper into the gray space. Liuyun did not resist, allowing the force to guide him, and when he re-emerged, he found himself enveloped in a peculiar, deep gray realm. This space was suffused with dense gray mist. Liuyun could see no further than 20 meters, while the visions of the other participants extended only a mere half-meter. In his perception, the layers of gray mist swirled and twisted, forming an expansive labyrinth. Observing the chaotic movements of others, Liuyun ambled forward as if on a leisurely stroll. From a moment he lifted his foot. His immense soul power radiated outward like rippling water, and the oppressive deep gray mist posed no hindrance to his spiritual might. After just 2 steps, Liuyun's soul energy enveloped the entirety of the deep gray space, revealing all participants and the maze's layout in his mind. Having mapped the route, Liuyun continued at his previous pace. As nearby competitors rushed past, some could not help but mock him. At such a glacial speed, how dare he participate in the Pill Conference? I wonder who granted him such audacity. What an oddity, moving at such a languid pace. Where shall I find the exit? As these individuals passed by the flowing clouds, they uttered a phrase and, without any hesitation, swiftly departed. At this moment, countless alchemists, enshrouded in this peculiar gas, found their vision and spiritual perception firmly stifled. Attempting to navigate the intricate spatial traces under such near blindness proved exceedingly arduous. Consequently, many traversed a path only to discover it was a dead end, necessitating a return along their original route. Although the flow of clouds ambled along at a leisurely pace, his steps never faltered, and before long, he had covered the majority of the distance. Before him emerged several figures. Their speed, though significantly swifter than that of the flow of clouds, was frequently interrupted as they backtracked to ascertain their bearings. Continuing to walk slowly, the flow of clouds sensed a familiar power. Within the folds of space lay a wisp of black gas, reminiscent of the illusionary array he had recently deployed in the Empire of Kima. However, its potency was diminished to an incalculable degree compared to his own array. Such a degree of black mist posed little threat to the sole power of the flow of clouds, prompting him to press onward without pause. While those who had initially led the way became ensnared in an unending series of illusions, unable to extricate themselves. In this peculiar state, the leisurely wanderer, the flow of clouds, found himself at the forefront. Before long, the dense gray fog that enveloped him began to dissipate, revealing a massive, distorted black hole not far ahead. This was the spatial passage leading to the alchemical realm. Before the passage lay a spacious clearing, its surroundings warped. Evidently, a spatial resting point forcefully constructed by the formidable practitioners of the Alchemy Tower. Yet, at this moment, the clearing was devoid of any presence. The flow of clouds had already redirected his gaze toward the spatial passage, where an elderly man clad in simple attire sat cross-legged atop a massive turtle. Its shell as dark as wrought iron. Judging by the emblem on the elder's chest, he was undoubtedly an internal member of the Alchemy Tower. The flow of clouds cast a brief glance at the elder and instantly discerned his strength. After this fleeting observation, he continued forward, crossing the clearing to stand 3 meters before the elder. "You must be the guide for this second trial," the flow of clouds softly inquired of the meditative elder. Upon hearing his voice, the elder, who had appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a look of profound astonishment. "Who is this person, capable of approaching me without my notice?" After a moment of surprise, the elder scrutinized the flow of clouds. Something is amiss. This individual is merely a low-tier Do zone, yet he possesses the ability to, upon observing the cultivation level that the flow of clouds had intentionally revealed. The elder's brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, I am the guide for this second trial." Although perplexed, the elder maintained his composure as he responded to the flow of clouds and conveyed certain rules. "Young man, you are the first to arrive here. However, to proceed to the next stage, you must wait for the other participants to pass the first trial and enter simultaneously." As he spoke, a hint of regret crept into the elder's tone. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall wait here for a while," the flow of clouds replied, choosing not to elaborate further, and seated himself cross-legged before the elder. The elder made no attempt to deter him. After a period of time, a second person finally entered the clearing. Upon the arrival of a young man clad in white robes, he quickly noticed the elder on the turtle and the seated flow of clouds. "Isn't that the slowpoke I saw earlier? How did he manage to arrive here before me?" The young man's expression of pride swiftly morphed into one of confusion as he fixed his gaze on the flow of clouds. After observing for a moment, He lifted his feet to approach the elder and the flow of clouds. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, the elder on the turtle suddenly boomed. All participants shall rest in that clearing. Wait until the time for the first trial has elapsed before approaching. Hearing the elder's command, the young man's feet came to an immediate halt. He had intended to inquire how the flow of clouds had managed to reach that point. But sensing the elder's impatient gaze, he swallowed his words. Chapter 480. Flow of Clouds. You wish for me to toil, but I shall profit handsomely. How strange. That individual, moving at such a slow pace, arrived here before me. Could it be that the alchemy tower is engaging in some underhanded tactics? The young man pondered, subsequently finding a place to sit and rest. As time passed, more individuals emerged from the mist into the clearing, some of whom had previously spotted the flow of clouds and shared the same bewilderment as the young man in white. With the number of people in the clearing increasing, the elder on the turtle announced, "The time is nearly upon us. You may now enter the alchemical realm. Each of you must come forward to receive a task list of herbs, a map of the alchemical realm, and a spatial stone. The task list contains the herbs you must seek within. Only upon gathering all the required herbs can you successfully pass this trial. As for the map, I shan't elaborate. It indicates the exit point of the alchemical realm. Once you have collected all the herbs, proceed there. The spatial stone is for self-preservation. Should you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, you may shatter the stone, and you will be automatically transported out of the alchemical realm. However, breaking the stone signifies the forfeiture of your eligibility to continue in the competition. Is that understood?" At the conclusion of his speech, the elder slowly raised his gaze. The individuals in the clearing nodded in understanding. None of them were novices, and they were well aware that the elder was not an ordinary person. The alchemical realm, due to its desolation, is not a place for prolonged stay. Thus, you have a mere 10 days to search for the required herbs. Identifying herbs is a fundamental skill for alchemists. I trust this will not require further instruction. The elder's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke lazily. Moreover, while the alchemical realm may be inhospitable to humans, it serves as a paradise for certain magical beasts. Given the years of proliferation, the magical beasts within the alchemical realm are exceedingly formidable. Should you encounter them, exercise caution and do not lose your lives, for no one will come to your aid. You should be mentally prepared for this. The alchemical conference is not a game or a mere contest. It is a genuine arena of bloodshed. Only those who emerge from the fray will claim the title of champion of this alchemical conference. A general's success is often built on the bones of the fallen. And so, it is with the alchemical conference. As the elder concluded, his tone had grown notably severe. Without further ado, those who are mentally prepared may come forward to collect their items. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. The elder scanned the clearing. But not a single person stepped back. Each individual present possessed their own skills and would not be easily intimidated by his words. Shortly after delivering this statement, before anyone could react, the turtle-riding elder descended from the turtle's back and approached the flow of clouds, extending his hand to present a map, a list of herbs, and a spatial stone. My apologies for the wait. Here is your map, the list of herbs, and the spatial stone. As the elder spoke these words, his tone was notably gentle, in stark contrast to the earlier severity and commanding presence he had exuded. Liuyun raised his hand and stored the 3 items presented by the elder into his spatial ring, responding nonchalantly, "It matters not. These rules are merely to ensure the fairness of the competition." Having uttered this, Liuyun gradually rose to his feet, oblivious to the curious gazes of those behind him, and stepped directly into the slowly revolving spatial passage, promptly vanishing from sight. Let us hasten to follow. Observing that Liuyun had taken the lead, those who had initially hesitated rushed forward to the elder, received their items, and subsequently followed in Liuyun's footsteps into the spatial passage. They emerged onto a desolate plain. The earth a dull yellow hue, intermittently adorned with patches of greenery that offered a flicker of life and vitality. Occasionally, small magical beasts would dart out from the plain, stirring up clouds of yellow dust before disappearing into the distance. The silence of the barren plain persisted for a time until the void of space suddenly convulsed, and a figure surged forth. Naturally, it was Liuyun, the first to enter the spatial passage. "Is this the Dan realm?" Liuyun murmured to himself, taking in the bleak scene before him. At the horizon of the plain, he discerned the outlines of mountain ranges, and upon closer inspection, he realized that while the energy here was abundantly rich, it was also rife with volatile factors. Liuyun grasped at the void before him and whispered, "This must be the reason for the decay of the Dan realm." The area of this space was vastly greater than the Tianyo realm that Liuyun had previously opened up at the rear mountain of the Yaman sect. The ability to open up a space was a transcendent power possessed only by formidable Dosheng warriors. However, even once a space had been successfully established, it required ongoing maintenance, lest it gradually deteriorate over time. After a moment of contemplation, Liuyun cast aside his thoughts, clenched his hand, and a piece of parchment materialized in his grasp. This parchment was the medicinal list given to him by the tortoise-riding elder upon entering the passage. He needed to acquire all the precious herbs and materials inscribed upon it to successfully pass this selection process. Glancing at the contents of the parchment, a smirk played at the corners of Liuyun's mouth as he chuckled. The Dan Tower truly knows how to play their cards. They are essentially using these participants as laborers to gather medicinal materials. Liuyun paid little heed to the 3 types of materials listed on the parchment, for he already possessed several of each in his spatial ring. Realizing he need not search for the items on the list, Liuyun's mind shifted from mere procurement to pondering how to reap substantial rewards within the Dan realm. With so many precious materials at his disposal, he could claim them all, and at the end, he would only need to submit the few specified in the Dan Tower's list. As Liuyun was lost in thought, the space of the plane began to warp again, and nearly a dozen figures simultaneously surged forth from the void, landing upon the ground. Thud! As these individuals touched down, a massive serpent, resembling a sand dune, erupted forth with lightning speed, its gaping maw aimed directly at one of the alchemist's heads. The sudden turn of events startled the alchemist, yet he remained composed, issuing a sharp command as a torrent of formidable Douqi surged forth, striking the serpent's head with tremendous force, causing it to explode. In the midst of this unexpected incident, the alchemist soon noticed a powerful gust approaching from his side. A dull thud resounded against his back. The alchemist coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a flash of white light emanated from his palm as the space around him twisted, promptly pulling him in. He had evidently shattered a spatial stone and was being transported outside the Dan realm. This abrupt turn of events left many present astonished, and their gazes quickly shifted toward the assailant. A towering middle-aged man stood 2 meters away from where the alchemist had been, brandishing a dark staff. It was this man who had struck from the shadows, gravely wounding the alchemist and forcing him to retreat. The middle-aged man grinned at the spot where the alchemist had disappeared and, with a glint of malice in his eyes, casually remarked, "Gentlemen, I am merely alleviating the pressure for everyone." His words instilled a sense of wariness among the crowd, and some individuals even drew their weapons, fully aware that all other participants were their competitors. Eliminating one would increase their own chances. Noticing their reaction, the middle-aged man scoffed, brandishing his blood-stained staff in a dismissive manner before striking the massive serpent, sending it flying. As the serpent soared away, a depression in the sand revealed a deep yellow root, roughly the size of a child's head, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Earth yellow essence. As the crowd gasped at the sight of the sizable yellow root, Liuyun, who had initially paid little attention to the middle-aged man's earlier actions, now regarded the deep yellow root with surprise. The earth yellow essence was a rare herb formed from the condensation of Earth's power, if energy surges occurred during cultivation. This essence and the pills refined from it could effectively suppress such volatility. With astonishment flickering in his eyes, Liuyun's gaze remained fixed on the deep pit, deep in thought. Typically, a century-old earth yellow essence would only be the size of a fist and was quite rare. To find one of such magnitude in the Dan realm was indeed remarkable, suggesting it had reached at least a millennium in age. Such a treasure would undoubtedly attract numerous covetous eyes if found in the outside world. The man, appearing reckless, was actually quite astute. He must have recognized the earth yellow python, knowing that wherever it appeared, the earth yellow essence would be found. Liuyun glanced at the enormous serpent. The earth yellow python bore little resemblance to ordinary giant pythons, making it challenging for the inexperienced to identify. Yet Liuyun understood that the earth yellow essence was birthed from the pure, heavy essence of Earth's power and had its limitations. Once it reached 100 years of age, it would cease to grow due to energy saturation. Thus, earth yellow essences over a century old were exceedingly rare. If an earth yellow essence exceeded a century, it was likely nourished not solely by the earth's power, but by other celestial treasures. Upon first seeing this millennium-old earth yellow essence, Liuyun realized that beneath it lay something else, something that had nurtured the essence to its current state. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had obtained the earth yellow essence cast a fierce glare at the surrounding crowd, whose eyes burned with fervor. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he barked, "If you wish to live, then stand back." Upon hearing his cold reprimand, The faces of the other dozen alchemists shifted slightly. However, upon witnessing the man's ferocious demeanor, they dared not utter another word, as his ruthlessness had left a lasting impression on their memories. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining alchemists chose to retreat. Although the earth yellow essence was rare, losing their qualifications for the competition over it was simply not worth the risk. Observing the others retreating at his command, the middle-aged man's disdain deepened. His cultivation had already reached the Do zone level, marking him as a standout among this group. Hurry and depart with the earth yellow essence. Just as he reveled in his perceived superiority, a rather nonchalant voice suddenly reached his ears. When I leave is not for you to dictate. Upon hearing this voice, the man's brow furrowed, and he was about to unleash his anger. However, when he caught sight of a figure in the distance against the sky, he swallowed his words. He recognized Liuyun, who had the distinction of sitting before the elder guarding the entrance, a figure of undeniable status and strength. Very well, I shall take my leave. Weighing his options, the middle-aged man quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Liuyun and then soared away into the distance. If I recall correctly, beneath this ground lies a piece of the earth's core jade mother, which nurtures some exceedingly precious earth soul marrow. Given Liuyun's status, he would naturally not covet a mere piece of earth yellow essence. Now, having dispatched the middle-aged man, Liuyun contemplated for a moment before extending his hand toward the deep cavern. Under the influence of a powerful suction force, the yellow soil surrounding the cavern visibly vanished, revealing a space that extended over 10 zhang deep. Within that space, a piece of snow-white jade materialized before Liuyun's eyes. Upon seeing this exquisite jade, a smile graced Liuyun's lips as he sighed. It seems I was not mistaken. Indeed, there is Earth Core Jade Mother within. The Earth Core Jade Mother, a miraculous stone formed by the Earth's power over countless ages, possesses a unique stability and weight that makes it an invaluable treasure for cultivators. When utilized as a cushion during cultivation or alchemy, the Earth Core Jade Mother exerts an extraordinary suppressive effect on the violent energies within the body, significantly reducing the chances of falling into madness. Chapter 482. The 10,000 Medicinal Mountain Range. The presence of magical beasts often accompanies rare treasures. The effects of the Earth Core Jade Mother far surpass those of the Azure Lotus Core Fire that Liuyun had previously acquired. And while the Azure Lotus platform could fetch items akin to the Bodhi Zen seed at auction, the Earth Core Jade Mother, if sold, would likely yield something even more potent than the Bodhi Zen seed. The piece of Earth Core Jade Mother within the cavern measured half a zhang in length and an arm's width across. Observing its size, Liuyun couldn't help but nod in approval. With a gentle flick of his finger, the Earth Core Jade Mother swiftly appeared before him. Its surface was enveloped in a viscous jade liquid, and as Liuyun's formidable spiritual power penetrated the Jade Mother, he discovered numerous walnut-sized cavities beneath its surface, with a sizable jade pit at the center containing a layer of white liquid half a finger in width. Is this the Earth Soul Marrow? Finding the white liquid quite satisfying, Liuyun mused. The Earth Core Jade Mother is already exceedingly rare, and as for this so-called Earth Soul Marrow, it is an even scarcer treasure. The Earth Soul Marrow, an extremely rare wonder of heaven and earth, holds an irresistible allure for alchemists, as it possesses the ability to refine the soul. To refine the soul means to temper and purify it, indicating that this Earth Soul Marrow can cleanse the soul of its impurities. Liuyun had only recalled the existence of this Earth Soul Marrow upon encountering the Earth Yellow Essence in this alchemical realm, though it may not hold great significance for him now. Its efficacy surpasses that of the green flesh born from the ancient tree by the twin sisters Hong, Yi, and Yu. Moreover, any treasure that falls into Liuyun's hands inevitably multiplies in value. Perhaps this small amount of Earth Soul Marrow could even grant him a chance to break through to the Imperial Soul Realm. Filled with delight, Liuyun carefully stored the Earth Core Jade Mother into his system space. At that moment, an unusual surge of energy emanated from the sky not far away, indicating that the third wave of participants was beginning to enter this alchemical realm. However, as soon as this fluctuation appeared, Liuyun's figure vanished from the spot. This new group of individuals, though not particularly powerful, exhibited a well-distributed strength, with most hovering around the high-level Dohuang stage. Before long, a few of them stumbled upon the deep cavern. The distinct color of the soil at the cave's edge made it evident that the hole had only recently been excavated. Yet curiously, there was no sign of the displaced earth nearby. Observing this peculiar scene, the crowd began to speculate curiously. Strange, did the diggers take the soil with them? What sort of treasure could necessitate such deep excavation? Forget about that. Those ahead must have gone far. We should hurry and catch up. The expanse of the alchemical realm, perhaps due to its gradual decline, is only about a third the size of the Dan domain. Yet, one should not underestimate this third. For within this space lies an abundance of rare materials that would tempt any force on the continent. Possessing such a space is akin to having an inexhaustible treasure trove of precious herbs, revealing the profound depth of the Dan Tower's resources. With Liuyun's speed, traversing this alchemical realm at full throttle would take no more than a few hours. However, due to occasional stops to acquire some elixirs, his pace slowed considerably. Yet he remained several times faster than the other competitors. Along the way, Liuyun encountered numerous participants. Most, upon seeing him, swiftly distanced themselves, clearly wary of his potential actions. Such behavior is not uncommon in the alchemical realm, where every individual is a competitor, and the fewer the rivals, the greater one's opportunity. Thus, everyone harbored a certain degree of caution toward one another. In this alchemical convention, having passed the first barrier, Liuyun noticed only one Douqi strongman among the contestants, who maintained an exceptionally low profile, concealing their presence. Liuyun held no particular thoughts about these individuals. After acquiring the Earth's soul marrow, he intended to head toward a location on the map, known as the 10,000 Medicinal Mountain Range. In just a matter of minutes, no other competitors could be seen within a 100-li radius behind Liuyun. As he traveled, his spiritual energy also sensed the presence of magical beasts in this alchemical realm. Many rare treasures are likely buried underground, making them difficult to detect. However, locating magical beasts was considerably simpler, as typically, areas inhabited by powerful beasts are accompanied by the emergence of precious materials. Although the magical beasts here are far more ferocious than those in other regions of the Douqi Continent, under the absolute pressure of his strength, Liuyun effortlessly obtained the treasures they guarded. After another half an hour, the destination Liuyun sought, the 10,000 Medicinal Mountain Range, came into view. The Wanyao Mountain Range, as its name suggests, is a place of extraordinary significance. Upon first sight of the majestic peaks, Liuyun felt a surge of astonishment as he discerned the dense energy emanating from the mountains. The range resembled a colossal dragon, coiling and undulating, with thick fog swirling around its heights. This mist was not a mere product of nature, but rather a manifestation of concentrated energy. The mountains exuded an ominous aura, reverberated by the continuous roars of beasts, each cry laden with ferocity. Liuyun hovered at the precipice of this mountainous expanse, his gaze contemplative. Within the Wanyao mountain range, numerous magical beasts roamed, led by an ancient dragon bear that had appropriated many rare herbs and treasures to its lair through unique means. Liuyun's purpose in entering this formidable range was to directly acquire the herbs that the ancient dragon bear had gathered. Without hesitation, he slipped through the thick fog and ascended above the mountains, where countless ferocious beasts dwelled, yet none were aware of his presence. Thanks to his formidable stealth skills, he discreetly collected all the precious herbs he coveted, refraining from engaging with the guardian beasts. However, each time he claimed a treasure, furious roars erupted behind him, as countless beasts frantically searched the surroundings. Before long, as other competitors breached the Wanyao mountain range, the previously slumbering beasts, or those guarding the treasures, unleashed a fierce assault on the intruders. "You despicable alchemists! How dare you steal the water spirit fruit that I have guarded for 200 years? Chapter 483. Silently seizing all the spiritual herbs. Within the mountains, the roars of beasts echoed incessantly, perhaps exacerbated by the continuous intrusion of humans, imbuing their cries with an added brutality. At this moment, atop a hill at the mountain's edge, a dozen magical beasts confronted the newly arrived humans. Led by a beastly powerhouse of initial 7th rank, whose strength rivaled that of a 2-star Dozong. This formidable creature, a red-haired giant, glared at the human cultivators with eyes filled with murderous intent. "Such nonsense! We have only just entered the mountains. How could we have possibly stolen your treasures?" A young man in a white robe stepped forward among the humans, indignation etched across his face. "There are only a few of you who entered today, and all our dozens of spiritual herbs vanished one after another just moments ago. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Upon hearing the white-robed youth's refusal to acknowledge the theft, the red-haired giant's murderous intent intensified. After uttering this statement, he surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of powerful red fighting energy, charging toward the group of human cultivators. Following this transformation, the other magical beasts also roared and lunged at the humans. "Kill them. They possess the treasures we have safeguarded. We cannot allow a single one of them to escape." Amidst the cacophony of roars, chaos erupted atop the hill. The initial human cultivators present could scarcely fathom why the beasts had gone into a collective frenzy. As the battle commenced, some of the weaker alchemists shattered their spatial stones to flee the Dan realm. In the face of life and death, participating in the alchemy competition was a secondary concern, and few were inclined to exhibit bravado. As the conflict prolonged, more and more magical beast powerhouses converged upon the hill, prompting even the peak Do Huang and Do Zone cultivators to begin their retreat. This cannot be. I haven't even begun my alchemy. I cannot perish here in my quest for herbs. As another 7th-rank magical beast rushed toward the hill from within the Wan Yao mountain range, a human Do Zone powerhouse, surprisingly, showed no intention of retreating. He fiercely repelled his adversary and bolted toward the mountain's exit, accompanied by 2 other Do Zone cultivators with similar intentions. Regrettably, apart from the first man to flee, the others either met their demise or were forced to activate their spatial stones to escape the Dan realm. What on earth is happening? The middle-aged man who had rushed out of the Wan Yao mountain range cast a fearful glance behind him. The roars of beasts within the mountains had not diminished with their departure. In fact, they had grown increasingly frenzied. After pondering for a moment, a relieved smile emerged on the middle-aged man's face. Among the group that had just fled were the juniors from the Dan family and the Chao family. With their absence, the pressure of competition had significantly lessened. Furthermore, he could find his task items elsewhere, rendering it unnecessary to take risks here. With this calculation, the middle-aged man veered away from the Wan Yao mountain range, heading toward other areas of the Dan realm. Shortly after this middle-aged man departed, several transformed magical beast leaders gathered at the periphery of the Wan Yao mountain range. Surely someone has ventured deeper within to have stolen our spiritual herbs so quietly. That individual must possess formidable strength. In that case, we should promptly report this matter to the boss. After a brief discussion, 2 of the transformed magical beasts turned and raced northeast into the mountains. Meanwhile, Liuyun, having stealthily gathered numerous spiritual herbs along his path, finally arrived at his destination. Before him loomed a treacherous giant peak, vast and imposing, soaring into the clouds. Its midsection was shrouded in a dense mist of energy, making it difficult for the untrained eye to discern its interior. This peak stood at the heart of the Wan Yao mountain range. Though distanced, Liuyun could still sense the rich energy emanating from within. To cultivate in such a location would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. However, the energy was tainted with a ferocious element, requiring refinement before it could seamlessly integrate within his body. Upon arriving, Liuyun's soul power subtly extended toward the summit, detecting several powerful auras at the mountain's base. Upon closer inspection, he discovered numerous rare spiritual herbs, such as water cloud fruits and ascending spirit flowers. Yet at this moment, Liuyun abruptly lost interest in these items. What he saw lay atop the peak, treasures hoarded by the fierce beast. In a short while, Liuyun navigated past many magical beasts and reached the mountainside. At that instant, he sensed a probing force sweep past him. Quite astute. Recognizing the power that had brushed against him, Liuyun remained unfazed. With his current cultivation level, even a semi-saint would struggle to detect his concealed presence. Continuing his ascent, Liuyun soon reached the summit. Within his view stood a grand hall constructed from colossal stones, with 2 massive beasts lying at its entrance. Though their eyes were closed in slumber, they emanated an aura of ferocity. Observing these 2 beasts, Liuyun chose not to utilize spatial traversal to enter the hall directly. Instead, he confidently strode through the entrance, concealing his aura. Even as he walked past the 2 fearsome creatures, they remained oblivious to his arrival. Effortlessly, Liuyun made his way into the hall's interior, advancing deeper when suddenly 2 voices called out from outside. "Boss, you must take charge for us." As these cries echoed, a burly middle-aged man, bare-chested, abruptly vanished from within the depths of the hall. Upon sensing the disappearance of the burly man within the hall, a peculiar smile adorned Liuyun's face. In the next moment, he hastened towards the depths of the grand hall, and mere seconds later, he found himself in an exceedingly spacious plaza. This plaza was brimming with an array of meticulously arranged medicinal herbs. Any single item taken from this place would surely cause considerable envy among alchemists in the outside world. Yet here, they lay as unassuming as cabbages. Haha, this trip was far from wasted. Chapter 484. Liuyun, Xiao Yan, how could you resort to such thievery? Gazing at the amassed herbs, a joyful smile spread across Liuyun's face. In the following instant, with a wave of his hand, he collected all the countless medicinal herbs from the plaza. Liuyun had ventured to the Wan Yao mountain range solely to acquire these spiritual herbs and had never intended to harm any of the magical beasts. Thus, after removing all the treasures from the Grand Hall, he departed quietly, without alerting anyone. Shortly after Liuyun exited the Grand Hall, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountain's peak. Which scoundrel has stolen all my spiritual herbs? Accompanied by this roar, an immense pressure cascaded down from the mountaintop, causing the bodies of other magical beasts to tremble involuntarily. Once the roar subsided, an extraordinarily robust figure appeared above the Grand Hall, bellowing at the magical beasts below. You lot, swiftly search every corner of the mountain range. Allow no human to escape. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's command, the magical beasts immediately sprang into action, launching a carpet search throughout the Yao mountain range. This maneuver quickly uncovered several reluctant alchemists who had stealthily infiltrated the area. Xiao Yan personally executed 2 alchemists. Yet upon inspecting their spatial rings, his anger intensified. Even if you leave the Yao mountain range, I will hunt you down. After a thorough search yielded no results, Xiao Yan exited the Yao mountain range and made his way towards the northern region of the Dan realm. That direction was where the exit of the Dan realm was located. Xiao Yan was well aware that alchemists typically did not appear in the Dan realm except during the alchemy conference, when they would surge in droves. Their mission was to gather herbs, and they would inevitably head towards the exit of the Dan realm. His objective was to intercept everyone at that exit. Along the way, countless alchemists were stopped by Xiao Yan. Those who were close found that even shattering their spatial stones was futile. They could only surrender their rings for inspection. Due to Xiao Yan's frenzied actions, many alchemists chose to shatter their spatial stones and flee the Dan realm at the mere sight of him. Less than 200 miles from the exit of the Dan realm, a disciple from one of the 5 great families, after being intercepted by Xiao Yan, calmly declared, "Esteemed beast, this is the Dan realm. Your actions here are tantamount to disrupting the alchemy conference. Do you not fear the elders of the Dan Tower retaliating against you?" Xiao Yan paid no heed to the alchemist's threat, retorting fiercely, "Humph. Do not use the Dan Tower to intimidate me. You lot have emptied my treasure trove. It is a mercy that I have not unleashed a massacre. Hand over your spatial rings for inspection, or else, do not regret it." Seeing Xiao Yan's indifference, the alchemist, though unwilling, obediently tossed out his ring. After examining the contents of the ring, Xiao Yan extracted the herbs within and returned the ring to the alchemist. "These herbs are part of what I lost." After uttering this, Xiao Yan disregarded the alchemist's ashen face and resumed his search for the next target. Soon, chaos enveloped the Dan realm, as this batch of alchemists had already lost nearly 30% of their elite members in the Yao mountain range. Now, due to Xiao Yan's intimidation and theft, some chose to withdraw from the Dan realm altogether, while others, having their task items seized, were forced to remain and continue searching for herbs. On the 6th day, as Liuyun approached the exit of the Dan realm after nearly completing his search, he learned from other alchemists about Xiao Yan's rampaging near the exit. How could this guy resort to robbery? Liuyun lamented, then stealthily distanced himself from the 2 conversing alchemists. 2 hours later, at the edge of Liuyun's vision, a towering, bare-chested figure came into view. At this juncture, within the area just dozens of miles from the exit, there was not a single alchemist in sight apart from Liuyun and the imposing figure blocking the exit. Liuyun had long sensed Xiao Yan's presence ahead, but this time he was determined to exit, necessitating a confrontation with the beast. As expected, Xiao Yan scrutinized every alchemist arriving at this location. Upon spotting Liuyun flying towards him, he swiftly positioned himself in Liuyun's path and menacingly commanded, "Boy, hand over your spatial ring for Xiao Yi to inspect." "And if I refuse?" Liuyun replied with a calm smile. "Boy, this is your chance from Xiao Yi. Do not spurn my kindness." After searching numerous individuals, Xiao Yan understood the need to keep things under control, so he had refrained from killing those who appeared later. "Very well, if you wish to see, then see you shall." Liuyun raised his hand as if to remove his ring, while Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixated on his hand. However, upon lifting his hand to a certain height, rather than removing the ring, Liuyun swiftly brought his palm down upon Xiao Yan's forehead. This strike was not intended to be lethal. It merely caused Xiao Yan to feel pain and temporarily lose consciousness. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Liuyun seized the spatial ring from Xiao Yan's grasp. "Off you go." After taking the ring, Liuyun delivered a swift kick to Xiao Yan's backside, propelling him away. In an instant, Liuyun traversed several miles, and at the edge of his sight appeared a vast plaza constructed of colossal white rocks, where only 4 figures lingered. Upon seeing this, Liuyun swiftly arrived at the expansive plaza. "My brother, you truly are formidable, being the first to complete the task and arrive here." As Liuyun stepped onto the plaza, the four individuals who had been seated promptly rose to greet him. Surprised by their words, Liuyun inquired, "Did you not arrive earlier? Why do you say I am first? Are you not participants in the competition?" One of the young men clad in blue, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Haha, my brother, you misunderstand. The reason we could arrive here early was that we happened to possess the items listed on the herb list in our spatial rings, allowing us to fulfill the task immediately upon entering the Dan realm." Chapter 485, The Worries of the Five Great Families. Upon hearing their explanation, Liuyun couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. The task for this second round was neither overly difficult nor entirely simple. However, previous alchemy conferences had never been like this one, with more than half of the allotted 10 days already passed. Not a single person had genuinely found the herbs listed on the task within the Dan realm and made it to this location. Such circumstances may arise for a multitude of reasons, all intricately linked to the Wan Yao mountain range, which is renowned as the realm of elixirs within the Dan world. Abundant in spiritual herbs, many individuals embark on quests to procure medicinal materials from this very location. However, the recent upheaval caused by magical beasts has inflicted significant losses upon the alchemists attempting to venture into the mountains. Most critically, the formidable Xiao Yan, a peak combatant within the Dan realm, has commenced intercepting those attempting to exit the Dan world from the Wan Yao mountain range. At this moment, within the Dan realm, perhaps only a fraction of the participants has completed their tasks. Yet, due to the threat posed by Xiao Yan, they hesitate to approach the exit. It appears that a longer wait is inevitable. Liuyun can sense the myriad of auras probing this plaza constructed from colossal white rocks, which contributes to a more genial atmosphere among those gathered here, unlike the ever-vigilant demeanor that characterized their previous experiences in the Dan realm. With nearly 4 days remaining until the final deadline of the second round, Liuyun settles into a meditative posture, choosing to disregard other matters. Meanwhile, outside the Dan realm, on that expansive plaza, the expressions of both the alchemists on the high platform and those accompanying them are decidedly grim. From the second day onward, the number of participants who have shattered their spatial stones to emerge from the Dan realm has been steadily rising. Initially, this was merely due to the gathering of ordinary shape-shifting magical beasts obstructing alchemists from entering the mountains in search of spiritual herbs. However, it has since escalated into a comprehensive search of the entire Wan Yao mountain range by the magical beasts, culminating in Xiao Yan venturing outside the mountains to rob alchemists and even resorting to lethal measures against some. Upon learning of these developments from the unfortunate individuals who failed, several elders accompanying the 5 prominent families hastened to the high platform to confer with the leaders of the Dan Tower. Ediction. Our Dan family members in the Dan realm scarcely number 1 in 10. If this turmoil continues, it could spell disaster. One elder from the Dan family expressed anxiously to Xian Kong. Following this, members of the Chao family and the other 3 families began voicing their grievances in turn. Has Xiao Yan lost his senses? Before Xian Kong could respond, Tian Lei Zi, standing beside him, interjected with a scowl. Xiao Yan has indeed overstepped his bounds. It seems we must dispatch someone into the Dan realm to address this matter and demand an explanation from Xiao Yan. Xian Kong remarked, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Wait a moment. It seems the situation is changing. Just as Xian Kong prepared to send an elder of the Dan Tower into the Dan realm, Xian Yi abruptly halted him. Xian Yi had been closely monitoring the immense rock plaza at the exit of the Dan realm, and at this moment, her watchful gaze noted an increase in the number of individuals gathering there, with 4 or 5 people already dashing toward the exit. Upon hearing Xian Yi's words, both Xian Kong and Tian Lei Zi swiftly extended their spiritual senses to ascertain the situation. Although the number of individuals entering the exit was still modest, it was no longer the case that no one had emerged for several days. Now, a few participants were entering intermittently. In that case, let us postpone addressing the issue with Xiao Yan until after the conclusion of the Dan conference. Xian Kong sighed softly. Historically, to avoid interference during the Dan conference and to maintain the integrity of the competition, only participants are permitted entry into the Dan realm, thereby avoiding any perception of injustice. With Xian Kong's directive, dissent among the attendees dissipated, and they returned to their respective positions. Within the Dan realm, many participants had already realized that Xiao Yan had vacated the vicinity of the exit, prompting those who had successfully gathered their herbs to hasten toward the exit. I had forewarned that Xiao Yan's reckless actions would surely provoke a response from the Dan Tower. Behold, it has come to pass. Those who previously disregarded advice and failed to exercise patience were now feeling the repercussions. However, with the absence of those individuals, It has indeed alleviated some burdens for us. At this very moment, sharing the sentiments of a throng eagerly surging toward the exit of the Dan realm, were also those who had been ruthlessly expelled by Liuyun, Xiao Yan included. They believed that the elders from the Dan Tower had intervened. Thus, after receiving a thrashing from Liuyun, Xiao Yan lacked the audacity to trouble the alchemists further. Even with his simmering anger, he could only suppress it within, retreating to his lair in compliance. As time progressed, the number of individuals at the Great Rock Plaza at the exit of the Dan realm continued to swell. However, unlike previous years where the attendees were predominantly elite participants, this time, the crowd was an eclectic mix, including even those who had only recently ascended to the rank of 5th-grade alchemist. While waiting, the center of the plaza suddenly warped, revealing an elder clad in the robes of the Dan Tower, wielding a staff and possessing a countenance of brilliant purple gold. One of the 8 great elders of the Dan Tower. Upon sighting this distinctive emblem, several individuals in the plaza gasped in hushed astonishment, quickly silencing themselves. The elder, seemingly undisturbed by the commotion, remained as still as a meditative monk until, at a certain moment, his eyelids fluttered and he gradually opened his eyes. With a casual glance, he proclaimed, "Time is up. Hand over your lists of herbs and the medicinal materials to me, and then depart from here to participate in the final Dan conference competition." As his words echoed, he lightly swept his staff across the distorted space, causing a dark spatial rift to gradually manifest. Upon hearing the elder's command, the plaza stirred with restlessness. Many faces grew despondent, clearly indicating that they had not completed their tasks. Shortly after the elder's announcement, a middle-aged man with an impassive expression stepped forward, presenting his list and materials to the elder. After a brief inspection, the elder nodded slightly, and the man promptly stepped into the spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. With this first individual leading the way, others began to approach in succession, submitting their items and being smoothly ushered into the spatial rift. Of course, some participants who had failed to complete their tasks attempted to pass off random herbs, but their efforts were swiftly thwarted as the elder's staff sent their offerings flying, leaving them to scrabble up in embarrassment, faces flushed. Chapter 486. A startling number of successful participants. This vast plaza, of a scale that inspires awe, was surrounded by a sea of humanity that extended beyond the horizon. The deafening clamor echoing like the roar of a dragon, reverberating through the skies. Under the impact of this overwhelming sound wave, even the clouds above were shattered into fragments. Suspended in midair were numerous stone platforms, which would serve as the focal point of attention, for it was here that the final confrontation of the Dan Conference would unfold. After a few days of relative quietude, the atmosphere in the plaza had undoubtedly reached a fever pitch, as today marked the opening of the Dan realm. Only those alchemists who successfully emerged from the Dan realm would qualify to continue participating in the conference. The ambience in the plaza was electric, with countless gazes fixated upon the central area, where a massive gate constructed of black stone stood, its interior space rippling with distortions. This was the exit of the Dan realm. Soon, those who had successfully navigated the second round would emerge from here. On a high platform in the plaza, Duan San and Chu Donghai's attention was also intently fixed on that spatial gate. Over the past few days, they had heard of the tumultuous events transpiring within the Dan realm, and upon gleaning a few details, they were both firmly convinced that all these happenings were undoubtedly related to Liuyun. Third brother, do you suppose that the leader of the Yun Alliance has dismantled that bear's stronghold, prompting such actions for Bear Zhan? Chu Donghai expressed with a degree of certainty to Duan San beside him. I share your sentiments, considering Bear Zhan's prowess. Only the leader of the Yun Alliance could inflict such a significant setback upon him. Duan San replied in agreement. Nevertheless, I remain somewhat puzzled. While the spirit medicines in the alchemy realm are indeed abundant, given the leader of the Yun Alliance's previous distribution of such a vast quantity of pills, he ought not to be lacking in these materials, Chu Donghai remarked, a hint of confusion evident on his visage. Brother, you and I think alike. However, it is also possible that the treasures within that realm exceed our wildest imaginations. Duan San concurred with Chu Donghai's assessment, delving into further analysis. Their deductions were indeed astute. If the only allure was the meager supply of spirit medicines from the alchemy realm, it would hardly befit Liuyun's status. Yet, should the treasures within that realm multiply 1,000-fold, even the true paragons of the continent would be tempted. At that moment, their discreet conversation unfolded amid the throng of onlookers. Suddenly, the spatial portal they had been focused on erupted with fierce spatial fluctuations. The portal opened. As the spatial disturbances manifested, a thunderous cheer erupted from the seemingly endless sea of spectators, their fervent gazes converging upon the portal. Under the scrutiny of all, the fluctuations of the spatial door intensified, and soon, figures emerged, stepping forth amidst the jubilant roars of the crowd, their feet firmly landing upon the plaza's ground. The successful contestants elicited a cacophony of applause from the stands. Those who reached this stage could be regarded as the creme de la creme among alchemists across the continent. Even should they choose to withdraw from the competition now, they would be treated as esteemed guests by various factions. As more figures continued to emerge from the portal, the cheers grew increasingly raucous, causing the vast plaza to tremble subtly under the weight of the overwhelming sound waves. However, while others reveled in rapture, the 5 prominent families of the Dan Tower stood in morose silence. Upon tallying the numbers, it was revealed that only 5 disciples from the Dan family had successfully navigated the alchemy realm, and these were merely those hastily gathered to bolster appearances. The true contenders anticipated by the Dan family had shattered the spatial stone and escaped from the Wan Yao Mountains the previous day. The Dan family's predicament was dire, and the other prominent families fared little better. Only the Yi family experienced a modicum of fortune, as their hopeful contestant emerged successfully from the spatial portal. Historically, the greatest adversaries faced by alchemists in the alchemy realm were not the magical beasts, but rather their own brethren, who would actively eliminate the weaker among them. Unexpectedly, this time, there had been hardly any altercations among the contestants, allowing even those of significantly inferior strength to reach the final arena, rendering the competition somewhat diluted. Shortly thereafter, as more and more individuals emerged, Duan San and Chu Donghai finally spotted a familiar figure. At long last, he has emerged. The leader of the Yun Alliance truly favors a low profile, Chu Donghai exclaimed with delight. In response, Duan San nodded, sighing, among this batch, everyone's strength is rather lackluster. Even if the leader of the Yun Alliance wishes to maintain a low profile, it will be impossible. As the two conversed, Liuyun, just having exited the spatial portal, suddenly turned his gaze toward them, giving a friendly nod with a smile. Surrounding Liuyun were several contestants, yet upon a cursory examination of their capabilities, he could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. The number of contestants that emerged was not only 2 to 3 times fewer than in previous years, but their overall strength was also dishearteningly poor. Ultimately, the fluctuations of the spatial portal subsided after merely 10 minutes, and the once distorted spatial disturbances gradually dissipated, returning the portal to tranquility. When the portal closed, a total of 300 contestants were counted within the plaza. From an initial pool of nearly 100,000, only 300 stood upon the final stage. At that moment, as the spatial portal sealed shut, the once boisterous plaza fell into a relative calm. All spectators understood that what lay ahead would be the true spectacle of this alchemy conference. Upon a high platform, Xian Kongzi surveyed the crowd, a gentle cough resonating in every ear, compelling all gazes to converge upon him. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you who stand here. You have successfully passed the second round of selection. However, you must also recognize that the next round is the most crucial part of the alchemy conference. Those who endure until the end shall be crowned the champions of this year's event. Although Xian Kongzi's words were invigorating, many could detect a hint of disappointment and resignation in his tone. The stone platform in the sky is your stage to showcase your talents. May you shine forth in your most glorious moments. Glory shall be born amongst you. Despite the relatively small number of participants reaching the third round, Xian Kongzi persevered, delivering an impassioned speech that ignited fervor within the atmosphere, akin to a spark igniting explosives, causing the very realm to tremble with excitement. The grandest event in the realm of alchemy had finally arrived. All contestants step forth. The final contest is free from limitations. Exert your utmost strength and produce your finest elixirs. As Xian Kongzi's resounding voice echoed across the heavens, the blood of those who had passed the second round surged with fervor. They exchanged glances, and with a resounding crash, figures surged forth from the plaza. The sky bore thousands of stone platforms, yet the number of contestants was exceedingly sparse. Once they found their respective positions, the overall scene appeared quite sparse. However, should hundreds of participants simultaneously engage in alchemy, the spectacle would undoubtedly be magnificent. Liuyun gracefully stepped into the void, arriving at a rather unremarkable stone platform. This platform, though modest in size, only 2 to 3 zhong, was ample for his solitary presence. After settling into place, he assumed a cross-legged position, paying no heed to the surrounding happenings. As Liuyun meditated, the tumult in the sky gradually subsided. All contestants found their stone platforms and began to arrange their materials, preparing to commence alchemical crafting. With a resonant sound, Xiankongzi's gaze swept over the stone platforms in midair. After a moment, he looked up at the sky, his sleeves sweeping gracefully, and a long, melodious chime resonated throughout the realm. The time has come. Esteemed participants, please ascend and commence your alchemical endeavors. With that declaration, the atmosphere solidified instantly, and hundreds of alchemical cauldrons materialized, landing heavily upon the stone platforms, their deep metallic sounds reverberating throughout the skies. As the cauldrons multiplied, a low murmur arose from the crowd, many witnessing such a multitude of high-quality cauldrons simultaneously for the first time. Once most alchemists summoned their cauldrons, a series of crackling sounds erupted from the heavens, and an array of vibrant flames surged forth, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks against the backdrop of the sky, rendering the heavens exceptionally resplendent. Upon the utterance of Xiankongzi, Liuyun also summoned a medicinal cauldron. At first glance, the cauldron appeared utterly unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the throng of several hundred spectators. However, the moment a uniform blue flame flickered from Liuyun's palm, the atmosphere transformed into an unbearable heat, rendering the dozens of beastly flames conjured by the other participants insignificant in its presence. What kind of flame is this, capable of such terrifying temperatures? The gazes of the contestants abruptly shifted toward Liuyun's direction. So it is him. As the participants recognized Liuyun's visage, they were reminded of the figure seated before the gatekeeper prior to entering the Dan realm in the second round. Having lost all hope for this year's Dan conference, who could have anticipated the appearance of such a unique flame? The dark-skinned Tian Lazy stroked his beard with a chuckle, but then, with a hint of surprise, remarked, "Yet, this peculiar flame seems rather unfamiliar. It should not be recorded on the flame ranking." Xiankongzi furrowed his brow, but offered no response. Meanwhile, Xian calmly posited that it might be a new flame Liuyun had discovered, one that did not appear on the flame ranking. The vastness of the world conceals countless mysteries, and the existence of unique flames is particularly esoteric. Although the flame ranking is considered authoritative, it cannot possibly encompass every unique flame in existence, hence Xian Yi's reasoning. Indeed, Xian Yi's reasoning is quite sound. Upon hearing Xian Yi's analysis, both Xiankongzi and Tian Lazy ceased to dwell on the name of the flame in Liuyun's possession. The leader of the Yun Alliance is truly extraordinary. Having just made his move, he has already become the focal point of the entire gathering. From a high platform in the square, upon witnessing the collective attention directed at Liuyun, Duan San expressed his pride. "Third brother, what rank of medicinal pill do you think the leader of the Yun Alliance will concoct?" Chu Donghai inquired, tilting his head toward Duan San. "How could I possibly guess that?" Duan San shook his head in response to Chu Donghai's question. "How about this? Let us make a wager. Given the prowess of the leader of the Yun Alliance, he will certainly refine an 8th grade pill. Let us wager on the number of colors of the Dan Thunder he will encounter. With each person allowed 2 choices," Chu Donghai suggested. "That sounds reasonable. I'll go first. I predict the leader will encounter either 3-colored or 5-colored Dan Thunder." After establishing the rules, Duan San eagerly declared, "Then I will choose 2-colored and 4-colored Dan Thunder." Chu Donghai contemplated for a moment before swiftly articulating his choice. "What shall the stakes be?" "We'll wager an 8th grade medicinal pill, the quality of which will match that of the one refined by the leader." At that moment, the other spectators were fixated on the stone platform in midair, astonished that the two had casually set up a wager. In the air, upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, Liuyun maintained an expression of calm. With a gentle wave of his hand, the small cluster of blue flames in his palm suddenly expanded and surged into the cauldron before him. The roaring flames swiftly caused the cold medicinal cauldron to begin heating. Just as Chu Donghai and Duan San had surmised, Liuyun was indeed refining an 8th grade medicinal pill. As the temperature within the cauldron gradually escalated, Liuyun waved his hand through the void, and numerous medicinal herbs soared forth from his spatial ring, eventually hovering around the stone platform. Upon cursory inspection, there appear to be at least 100 varieties. The process of concocting an 8th grade pill is notoriously complex for those lacking adept soul control. Merely gazing upon such an abundance of herbs could induce dizziness, let alone the precision required for refinement. Once these auxiliary materials were extracted, Liuyun flicked his wrist, causing 5 jade boxes to swiftly appear and gently hover before him. Within these boxes lay the 5 indispensable herbs required for concocting this particular pill. Liuyun, having amassed considerable experience in refining 8th grade pills, exhibited no hesitation as he selected several herbs from the swirling collection around him, seamlessly integrating them into the cauldron. Chapter 488. I have completed the refinement. You may proceed at your leisure. Once the herbs entered the cauldron, they rapidly withered under the terrifying temperature of the blue flames. Under Liuyun's formidable soul control, within a mere minute, several herbs were refined into pure medicinal powder, which, at Liuyun's mental command, gently floated to the corners of the cauldron. With remarkable speed, Liuyun extracted the first batch of pure medicinal powder without altering his expression. And with a series of deft hand movements, a continuous stream of herbs began to flow into the cauldron, regardless of the diversity of the materials. Liuyun exhibited no signs of panic. Observing this scene, several contestants still focused on Liuyun felt a jolt of surprise. This was the first time they had witnessed anyone refining herbs at such an astonishing pace. Goodness, this person's refining speed is utterly monstrous, Tian Lazy exclaimed, his excitement evident as he cursed, for such speed was beyond even his capabilities. Indeed, no one among the three titans present could match this rate. To achieve such a level, this individual must possess extensive experience in refining 8th grade pills, coupled with a remarkably high soul realm. He is truly a once-in-a-million prodigy, Xian Kongzi assessed coolly. I believe it is his unique flame that is the key to this extraordinary speed, Xian Yi added. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, in less than 10 minutes, more than half of the herbs on Liuyun's platform had already been transformed into pure medicinal powders and liquids. In contrast, the fastest among the others had barely completed 1/10 of their progress. Subsequently, Liuyun opened one of the jade boxes, and a verdant fruit, under his command, entered the cauldron. This principal herb harbored a potency far superior to that of the auxiliary materials. And even Liuyun required nearly 10 minutes to refine this first primary herb into a vibrant green liquid. This emerald-hued liquid floated amidst the blue flames, seemingly alive as it gently undulated. Gazing at the emerald liquid, Liuyun waved his hand, and the numerous powders and liquids hovering in the corners of the cauldron swiftly surged forth, all being integrated into the green liquid under his control. The first step of merging the 8th grade pill was executed flawlessly by Liuyun. After approximately half an hour, a viscous substance began to hover above the azure flames. At this moment, the other contestants on the floating stone platforms were too preoccupied with their own concoctions to pay heed to Liuyun, each concentrating intently on controlling the heat of their own cauldrons. The entire realm and square were enveloped in a profound silence, countless gazes converging upon the figures laboring in the sky above. They awaited the arrival of the final day. For it would be on that day that the climax of the Dan Conference would unfold, and the champion of the Dan Conference would emerge. Refining medicinal pills is an exceptionally time-consuming endeavor, often requiring 10 days or even half a month. Such occurrences are not uncommon. The attendees were well aware of this, and therefore did not exhibit impatience over the lengthy wait. Those capable of arriving at the Holy Dan City to observe were generally endowed with a certain level of skill, and thus, a requisite patience was naturally expected. As time slipped away under the gaze of countless eager eyes, a day had quietly passed since the commencement of the refining process. One day may seem fleeting in the grand scheme of the conference, yet within this brief span, Liuyun's platform was devoid of any herbs. All the primary and auxiliary materials had been transformed into liquid, quietly awaiting within a cauldron. Who on earth is this individual? At this moment, witnessing the situation on the flowing cloud platform, the members of the 5 prominent families of the Dan Tower could no longer remain seated, as they eagerly began to inquire about the origins of flowing cloud. Upon investigation, many soon directed their attention to Chu Donghai and Duan San, the two who had accompanied the alchemist. They must surely be aware of his identity. Quickly ascertain their identities. As some individuals delved into the backgrounds of Chu Donghai and Duan San, flowing cloud on the stone platform commenced significant actions. Within his cauldron lay 5 substances, either in liquid or powdered form, and his next endeavor was to amalgamate these 5 elements into a nascent form of elixir, ultimately culminating in the creation of a pill. The fusion of medicinal properties is the most critical step in alchemy. However, given flowing cloud's speed, even if this step were to fail, he would still have ample time for a reattempt. Thus, he unhesitatingly manipulated the ethereal blue flames within the cauldron, enveloping the 5 substances tightly. His vast spiritual energy instantaneously permeated every corner of the cauldron, allowing him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations within, which were instantly relayed to his mind. In this manner, a day swiftly passed, and, as the 3rd day dawned, a rich aroma of elixir began to emanate from flowing cloud's cauldron, where a somewhat coarse black pill began to levitate at its center. Above him, a dark thundercloud began to coalesce. To think it has formed so swiftly, this shattered the records of all previous alchemical gatherings. Such an extraordinary phenomenon immediately captured the attention of everyone present, including those competitors still refining their materials. All gazed in awe at the black thundercloud hovering above Flowing Cloud. The materials he had previously presented could not escape the notice of the crowd. Many understood he was attempting to concoct an 8th-grade pill. Given his prowess, it was likely he aimed to produce either a 4-colored or 5-colored thunder pill of the 8th grade, mused Tian Lei confidently. Indeed, this young man is exceptionally gifted. Concocting a 5-colored thunder pill poses no significant challenge. Xiankong Zi nodded in agreement with Tian Lei's assessment, then lamented, I fear that even the renowned Yao Chun of old would pale in comparison. Hearing the mention of Yao Chun, the beautiful woman standing beside Xiankong Zi became momentarily flustered, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. At that moment, the dark clouds above Flowing Cloud ceased to gather, and a formidable red and white thunderbolt surged violently towards his cauldron. How was it merely a 2-colored thunder? Tian Lei, who had previously expressed certainty that Flowing Cloud would forge a pill of 4 or more colors, was met with a swift reality check. With such strength, it cannot merely yield a 2-colored thunder. Xiankong Zi also found himself perplexed. At this juncture, Flowing Cloud had ascended several hundred meters above the cauldron to intercept the thunder. Bolts of thunder rained down ferociously. Yet he wielded his hands to unleash streams of fighting spirit that corresponded to the might of the thunder, perfectly neutralizing its energy in the heavens. This was the venue of the alchemical competition, even if Flowing Cloud refrained from intercepting the thunder. Members of the Dan Tower would intervene to prevent the thunder from disrupting others still engaged in refining. In this moment, Flowing Cloud's effortless management of the thunder also revealed glimpses of his true strength. This young man harbors profound depths. His ability to effortlessly counter the thunder is far beyond the superficial appearance of a low-tier Do zone. Possessing the capability to refine powerful new exotic flames and exhibiting a formidable spiritual realm, his cultivation even rivaled that of several seasoned elders. Such an individual could not possibly be a mere nobody. However, let's not elevate him too excessively. Have you forgotten the Lord of the Celestial Alliance from the northern region? He was capable of producing a 4-colored thunder pill. Xian Yi's final remark seemed to awaken both Xiankong Zi and Tian Lei, reminding them of the formidable reputation of the Celestial Alliance Lord, who had once been compared to the old generation, despite being of similar age to the young man in question. In recent years, an increasing number of prodigies have emerged in Zhongzhou. We old-timers may need to prepare to relinquish the stage and retreat into the shadows. Xiankong Zi reflected wistfully upon Xian Yi's words. Tian Lei, with a hint of anticipation, remarked, I wonder how this young man as character is. It would be splendid if he, like the Lord of the Celestial Alliance, possesses a keen sense of right and wrong and harbors intentions to oppose the nefarious forces of the Soul Palace. As the 3 towering figures of the Dan Tower contemplated Flowing Cloud's prowess in countering the thunder, Chu Donghai turned to Duan San, extending his palm with a grin. Ha! Third brother, I guessed correctly. The Alliance Master is concocting a 2-colored thunder 8th grade pill. Hurry up, you owe me. Observing the smug expression on Chu Donghai's face, Duan San reluctantly retrieved a black jade vial from his storage ring and handed it to him. After accepting the wager, Flowing Cloud had entirely dealt with the thunder. Suspended within his cauldron was a pill, its surface impeccably smooth and exuding a palpable fragrance. At that moment, he was the sole individual to have successfully refined a pill, and according to the rules, he should remain on the stone platform, patiently awaiting the final time to arrive. However, Flowing Cloud had no desire to squander time on the platform, as it would take at least another 10 days for the others to complete their refining. Thus, he made a rather astonishing declaration. Esteemed members of the Dan Tower, I have successfully refined my pill. I shall return in half a month to check the results. Flowing Cloud turned, his voice resonating powerfully towards the 3 towering figures of the Dan Tower. Upon hearing Flowing Cloud's words, the crowd in the square was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly disregarding the rules of the alchemical gathering? Rules are man-made, given that he could refine a pill in such a short time. He certainly need not linger and waste time with the others. Our opinions carry little weight. It is up to the esteemed figures upon the platform to decide. After a round of discussion, all eyes turned towards the 3 towering figures stationed above. Silence enveloped the 3 as they contemplated Flowing Cloud's request. Such a scenario was unprecedented for them. Never before had anyone managed to concoct an 8th-grade pill with such swiftness. Perhaps we should grant him this request? Tianlei was the first to express his opinion. Given that he has forged an 8th-grade pill so ahead of time, it indeed seems a waste to keep him on the platform. Hearing Tianlei's words, Xian Yi concurred. Very well, since both of you harbor no objections, let us proceed as he desires. Following Tianlei and Xian Yi's agreement, Xian Kongzi stroked his beard thoughtfully before speaking with a voice laced with age. We grant your request, but you must leave behind some of your spiritual information. Thank you. Upon receiving the approval of the 3 towering figures, Flowing Cloud paid no mind to the cauldron, directly approaching them. He then produced a white stone and inscribed a spiritual mark upon it. After completing this task, Flowing Cloud refrained from uttering another word to the 3 and proceeded directly towards the square below. This little brat is quite proud. He approaches us without a hint of trepidation, not even offering a greeting. Tianlei remarked, observing Flowing Cloud's retrating figure. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Flowing Cloud made his way to join Duan San and Chu Donghai, as many had noted that the 3 had arrived together. Let's go. We shall return in half a month. As they approached the 2 individuals, Liuyun greeted them softly before making his way toward the vast plaza's exit. Duan San and Chu Donghai had little desire to observe the alchemical practices of others, and upon hearing Luyun's words, they closely followed behind him. Once the trio departed from the plaza, they exited the inner realm and hastened toward the Lin family estate on the outskirts of the outer realm. Given their speed, they returned to the Lin residence in mere hours. Brother Feng, how is it that you returned so swiftly? I heard that the alchemy conference typically lasts for at least a month. Could it be that you failed the selection? That seems improbable, with your prowess. How could you possibly not advance past the first 2 rounds? Upon their return to the Lin estate, the sisters Hong, Yi, and Bai inquired with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Dear sisters, spare your wild conjectures, seeing the thoughts that crossed their minds. Chu Donghai and Duan San could not help but chuckle. Respected Master Feng Sheng was the first to concoct an 8th-tier elixir at this year's alchemy conference, and he did so in under 2 days. Chu Donghai gradually recounted the events to the others. Is that so? I never imagined that you could compel the 3 titans of the alchemy tower to amend the rules of the conference and allow an early exit from the arena. Upon hearing Chu Donghai's narrative, admiration filled the eyes of the sisters Hong, Yi, and Bai Yi. By the way, Brother Feng, there's something I nearly forgot to mention. Hong Yi suddenly slapped her forehead and quickly continued. Lin Hai, whom you mentioned previously, returned to the Lin family just a few days ago. Lin Hai has returned? Upon hearing Hong Yi's words, Liuyun's spiritual sense rapidly enveloped the entire Lin estate, soon detecting 3 distinct auras in the secret chamber where Lin Hai had been. Brother Feng, when Lin Hai returned, he was gravely injured, with his soul severely compromised. Chu Ming and Hai Bodong are doing everything in their power to heal him. Hong Yi elaborated. Gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Liuyun's brow furrowed, and a surge of fury ignited within him. It seemed that Lin Hai had indeed encountered peril. With a low growl, Liuyun's figure swiftly melded into the void, and when he reappeared, he had already penetrated the ceiling barrier outside the secret chamber, standing before a jade stone bed within. Upon that bed lay a decaying body, reeking of rot. On either side, Chu Ming and Hai Bodong tirelessly channeled their energy to sustain him. Witnessing Lin Hai's dire condition, Liuyun's wrath surged to its apex. Respected Master Feng, you have returned. Elder Lin Hai has sustained grievous injuries. Not only is his body on the brink of death, but his soul has also suffered a catastrophic blow. It is nothing short of a miracle that he made it back here. Upon Liuyun's arrival, Hai Bodong hastened to explain Lin Hai's condition. Fear not. As long as he is not reduced to mere remnants of his soul, I can restore him to vitality. Liuyun inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury. He then lightly tapped his spatial ring, summoning a palm-sized, verdant turtle into his hand. The moment the emerald turtle appeared, the secret chamber was enveloped in an indescribable, fragrant aroma. This scent suggested that the green turtle was indeed a beast formed from a 9th-tier elixir. Observing what Liuyun conjured, Chu Ming, who stood to his side, could not help but gasp. Even as a mid-level semi-saint, Chu Ming had only ever acquired a single elixir that had survived the trials of 9-colored elixir lightning. He was astonished to witness a genuine 9th-tier elixir today. Without a moment's hesitation, Liuyun administered the 9th-tier elixir directly into Lin Hai's mouth. As the elixir entered Lin Hai's body, the rotting flesh visibly regenerated, and all internal injuries, including those to his soul, were restored in a remarkably brief period. The aura of death that surrounded him dissipated, and he was revitalized with vigor. Witnessing the extraordinary effects of the ninth-tier elixir, both Chu Ming and Hai Bo Dong were simultaneously shaken to their cores, feeling a twinge of unusual emotion. Chu Ming was deeply moved by Liuyun's concern for his subordinate. He had never seen a leader so willing to expend a ninth-tier elixir to save a subordinate. 5 seconds after consuming the elixir, Lin Hai's once closed eyes slowly fluttered open. Lin Hai, how do you feel? Seeing Lin Hai awaken, a smile graced Liuyun's lips. Master, it truly is you. Upon seeing Liuyun, Lin Hai's eyes immediately glistened with moisture. Unlike Hai Bo Dong, he recognized Liuyun despite any changes in his appearance. After calling out in excitement, Lin Hai rose from the jade bed and knelt before Liuyun. Master, I am ashamed to have failed your expectations by not establishing a faction in the central region sooner. Lin Hai spoke with deep remorse. Rise, for achieving a breakthrough to the Dozuan level in just over a year is commendable. Liuyun swiftly extended his hands to assist Lin Hai in standing. Now tell me, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Liuyun's seemingly casual inquiry was laced with a profound undercurrent of menace. Master, I was ambushed by a 3-star Dozuan expert while traversing a desolate mountain range on my way back. The aura he emitted suggested he was from the Soul Palace. Lin Hai recounted the incident of the ambush. From the Soul Palace. Upon hearing Lin Hai's account, Liuyun's fists clenched tightly. Previously, his main body had subdued the respected Xiao Yan in the Blackhorn region, subsequently using him as bait to control several Dozuan experts from the Soul Palace, including a 6-star Dozuan. If this incident was indeed orchestrated by the Soul Palace, Liuyun was confident he could uncover the assailant through internal intelligence. Lin Hai, rest assured, I shall avenge this grievance. If it was indeed one of the esteemed elders from the Soul Palace, I will ensure that within a month, I will bring him before you. Liuyun asserted with unwavering confidence. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Liuyun's declaration, Lin Hai nearly knelt again. But Liuyun supported him once more. Elder Lin, I wonder if you remember me, Hai Bo Dong? Suddenly, Hai Bo Dong, who stood behind Lin Hai, spoke up. Hearing this voice, Lin Hai turned slowly. He had a clear recollection of Hai Bo Dong. They had interacted during his time in the Imperial City. At that time, Hai Bo Dong was merely a fledgling Do Huang, but now, the aura he radiated was inscrutable to Lin Hai. However, he was certain that Hai Bo Dong's current cultivation was far beyond his own. Brother Hai, I hardly deserve the title of elder. Lin Hai replied with a wry smile. From now on, let us refer to one another as brothers. Simply call me Lin Leoj. Very well, Lin Leoj. Hai Bo Zong not det in Akwits. And who might this be? After exchanging a few words with Hai Bo Dong, Lin Hai's gaze shifted to Chu Ming, sensing a formidable aura emanating from him, even more potent than that of Hai Bo Dong. Furthermore, Lin Hai recalled that the last figure he beheld before losing consciousness was indeed Chu Ming. Lin Leoj, this is the revered Saint Chu Ming. It is thanks to him that you have clung to life until now. Hai Bo Zong Plomtidi in Zhao. A saint. Lin Hai was asked to be Hai Bo Zong Interesting. He recalled that when he last parted from Liuyun, it was due to the appearance of the demon eagle, and he had not anticipated that within just over a year, a saint would be accompanying Liuyun. My heartfelt thanks to Saint Chu Ming for your salvation. Brother Lin, there is no need for such formality. Just as Lin Hai was about to pay his respects to Chu Ming, he was promptly assisted to his feet by Chu Ming. Chapter 491, The Alchemist Master Feng Sheng. With Lin Hai's return, Liuyun no longer needed to masquerade as his identity. In the ensuing days, Liuyun did not linger in the Holy Dan City, but instead took Hai Bo Dong, Duan San, and Chu Dong Hai to a rather desolate area within the Dan domain for their cultivation, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the Dan conference. As the days passed, Liuyun maintained contact with the powerful souls of the Soul Temple who had been implanted with puppet seeds, while simultaneously delving into the profound martial technique of the Divine Elephant's dominance. Before long, 10 days had elapsed, during which Liuyun had nearly uncovered the identity of the assailant against Lin Hai. As he suspected, the attacker was indeed affiliated with the Soul Temple. Liuyun had already arranged for a Soul Temple Celestial to bring that individual forth, and once the matters of the Dan conference concluded, the person would be brought to him. Let us depart. The Dan conference should be nearing its end. With Liuyun's rise, the others concluded their cultivation as well. This time, Liuyun only brought Duan San and Chu Dong Hai with him, while the others remained at the Lin family estate. In less than half a day, Liuyun, accompanied by Chu Dong Hai and Duan San, arrived once more at the venue of the Dan conference. At this moment, in the sky above, only the 2 alchemists' cauldrons continued to emit the flames of alchemy, while the others sat in meditation atop the stone platform, silently awaiting the proceedings. Stepping lightly through the void, Liuyun returned beside his cauldron, instantly capturing the attention of all present. He has arrived. Up to this point, no one had managed to concoct an 8th-grade pill at the Dan conference. It was unexpected that the first pill produced would be of such pinnacle quality. Amid the murmurs regarding Liuyun, one of the remaining 2 competitors suddenly experienced an explosion from their cauldron, while the other merely produced a mid-level 7th-grade pill. The alchemist whose cauldron had exploded had no chance of refining another pill within the remaining day, thus had to concede defeat. After the alchemist voluntarily withdrew, Xiankong-zi stepped forward from the high platform, his gaze sweeping across the sky before settling on Liuyun. At this juncture, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. I invite all participants to present the pills you have refined. Upon hearing Xiankong-zi's voice, all contestants on the stone platform cast their flawless, lustrous pills into the air, allowing them to hover before them. Liuyun also commanded the pills within his cauldron to rise. As these pills emerged, the fragrant aroma of elixirs filled the air, intensifying significantly. Countless gazes turned towards the floating pills, among which several resembled luminous pearls. However, despite their impressive appearance, 7th-grade high-level pills that would typically incite fervent pursuit, they failed to attract much attention, for above those 8 7th-grade pills hovered an exceptionally radiant 8th-grade pill, enveloped in a faint ethereal mist. Though 7th-grade and 8th-grade pills may appear similar, even those with no knowledge of alchemy could discern the difference at a glance. Rooted in the disparity of spiritual essence, 7th-grade pills possess concentrated energy, yet they are lifeless elixirs. Conversely, 8th-grade pills emanate their own spirit, thus earning the titles of living pills or spiritual pills. From the moment Liuyun successfully crafted this pill, the selection of the champion for this Dan conference was virtually assured. With a mere glance, Xiankong-zi could not help but smile, then proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the most esteemed pill of this Dan conference has been born, the sole 8th-grade pill present." Upon hearing Xiankong-zi's exhilarating announcement, the crowd felt little excitement. All their enthusiasm had long been spent over the past several days. The audience was curious about Liuyun's true identity now that he had secured victory in the Dan conference. Surely, he would not keep it concealed any longer. The alchemist who had refined the 8th-grade pill was indeed the champion of this event, and thus the call came forth. Please reveal your identity for the record of the Dan conference. Indeed, the next moment, the question on everyone's mind was posed. Under countless expectant gazes, Liuyun calmly declared, "A rogue cultivator, Fengsheng." Fengsheng, the alchemist master Fengsheng. At that moment, as the crowd comprehended Liuyun's identity, they extended to him profound respect. The name of alchemist master Fengsheng would soon resonate throughout the central state. Fengsheng, you have achieved victory in the Dan conference and shall henceforth be considered one of the prospective giants of the Dan Tower. Xiankong-zi remarked with a smile as he gazed at Liuyun upon the stone platform. Once Xiankong-zi's words were uttered, numerous envious and admiring glances fell upon Liuyun. The title of prospective giant of the Dan Tower signified that Liuyun would have the opportunity to ascend to the position of a future titan of the Dan Tower, a status that truly stands at the pinnacle of the continent. However, Liuyun held no interest in this champion title. His participation in the Dan conference was not for fame. What he sought was merely the rewards befitting the victor, and thus he awaited Xiankong-zi's subsequent actions. As the champion, you shall receive a scroll containing ancient soul cultivation techniques. Under Liuyun's watchful gaze, Xiankong-zi raised his hand, revealing an ancient parchment scroll that appeared in his grasp. With a gentle motion, he sent the scroll forth, and it streaked towards Liuyun amid a flash of light. Liuyun extended his hand to catch the ancient scroll, then began to examine it without concern for his surroundings. Xiankong-zi, undeterred by the authenticity of Liuyun's identity, swiftly announced him as the champion of this Dan conference before proceeding to evaluate the remaining pills. This Dan conference did not merely award a single champion. It would recognize the top 10 participants, all of whom would have the opportunity to conquer the 3,000 blazing flames. As Xiankong-zi evaluated the top 10, the audience understood that this Grand Dan conference was nearing its conclusion, and the forthcoming event would involve these top 10 competing for the 3,000 blazing flames. After a month of fervor, the throng surrounding the square gradually dispersed as the Dan conference drew to a close. Nevertheless, the entire city remained enveloped in an exhilarating atmosphere. Despite numerous challenges, the emergence of Liuyun shattered records. Never had anyone concocted a pill that overwhelmingly surpassed all competitors in less than 2 days. The name of alchemist master Fengsheng was firmly etched in the hearts of many, becoming the aspiration of countless alchemists. Chapter 492, Star Domain. The 3,000 blazing flames. After a brief respite of 2 days, the Dan Tower finally announced that the top 10 would enter the star domain to attempt to subdue the 3,000 blazing flames. Curiosity bubbled within the hearts of many regarding whether these long-sealed flames would truly be subdued. Outside the Dan Tower, the streets were alive with an uproar. A sea of dark figures filling every alleyway. As the sun climbed to its zenith in the sky, 3 silhouettes soared from the summit of the Dan Tower. Hovering high above, those entering the star domain, prepare yourselves. Xian Kongzi's voice resonated from the sky, echoing across the expanse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Xian Kongzi's words fell, figures shot in from all directions, swiftly halting in the sky, a sight to behold. For they were none other than the top 10 participants of the Dan Conference. Xian Kongzi, Tian Lazy, and Xian Yi cast their penetrating gazes over the 10 individuals. And after a brief exchange of glances among the 3, their hand seals transformed with lightning speed. A vast wave of spiritual energy emanated from their bodies, causing the previously tranquil expanse of the void to tremble violently. Suddenly, a pale silver spatial gateway materialized before the attentive eyes of all present. The Grand Elder shall accompany you into the star domain, and he will elaborate on the rules shortly. Xian Kongzi glanced at the silver portal, his expression sharpening with intensity. Now step inside. Upon the utterance of Xian Kongzi's command, a figure clad in white gradually emerged before the assembly, surveying the 10, including Liuyun, and calmly stated, I am the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, Xiaoling. I shall lead you into the star domain. Remember to follow my lead upon entry. Those who defy the rules may find their qualifications to enter revoked. In response, the top 10 of the Dan Association nodded slightly. Following Xiaoling's words, the pulsating silver portal stabilized completely. Let's proceed. Noticing this, Xiaoling exchanged glances with Xian Kongzi and the others, then nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, he was the first to step through the spatial gateway, vanishing in the blink of an eye, followed closely by Liuyun and the others. As the spatial fluctuations rippled, figures continuously disappeared within the undulating void, and within less than a minute, all 11 had vanished under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers. Once the last individual crossed the threshold, the fierce demeanor on Xian Kongzi's face slightly abated. He scanned the surroundings with a commanding gaze and solemnly cautioned, we must exercise utmost vigilance today. We cannot afford any mishaps. The formidable members of the Dan Tower have been stationed at the Holy Dan City, ready to respond at a moment's notice should any unforeseen events arise with the 3,000 flame Yangfire. Tian Lazy nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, several strong allies closely associated with the Dan Tower are currently in the Holy Dan City. I have dispatched word to them to keep a vigilant watch. Xian Kongzi then nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the spatial portal as he sighed. I hope all proceeds smoothly. If the 3,000 flame Yangfire cannot be subdued, and if issues arise with the seal, it could lead to dire consequences. In the boundless void, a sudden ripple emerged, and soon, a dozen figures gradually materialized. Upon entering, the group was instantly met with an intense heat. Yet for Liuyun, this warmth was trivial. He began to survey this so-called star domain, a realm forcibly torn asunder by the 3 titans of the Dan Tower. This space, although grand, paled in comparison to the likes of the Dan realm or the Heavenly Ox realm, appearing rather desolate. A faint, scorching mist enveloped the surroundings, with weak glimmers of light filtering into this space, rendering the ambience somewhat frigid. Liuyun was exceedingly familiar with the power contained within these faint lights, for it was the very essence of the star power that powered the star array of the alliance of heaven and earth. The purpose of this space was to restrict the 3,000 flame Yangfire from absorbing the star power, known as the starfire of the cosmos. The 3,000 flame Yangfire is born from the condensation of star power. As long as there is sufficient star power, it shall remain immortal. In this world, it is exceedingly rare for star power to completely vanish, for even in daylight, it exists, albeit in lesser amounts. As Liuyun and the others absorbed the essence of this region, the Grand Elder Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed with a stern voice, stay close and do not stray. This star domain exists within spatial rifts, with some areas directly linked to the void. Should you wander into them, you must understand the consequences. Xiaoling, merely a 5-star dozun, did not command much respect from Liuyun. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly darted ahead, prompting Liuyun and the others to hastily follow suit. The expanse of the star domain, while not as vast as the Dan realm, was still considerable. Liuyun estimated that it was likely no smaller than the Holy Dan City, as evidenced by their nearly 10 minutes of flight without sight of a boundary. As they continued their journey, the temperature around them escalated, and the other 9, all at the Do zone level, instinctively summoned their Do Qi to defend against the rising heat, while Liuyun remained effortlessly composed. This demeanor elicited a hint of surprise in the leading Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, yet recalling Liuyun's extraordinary flame display during the Dan Association competition, he felt somewhat reassured. The group sped through the void with purpose, and soon, Liuyun's spirit sensed an anomaly ahead, though the others could not detect it. They felt the sudden increase in temperature and understood they were nearing their destination. As they heightened their vigilance, a brilliant radiance erupted from the distant void, its intensity blinding, akin to the fierce sun, causing discomfort to their eyes. "We have arrived. Exercise caution. Remember, any misconduct will result in immediate execution at my hands," Xiao Ling commanded sharply, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group. After issuing this warning, Xiao Ling slowed his pace and gradually floated toward the source of the dazzling light. As they drew closer to the blinding brilliance, the object within became clearer to their sight. Upon realizing what lay within the light, the expressions of the 9, save for Liuyun, went blank, their throats dry as they struggled to swallow, their eyes wide with profound shock. Encased within the light was a colossal dragon of unfathomable size, its eyes tightly shut, coiled in a serpentine manner, wreathed in an enigmatic purple-black flame that distorted the surrounding space with its ethereal glow. In the vast emptiness, the dragon lay entwined, the purple-black flames perpetually emanating from its form, ceaselessly consuming the ether, presenting a spectacle that evoked an undeniable sense of awe. Chapter 493. The Fury of the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire. The Projection of the Soul. So this is the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire. One voice trembled in hushed disbelief amidst the silence. Although the dragon's eyes remained closed, the oppressive draconic aura it exuded compelled a tremor in their legs. Its sheer size was utterly breathtaking. As the first speaker broke the silence, the others gradually regained their composure, exchanging glances filled with astonishment, silently acknowledging the sheer terror of this entity. Feeling the overwhelming draconic presence emanating from the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire, Liuyun recalled certain facts. This fire had been nurtured by a powerful Do Sheng from the ancient Void Dragon clan, who had implanted a dragon seal within it, leading to its evolution into a dragon form. This is indeed the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire, but it is currently sealed. You shall now approach one by one and attempt to subdue it with gentle means, Xiao Ling instructed in a grave tone. Remember, gentle means, do not awaken it from its slumber. The seriousness of the Grand Elder's words indicated his deep-seated apprehension towards the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire. However, upon hearing this, Liuyun felt nothing but disdain. The members of the Dan Tower often indulged in fanciful dreams, hoping for a fated individual to effortlessly subdue the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire with no exertion. Yet, it was evident that the 3,000 Flame Yang Fire had already attained intelligence. Without some measure of capability, how could one hope to tame it? Although Liuyun harbored disdain in his heart, he refrained from displaying it on his countenance. In the next moment, the gaze of Xiao Ling fell upon him, and with a gentle tone, he spoke. "Fengsheng Yao Zun, you are the champion of this alchemy conference. Therefore, you shall proceed first." Prior to this, Xian Kongzi had subtly conveyed to Tianlei Zi that Fengsheng's cultivation likely rested between the first and second star of the Dozun realm. Hence, despite Xiao Ling's stern demeanor towards others, he transformed into a figure of utmost gentleness when addressing Liuyun. As Xiao Ling's words echoed, all eyes converged upon Liuyun. Under the scrutiny of those gazes, Liuyun's expression remained unchanged as he strode forward. At that moment, an aura reminiscent of dragon might emanated from the slumbering colossal dragon, enveloping Liuyun. With such feeble dragon might, do you think you can impede my progress? Sensing this pressure, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Liuyun's mouth as he approached the mighty dragon without faltering, his figure hovering before its head, appearing almost negligible compared to the vastness of the 3,000 flames. Upon closer examination, Liuyun realized he was scarcely the size of a single dragon scale on the creature's body. Fengsheng Yaozun, place your palm upon the forehead of the 3,000 flames. There lies a scale not obscured by the violet-black flames. Infuse your soul power within, and if fortune favors you, perhaps you may subdue it. As Liuyun scrutinized the dragon, the voice of the Grand Elder, Xiao Ling, suddenly resounded from behind. Hearing these words, Liuyun could not help but chuckle inwardly. The 3,000 flames were not so easily subdued. If the Alchemy Tower maintained such beliefs, it would be unlikely for a fated individual to appear even after 3,000 years. Yet despite these thoughts, Liuyun complied and approached the scale that stood an impressive 2 meters tall, confirming that it was indeed free from flames. A cursory glance revealed that the scale was adorned with thin, spider silk-like black lines, interwoven to form peculiar runes that clung tightly to the scale, resembling an enormous black web ensnaring the 3,000 flames. The other scales were similarly embellished with these enigmatic runes. These must be the seals laid by Xian Kong, Zi, and the others. Such a powerful seal, Liuyun surmised, would be challenging to dismantle in a short span. With a murmured thought, he stepped forward and gently placed his palm upon the unencumbered scale. Upon contact, he felt no heat. Rather, a faint chill emanated from it. Following the Grand Elder Xiao Ling's earlier instructions, Liuyun's soul energy swiftly traversed his arm and entered the scale. As his soul energy penetrated the scale, the gazes of the other 9 individuals turned towards him. Boom! Upon the intrusion of Liuyun's soul energy into the scale, a subtle, deep sound resonated, and Liuyun's soul seemed to break through a barrier, finding itself in a realm of peculiar void. This void was suffused with violet-black flames, and at its center lay a diminutive version of the colossal dragon, coiled and seemingly asleep. Recognizing the little fire dragon with its eyes tightly shut, Liuyun knew that this was the source of the 3,000 flames, and he was acutely aware that the source did not slumber. Instead of adopting the gentle approach suggested by Xiao Ling, Liuyun boldly called out to the miniature dragon, "Stop feigning sleep. I know you are awake." At his words, the little fire dragon abruptly opened its eyes, revealing icy orbs filled with violet-black flames, fixating on Liuyun's soul. "Human, how did you discern that I am not asleep? Enough of this time wasting, be gone." Upon awakening, the fire dragon spoke in human tongue, its voice initially laced with surprise, then turning remarkably indifferent. Though Liuyun had anticipated that the 3,000 flames possessed intelligence and could articulate human speech, witnessing it firsthand sparked his curiosity. "Given your intriguing nature, I promise that upon subduing you, I shall not erase your intelligence," Liuyun declared earnestly. "Haha, human, your bravado is amusing. Do you truly believe you can subdue me with your meager strength?" The fire dragon scoffed, its tone dripping with mockery, before a surge of violet-black flames erupted violently from its form, sweeping towards Liuyun's soul energy. Unfazed by the dragon's aggressive retaliation, Liuyun's soul energy remained steadfast, rooted in place without a hint of retreat. Just as the violet-black flames were about to engulf him, a white figure materialized unexpectedly within the void. Chapter 494. The Struggling 3,000 Flames. As the violet-black flames surged towards Liuyun, this white figure appeared without warning in the void. With a gentle lift of its hand, an invisible barrier emerged, shielding Liuyun's soul energy and keeping the violet-black flames at bay. The source fire dragon of the 3,000 flames, upon seeing this figure, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of trepidation. Sensing that this presence was entirely composed of soul energy and had materialized without any forewarning, devoid of spatial fluctuations. Could this be the projection of a powerful entity? The fire dragon pondered, recognizing the formidable nature of this apparition. 3,000 flames, I previously advised you against resisting. Do you truly wish to have your intelligence erased and perish in this world? As the miniature fire dragon contemplated, Liuyun's soul projection spoke in a chilling tone. Being refined by you humans will also lead to the loss of consciousness. Infuriated by the threat posed by Liuyun's soul projection, the 3,000 flames seethed with anger. You are mistaken. I have little interest in your inferior flames. Thus, even if I were to free you, I would not refine you. Liuyun's soul projection retorted dismissively. Inferior flames, if you truly have no interest in me, why seek me out, human? Is this not sheer hypocrisy? The 3,000 flames glared at Liuyun's soul projection, its voice resonating with anger and disdain. If you cooperate, I can lead you out of here and grant you your freedom within 3 months. Liuyun's soul projection maintained a patient demeanor. Do you think I would believe a human's promise? The miniature fire dragon scoffed once more. Are you implying that negotiations have reached an impasse? Liuyun's voice turned serious. This 3,000 flames, akin to a delusional persecutor, refused to heed a single word from Liuyun, swiftly exhausting the last vestiges of his patience. Destroy the seals outside, and I shall engage you in earnest. The 3,000 flames retorted. Initially, Liuyun had no desire to create a significant disturbance, but it appeared he had no choice but to force the issue. With a resigned acceptance of the situation, Liuyun's soul projection flickered and appeared directly before the miniature fire dragon, swiftly reaching out to grasp its head. However, although the soul projection of Liuyun had grasped the head of the diminutive dragon. The searing purple-black flames emanating from the miniature fire dragon began to fiercely assault his soul form, causing his spiritual energy to swiftly dissipate. Witnessing the gradual weakening of Liuyun's soul power under the influence of his flames, the mini-fire dragon transitioned from an initial state of panic to one of elation. At this rate, it would not be long before it could break free. Just as the tiny dragon was struggling violently in the starry realm, Liuyun, the avatar, kept his palm resting upon the dark dragon scales, and though he exhibited no outward change, the myriad black scales began to tremble slightly, as if agitated. Fengxing Yaozuan, what are you doing? Why is the 3,000 flame fire in such turmoil? Upon noticing the disturbance of the scales, Xiaoling immediately understood that the 3,000 flame fire sought to break free from its seal. Under Xiaoling's questioning, Liuyun, the avatar, swiftly withdrew his hand from the dragon scales and replied, I intended to persuade this fellow to comply and come out peacefully, but it is far too stubborn to heed my counsel. Hearing Liuyun's words, Elder Xiaoling slowly shook his head and sighed. Fengxing Yaozuan, your actions have squandered the opportunities of others. Now that the 3,000 flame fire is enraged, there is no possibility of subduing it. Following Xiaoling's admonition, the 9 individuals lined up behind Liuyun cast him glares of indignation. Yet, just as they were about to denounce Liuyun as a selfish individual, the enormous eyes of the 3,000 flame fire suddenly opened, its cold gaze sweeping over the 11 present. Subsequently, it let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. In that moment, as the dragon's roar echoed, the purple-black flames enveloping the body of the 3,000 flame fire surged violently, reminiscent of an inferno, consuming the void around them. The purple-black flames surged, and the densely packed black runes on the body of the 3,000 flame fire erupted with an unusual luminescence, resembling a massive net that ensnared the fire dragon. The 3,000 flame fire struggled desperately, its roars resonating through the abyss, as the purple-black flames fervently scorched the black runes. Meanwhile, a refreshing celestial power continuously seeped forth from the void, relentlessly pouring into the colossal form of the 3,000 flame fire. Faced with this long-dormant entity's desperate counterattack, even the black runes appeared somewhat inadequate, dimming under the relentless assault of the purple-black flames. Observing the frantic state of the 3,000 flame fire, Elder Xiaoling furrowed his brow. Fengxing Yaozuan, speak plainly. What transpired just now? Why has the 3,000 flame fire, which has been dormant for so many years, begun to struggle against its seal? Xiaoling pressed Liuyun, judging by his expression. Had it not been for Liuyun's status as the champion of the Alchemy Association and his rare talent, and the fact that the seal on the 3,000 flame fire had not been damaged, he might have already taken action. My strand of soul power is forcefully subduing the primordial fire of the 3,000 flame fire. Liuyun casually responded to Xiaoling's inquiry. How can a strand of soul power forcibly subdue the primordial fire of the 3,000 flame fire? Over countless years, Xiaoling had witnessed many attempting to tame the 3,000 flame fire. Yet even those who approached it with the utmost gentleness had their soul powers instantly incinerated to nothingness under its primordial heart fire. The notion that Liuyun was subduing the 3,000 flame fire's primordial heart fire with merely a strand of soul power seemed utterly preposterous. Elder Xiaoling, do you doubt my words? Just as Liuyun's voice fell, the void suddenly trembled violently, and a torrent of overwhelming power surged forth from the abyss, converging upon the body of the 3,000 flame fire. As this immense power flowed in, the black runes regained their brilliance, evidently bolstered by the efforts of the 3 giants of the alchemy tower. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the colossal energy continued to reinforce the densely packed black runes, and before long, the dragon's massive form became entirely immobile under such suppression. The once furious dragon's roar now took on a melancholic tone. Seeing the 3,000 flame fire's turmoil swiftly subdued by the 3 giants of the alchemy tower, Elder Xiaoling finally felt a sense of relief. Just as everyone thought the dragon had calmed down, Liuyun suddenly interjected, Elder, it is not over yet. This creature is about to fight back with all its might. What do you mean, fight back? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Elder Xiaoling was still processing the information when another disturbance emanated from the 3,000 flame fire. Its enormous pupils, which had just been closed, suddenly snapped open, glowing a fierce crimson as a destructive aura surged forth from its massive body. A low, furious roar reverberated through the void, and the purple-black flames on the 3,000 flame fire began to writhe violently. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the flames rapidly coalesced, manifesting into an ominous black fire that flickered into existence. The flames then split apart, transforming into countless tiny black fire droplets, raining down upon the vast body of the 3,000 flame fire. As the deep black droplets rained down, the black runes began to dissolve and disintegrate at an alarming rate. However, this method seemed to consume an immense amount of energy, as the brilliance in the dragon's eyes appeared to dim slightly with each passing moment. Damn it, I do not wish to perish. Yet, after unleashing its desperate measures, the 3,000 flame fire suddenly stilled and emitted a chilling human-like cry. In the starry realm, upon hearing the 3,000 flame fire speak, the other 9 individuals were struck with astonishment, and Elder Xiaoling was similarly taken aback, though his shock stemmed from the content of the dragon's words. Do not wish to die? Why would the 3,000 flame fire utter such sentiments? For a being of its caliber, physical death was exceedingly rare. The other form of death, the loss of consciousness, suggested that someone was indeed erasing its very awareness. Xiaoling's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Liuyun, recalling the latter's earlier claim that a strand of soul power was subduing the primordial fire of the 3,000 flame fire. Could it be that he spoke the truth? With this thought, Elder Xiaoling's eyes were filled with profound astonishment as he regarded Liuyun. Now the 3,000 flame fire, amidst its frenzied outburst, had still failed to break free from the seals laid down by the 3 giants of the alchemy tower, and it appeared even more subdued than before. Its enormous pupils exhibited no signs of the previously evident emotional turmoil. What has happened to the 3,000 flame fire? Could it truly be that this person has forcibly subdued it? The absence of any emotional fluctuations in the 3,000 flame fire led everyone to speculate, while a triumphant smile crept across Liuyun's lips. Elder Fengsheng, what has happened to the 3,000 flame fire? Is it truly under your control? Elder Xiaoling inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, upon hearing the inquiry from Elder Xiaoling, Liuyun nodded and candidly replied, Indeed, I have successfully subdued it. As Liuyun's words resonated, the colossal dragon, which loomed large, suddenly began to exhibit peculiar movements. Astonishingly, its size commenced a dramatic contraction, visibly diminishing before their eyes. A multitude of questions arose in the hearts of the 9 individuals standing behind Liuyun, while Elder Xiaoling's face was alight with excitement. Ha! After countless years of waiting, a fated one has finally appeared for our Dan Tower. Observing the diminishing volume of the 3,000 flame fire, Elder Xiaoling murmured to himself, subsequently executing a series of intricate hand seals. As these seals were cast, the 3 prominent figures of the Dan Tower, who had been diligently reinforcing the seal beyond the star domain, abruptly froze in place, exchanging glances filled with elation. Elder Xiaoling's transmission signifies that one among the 10 has indeed subdued the 3,000 flame fire. At long last, we need not live in trepidation, fearing the chaos that this fire might wreak upon holy Dan City. However, I am left curious, among these 10, who is the one capable of taming the 3,000 flame fire? It requires no contemplation, aside from a youthful champion of the Dan Society. Who else could possess such fortune? It seems you hold great hopes for Fengsheng Yaozuan. The 3 of them chuckled amiably as they departed from the location of the reinforced seal. Before long, 3 figures entered the star domain, appearing above Liuyun and Elder Xiaoling's group. Upon their arrival, Liuyun addressed the 3 presidents directly. Esteemed presidents, the 3,000 flame fire has been subdued by me. Thus, the seal has become unnecessary. Fengsheng Zunren, you truly astonish me. The emergence of such a young prodigy within the Dan Society is indeed a fortune for the continent. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Zhuangkongzi, Tianlaizi, and Xuani confirmed their earlier suspicions. At this moment, Zhuangkongzi unabashedly praised Liuyun. The president is being overly flattering. Fengsheng's aptitude is merely ordinary, and to claim it as a fortune for the continent is rather excessive. Liuyun remained composed, unfazed by the praise lavished upon him. The youth is indeed modest. In response to Liuyun's humble words, Zhuangkongzi chuckled and then solemnly stated, The seal cannot be dismantled just yet. We must first ensure your complete subjugation of the 3,000 flame fire. Very well, Liuyun replied without hesitation. After uttering those words, he approached the seal, and Zhuangkongzi promptly opened a breach in the seal, allowing Liuyun to enter the sealed space. Whoosh! The moment the breach appeared, Liuyun entered the seal without hesitation. By this time, the massive dragon within the sealed space had shrunk to a mere 1/10 of its original size. Chapter 496. The Xiao family repays their debts. Whoosh! As Liuyun entered the breach, the colossal dragon within the sealed space had already diminished to the size of a human. The darkness of its black dragon scales appeared even deeper, and the black flames enveloping it were visibly receding. Inside the seal, Liuyun was enveloped by a layer of blue membrane, unreservedly approaching the gradually shrinking 3,000 flame fire. When Liuyun's steps came to a halt, the fire dragon had already reduced to half a person's size. Liuyun gently raised his palm, emanating an immense pulling force, which drew the diminutive fire dragon directly into his hand and subsequently into his body. 3 esteemed presidents, are you now at ease? The 3,000 flame fire has been absorbed into my body. Should it erupt, I would be the first to suffer. Having absorbed the 3,000 flame fire, Liuyun turned around and spoke quite nonchalantly. Excellent, excellent. Witnessing Liuyun's ease in subduing the 3,000 flame fire, Zhuangkongzi and the others felt immensely satisfied. In the next moment, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed hand seals, and the colossal seal that had existed for countless years swiftly dissipated within the star domain. Shortly thereafter, all those present in the star domain returned to the Dan Tower, with Zhuangkongzi quickly dispersing the others, including Elder Xiaoling, leaving only the 3 prominent figures of the Dan Tower and Liuyun in the Grand Hall. Once everyone had departed, Zhuangkongzi fixed his gaze upon Liuyun, smiling as he inquired. Fengsheng Yao-san, what are your thoughts regarding the Dan Tower? What do you mean by that, President Zhuangkongzi? Liuyun responded, somewhat perplexed. The Dan Tower is one of the most powerful forces on the continent and is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of nearly all alchemists. It is, of course, exceptional. Haha, since Fengsheng Yao-san holds the Dan Tower in such high regard, why not assume the position of a giant here? I could retire. Zhuangkongzi spoke earnestly, his demeanor sincere. You want me to take on the position of a giant? A hint of confusion crossed Liuyun's face. Indeed, if you, Fengsheng Yao-san, agree, I shall immediately step down, and Taoyin Divine will take my place, while you will become the new vice president of the Dan Tower. Zhuangkongzi clarified. The primary motivation behind Zhuangkongzi's sudden proposal was to attract talented individuals. With Liuyun displaying such exceptional capabilities, he would undoubtedly grow to become a pillar of the Dan Tower. Furthermore, although the 3,000 flame fire had been acquired by a fated individual, it had always been the Dan Tower's extraordinary fire, and Zhuangkongzi hoped to keep it within the tower. Considering the previous recruitment of the Taoyin Alliance's leader, the terms offered were not very enticing, prompting him to offer the position of a giant this time. I'm sorry, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to be bound by too many constraints. Liuyun had already contemplated this issue. An entity like the Dan Tower entailed too many entanglements. Given his personality, should he truly join the Dan Tower, he would inevitably feel compelled to assist it, which would become a burden for him, unless one day he were to become the highest authority of the Dan Tower, overseeing even the minor Dan Tower and its ancestors. Then he might consider it. Fengsheng Yao-san, will you not reconsider? If you do not wish to be the vice president, I can directly allow you to take my position. Upon witnessing Liuyun's refusal, Zhuangkongzi increased the stakes. However, the additional incentives held no allure for Liuyun. The position of a giant was merely a superficial role within the Dan Tower, while the true power always resided within the minor Dan Tower, as those within had once been prominent figures themselves, merely retreating into the background. There is no need for further discussion, for my mind is firmly made up, Liuyun replied resolutely. Very well, regardless of whether Fengsheng Yao-san joins the Dan Tower, you will always be a fated one for us. Should you change your mind in the future, my position will always be available to you. Acknowledging Liuyun's definitive stance, Zhuangkongzi reluctantly relinquished the notion, not wishing to create an atmosphere of coercion. After Zhuangkongzi's words, Liuyun slightly inclined his hand in farewell, expressing, I am grateful for the 3,000 flame fire from the Dan Tower. I take my leave. Until we meet again. Zhuangkongzi and the others waved goodbye. After Liuyun departed, Zhuangkongzi, Taoyin Divine, and Xuani in the Grand Hall simultaneously sighed. I never expected that today's youth could withstand such temptations. Even the position of a giant in the Dan Tower fails to entice him. Zhuangkongzi lamented. Following this, Taoyin Divine echoed, indeed, the last time we sought to recruit the Taoyin Alliance's leader, Yin Lu, she exhibited a similar attitude. In the depths of his gaze, Xian Yi harbored a glimmer of anticipation as he slowly remarked. These two individuals are contemporary prodigies. I wonder what extraordinary heights they will achieve in the future. Upon departing from the Pill Tower in Utan City, Liuyun directly made his way to the inn where Duan San and Chu Donghai were residing. Yiming Master, you have returned. How did it go? Were you successful in subduing the 3,000 flame blazes? As Liuyun entered, both Duan San and Chu Donghai eagerly inquired about the outcome of his expedition in the star domain. Yes, it is settled. The 3,000 flame blazes now reside within me. Liuyun replied with a nod, his tone unremarkable. Yet, this understated response sent waves of astonishment through Duan San and Chu Donghai. The 3,000 flame blazes had existed within the Pill Tower's star domain for countless years, with innumerable attempts to tame them, all in vain. Even the 3 titans of the Pill Tower could only manage to seal them. Yet Liuyun had accomplished this feat in mere hours. Enough with the flattery. Let us hasten back to the Lin family, Liuyun said, refusing to linger any longer, and promptly led Duan San and Chu Donghai towards the outer realms. Several hours later, the trio returned to the Lin family. Shortly thereafter, Liuyun was met with 2 pieces of splendid news. The first was that the Celestial Master controlled by the Soul Palace had brought the severely injured Lin Hai to the outskirts of Shengdan City. The second piece of news was that Xiao Yan from the Qiao family had arrived at the Lin family, presumably to settle her debts. Upon learning of these developments, Liuyun instructed Lin Hai to go out and meet with Xiao Yan to reclaim the funds from the auction of the ancient tree. In the Lin family's reception hall, Xiao Yan, accompanied by 2 or 3 white-haired elders, awaited in silence. Moments later, Lin Hai strode in with purposeful steps. Flanked closely by Lin, he and a contingent of Lin family disciples. Mr. Lin Hai, you have finally made your appearance. Upon seeing Lin Hai, Xiao Yan immediately rose to greet the elder. With a warm smile, Lin Hai responded cheerfully, Miss Xiao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Have you brought the elixirs? Xiao Yan felt an odd sensation wash over her at Lin Hai's words. He seemed somewhat different from the Lin Hai she had encountered previously, not merely in the aura he exuded, but also in his manner of speaking. Perhaps I am overthinking this, she mused, shaking her head to dispel the notion. She then slightly turned her body, gesturing towards the 3 white-haired elders seated nearby. These 3 are esteemed elders of my Qiao family, each capable of refining 8th-grade elixirs. They have graciously agreed to oversee the return of the elixirs I owe to the Lin family auction house. Xiao Yan continued, in addition to returning the elixirs, the elders have come here to establish a connection with someone as distinguished as you, Mr. Lin. Lin Hai's expression reflected surprise at Xiao Yan's introduction. Although this was Shengdan City, renowned for its alchemists, 8th-grade alchemists were not readily accessible. Yet, today Xiao Yan had brought 3 of them at once. Glancing over the trio of elders, Lin Hai noted that one was at the pinnacle of 9-star Dozone, while the other 2 had reached the 2-star Dozone realm. The Qiao family, though not abundant in top-tier combatants, had several powerful individuals willing to serve as their patrons. Mr. Lin Hai, the elder with the strongest presence, suddenly spoke. I have heard of your formidable strength. Today, you truly stand apart. Ah, you flatter me, Lin Hai replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise. Mr. Lin Hai, I have brought the 8th-grade elixir that has endured the trials of the 8-colored pill thunder, as promised by Xiao Yan, the elder declared, producing a small green serpent that exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. Is this truly the 8th-grade elixir that has survived the 8-colored pill thunder? Lin Hai took the serpent, feeling a surge of excitement, though he remained uncertain about the elixir's grade. Given the Qiao family's esteemed reputation, they would not attempt to deceive him with an inferior product. Therefore, after accepting the green serpent, Lin Hai promptly produced the promissory note given to him by Liuyun. As the note was handed to the elder, a notification chimed in the hidden chamber where Liuyun was located. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the green meat ancient tree, receiving a 10,000-fold return, and acquiring the Soul Convergence ancient tree. The Soul Convergence ancient tree has been deposited into the system space. Please check it. The Soul Convergence ancient tree. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Liuyun's consciousness plunged into the system space. There, he beheld a towering green ancient tree, nearly 300 meters high, its lush foliage sprawling within his sight. Such a magnificent ancient tree was a first for Liuyun, leaving him utterly astounded. As he focused intently on the tree, information regarding the Soul Convergence ancient tree suddenly filled his mind. Soul Convergence ancient tree, capable of continuously producing pure soul energy. 10 leaves can elevate an ordinary person's soul power from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm. The heart of the ancient tree possesses incomprehensible miraculous effects. After absorbing the effects of the Soul Convergence ancient tree, Liuyun felt a surge of exhilaration. Just 10 leaves could bestow transformative power upon an ordinary individual, and the heart of the ancient tree was invaluable. However, if the heart were to be removed, the ancient tree would wither instantly. Weighing his options, Liuyun decided against extracting the heart for the time being. In the next moment, Liuyun's true self, stationed in the Addendum Empire, swiftly returned to the Tianyo realm. There, near the Hall of 10,000 Medicines, he opted to extract the ancient tree. Boom! Under Liuyun's mental command, a colossal tree, obscuring the sun, descended into the Tianyo realm. Its expansive canopy enveloped a kilometer-wide area, and the trunk was over 30 meters in girth. Upon its arrival in the Tianyo realm, the roots rapidly burrowed into the earth, simultaneously emanating an extraordinarily mysterious soul energy from its leaves. Within a mere minute, every individual in the Tianyo realm felt the soul-enrapturing power. Moreover, owing to Liuyun's external clone, he could distinctly perceive that as this soul energy spread, the temporal flow within the Tianyo realm was shifting. Realizing this phenomenon prompted a rush of elation within Liuyun. It bore resemblance to the effects of the celestial canopy, yet under this trend, the time dilation here could likely surpass that of the celestial tomb within half a month. Consequently, anyone able to cultivate within the Tianyo realm would quickly unlock their potential. With this thought in mind, Liuyun suddenly felt that the space within the Tianyo realm was somewhat limited. It appeared time had come to expand the space further. Liuyun murmured to himself. Before summoning the Tianyo, in Utan City, after hosting the Chao family members, Lin Hai hurriedly took the green serpent to meet Liuyun. Upon arrival, Liuyun did not hasten to address the matter of the elixirs. Instead, he gently clapped his hands. At that moment, a gaunt old man shrouded in a black robe was brought forth by an elder with blood-red hair. "It is you." Upon seeing the gaunt elder, Lin Hai's eyes blazed with intense hatred. "It is you," Lin Hai exclaimed, pointing at the gaunt elder with fervor. The elder, upon recognizing Lin Hai, was equally agitated. He could never have imagined that the person he had once bullied so casually would possess such a formidable background, prompting a celestial master to personally intervene and bring him before Lin Hai. As memories of his prior actions against Lin Hai flooded back, the gaunt elder was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. "Lin Hai, this is the one who attacked you that day. You may deal with him as you wish. Torment him as you please." Liuyun spoke with utmost seriousness. "Thank you, my master." Lin Hai was profoundly moved by Liuyun's words. In the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as a sword emanating a chilling aura appeared in his grasp. Chapter 498, Confession of Identity. A fearsome foe approaches. "Lord Bloodheaven, do you truly regard me as less than a mere outsider in your eyes? How do you expect to command respect this way? Moreover, if this matter comes to the knowledge of other heavenly lords." The emaciated elder's heart raced with anxiety upon seeing Lin Hai draw his sharp sword, and he immediately turned to the red-haired man with an enraged inquiry. However, before he could receive any response from the red-haired man, Lin Hai had already carved a small piece of flesh from his body with a swift stroke of his sword. Of course, such an injury posed little threat to a formidable fighter of the Dozun realm. Nevertheless, Lin Hai showed no signs of hesitation. After one strike, another followed. "Ah, please, no more torment. Grant me a swift end. Blood heaven, if the other heavenly lords learn of this, your fate will be sealed." As Lin Hai subjected him to relentless torture, the chamber echoed with piercing screams and furious roars. In the end, the already frail figure of the Soul Palace elder was left with scarcely any remnants of flesh, his white bones enveloped by grotesque organs, and all of his veins lay shattered. The fighting spirit within his body rapidly dissipated, until suddenly, a wisp of black mist emerged from the remains. However, just as the mist began to escape the body, Liuyun effortlessly captured it in his palm. "Lin Hai, if you are not yet appeased, continue to torment his soul." After seizing the elder's spirit, Liuyun confined it within a white vial and handed it to Lin Hai. "Thank you, my master." Lin Hai respectfully accepted the white vial from Liuyun. Once the perpetrator of the attack on Lin Hai had been dealt with, Lin Hai instructed the red-haired man. "Blood heaven, upon your return, I need you to bring forth the 4 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace, Blood River. Let's set the time around the northern domain." "Yes, my master." Blood heaven replied with reverence, swiftly departing the Lin family's hidden chamber. "Wind Sage, I never imagined your people could infiltrate the Soul Palace. Truly astonishing." After Blood heaven's departure, Chu Donghai spoke with a look of surprise. They were all familiar with the Soul Palace's power, yet until now, they had never heard of any spies from other factions embedded within its ranks. Thus, upon hearing Blood Heaven refer to Liuyun as his master, they were understandably astonished. "You will come to understand these matters in due time." Liuyun did not elaborate on Chu Donghai's question, but in the next moment, he revealed another aspect of his identity. Chu Ming, Hai Bo Dong, Hong Mei, Bai Mei. In addition to being Wind Sage, I also hold another title. I am the founder of the Heaven and Earth Alliance in the Northern Domain. Upon hearing Liuyun's confession, all except Duan San, Chu Dong Hai, and Lin Hai appeared momentarily stunned. Hai Bo Dong exclaimed, "So you are the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance? I knew it. How could there be so many exceptional individuals in the world? And it turns out to be just you." Rumors regarding the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance had circulated throughout the Central Continent, captivating even some imperial families. The realization that such a person was their close companion filled them with immeasurable joy once they processed the revelation. "You've kept this from us for so long. Brother Yun, Heaven and Earth Alliance leader. This mission will certainly be rewarding." The other three bore no grievances against Liuyun. "Will you join me in visiting the Heaven and Earth Alliance?" After revealing his identity, Liuyun extended an invitation to the group. "Of course we will," they replied enthusiastically. "Wherever Alliance leader Yun goes, we shall follow." Liuyun, however, felt uneasy about allowing Lin Hai to remain in Sacred Dance City. With the two recent auctions, the Lin family had drawn the attention of those powerful factions. The only thing that could deter them was the slight display of strength Liuyun had inadvertently revealed while posing as Lin Hai. Thus, Liuyun decided it was best for Lin Hai and his family to relocate to Bone Transformation City in the Northern Domain, arranging for Chu Dong Hai to escort them. With a semi-saint like Chu Dong Hai present, any would-be thieves targeting the Lin family's treasures would think twice about their own capabilities. After several days of travel, Liuyun finally led everyone to the outskirts of the starry array. "I've heard that even advanced semi-saints cannot contend with this starry array. I'm quite curious." Chu Ming rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Seeing Liuyun already step through the outermost breach, Duan San urged Chu Ming, "All right, Chu Ming, stop dawdling and hurry in." Just as Liuyun and his companions entered the starry array, a figure in white robes suddenly soared out from the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Alliance in Bone Transformation City. Liuyun recognized that this approaching figure was the Fire Sage, and he sensed that the Fire Sage's cultivation had nearly reached the 9th star of the Dozun realm. "Haha, Yin, I haven't even consumed the last of your pills yet." Shortly after, a hearty laugh rang out before Liuyun and his group. "Having absorbed just 4 of them has already elevated your cultivation to this level. You've done remarkably well," Liuyun replied with satisfaction. "And who might these esteemed individuals be?" After greeting Liuyun, the Fire Sage's curious gaze fell upon Chu Ming, Hai Bo Dong, Duan San, and the twin sisters, Hong Yi and Bai Yi. Under the array's monitoring, Chu Ming's cultivation stood out brilliantly. This is the Fire Sage, and he currently oversees the starry array of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Liuyun introduced, "This is Chu Ming, a mid-level semi-saint. This is Duan San, and this is Hai Bo Dong." Through Liuyun's introductions, the Fire Sage quickly became acquainted with the newcomers. As Liuyun led them back to Bone Transformation City, 3 days swiftly passed. On the 4th day, a tremendous tremor suddenly erupted from the starry array outside Bone Transformation City. Sensing the disturbance, the Fire Sage grinned at Liuyun. "You've returned at just the right time." Liuyun chuckled helplessly at the Fire Sage's jest. With such a massive energy impact, it seems at least a semi-saint is coming to challenge us. Boom! Just as Liuyun finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the realm. To the Fire Sage's perception, the outer layer of the starry array had been utterly shattered. Chapter 499, The Celestial Phoenix Clan's Do Saint. As they sensed the energy barrier of the array breaking, both Liuyun and the Fire Sage were momentarily taken aback. It was the first time the starry array had been so swiftly dismantled. "Let us go see who dares to attack the array of Bone Transformation City." Liuyun called to the group, stepping out of the Heaven and Earth Alliance and into the sky above Bone Transformation City. Chu Ming, his face etched with confusion, asked, "Alliance leader Yun, who would be bold enough to stir trouble here?" "The intruder is a true Do Saint," Liuyun replied calmly. "A true Do Saint." Chu Ming's earlier disdainful expression quickly froze upon hearing Liuyun's words. The other members of the group also grew solemn at this revelation. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the sky above the city of Bone Transformation soon revealed 2 figures. These individuals moved with remarkable swiftness, shattering the seal of the 3rd layer and traversing the 100-mile distance to arrive in the skies outside the city in a mere moment. Observing this, the Celestial Fire Sovereign swiftly began to reinforce the grand formation with his own power. Previously, when Bone Spectre led a massive offensive, the Celestial Fire Sovereign managed to barely withstand the onslaught under the protection of the formation. However, this time, the Celestial Fire Sovereign had ascended to the rank of 9-star Dozun, and even if the newcomers were merely ordinary Do Saints, they would scarcely inflict significant damage upon the second layer. Soon, as the crowd looked on, the two figures rapidly approached the enormous transparent energy barrier. Yinlu, you have imprisoned members of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Do you not recognize your crime? One of the figures, an elder clad in a black robe, spoke slowly, his voice raspy and filled with an ominous pull that seemed to emanate from his very being. This man was known as Kuan Huang, infamous for having devoured many of his adversaries alive after capturing them, his reputation for brutality echoing throughout the beast realm, instilling dread in many a powerful foe. Second brother, there's no need for us to waste words with them. Let us simply destroy this formation and see where they can flee, remarked the other elder, whose countenance bore a shadowy demeanor. He was the Eagle Phoenix from the Celestial Phoenix clan. Hearing the exchange from outside, the Celestial Fire Sovereign called out, "If you wish to dismantle the Celestial Star Formation, feel free to try." At the Celestial Fire Sovereign's declaration, the two outside did not hesitate for an instant. They swung their fists, summoning formidable Douqi to strike the formation. Two massive fist imprints, imbued with an overwhelming force, slammed into the transparent energy shield. Boom! As the imprints collided with the barrier, it rippled with tremendous waves, but displayed no visible signs of damage. At this surprising outcome, both Kuan Huang and Eagle Phoenix revealed expressions of astonishment. Is this formation not capable of creating a dent, even against someone like Bone Spectre? How could it be so resilient? Kuan Huang exclaimed in disbelief. It is said that the strength of this formation enhances with the cultivation level of its supporter. It seems that the one who spoke earlier has indeed experienced a rise in power. Eagle Phoenix observed with narrowed eyes, calmly analyzing the situation. Save your effort. Even if you unleash your full might, this formation will remain unscathed. The Celestial Fire Sovereign responded with a hint of pride, addressing the two outside. Leader Yun, these avian foes possess considerable strength. Even with our combined efforts, we would be unable to match them. If not for this formation's protection, we would be in dire straits. Chu Ming calmly assessed the current predicament. Then let us remain within the formation and cultivate, testing our patience against these two. Highball Zong Vima Nun Tialen. Showing no signs of panic regarding their impending entrapment. Only Duan San furrowed his brow. Leader Yun, Brother Chu, is escorting Lin Hai and his family. They should be arriving in about 10 days. It would be unfortunate if they were blocked outside. Hearing Duan San's words, Liuyun and the others suddenly recalled this matter. It seems we must deal with these two before Brother Chu arrives. Liuyun sighed. Old Yao, hold on for a moment. I shall devise a means to eliminate these two outside. After speaking to the Celestial Fire Sovereign, Liuyun swiftly returned to the main hall of the Celestial Alliance. The two outside were merely at the level of one-star dose saints. If Liuyun truly wished to eliminate them, he could easily dispatch his soul projection to annihilate them. However, Liuyun had a different ambition in mind. He had been contemplating the divine elephant dominant body for quite some time and wished to test its might. Before long, Liuyun's true form arrived at the hall via the void burrowing beast. At this moment, Liuyun's cultivation had also ascended to the level of 9-star Dozun. And should he unleash his complete soul power, he might rival even a 4-star Do Saint. Currently, Liuyun chose not to wield that immense soul power. Upon arriving, his true form transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the sky, while simultaneously, a small breach appeared in the massive transparent energy shield. Before the others could react, Liuyun had already reached the skies outside the city of Bone Transformation, while his avatar chose not to exit. Finally someone dares to step out and meet death. Outside the city, Kuan Huang and Eagle Phoenix's eyes glimmered with murderous intent upon seeing Liuyun emerge. Leader Yun, who is that? Why is he going out alone to confront a Do Saint? Is he not courting death? Guming, Duon Song. And the others expressed their surprise upon witnessing the young figure outside the energy barrier, sensing that his cultivation was merely at 9-star Dozun, far from half-saint level. Liuyun, at that moment, only Hai Bo Dong remained silent, having recognized the young figure. It truly is him. It seems this boy has not aged at all. After casting a few intense glances at Liuyun, Hai Bo Dong shifted his gaze back to Liuyun's avatar. This individual is also Liuyun, sharing the same consciousness, yet capable of increasing his cultivation. How has this boy achieved such a feat? Do not worry. He is more than capable of handling these two old birds from the Celestial Phoenix clan. Liuyun's avatar confidently assured the others, pointing back at his true self. As Liuyun's avatar spoke, the figure of Liuyun's true form, having reached the second layer of the grand formation, suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation, enlarging to a height of 20 meters within the blink of an eye. Chapter 500. The Might of the Divine Elephant Dominant Body. This boy possesses such a remarkable body technique. The two celestial phoenix Do saints, while initially taken aback by Liuyun's sudden increase in size, ultimately dismissed it. For in their eyes, the chasm between a 1-star Do saint and a 9-star Do Zun was insurmountable by any means. After Liuyun's transformation, he wasted no words and launched a fist towards Kuan Huang. The force of this punch was immense, suffused with an aura of annihilation. Upon witnessing Liuyun's attack, the previously dismissive expressions of Kuan Huang and Eagle Phoenix shifted to one of gravity. Not only they, but even Chu Ming, who was obstructed by the energy barrier, found his pupils constricting sharply. How is it possible for a 9-star Do Zun to produce such an attack? Even I, with my intermediate half-saint strength, could not muster 1/10 of its power. Liuyun's astonishing prowess left Hai Bodong in a state of shock, contemplating how quickly Liuyun had grown to become one of the pinnacle figures of the continent. Devour the heavens. Outside, the transparent energy shield. Faced with the overwhelming force of Liuyun's attack, Kuan Huang bellowed, opening his mouth wide as dark energy surged forth, instantly transforming into a grotesque maw over 100 feet wide, which engulfed Liuyun's fist. Beware of overeating. Upon witnessing this, Liuyun let out a cold laugh, forcefully striking his palm, producing a resonant sound akin to the roar of an elephant that echoed through the heavens and earth. In the next moment, Kuan Huang's monstrous mouth unexpectedly erupted, and the residual winds cascaded over his form. What manner of technique is this, allowing one to unleash such a terrifying attack purely through physical strength? Struck by Liuyun's punch, Kuan Huang emitted a muffled grunt, retreating over 100 meters before halting. His expression one of astonished disbelief as he regarded Liuyun. The second brother, having initially observed without intervening, was taken aback when the Kuan Huang was sent flying by a single punch from Liuyun. In a moment of hesitation, he swiftly appeared beside Kuan Huang, casting a wary and frigid gaze towards Liuyun. He solemnly declared, "This young man possesses some peculiar abilities. Let us join forces and swiftly eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Kuan Huang hesitated briefly, but then gritted his teeth in agreement. He was acutely aware that his individual prowess was insufficient to contend with Liuyun, a realization that left him feeling quite vexed. While the two were strategizing, the spectators within the transparent energy barrier were wholly captivated by Liuyun's performance. His technique bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly grade combat skill, indestructible body, capable of enlarging one's physique and amplifying strength. The only distinction being that the latter transformed the skin to a golden hue, while Liuyun's manifestation resembled a suit of armor. Could it be that mastery of the indestructible body endows such formidable might? Witnessing Liuyun's capabilities, Chu Ming and Duan San were reminded of the indestructible body, their eyes glimmering with fervor. At that moment, two resounding cries of the phoenix reverberated through the void, causing Kuan Huang and Ying Huang to rapidly transform, their forms merging into half-human, half-beast entities. Waves of extreme, tempestuous energy surged forth from their bodies, akin to a storm, scattering the surrounding space into chaos. Today, let me experience the combined might of two battle saints. Liuyun felt a surge of battle fervor as he observed the transformation of Kuan Huang and Ying Huang. Remarkably, he refrained from utilizing his formidable soul power, instead relying solely on his cultivation and martial prowess to confront them. Little brat, seeking death. Upon hearing Liuyun's boisterous laughter, Ying Huang's expression twisted with rage, his face contorting into a mocking smile. Having traversed the Douqi Continent for many years, their infamous reputation was well known. To encounter a mere junior who dared to challenge their authority was something Ying Huang's rebellious nature could not tolerate. "Brother, let us strike swiftly and eliminate him." Ying Huang extended his arms from his sleeves, revealing a pair of ominous black eagle claws, their razor-sharp tips extending nearly half a meter, resembling lethal swords, coiling with tremendous latent force. In response, Kuan Huang nodded solemnly, dark energy swirling around him to form a dense and peculiar vortex, a signature technique known as the devouring vortex. With this vortex enveloping him, he would remain impervious to any harm, a true embodiment of absolute defense. Great Rift Demon Claw. Ying Huang sprang into action, his massive wings unfurling behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Liuyun. The enormous black claw descended with ferocity, sealing off Liuyun's surrounding space with a fierce gale, before aiming directly at his head. Blood stomach. Simultaneously, Kuan Huang unleashed a savage combat technique, dark energy erupting from within him to rapidly form a colossal, grotesque black entity beneath Liuyun, resembling a gigantic stomach. Above this entity, a gaping maw opened wide, akin to a ferocious predator, ravenously lunging at Liuyun, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Their coordinated assault was executed with remarkable synergy, effectively cutting off all of Liuyun's escape routes, each strike a lethal blow, leaving no room for any counteraction. The deadly reputation and ferocity of the two were unmistakably evident in this moment. This is bad. They're serious now. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers felt a wave of apprehension. Despite Liuyun's earlier display of strength, his cultivation was merely at the 9-star Do zone level, and facing the lethal techniques of battle saints naturally raised concerns. Yin Alliance leader, perhaps we should assist our brother. Chu Ming, the most powerful among them, spoke with a face filled with worry. Indeed, Yin Alliance leader, let's lend him our aid, though they recognized their own limitations. The others were eager to contribute in any way they could. Their willingness to assist in the face of battle saints moved Liuyun deeply. At that moment, Liuyun, the avatar, gently shook his head, softly asserting, "No need. He can handle this." In the outside world, Liuyun, the original, swiftly scanned the surroundings. Faced with the synchronized assault of the two battle saints, he displayed no signs of panic. In the next instant, as the dual attacks surged towards him, Liuyun's already immense form swelled even larger. Chapter 501. Overwhelming Combat Power. Capture. As his body underwent this dramatic transformation, Liuyun raised his hands above his head. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, his figure had soared to a height of 1,000 zhong, resembling a colossal mountain, and the growth showed no signs of abating. At that moment, the massive black claws hurtling towards him were effortlessly grasped by his enormous hands and subsequently torn asunder. Below, Liuyun lightly stomped down, unleashing a raw, unadorned force that shattered the black giant stomach beneath him. With Liuyun's fierce counterattack, both the black claw winds and the colossal stomach were dispersed, and the attackers, Ing Huang and Kun Huang, found themselves momentarily affected, their internal energies swirling chaotically. What sort of combat skill has this young man cultivated? His body expands exponentially, yet his strength does not diminish. Rather, it increases. Never had they witnessed a combat skill that allowed a 9-star Do zone to triumph over a 1-star battle saint. Gazing at the towering giant before them, whose stature dwarfed even their own, both Kun Huang and Ing Huang exhibited a trace of fear, though concealed beneath it lay a glimmer of greed. If they could uncover the secret behind Liuyun's technique, it might present an opportunity for the resurgence of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. Such an unbelievable sight. The human form can grow to such proportions. I have resolved to study the indestructible body daily, striving for mastery at the earliest. After Liuyun effortlessly neutralized the dual assaults of the two battle saints, the onlookers no longer harbored any doubts about his earlier assertions. "You're all too weak." After enlarging, Liuyun effortlessly countered their attacks and raised a finger in the air, his enormous eyes brimming with disdain. Young one, do not presume that a bit of strength grants you the right to act arrogantly. When we return to our clan, others will undoubtedly come to apprehend you. We retreat. Having suffered a minor setback, Kun Huang and Ing Huang exchanged glances before swiftly retreating. Did I permit your escape? However, just as they had taken a few steps away, they sensed the surrounding space constricting. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, casting darkness over their realm. A hand capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth swiftly descended, fracturing the surrounding space inch by inch, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The immense palm print bore down upon them like a mountain, and as they sensed the cataclysmic power within, Kun Huang and Ing Huang's expressions turned grave. With a resounding cry, a piercing phoenix call echoed through the void as both Kun Huang and Ing Huang's bodies swelled dramatically, transforming into two titanic Tianyao phoenixes, their massive wings flapping as they unleashed beams of light from their mouths, striking fiercely against the colossal palm print. The collision was akin to two meteors colliding, unleashing a terrifying force that roared and surged like a tsunami. Even confronted with such a fierce attack, Liuyun's descending hand remained unscathed, merely experiencing a momentary pause amid the colossal impact. A futile struggle, even when these two transformed into their true forms as celestial phoenixes. Their corporeal size remained less than a quarter of that of Liuyun. After a brief moment of suspension, Liuyun's hand suddenly intensified its force, and an immense surge of fighting energy began to circulate. This is troubling. This fellow has commenced utilizing fighting energy. Previously, Liuyun had solely relied on physical strength to launch his attacks, but now, enveloped in an unimaginably vast energy of fighting spirit. Both Kunpeng and Yinghuang's expressions changed drastically. However, just as they contemplated fleeing in separate directions, the colossal hand above them descended, shattering the two towering beams of light without warning. Following the destruction of those beams, Liuyun's massive palm struck the bodies of Kunpeng and Yinghuang directly. Enduring such a terrifying assault, the enormous celestial phoenix forms of the two became marred, blood gushing forth like a torrent from their bodies, while a deep rumbling of explosions reverberated across their surfaces, revealing a significant portion of their skeletal structures. Ultimately, this formidable strike sent them crashing deep into the ground. Is this truly a victory? Observing the celestial phoenixes slammed into the earth, creating two massive craters. The onlookers within the transparent energy shield were left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the conclusion was unexpectedly overwhelming. Only the esteemed Master Tianhua, who maintained the star formation, watched Liuyun's battle with an unruffled demeanor, for he had once witnessed Liuyun accompanied by a crimson-haired man, whose strength far surpassed that of these two celestial phoenix warriors. Even this giant, resembling a mountain, lacked such a commanding presence. As Liuyun's foot touched the ground, he left behind several colossal footprints, each 100 feet wide and dozens of meters deep, before appearing beside the deep craters where Kunpeng and Yinghuang lay trapped. Despite his immense size, Liuyun formed hand seals with the same swiftness as usual. As he waved his massive hand, it naturally conjured a fierce whirlwind. Following this tempest, two peculiar beams of light burst forth from his palm, shooting into the heads of Kunpeng and Yinghuang. In an instant, their bodies rapidly shrank, transforming back into human form. Yet strange runes now adorned their foreheads. This was a sealing technique that could only succeed when the opponent was utterly defenseless. After subduing the two, Liuyun, his avatar, swiftly opened a breach in the star formation, subsequently reducing his stature to 4 or 5 meters tall, each hand gripping a celestial phoenix warrior as he soared towards the hall of the Heavenly Alliance. Observing Liuyun's direct approach to the hall, the others refrained from questioning him, knowing that certain matters would be disclosed in due time, and inquiries might only serve to complicate matters unnecessarily. Master Yun, capturing two celestial phoenix warriors signifies a definitive declaration of war against their kind. I wonder if there are any stronger beings among them. Duan-san candidly assessed the current situation. Indeed, those two were merely two of the 3 celestial phoenixes. Aside from them, there exists another with the strength of a 2-star dose saint, and additionally, the Celestial Phoenix clan likely has a reclusive patriarch whose strength is estimated to be a 5-star dose saint. 5-star dose saint. The Celestial Phoenix clan possesses such a terrifying powerhouse. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the others' eyes widened in disbelief. The disparity between the dose saint realms is immense. Although Liuyun had just demonstrated overwhelming strength against Kunpeng and Yinghuang, his combat prowess could at most rival that of a peak 2-star dose saint or an ordinary 3-star dose saint. Should he encounter a 4-star or 5-star dose saint, he would stand no chance. After the initial shock, the group observed Liuyun's composed demeanor, and their spirits gradually steadied. Haha, seeing Master Yun so assured, it seems he has no fear of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Duan-san remarked casually. Indeed, Master Yun never engages in ventures without certainty. He must already have a strategy in mind. There's no need for speculation. The Celestial Phoenix clan is indeed formidable. If their patriarch emerges from seclusion in the near future, I may opt to negotiate with them. Liuyun clarified. Negotiate? If they prove too challenging to confront, those 2 captured dose saints could certainly serve as leverage. The others agreed with Liuyun's perspective. Enough of these matters. Let us proceed into the Great Hall. I have some important things to discuss with you. After a brief exchange, Liuyun led them into the Hall of the Heavenly Alliance. Having spent this time together, you have all proven yourselves. I now decide to introduce you to some genuine core matters. Liuyun spoke calmly to the group within the hall. As Liuyun gestured, the Void Escape Beast opened a portal, transporting everyone back to the Tianyo realm. What a remarkable technique. Aside from Master Tianhua and the Demon Griffin, the rest were astonished by the method of spatial transfer. As Duan-san, Heibadong, Chu Ming, the Hongyi sisters, Master Tianhua, and the Demon Griffin surveyed this new world, Liuyun slowly began his introduction. Esteemed guests, this is a realm I have established. Though it may not rival the grandeur of the Dan Tower or the ancient Clan S worlds, it possesses a unique quality. I wonder if you can sense it. A unique quality? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the group quieted to attune their senses to the realm. After a moment, Chu Ming was the first to exclaim in disbelief. Master Yun, the flow of time here must be 4 to 5 times faster than the outside world, and this effect seems to be increasing with each passing moment. Moreover, this place is suffused with an exceptionally pure soul energy. If one were to reside here for an extended period, even the most unremarkable individual could elevate their soul energy to the realm of spiritual enlightenment within their lifetime. Indeed, Chu Ming, your analysis is astute. Liuyun praised, a smile gracing his face. This is the Tianyo realm and will serve as your training ground. However, the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance requires guardians. Each of you will take turns on duty for a month. Liuyun outlined his plan. Upon hearing Liyun's arrangement, expressions of sheer joy illuminated the faces of the group. Such a blessed place was nothing short of a sanctuary for cultivation. With diligent practice, their strengths would surely rise in no time. As for the month-long duty, with so many of them, after 1 month of service, they would have 7 months of freedom. Hardly a burden. Thank you, Master Yun, for your trust. After a surge of excitement, they all bowed gratefully to Liuyun. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Liuyun turned to Duan San, saying, very well, if there are no objections. You shall be the first to stand guard. Master Donghai should be arriving with the Lin family at Huagu City in about 10 days. You will need to assist in their reception. Understood. Duan San nodded in affirmation upon hearing Liuyun's arrangement. Furthermore, you must pay heed to one critical point. The central region of this realm is strictly off limits. Additionally, the expanse of this world is relatively confined. Should you wish to engage in sparring, designated arenas will be provided for such endeavors. Kindly refrain from wanton destruction in other areas, as the elixirs you cultivate here are of paramount importance. After imparting these crucial considerations to the assembly, Liuyun, accompanied by Duan San and the Demon Griffin, utilized the Void Gate to return to Bone Transformation City once more. Upon their arrival, the Demon Griffin took the Void Beast back to the Celestial Bull Realm. Respected Third Elder, I now present to you the diagram of the star array. Upon re-entering the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Alliance, Liuyun began to instruct Duan San in the manipulation of the star array. Once Duan San had mastered its control, the Demon Griffin returned to the Grand Hall, accompanied by 2 formidable combat saints of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Noticing their presence, Duan San instinctively took a few steps back. Observing his reaction, Liuyun hastily reassured him. Fear not, Third Elder. These 2 shall not pose a threat to us any longer. As Liuyun's words echoed, Kuan Huang and Ying Huang simultaneously knelt before him, addressing him with utmost reverence. Master, witnessing this scene, Duan San, who had previously exhibited some wariness, was now enveloped in confusion. Guild Leader Yun, what is the meaning of this? He inquired directly. Ah, Third Elder, these 2 have been ensnared by a unique method of mine. Liuyun chose not to conceal the truth from Duan San. Controlled, is it? No wonder. A flicker of realization crossed Duan San's face as he pondered aloud. Do you intend to send them back? Might that not raise suspicions among the Celestial Phoenix clan? Such concerns are unfounded, Liuyun confidently explained. Aside from acknowledging me as their master, they will exhibit no signs of abnormality, not even to the clan leader. Having stated this, Liuyun issued commands to Kuan Huang and Ying Huang. You 2 shall escort Huang Tian and Feng Qing back to the Celestial Phoenix clan. Should the Phoenix inquire, inform her that the star array is beyond your capacity to dismantle. Chapter 503. The infiltration plan commences. Kuan Huang and Ying Huang responded in unison. Rest assured, Master, upon our return to the clan, we shall devise a means to lure that wretched Phoenix away from the beast domain to the location you specified. Very well, you may depart at once. Liuyun gestured for them to leave. We take our leave, Master. Both Kuan Huang and Ying Huang rose and bowed respectfully before swiftly exiting Bone Transformation City through the opened rift. Following this, Liuyun discreetly planted a puppet seed within Huang Tian during his visit to the dungeon. As for Feng Qing, whose strength was negligible, he deemed her unworthy of his attention. Subsequently, Liuyun released both Feng Qing and Huang Tian, allowing them to return to the beast domain alongside Kuan Huang and Ying Huang. Outside Bone Transformation City, the newly liberated Feng Qing, upon seeing Kuan Huang and Ying Huang, could not restrain her tears. However, upon hearing her calls, Kuan Huang and Ying Huang did not even cast a glance in her direction. In her emotional fervor, Feng Qing remained oblivious to any impropriety. After calling out twice, she cried out loudly, Second Elder, Third Elder, the Heavenly Alliance is utterly despicable. I implore you to eliminate them. Silence. This time, the advancing Kuan Huang and Ying Huang finally reacted to Feng Qing's words. but their response was one of furious reprimand. The enraged tone of their voices left Feng Qing air pale with fear, rendering her motionless in place. "Quickly return, you disgraceful wretch." With that, Kuan Huang and Ying Huang tore open a spatial rift before them. With a swift motion, Kuan Huang drew Feng Qing air into the rift without any resistance. Once Kuan Huang, Ying Huang, and Huang Tian had departed, Liuyun also exited Bone Transformation City. According to the information he had received, the Blood Sovereign of the Soul Palace, having successfully relocated the 4 sovereigns of Blood River from their sub-branch, was making their way towards the Northern Territory. However, Liuyun preferred not to linger, intending to visit the Beast Domain soon and seize control of the 4 sovereigns of Blood River along the way. In less than 2 days, Liuyun traversed the Northern Territory and approached the vicinity of Tianhuang City in the central region. He adjusted his plans, instructing the Blood Sovereign to lead the Blood River to his location. Lord Force Sovereigns, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign of the Heavenly Alliance, is just ahead. 100 miles away from the desolate mountains where Liuyun resided, the Blood Sovereign was directing the 4 sovereigns of Blood River. Excellent work this time. Upon learning that the Heavenly Fire Sovereign lay ahead, a fierce glint illuminated Blood River's face as he contemplated. Those scoundrels of the Heavenly Alliance believe that with the Alchemist Guild backing them, we dare not act. Had it not been for the fear of revealing our true strength and attracting undue attention, we would have already obliterated them. With that thought, Blood River's form vanished into the void, accelerating towards the location indicated by the Blood Sovereign. Minutes later, Blood River emerged from the void, unleashing a torrent of soul energy as he scanned his surroundings with reckless abandon. Yet, just as he released his soul energy, a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, materialized behind him. An enormous hand, the size of a building, swept towards him, conjuring a violent gale. Sensing the looming danger behind him, Blood River's heart sank. Drenched in cold sweat, in that fleeting moment, an immense sea of blood surged forth from his body, attempting to thwart the giant hand's advance. Sizzle. The massive hand struck the sea of blood with little resistance, effortlessly dissolving it piece by piece. The surrounding space fractured under the explosive force of the energy. Realizing the futility of resistance, Blood River lacked the courage to even glance back. He sought to escape through spatial traversal. However, as the space around him began to distort, the giant hand curled inward, capturing him within its grip. Once ensnared, a terrifying force bore down upon Blood River's form, reducing him to a puddle of blood in an instant. With a piercing scream, the blood that was once Blood River oozed through the gaps in the giant's fingers, quickly reshaping itself into the form of Blood River once more. Only then did Blood River fully comprehend the nature of his assailant. "Elder, I am but a humble member of the Soul Palace's 4 sovereigns. I inadvertently trespassed into this place. I beg for your forgiveness," Blood River pleaded, his face etched with trepidation as he gazed up at the towering giant. At that moment, he seethed with anger towards the Blood Sovereign. Had it not been for the message sent by the Blood Sovereign, he would not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. "I am aware that you are one of the 4 sovereigns of the Soul Palace. I have been waiting for you." Upon hearing Blood River's declaration, the giant's response ignited a wave of fury within him. It became clear that the Blood Sovereign had intentionally lured him here. "What method did you employ to infiltrate my Soul Palace undetected?" Blood River shouted in a frenzy. "You will soon find out." Observing Blood River's animated demeanor, Liuyun realized he had been too lenient in his earlier approach. This time, he resolved to hold nothing back, intending first to cripple him before employing medicinal remedies for recovery. "Opposing my Soul Palace will lead to your regret." As he perceived the murderous intent radiating from the giant's eyes, Blood River, having just suffered a setback, uttered a fierce retort, hastily retrieving a spatial jade tube from his storage ring. Summoning reinforcements? Upon witnessing the actions of Blood River, Liuyun refrained from intervening. Given Blood River's connections, he could at most summon figures akin to the 3 sovereigns of the Soul Palace or the likes of Bone Ghost. In the next moment, as Blood River shattered the spatial jade tube, Liuyun's palm descended directly from above, and similar to the previous encounter, all of Blood River's numerous attacks collided against this palm, failing to impede its descent in any manner. Boom! This time, utilizing only 30% of his strength, Liuyun obliterated Blood River entirely, leaving behind a writhing mass of crimson blood upon the desolate mountain terrain. Remarkably, he still lives. Observing the slowly flowing blood in the soil, exuding a vitality of its own, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, an aura belonging to a semi-saint emanated from the very spot where Blood River had shattered the spatial jade tube. Chapter 504, Bone Ghost's Reinforcement. The battle between two giants. Within Liuyun's line of sight, a gaunt old man, hunched and supported by a cane, emerged slowly from the recently torn spatial rift. It was Bone Ghost, indeed summoned by Blood River. Upon seeing this figure, Liuyun felt a flicker of recognition. As Bone Ghost stepped out of the rift, he swiftly began to assess his surroundings. Liuyun, transformed into a giant, was visible to him, yet he paid it no heed, reduced to a mere pool of blood. Upon witnessing Blood River's form on the ground, Bone Ghost's deeply sunken eyes glimmered with a hint of spectral light. Once again, we meet old Bone Ghost. At that moment, the giant emitted a thunderous sound that reverberated through the heavens, interrupting Bone Ghost's thoughts. Bone Ghost looked up at the giant, a hint of puzzlement crossing his features as he spoke. Have we met before? Indeed, we have. Are you not the ones plotting to annihilate the Celestial Alliance? I am the Celestial Alliance's leader, regarded by you as a thorn in your side. Liuyun boldly revealed his identity to Bone Ghost, the Celestial Alliance leader. Hearing Liuyun's words, Bone Ghost's heart trembled violently. The last time he launched a grand offensive against the Celestial Alliance, Liuyun was merely a 5-star Dozun. And now, in just 2 to 3 months, he had remarkably grown to a level capable of defeating Blood River. After a moment of astonishment, Bone Ghost's skeletal staff suddenly erupted with a torrent of black mist. In an instant, this black mist enveloped half the sky, saturated with an intensely frigid energy. Under Bone Ghost's command, it quickly coalesced into a massive black skeletal frame, towering nearly 1,000 feet high, resembling a skeletal deity. The surging black mist swirled around its surface, emanating a chilling pressure that enveloped the realm, rendering it exceptionally frigid. Clearly, Bone Ghost was wary of facing Liuyun, an unknown powerhouse, compelling him to unleash his signature technique, the Dark Skeleton King. However, despite its grand stature, the Dark Skeleton King, summoned by Bone Ghost, still paled in comparison to Liuyun. The disparity was akin to that between an adult and a 7- or 8-year-old child. Haha, Bone Ghost, is this the extent of your prowess? Upon witnessing Bone Ghost summon the Dark Skeleton King, Liuyun let out a cold chuckle. He then raised his right arm, forming a fist aimed at the Dark Skeleton King, which stood only half his height. Swinging his fist through the air with incredible speed, it generated a tempestuous wind that shattered the surrounding void inch by inch. Strength is not merely a function of size. Seeing such a formidable fist approaching, Bone Ghost also smirked coldly. He raised his staff and pointed towards the Dark Skeleton, which immediately ignited with a green glow in its hollow eyes. Without fear, it lifted its own fist to confront Liuyun's strike. Boom! As two fists, resembling mountains in size, collided violently in midair. An unparalleled surge of energy erupted from the point of contact, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones echoing through the sky. In the next moment, Bone Ghost's summoned Dark Skeleton King's arm was ruthlessly shattered by Liuyun's strike. With a single blow, half of the skeleton's arm was severed. Liuyun, instead of retracting his hand, swung a back fist, striking the enormous head of the Dark Skeleton King before Bone Ghost could react. Bang! Under the might of this blow, the immense body of the Dark Skeleton trembled violently. A torrent of black mist erupted from within, and a piercing wail resonated through the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this black mist was composed of countless gathered souls. Though Liuyun shattered the Dark Skeleton's body with one punch, Bone Ghost, while surprised, remained composed. In the next moment, he directed his staff once more towards the billowing mist. The countless souls that surged forth reassembled the body of the Dark Skeleton, albeit now significantly smaller, measuring only 10 feet in height. Nevertheless, despite its reduced size, the skeletal form appeared more somber, emanating a powerful chill that enveloped the air. Once more, the skeleton raised its head, its jaws clicking as it emitted a human-like voice. Meanwhile, Bone Ghost's true form, having retreated several thousand meters, stood motionless, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, resembling a mere shell. Clearly, Bone Ghost had merged his soul with that of the Dark Skeleton. Fascinating. Observing the scene, Liuyun's lips curled into a slight smile. He too yearned for an exhilarating battle. In the next moment, his colossal hand reached out toward the shrunken Dark Skeleton. With its reduced size, not only had its energy intensity increased, but its speed had also improved significantly, allowing it to evade Liuyun's slow-motion grasp. Dodging Liuyun's immense palm, Bone Ghost maneuvered the Dark Skeleton, swiftly appearing at Liuyun's wrist. With his bone-like hands radiating an intense black light, he struck down towards the giant. Not too shabby. Witnessing Bone Ghost skillfully control the Dark Skeleton to evade his attack, Liuyun felt a flicker of delight. In the next instant, as the black skeletal hand descended towards his wrist, Liuyun channeled his internal fighting spirit, enveloping his already formidable arm in a layer of armor-like substance. Bang! The black skeletal hand collided against the hardened material, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. Yet Liuyun's wrist suffered minimal damage, while the dark skeleton was propelled several hundred meters away by the recoil. Now it's my turn. After sending the dark skeleton flying, Liuyun clenched his enormous fist once more, and from between his fingers sprouted 3 10-foot-long, blade-like spikes. Witnessing the terrifying energy radiating from his fist, the dark skeleton's deeply sunken pupils widened in horror. In the next moment, a dark breath erupted swiftly from its mouth. 10,000 souls bone armor. Accompanied by a raspy, ancient voice emanating from the dark skeleton's mouth, torrents of thick black mist suddenly surged forth from its body, accompanied by anguished cries that filled the air. These mists were evidently composed of countless gathered souls. As these souls materialized, they adhered to the skeletal body, and with their arrival, a surge of black light enveloped the dark skeleton, culminating in the appearance of a set of bone armor glistening with a black sheen upon its form. Chapter 505, Controlling Blood River. Bone Ghost scheme against the great sovereign of the Soul Palace. Amidst the surging black light, a set of bone armor, gleaming with a dark luster, adorned the body of the dark skeleton. Upon the bone armor, countless delicate bone fragments are adorned, each bearing a grotesque visage. From a distance, these ghastly faces seem to converge into a colossal countenance, measuring 10 zhang in height, etched with expressions of agony that send a chill down the spine. My soul bone armor, formidable enough to withstand even a dose saint's might, shall not be shattered so easily. I refuse to believe you possess such strength. Once the bone armor materialized, the black skeleton dared to raise its gaze towards the enormous fist that rent the very fabric of the void. Boom! In an instant, the colossal fist struck the black bone armor with tremendous force. Though the impact was terrifying, the black skeleton's form did not yield. Instead, it remained anchored to the fist, as the 3 massive blades extending from its fingertips had embedded themselves deeply into the armor, while the armor itself remained intact. The black skeleton encased within was not as fortunate. The overwhelming force threatened to shatter its limbs. Yet, this dark skeletal king was uniquely resilient, having been forged through the might of combat techniques, swiftly reassembling even after sustaining damage. The power of a single punch is indeed fearsome. Even though Liuyun's strike did not breach the soulbone armor, it stirred tumultuous waves of anxiety within Bone Ghost. For this was merely a casual blow. Should several more follow, his fate would surely be dire. At that moment, Liuyun afforded Bone Ghost little time for contemplation. After the 3 spikes pierced the armor, he raised his left hand, revealing a vast, pitch-black vortex in his palm, rapidly approaching the black skeleton. The skeleton's form was scarcely half the size of the vortex. Driven by an instinctual dread of the unknown, Bone Ghost commanded the black skeleton to push against Liuyun's palm, attempting to break free. However, he was a moment too late. Just as he exerted his strength, Liuyun's hand was already before him. In that moment, a fierce suction erupted from the immense vortex, drawing forth the souls ensnared within the black armor uncontrollably. Countless wails of despair echoed around the vortex. "What are you doing?" Bone Ghost cried out in horror as he witnessed the black armor weaken with each passing moment. Soon after, the souls that had enveloped the black skeleton were entirely consumed by Liuyun. Yet, the vortex's insatiable hunger did not cease. The soul power of the black skeleton continued to be inexorably drawn into the abyss. When the soul power of the black skeleton was finally devoured, Bone Ghost's terror reached its zenith. In the next instant, a surge of formidable black mist erupted violently from the black skeleton. As the mist surged forth, the skeleton's resistance diminished instantaneously, and in a heartbeat, it vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, Bone Ghost's eyes regained their luster, only to be followed by a violent spurt of black blood from his mouth. This opponent is beyond my capability. I cannot safeguard the blood river today. Having suffered a grievous defeat, Bone Ghost felt no desire to continue the fight. After a moment's reflection, he chose to flee, much like the blood river had done before. In an instant, he vanished several kilometers away. Yet, he had underestimated Liuyun's immense physical prowess. At the moment Bone Ghost decided to escape, the barren mountains reverberated with the thunderous sound of footsteps. 3 seconds later, darkness enveloped him, and he felt a violent gust of wind crash upon him, as if a mountain had descended, rendering him unconscious as he plummeted. In a furious sprint, Liuyun swiftly incapacitated Bone Ghost with a single blow, grasping him firmly in his hand and employing sealing techniques to restrain him. Upon returning to the original battlefield, the peculiar pool of blood had vanished from the ground. Huh, all that remains is but a puddle of blood, and yet you hope to escape underground. A brief probe of soul energy revealed the blood river had taken refuge deep within the earth. In the next moment, Liuyun's robust legs struck the ground with a tremendous force, creating a massive fissure hundreds of meters wide. Within it, a torrent of crimson blood was violently splattered into countless droplets. Liuyun bent down and collected every single drop with ease. Now, both the second Heavenly Sovereign Bone Ghost and the fourth Heavenly Sovereign Blood River had fallen into Liuyun's grasp. After spending half a day in a concealed location, he planted puppet seeds within their souls. However, due to the severity of Blood River's injuries, Liuyun expended an 8th-grade healing elixir, which had endured the trials of the 9-colored thunder, to restore him. As for Bone Ghost, having his myriad of accumulated souls devoured by Liuyun led to a slight decline in his combat prowess. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Liuyun's forthcoming plans. From the memories of Bone Ghost and Blood River, Liuyun gleaned extensive information regarding the higher echelons of the Soul Palace, and even insights into the Soul Clan. Currently, the entire Soul Palace was primarily sustained by the Vice Palace Master, as the Palace Lord, Soul Extinction, had not made an appearance for quite some time. Beneath the Vice Palace Master, there existed a grand Heavenly Sovereign with years of experience at the Do Saint level. Liuyun's next objectives were to seize control of this grand Heavenly Sovereign and the Vice Palace Master, thereby transforming the Soul Palace, under Soul Extinction's governance, into Liuyun's personal garden. Blood River, Bone Ghost, upon your return, promptly inform me of any significant developments within the Soul Palace. Additionally, seek an opportunity to summon your superior. Liuyun instructed the two. Understood, Master, responded Bone Ghost and Blood River, kneeling in deference. Now, be swift in your departure, Liuyun urged. As soon as his words fell, Bone Ghost and Blood River vanished into the void. After their departure, Liuyun temporarily set aside his intention to venture into the Beast Domain, for from Bone Ghost's memories, he learned that the Ice River Valley was poised to launch a surprise attack on the Flame Valley, aiming to obliterate it entirely. The Ice Madman's strength, once he departed the black water-cold lake beneath the Ice River Valley, was merely that of a typical Do Saint. His unprepared assault on the Flame Valley could lead to significant repercussions, potentially unveiling the secrets hidden beneath the icy depths of the black water-cold lake. Of course, these were merely Liuyun's speculations. It was equally possible that no secrets lay beneath, and the Ice River Valley would simply fall to the Flame Valley. Chapter 506. Ice Madman attacks Flame Valley. The Flame Valley, nestled within the scorching volcanic range of the southwest central region, is composed entirely of blazing volcanoes. As far as the eye can see, it is a monotonous expanse of crimson, with thick white smoke constantly rising from the peaks, occasionally accompanied by the overflow of molten lava. The scorching volcanic range holds considerable renown throughout the central continent, largely due to the presence of the Flame Valley, but also because of the harsh conditions that characterize this terrain. Despite its unappealing environment, the endless chain of volcanoes results in an unusually dense concentration of fire attribute energy. Training in fire attribute techniques here undoubtedly yields remarkable results. Hence, even with the knowledge of the inherent dangers, many practitioners of fire attribute cultivation venture into this perilous domain. The volcanic range is not far from Liuyun's location in Tianwan City, and at his speed, even without traversing spatial realms, it would take less than half an hour to reach. Thus, after a brief half hour, Liuyun began to sense the surrounding energies becoming increasingly abundant, laced with a hint of ferocity. In the vast expanse of the void, flowing clouds stood resolute, his gaze fixated on what appeared to be a magnificent crimson line stretching infinitely into the horizon. This place marked the edge of the blazing mountain range, with the headquarters of the Flames Valley nestled deep within its heart. The fire attribute energy within the blazing mountain range was abundant yet tempestuous due to the incessant volcanic eruptions. Thus, for any ordinary person seeking to absorb this energy, it was imperative to purge the inherent ferocity within it. Failure to do so could adversely affect the practitioner's mental state over prolonged periods. The circumstances here bore a resemblance to the alchemy realm that Liuyun had previously visited, as both locales were highly conducive to the survival of magical beasts. Albeit the beasts here were imbued with a more violent nature, rendering them fiercer than those found elsewhere. From the memories of Bone Phantom, Liuyun learned that not long ago, the Soul Palace had been probing the Ice River Valley and engaged in a skirmish with the Ice Mad faction, resulting in a clandestine alliance between the two. The objective of the Ice River Valley was to gradually annex other factions, and thus, Their initial target for eradication was the Flames Valley, which had been their rival for many years. Calculating the time, the attack was imminent, likely within the next couple of days. Consequently, Liuyun retracted his aura and ventured into the blazing mountain range, where the fire attribute energy would expedite his cultivation. Within less than 2 days of his infiltration into the blazing mountain range, four particularly potent auras emerged at its periphery, hovering above the range. An esteemed semi-saint from the Ice River Valley surveyed the surroundings and addressed the elderly man in white robes, Lord Ice Mad. The highest cultivation level in the Flames Valley is said to be only Taoyin. Is your presence truly necessary here? The Flames Valley had stood for many years. It would be a blessing if it had not fallen to such depths. Upon hearing his companion's words, Ice Mad expressed a hint of concern. The contingent from the Ice River Valley was notably formidable, comprising not only Ice Mad, a battle saint, but also 3 semi-saint powerhouses. Upon their arrival at the blazing mountain range, they made no effort to conceal their auras, boldly advancing toward the depths of the Flames Valley. At that moment, Liuyun, who was concealed within the mountains, detected their presence as soon as they arrived. After a brief pause, he chose to follow them discreetly. As he delved deeper into the blazing mountain range, Liuyun observed that the verdant hues were nearly non-existent. The landscape was dominated by scorched red earth, devoid of even a blade of grass. After traversing a considerable distance, he encountered 2 imposing crimson peaks standing shoulder to shoulder, with a winding stone staircase spiraling up from their base. Not far from the staircase's summit, he perceived subtle spatial fluctuations, indicating the existence of a hidden realm beyond. At that moment, outside the spatial barrier, numerous elders and disciples clad in red robes from the Flames Valley gathered, facing 4 formidable white figures. Liuyun opted to remain at a distance, observing the unfolding scene. One of the semi-saints beside Ice Mad disdainfully surveyed the disciples of the Flames Valley beyond the barrier and scoffed. Is this all that remains of the Flames Valley? If so, you may as well perish today. Esteemed seniors, it appears that the Flames Valley has not provoked anyone. Might there be a misunderstanding? Tang Zhen, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the 4, dared not exhibit any anger despite the derisive remarks. With such meager strength, how dare you stand alongside the Ice River Valley? Does this not constitute an offense? The semi-saint retorted with a sneer. You are from the Ice River Valley. Tang Zhen seethed with indignation upon hearing such assertions, bewildered at how the Ice River Valley had acquired a battle saint and 3 semi-saints. Is the Ice River Valley planning to eradicate the Flames Valley today? His tone grew icy, despite the palpable fear gripping the elders and ordinary disciples behind him. Tang Zhen maintained a stoic demeanor, which caught Ice Mad's attention, stirring a sense of intrigue. He seems quite confident. Could it be that the Flames Valley possesses a hidden trump card? Ice Mad pondered silently. After a moment of contemplation, Ice Mad commanded his companions, to prevent any prolonged complications, let us eliminate these Flames Valley individuals at once. As he finished speaking, one of his companions darted toward Tang Zhen. However, as he made his move, the space before Tang Zhen began to warp violently, and an aura comparable to Ice Mad's erupted from within, culminating in the emergence of a red-haired elder from the distorted space. As the elder appeared, he swiftly unleashed a wave of scorching red energy directed at the approaching semi-saint from the Ice River Valley. Realizing the potency of this crimson energy, the semi-saint's expression changed drastically as he hastily summoned his icy battle chi to form a black ice mirror in a desperate attempt to deflect the attack. Boom! The red energy surged forth with incredible speed, piercing through the incomplete ice mirror and crashing vehemently into the semi-saint's chest. Chapter 507, 9 Dragons, Thunder Fire. Ice Mad vs. Fire Cloud Ancestor. In the wake of the red-haired elder's strike, the moisture in the surrounding air evaporated rapidly, and a hissing sound emanated from the semi-saint's chest. His expression contorted in agony. Observing this, Ice Mad rushed forward and enveloped the semi-saint in a column of black, icy energy. Yet by the time the fiery energy fully dissipated, a horrendous, gaping hole had been melted into the semi-saint's chest, leaving his complexion ghastly pale. A mid-stage battle saint. I did not anticipate the Flames Valley to harbor such a figure. After rescuing the semi-saint, Ice Mad turned to fix his cold gaze upon the suddenly materialized red-haired elder. Beside the red-haired elder stood a striking woman clad in red, her slender waist accentuated by a dark red whip, enhancing her allure. Though her beauty was remarkable, a hint of valiance shone through her delicate brows, and her fiery attire lent her an air of spirited elegance. Why has the Ice River Valley, which has concealed itself for so many years, suddenly chosen to strike against the Flames Valley. The red-haired elder replied in a deep tone. Should my guess be correct? You are Ice Mad, the third-generation leader of the Ice River Valley. Oh, I have secluded myself for a millennium. I never expected you to recognize me. Which suggests we are of a similar era. Ice Mad responded, astonished. Haha, when you made your name, I was but a humble disciple. Naturally, you would not know of me. However, I am curious as to how you have managed to survive until now. Your strength seemingly stagnant. The red-haired elder remarked with intrigue. Impudent wretch, how dare you speak to Lord Ice Mad in such a manner? The faces of the three companions behind Ice Mad twisted with rage as they shouted at the red-haired elder. Yet, despite their outbursts, none dared to take action, waiting instead for Ice Mad's directive. Dare to show such disrespect to the ancestor, and none of you shall leave the blazing mountain range today. Tang Zhen's expression morphed into one of fury as he bellowed in response to their accusations. As his words hung in the air, Tang Zhen clenched his hand, and with a soft hiss, silver flames began to swirl and rise from his palm, revealing the ethereal forms of 9 silver fire dragons gliding within the flames. This is the 9 dragons' Thunderfire. Gazing at the silvery flames, Bing Quang's pupils narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. He then shifted his gaze away from Tang Zhen and addressed the newly appeared red-haired elder, a group of juniors. Do you not know how to show respect to your elders? Even if this old man has made no progress in his cultivation over the years, I am not someone you can compare yourself to. Withdraw. Bing Quang understood that in today's battle, the 3 semi-saint subordinates would not play a significant role. The crux of a decisive outcome rested solely on him and this red-haired elder. Yes, Master Bing Quang. Upon hearing his words, the 3 semi-saint powerhouses behind him respectfully retreated several thousand meters. Bring Hua Air and the others into the valley. Do not let them come out. Observing Bing Quang's actions, the red-haired elder turned to Tang Zhen and instructed, Yes, ancestor. Tang Zhen was acutely aware that in a confrontation of this magnitude, he would be of no help whatsoever. Thus, after the elder spoke, he swiftly organized the personnel to retreat. At the last moment, he handed over the silvery flames he held to the red-haired elder. The 9 dragons' Thunderfire, ranked 12th on the list of extraordinary flames, bore the indelible blood-soul imprint of the powerful practitioners of the Burning Flame Valley, serving as the valley's heritage fire. Although Tang Zhen currently possessed this extraordinary flame, the red-haired elder could still wield it. The 9 dragons' Thunderfire was immensely scorching, imbued with formidable dragon might capable of intimidating the very souls of enemies. At this moment, in the hands of the red-haired elder, the 9 dragons' Thunderfire exuded an even greater aura. Witnessing this formidable power, the once confident Bing Quang now displayed a hint of trepidation in his eyes. However, the red-haired elder was only at the mid-stage of a 1-star dose saint, while Bing Quang had reached the late stage of a 1-star dose saint. To expect him to retreat so easily was somewhat unrealistic. Gome, let me witness the might of the legacy flame of the Burning Flame Valley. Bing Quang revealed a bloodthirsty smile, and in the next instant, he summoned an exceedingly terrifying black, icy power between his palms, which instantly transformed into a black ice spear. As the black ice spear appeared in Bing Quang's hand, the temperature in the vicinity of the volcanic crater began to plummet sharply. Daring to be so arrogant in my domain. Upon seeing Bing Quang condensing the black ice spear, the red-haired elder snorted coldly, then activated the silvery flames in his grasp. In an instant, the silvery flames coalesced into the form of 9 silver dragons, which surged wildly towards Bing Quang as the elder thrust his palm forward. Boom! Bing Quang wielded a black long spear in each hand, clashing continuously with the 9 swirling silver dragons as waves of ice and fire swept over the entire mountain. Under this explosive energy, countless boulders tumbled down from the peak, and even the spatial barrier trembled slightly. With rapid movements of the black long spears, Bing Quang managed to fend off the silver dragons, preventing any from nearing him. What does your higher realm matter? This is the Burning Flame Valley, where my power source is boundless, while you're only depleting your energy. Moreover, once the 9 dragons' Thunderfire strikes you, how long will your soul power endure? As the battle progressed, the red-haired elder observed Bing Quang's continuous resistance against the 9 dragons' Thunderfire, a smug expression emerging on his face. Bing Quang's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that an extraordinary flame could amplify combat power to such a degree. The 9 dragons' Thunderfire is indeed formidable, but what qualifications do you have to mock me here? With great effort, Bing Quang repelled a wave of the 9 dragons' Thunderfire, his body radiating a blinding white light. After the white light faded, Bing Quang vanished from sight. At that moment, the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire lost its target. Upon witnessing Bing Quang's figure disappearing, the red-haired elder grew wary. In the next instant, he suddenly felt an icy chill at his back. Reacting instinctively, he extended his palm, gathering a massive force of Douqi to strike backward. However, just as his palm was about to swing, a pitch-black, deep spear tip pressed against his palm. Chapter 508, A Secret Conversation. The moment the elder's hand was about to strike, the chilling spear tip had already reached his palm. Instantly, a piercing cold spread from the red-haired elder's hand. Had it not been for the opposing attributes of his Douqi within, he would have been frozen in an instant. Bang! In pain, the red-haired elder's body exploded backward. Although he had managed to retreat quickly, the icy power from the black ice spear still invaded his body, causing his entire hand to be encased in a layer of frost. This layer of black frost formed and quickly melted away under the surging Douqi within him, only to regenerate again, as if trapped in an endless cycle. Gazing at his somewhat numb hand, the red-haired elder, having retreated several hundred steps, regarded Bing Quang with a newfound respect, devoid of the earlier disdain. At that moment, the previously unleashed Nine Dragons' Thunderfire returned to the red-haired elder's body. And with the aid of this extraordinary flame, the icy power within him was swiftly expelled. Now he dared not let the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire leave his body easily. TSK, the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire is indeed remarkable, effortlessly driving out the icy power I had entered you with. Observing the red-haired elder's recovery, Bing Quang expressed his astonishment. Ha! Such a treasure is unattainable for you people of the Ice River Valley. Even if it were given to you, your opposing power would be incapable of refining it. The red-haired elder stated plainly. Meanwhile, several dozen miles outside the entrance of Burning Flame Valley, Liuyun concealed his presence. Observing the movements of Bing Quang and the Fire Cloud ancestor. From the recent confrontation, Liuyun could discern that although Bing Quang had gained a slight advantage initially, the Fire Cloud ancestor had rapidly recovered from his injuries with the aid of the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire and had not suffered significant losses. The overwhelming, scorching energy in this location would only weaken Bing Quang further as the battle continued. Liuyun waited patiently. If Bing Quang had no further trump cards, he would seize this opportunity to capture Bing Quang and his group. In doing so, he could access their memories to unveil the secrets hidden within the Ice River Valley. Under Liuyun's scrutiny, Bing Quang clashed with the Fire Cloud ancestor for several dozen exchanges, causing the outer gates of the Burning Flame Valley to show signs of collapse. Just as Liuyun had anticipated, Bing Quang began to fall behind, his icy Douqi unable to be replenished. Come again. In contrast to Bing Quang's waning Douqi, the Fire Cloud ancestor grew even more formidable, pressing the attack relentlessly. In the swirling silver flames, Bing Quang was unexpectedly grazed, and in an instant, a large plume of black steam erupted from the area scorched by the silver flames. Master Bing Quang, we come to assist you. Witnessing Bing Quang falter, the three semi-saint powerhouses from the Ice River Valley could no longer remain passive and sought to rush forward to lend their support. Stay back. Seeing their movements, Bing Quang shouted to halt them. He then quickly addressed the Fire Cloud ancestor. No more fighting. No more fighting. Bing Quang, who do you think you are? You think you can fight when you wish and stop when you desire? The Fire Cloud ancestor, currently enjoying the upper hand, would not let the matter rest easily. After Bing Quang's words, he unleashed the silvery flames, infused with fierce Douqi, without hesitation towards Bing Quang. Upon seeing the Fire Cloud ancestor's unwillingness to relent, Bing Quang hastily cried, "Stop! Are you not afraid that the Soul Palace will learn you are still alive?" Soul Palace. Hearing Bing Quang's words, the Fire Cloud ancestor's advancing figure suddenly halted, and the attack he had unleashed was swiftly retracted. Hey, young one. The Ember Valley has displayed such weakness over the years. I presume it is due to your entanglement with the Soul Hall. Thus you propagate your decline to the outside world. Ice Frenzy remarked with a cold laugh. The gaze of Ancestor Fire Cloud sharpened, his voice turning stern. And so what? Is it not the same for your Ice River Valley? My Ice River Valley is far from being akin to your Ember Valley. After uttering these words, Ice Frenzy ceased to speak further and directly transmitted a message to Ancestor Fire Cloud. Upon hearing Ice Frenzy's words, Ancestor Fire Cloud's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment, before he began to communicate with Ice Frenzy telepathically. Observing this peculiar exchange from a distance, Liuyun felt a surge of confusion. What could Ice Frenzy possibly be discussing with Ancestor Fire Cloud that required even the three semi-saint powerhouses he had brought from Ice River Valley to be concealed? Amidst Liuyun's puzzlement, Ice Frenzy and Ancestor Fire Cloud suddenly appeared to reconcile, their faces adorned with smiles and laughter. Ultimately, Ice Frenzy departed the blazing Fire Mountain range with two of the semi-saint powerhouses, while the last remained behind, entering the spatial barrier alongside Ancestor Fire Cloud. What is this? Such actions left Liuyun even more bewildered. However, recalling certain information gleaned from the memories of Bone Ghost and Blood River, clarity began to dawn upon him. Ice Frenzy likely intended to stage a performance with the Ember Valley, leaving a semi-saint powerhouse behind to feign dominance over Ember Valley, thus alleviating any doubts from the Soul Hall, while simultaneously demonstrating Ice River Valley's resolve in allying with the Soul Hall. With this thought, Liuyun could almost conclude that Ice River Valley harbored undisclosed secrets, and that at the depths of the Blackwater Cold Lake, formidable predecessors of Ice River Valley might be lurking. Therefore, after careful consideration, Liuyun temporarily abandoned the notion of confronting Ice Frenzy. For should he provoke a peerless powerhouse akin to Ancestor Fire Cloud, it would certainly be a case of suffering more than gaining. Having made up his mind, Liuyun promptly resolved to leave the blazing Fire Mountain range, and in the next moment, as the surrounding space twisted, he vanished from his location. Initially, Liuyun concealed his presence, and even from a distance of several dozen miles, neither Ice Frenzy nor Ancestor Fire Cloud detected his trace. However, at this moment, as the spatial disturbance reverberated, Ice Frenzy immediately sensed something amiss. A spatial fluctuation. Could it be that my confrontation with the Ember Valley was under the scrutiny of someone? I hope it is not someone from Soul Hall. Fixated on the spot where Liuyun had vanished, Ice Frenzy's face betrayed deep suspicion, and he promptly entered the void, attempting to pursue Liuyun as he traversed the space. Yet, after pursuing nearly several hundred miles, Ice Frenzy found no useful clues, ultimately letting out a frustrated roar in place. Following this, Ice Frenzy returned to the blazing Fire Mountain range. Chapter 509, The Beast Domain. An encounter with ruins. At this moment, it had been 5 or 6 days since Liuyun departed the blazing Fire Mountain range. After traveling for this duration, he finally arrived at his destination, the Beast Domain. The Beast Domain houses nearly 70% of the beast families of the Douqi Continent. It is truly the realm of magical beasts, including the 3 great clans of the beast world, the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, the 9 Nether Earthly Serpent, and the Primordial Void Dragon. While its area may not rival that of the Central Continent, it is still formidable, with towering and seemingly endless mountains that evoke a sense of wildness unique to the Beast Domain. Although the Beast Domain is often referred to as the 10,000 Great Mountains, this is merely an approximation. The true count surely exceeds this figure. These mountains stretch into realms beyond human reach, and the passage of time has left countless treasures hidden within this vast expanse, awaiting those fortunate enough to unearth them. After traversing the boundless mountain ranges of the Beast Domain for 3 hours, Liuyun's gaze was suddenly met with a blindingly white hue, a stark contrast against the lush greenery of the mountains. Moreover, numerous shape-shifting magical beasts were hastily heading towards this glaring white mountain range. Observing this situation, Liuyun intercepted a magical beast powerhouse on the road to inquire about the circumstances ahead. It turned out that the mountain range before him was the renowned Bone Mountain of the Beast Domain. This mountain is infamous for its terrifying ocean of bones, where countless beast skeletons lie abandoned. Over the passage of time, these bones gradually release the strange, beastly energy contained within, which, while ineffective for humans, serves as a fine supplement for magical beasts, thus making the Bone Mountain a favored gathering place for many of them. The reason these magical beast powerhouses were eagerly rushing towards the location was due to an ancient ruin set to be uncovered within the Bone Mountain. Originally, the ruin was sealed within a spatial barrier, and periodically, spatial fluctuations would create fissures. During such times, many powerful individuals would venture in to explore, a fact well known even among ordinary factions in the Central Continent. However, this time, the spatial seal was loosened prematurely due to a clash between 2 8th-tier, shape-shifting magical beast powerhouses within the Beast Domain, and it was anticipated that the ruin would soon be accessible once more. Since this opening was sudden, few were aware of it, and most of those flocking to the site were merely local magical beast powerhouses or a small number of humans adventuring in the Beast Domain. Furthermore, the spatial seal of the ancient ruin possesses restrictive properties. Should a Dozone powerhouse attempt to force their way in, they would face backlash from the seal. Consequently, in previous instances, only low-tier Dozone powerhouses have been able to enter the ancient ruins, and many treasures remained undiscovered. After learning some details, Liuyun released the shape-shifting magical beast powerhouse he had intercepted and swiftly made his way toward the distant White Mountain range. As he drew closer, he sensed a peculiar distortion in the space there, indicating that the ancient ruin was likely protected by a formidable barrier set by its owner. Within the ancient ruin, dangers abound. It is said that numerous ancient puppets of immense strength guard it, along with various peculiar mechanisms, making even Do zone powerhouses wary. It seems this ancient ruin, even after enduring the ravages of time, remains a force to be reckoned with. Upon the White Mountain range, hundreds of magical beast powerhouses and human experts congregated, eagerly discussing the matters concerning the ancient ruin. At the most prominent point of the mountain, two powerful auras stood out among the rest. These belonged to the 8th-tier magical beast powerhouses responsible for the ruin's premature emergence. Liuyun, upon arriving at the mountain, immediately discerned the remarkable cultivation of the two middle-aged men. At that moment, although they stood in confrontation with each other, their attention was fixed on the gradually dissipating spatial seal. As time progressed, the distorted space at the center of the mountain became increasingly thin, indicating that the ancient seal, which had endured for countless ages, would soon vanish. As the seal faded, the atmosphere within the entire mountain range grew increasingly volatile, under the allure of the ancient ruin. It seemed everyone had become markedly more irritable, and even the slightest friction could escalate into a fierce battle. The ruin is on the verge of appearing. I have little time to spare in waiting around with you. Originally, Liuyun ventured into the beast domain with the intention of assisting Kun Huang and Ying Wang in subduing the phoenix of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. However, upon arriving at the Bone Mountain range and encountering the unexpected opening of a treasure, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. In the next moment, having made up his mind, Liuyun chose to manifest his true self through a projection of his soul, covertly preparing to strike. As the soul projection quietly emerged, the distorted space at the heart of the Bone Sea suddenly dissipated without warning, causing the surrounding realm to resonate with intense fluctuations. The air crackled with the sound of violent distortion, akin to the rush of flowing water, amplifying the tumultuous waves of energy. Observing the increasingly ethereal energy seal amidst the upheaval, countless pairs of eyes outside the Bone Sea glimmered with a hint of crimson, their breaths growing notably heavier, and their grips on their weapons tightening. Witnessing this scene, the two 8th-tier beast warriors, who were locked in confrontation, exchanged glances of confusion. By their estimates, the seal still required over a day to fully open. Thus, its sudden transformation was perplexing. Yet at that moment they had no time to ponder, for amidst the peculiar cacophony, they felt an overwhelmingly terrifying surge of energy, wild and tempestuous, akin to a volcano suppressed beneath the Earth's crust, poised to erupt. With another strange sound echoing, the distorted space suddenly solidified, followed by a sharp crack as the fragile fabric of reality shattered like glass, bursting into countless fragments. Chapter 510. The Ruins Unveiled. Nopikiitis. Charge forth. The ancient ruins have opened. In the instant the spatial seal exploded, myriad figures surrounding the Bone Sea were instantly engulfed in a fervent crimson glow, their throats releasing deep, greedy roars as they surged toward the center of the Bone Sea like a swarm of locusts. Retreat. However, among this fervent throng, several figures, mirroring the two 8th-tier beast warriors, hastily withdrew, having discerned the looming danger. Just as the foremost individuals approached the shattered remnants of the spatial seal, a resounding boom reverberated through the area. In the next heartbeat, a ferocious tempest of spatial energy, potent enough to terrify even a Do Zun expert, swept across the vicinity like a storm. The swiftest among the crowd bore the brunt of the onslaught, vanishing in the blink of an eye, their anguished screams echoing above the Bone Sea. The violent ripples of space swept through the leading masses like a scythe through wheat, obliterating them entirely. Those who had lagged behind finally grasped the gravity of the situation, and the once forward rushing tide of bodies turned into a chaotic retreat, plunging the area around the Bone Sea into utter disarray. Boom! At this juncture, Liuyun found himself at a sufficient distance from the epicenter of the spatial eruption. As the storm of energy approached, it felt to him like a mere breeze passing by. After the tempest had ravaged the area, countless figures lay writhing on the ground, their anguished cries mingling with the crimson stains that marred the stark whiteness of the Bone Sea. What a formidable spatial seal! After countless epochs, it retains such devastating power. Truly, it is the legacy of a Do Sheng expert. Witnessing the destruction wrought by the spatial upheaval, the two previously contending 8th-tier beast warriors exchanged awestruck glances. Subsequently, They transformed into beams of light, darting directly into the depths of the Bone Sea. Observing their actions, other powerful beings, who had also successfully evaded the spatial chaos, swiftly followed suit, becoming indistinct shadows as they rushed into the Bone Sea. Within the depths of the Bone Sea, an immense silhouette, resembling a towering mountain, gradually took shape, appearing as a fearsome ancient beast lurking beneath the surface, instilling a sense of trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. Liuyun, like any other, drew closer to the Bone Sea. At this moment, he beheld the wisps of white mist floating within gradually thinning, revealing the massive structure that had been cloaked from view. Before him stood a grand hall, nearly 10,000 zhang in size, towering like a small peak. This edifice dwarfed even Liuyun's myriad beast palace and the residence of Xiongzhan he had encountered in the Pill realm, rendering even the Soul Palace's branch seem diminutive in comparison. As the crowd gazed up at this monumental structure, a profound sense of insignificance washed over them. The grand hall radiated a deep crimson hue, resembling a flame rising amidst the stark whiteness of the Bone Sea, creating a striking contrast. Most of the surrounding beast warriors were momentarily entranced by the sheer scale of the Crimson Hall, and after a brief pause, they exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Truly, this was the craftsmanship of a Do Sheng expert, and the grandeur was undeniably overwhelming. With a hissing sound, figures gradually slowed their advance and halted 100 meters from the Crimson Hall. From this vantage, the hall appeared even more colossal, its peak seemingly piercing the clouds. No wonder such a grand structure required a spatial seal for concealment. Its immense scale rendered it conspicuous wherever it stood. Since an ancient Do Sheng expert would construct such an expansive ruin, it was undoubtedly rich with treasures. This journey would prove to be fruitful indeed. It was fortunate that the true Do Sheng experts looked down upon such ruins. Otherwise, there would be no place for them. At this moment, outside the Crimson Hall, numerous powerful beings continued to arrive, yet none dared to step into the 100-meter radius first. Those who reached this point possessed formidable prowess, and naturally, no one was foolish enough to volunteer as the vanguard. While others chose to observe, Liuyun, unwilling to squander time, suddenly enlarged his form, transforming into a towering figure clad in armor, standing 100 meters tall. Who is this terrifying entity capable of expanding to such a size, even surpassing the beasts? Seeing Liuyun's imposing figure exuding an aura of dominance, those around him instinctively recoiled in fear. Ignoring their reactions, Liuyun took a step forward, positioning himself before the grand hall, and then delivered a powerful punch toward the immense stone door, weighing tens of thousands of pounds. With a resounding crash and a tremor that shook the earth, the seemingly indestructible stone door shattered upon impact. As debris flew, a pitch-black passageway revealed itself beyond the shattered door. The door has been breached. Witnessing Liuyun's single punch shatter the colossal stone door, both beast and human warriors regarded him with trepidation. Yet, beneath that apprehension lay a palpable greed. This greed overcame their fear of Liuyun, and those unable to contain themselves, with eyes aflame, unleashed their forms, swiftly darting around Liuyun's imposing presence and charging into the passageway. Seeing someone take the lead, the throng erupted into a frenzy, figures hastily maneuvering around Liuyun to plunge into the tunnel, as though fearing the treasures within would be claimed by another. However, some prudent individuals remained behind to observe, contemplating that an ancient ruin left by a Do Sheng expert could not possibly grant easy access. They also pondered whether the giant, having exerted such force to breach the door, would allow them to pass unchallenged. On this side, after shattering the stone door with a single punch, the colossal figure of Liuyun reverted to its original size, and then, like those who had bypassed him, he darted into the pitch-black passageway. Just moments after numerous individuals rushed into the tunnel, the dark corridor suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The hardened floor began to crack open, and soon the onlookers beheld scalding magma gushing forth from the fissures. Simultaneously, dazzling blue flames erupted from the walls of the spacious corridor. Anyone who came into contact with these cerulean flames was instantly reduced to ashes, scarcely able to emit a cry of agony. Chapter 511. A frenzied scramble for treasures, leaving no stone unturned. In the wake of this unforeseen calamity, the tunnel was emptied in an instant, and those who were about to enter were abruptly halted in horror, only to be thrust forward by those rushing from behind, leading to a cacophony of wretched screams as chaos ensued once more outside the grand hall. Witnessing this scene, the late-arriving Liuyun showed no signs of hesitation. He surged forward into the depths of the fiery path. In Liuyun's memory, The ancient relics of the Bone Mountains concealed enigmas within the fiery passage. Its walls and ceiling composed of thick rock, while below, the seemingly molten magma was the true escape route. Therefore, as he vanished from the sight of the crowd, he dove headlong toward the seething crimson magma. Upon submerging in the magma, Liuyun swiftly descended. Though the magma was blistering, his formidable physique rendered it no impediment, even without the protection of fighting energy or otherworldly flames. Mere seconds later, accompanied by a muted thud, he found himself slipping down a distance, ultimately landing on a frigid floor. At this moment, dozens of feet above Liuyun, the red magma coiled like a colossal serpent, twisting and turning in a circular formation, and he could faintly glimpse shadows flitting across the fiery path above. Clearly, this magma was what the onlookers had observed as the fiery corridor. Traversing its extensive length would be an endeavor spanning an eternity. Once Liuyun crossed the magma to reach the lower floor, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. He now occupied a spacious passageway of colossal stone, which extended into the distance, where he could vaguely discern a plaza. Fixating on the plaza, Liuyun transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the plaza in mere seconds. At the far end of the plaza stood an exceedingly heavy stone door, before which 10 figures, standing as straight as spears, remained unchanged through the ages. Their skin gleamed with a radiant silver hue, their eyes hollow and expressionless, reminiscent of ancient corpses. Puppets? Gazing at these cadaverous entities, Liuyun muttered softly. The puppets beyond the stone door, shimmering in silver, possessed strength merely at the pinnacle of the Do Zone level, thus failing to arouse any concern in Liuyun. As he approached the stone door, the 10 statuesque figures emitted a low, resonant sound of grinding bones, their cold, vacant gazes locking onto Liuyun, hands clenching as silver light surged forth, manifesting 10 resplendent silver spears in their grasp. With a flash, the silver light flickered as the 10 figures, akin to lightning, unleashed a fierce gale towards Liuyun. Observing their assault, Liuyun's expression remained unchanged. With a mere lift of his hand, a gust of wind sent the puppets hurtling backward over 10 meters, offering no resistance against his might. Roar! However, despite Liuyun's restraint, the 10 puppets showed no gratitude. Upon regaining their footing, their eyes shimmered with silver light, and a low growl emanated from their throats. They swiftly aligned their steps, forming a peculiar formation. Silver light flickered as serpent-like energies surged from within them, connecting them in a circular cycle. Roar! As the formation solidified, the leading puppet let out another roar. Its body diminished in silver light, gradually revealing a golden radiance that ultimately replaced the silver. They can utilize the formation to enhance one another's strength? How could I have overlooked this? The transformation of the puppet into gold piqued Liuyun's interest. This golden puppet now wielded power equivalent to an ordinary 2-star dozone, a significant leap from its previous status of merely a pinnacle dozone. Given that this formation possesses such potential, it would be worthwhile to bring it back for further study. With this thought, Liuyun turned, hastily approaching the golden puppet, firmly grasping its golden arm, which yielded slightly under his grip. Subsequently, a strand of his soul energy penetrated the puppet's head, erasing its original soul imprint and absorbing it into his spatial ring. He proceeded to replicate this process with the remaining 9 puppets, securing them within his ring. Creak! Just as Liuyun stored the 10 puppets, the once closed stone door emitted a series of creaking sounds, gradually revealing a narrow opening. As the door swung ajar, a wave of ancient, desolate energy wafted forth. Seeing this, Liuyun smiled faintly and transformed into a shadow, darting toward the relics beyond the stone door. In the next moment, he found himself before an immense hall, where his figure appeared diminutive amidst its grandeur. Surrounding the hall were numerous deep corridors, extending into the unknown. Liuyun casually selected a leftward passage for exploration. It proved exceedingly wide, with occasional lofts on either side, housing a plethora of fighting techniques, skill scrolls, and numerous medicinal herbs. Liuyun, never one to dismiss such treasures, absorbed everything he encountered into his ring. As he traversed, Liuyun's soul energy detected a unique aura emanating from a distance. Upon reaching the source of this sensation, he discovered an ancient stone door, its surface adorned with ancient moss, a deep green hue that whispered of the passage of time. Boom! Amidst the resonant sounds, the moss-covered stone door creaked open, releasing a dense aroma of medicinal herbs that had been concealed for countless years, invigorating Liuyun's spirit. Sensing the herbal fragrance, a flicker of joy surged within him, but as the door swung wide, a blinding, resplendent light burst forth. Chapter 512. Soul Infant Demon Tree. Celestial Flood Dragon. Before Liuyun's gaze lay a forest entirely composed of rare medicinal herbs, an ancient grove thriving with vitality unseen for eons, untouched by human hands. It appeared that this journey had led him to the right place. Compared to the herbs of the Wanyao Mountains, those here were truly exceptional. Gazing upon the abundant array of rare herbs, a look of delight blossomed across Liuyun's face. Such a terrifying stockpile of medicinal materials undoubtedly possesses an irresistible allure for certain ordinary factions. And what is more, Liuyun can amplify this treasure 1,000-fold. However, even if Liuyun intends to extract all these materials, it would likely require considerable effort, and he certainly does not wish to squander time on such endeavors. Moreover, with a continuous influx of powerful magical beasts and human warriors invading the ruins, if left unchecked, this abundant repository of herbs would soon be thoroughly depleted. If Liuyun desires to monopolize these resources, he must first deter those intruders. With this thought in mind, Liuyun chose not to directly enter the ancient forest. Instead, he retraced his steps and established a seal at the stone gate. Once the seal was completed, his spiritual power began to extend, and, upon sensing that no one had trespassed into the inner palace, he proceeded directly to the entrance previously guarded by 10 puppets. He swiftly set up an illusionary array using countless magic cores, the Xuanwu Bewilderment Array. These individuals were merely treasure seekers with no enmity towards Liuyun, so he had no intention of harming them. He simply erected an illusion to dissuade them from proceeding further. After Liuyun established a rudimentary illusion, others finally began to uncover the secrets of the fire path and arrived in the square. Following closely behind the first individual were a steady stream of treasure hunters. The treasure must surely be within. This group gazed eagerly at the massive stone door that had swung open, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In the next moment, they quickened their pace, eager to traverse the vast square. But as they reached the center, their hurried strides abruptly slowed, each one staring in astonishment, surprise, or fury at the scene unfolding before them. This bizarre spectacle left those who had yet to enter the square utterly terrified, causing them to halt and observe. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Liuyun swiftly scoured the treasures within the other passageways before re-entering the primordial forest. The expansive ancient forest was suffused with exotic fragrances. Enveloped in a light mist, and occasionally, small beasts darted from the underbrush, a serene atmosphere, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Having undergone countless years of evolution, this ancient forest had become a world unto itself, where 7th-tier magical beasts were not uncommon, and even 8th-tier creatures could occasionally be found. However, regardless of whether they were beasts or humans, mere passage of time would not guarantee an increase in cultivation. Many magical beasts, even at the end of their lifespans, could not escape the constraints of their bloodlines and innate talents. Once Liuyun entered the ancient forest, he began to harvest the medicinal herbs that had reached maturity. Yet he did not harm the magical beasts guarding them. An hour later, Liuyun still had not reached the edge of this forest, a testament to the vastness of this ancient Do Saint's domain. After an hour of plundering, Liuyun's spiritual power detected a potent aura emanating from a particular spiritual herb, leading him to surmise that it pertained to the realm of the soul. Consequently, he hastened towards the location indicated by his spiritual senses. With a swift motion, Liuyun's figure came to a halt mid-air, revealing before him a lake approximately 10 zhang in diameter. The water was exceptionally clear, yet its depths remained obscured. At the center of the lake floated a small patch of land, akin to an islet, upon which stood a peculiarly shaped tree. This tree, entirely grayish-silver, bore branches that twisted and coiled like vines, creating an odd curvature that, when viewed from a distance, resembled the form of a heavily pregnant woman, with golden light faintly emanating from the depths of its abundant branches. The Soul Infant Demon Tree. Upon witnessing this bizarre plant, Liuyun instantly recognized its significance from ancient texts he had perused. The soul infant fruit it bore was a rare treasure for tempering the soul, beneficial not only to humans, but also greatly effective for certain magical beasts. Hence, such a treasure was typically guarded by formidable beasts. As Liuyun approached the soul infant demon tree, the tranquil surface of the lake suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves. A massive shadow swiftly emerged from the depths, and with a resounding splash, a colossal creature broke the surface, its gigantic eyes glinting with ferocity as they fixed upon Liuyun. This creature, resembling a serpent, was adorned with azure scales and revealed only a small portion of its elongated body above the water. Atop its head were a pair of long, dark horns etched with mysterious patterns, faint blue light flickering along their length. The Jiao, a legendary ancient beast, was one Liuyun had encountered in ancient tomes. In ancient times, this creature was renowned for its combat prowess, said to possess traces of dragon blood within its veins. Should it endure numerous tribulations and refine itself, it might eventually evolve into a primordial void dragon. However, in the current Douqi Continent, such beasts had nearly become extinct. To encounter a Jiao, observing this nearly extinct giant beast, Liuyun chuckled lightly and addressed it. Jiao, I require the soul infant fruit. Given your long years of guardianship over the soul infant demon tree, feel free to ask for any compensation you desire. Upon uttering these words, Liuyun unreservedly unleashed the oppressive aura characteristic of a high-tier Dozun. The Jiao, merely at the peak of the 7th tier, immediately lost its earlier ferocity in the face of Liuyun's overwhelming might, its enormous pupils reflecting a mix of reluctance and fear. In the next moment, its massive head retreated beneath the lake's surface. Chapter 513, The Beast Spirit Shield, the Ancient Altar. Witnessing the Jiao's frightened demeanor, Liuyun reined in his aura and proceeded directly to the islet at the center of the lake, beside the soul infant demon tree. Standing next to the tree, Liuyun discerned that within the thick branches resembling a pregnant belly hung 2 fist-sized golden fruits, their appearance reminiscent of infants, exquisitely lifelike. A subtle fragrance wafted from them, inducing a sense of delight within Liuyun's soul. What a splendid treasure! Last time, my bid for the green meat did not yield a 10-fold return in quality. I hope for success this time, Liuyun murmured to himself, then deftly severed a thick branch from the soul infant demon tree, swiftly crafting it into 2 somewhat crude wooden boxes. These soul infant fruits were exceedingly peculiar. They could not be contained in any other vessel, lest they gradually evaporate. The only suitable container was the tree's own branches. Once the wooden boxes were prepared, Liuyun carefully cut through the dense branches and snipped the 2 branches bearing the soul infant fruits, gently placing them into the boxes. With a flick of his hand, he stored them in his spatial ring. It seemed that even the tree itself could be taken. After securing the soul infant fruits, Liuyun's gaze shifted towards the tree's trunk. Such a rare tree, if brought to an auction, might fetch a price comparable to that of a soul cultivation ancient tree, a true treasure of heaven and earth. With this thought, Liuyun suspended in mid-air as energy surged from his palm, forcibly extracting the entire islet from the lake and lifting it into the sky. In an instant, the moist earth, along with the soul infant demon tree, was absorbed into his spatial ring. After completing these tasks, Liuyun did not leave immediately. Instead, he slowly addressed the sky-soaring flood dragon concealed at the lake's bottom. Sky-soaring flood dragon. While the soul infant fruit is indeed a remarkable treasure for the soul, magical bees primarily cultivate their physical form. Hence, the advantages gained from a powerful soul may not be exceedingly potent. I possess 2 types of elixirs that can refine the physicality of magical beasts, which should prove beneficial to you. Additionally, given that you bear the bloodline of an ancient dragon, transforming your form is exceptionally challenging. Therefore, I shall also grant you a transformation pill as a purchase for the soul infant fruit. Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the sky-soaring flood dragon, hidden beneath the lake, suddenly sparkled with excitement in its eyes. In the next moment, Liuyun, hovering above the lake's surface, produced 3 jade vials and cast them into the water. Just as the vials approached the lake's surface, a massive maw emerged, unhesitatingly swallowing the 3 vials before vanishing swiftly. After throwing the transformation pill, Liuyun promptly departed, continuing his search within the ancient forest. As he ventured deeper into this primordial wilderness, the levels of magical beasts he encountered rose significantly, even encountering a mid-level 8th tier magical beast. Most of these formidable creatures guarded various rare treasures. For the obedient ones, Liuyun would offer a token compensation after seizing the treasures they protected. However, for the unruly and savage beasts, he would inevitably teach them a lesson. In such a brief span, Liuyun's gains had already surpassed those from his previous expedition in the Pill Realm. As he continued his exploration, Liuyun's spiritual energy scanned the surroundings and suddenly discovered a vast area devoid of any magical beasts. Sensing this anomaly, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to hasten towards the previously surveyed location. In such an expansive territory, the absence of magical beasts typically suggests 2 possibilities. First, the region may be too barren for any beasts to inhabit. Second, there could be a presence that instills great fear in other magical beasts, deterring them from venturing here. Contemplating the latter possibility, Liuyun proceeded with utmost caution. However, his spiritual energy probe revealed no particularly powerful beasts capable of concealing their presence. Suddenly, Liuyun furrowed his brows and approached a remarkably flat, verdant meadow. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Nevertheless, he sensed a faint fluctuation in spatial energy. Could it be that this is the location of the beast spirit shield concealing the dragon phoenix origin fruit? Recalling the memories in his mind, Liuyun thrust his hand forward, unleashing an enormous wave of battle energy. Boom! Underneath this colossal surge of energy, countless blades of grass were uprooted, causing the very space to tremble violently. Yet, upon reaching a certain point, this rampaging battle energy seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, producing a deafening sound of impact before dissipating into the void. Noticing his attack thwarted, Liuyun's gaze fixated on the space where the battle energy had vanished. Suddenly, a golden light materialized from that void. Taking the form of an inverted bowl, its lower section rounded and spanning approximately 10 zhang in diameter. Observing this golden shield, which could withstand his strike without shattering, he expressed his astonishment. Is this the beast spirit shield that only immensely powerful magical beasts can conjure in moments of peril? Such a beast spirit shield can only be opened by those sharing the same bloodline as the deceased magical beast. For any external force attempting to breach, it would disrupt the spatial energies within, obliterating everything inside. Liuyun recalled that this beast spirit shield was formed by the death of a powerful member of the ancient Void Dragon clan and a formidable member of the Celestial Phoenix clan. While he lacked the bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon, he possessed an abundance of the Celestial Phoenix blood, obtained from the two Saint powerhouses, Kuan Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix. After a moment's hesitation, Liuyun retrieved the vessel containing the Celestial Phoenix blood, drawing a line of blood across the beast spirit shield. As Liuyun observed, an unusual wave emanated from the area where the Celestial Phoenix blood had touched, and a golden fissure slowly tore open on the shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Liuyun stepped through the opening, and as he entered the beast spirit shield, the golden light rippled, causing the fissure to vanish swiftly. The instant he stepped into the shield, the scenery before Liuyun transformed dramatically. The lush forest vanished, replaced by a desolate plain. This expanse was considerable, strewn with crimson sand that resembled blood, interspersed with patches of pale color akin to lime. Gazing ahead, Liuyun discovered an ancient stone altar towering 100 zhang at the center of the plain. A faint aura of authority emanated from the altar, yet Liuyun remained unaffected, swiftly appearing atop its surface. At this moment, he stood in close proximity to the massive stone altar, an overwhelming sense of antiquity enveloping him. Positioned at the center of the altar, he beheld a staircase of azure stone extending endlessly upwards. Without lingering, he ascended to the altar's pinnacle. Upon reaching the top, he clearly saw a platform of gold and purple in the center, featuring a half-foot-sized depression. In that depression, a sapling emerged from the stone, slender as a thumb, yet winding like a great dragon. At its apex hung a fruit. This fruit, roughly palm-sized, shimmered in golden and purple hues. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden half intricately twisted into a minuscule ancient void dragon, while the purple half depicted a celestial phoenix in flight. This must be the dragon phoenix origin fruit. Sensing the immense energy radiating from this fruit, even Liuyun felt a surge of temptation. The energy contained within surpassed that of numerous ninth-grade elixirs. Even if consumed alone, it could lead to a significant breakthrough in strength. However, the effects would vary immensely between an ordinary person and those of the ancient void dragon and celestial phoenix bloodlines. Yet, Liuyun dismissed such considerations. Even if it were useless to him now, auctioning it could yield unexpected rewards. With this thought, Liuyun produced a specially crafted jade vial and drew in the dragon phoenix origin fruit, which transformed into a swirling liquid of gold and purple as it was absorbed into the vial. Having secured the dragon phoenix origin fruit, there was little left to scavenge in this area. Liuyun swiftly moved to the edge of the beast spirit shield and, as before, used the celestial phoenix blood to carve a fissure on the golden shield, slipping through the opening. Upon exiting the beast spirit shield, Liuyun continued his search for other medicinal materials. Unbeknownst to him, half a day had passed, and he found himself back at the Grand Hall where he had first entered the ancient forest. Within that immense hall, he discovered another chamber, a hall within a hall. Above this structure were inscribed two magnificent characters, Pill Hall. As the name suggests, this Pill Hall was once the storage place for elixirs belonging to the ancient relics master. The grand edifice is divided into 3 tiers. Upon entering the first level, Liuyun observed a mere assortment of commonplace medicinal pills, predominantly of the third and fourth grades. Lacking any interest in collecting these mundane items, he hastily glanced around before proceeding to the second tier of the medicinal hall. Upon entering the second level, Liuyun immediately detected a noxious gas permeating the atmosphere. Although this toxic vapor posed no harm to him, its unpleasant aroma compelled him to envelop himself in his battle energy. Within this tier, the majority of the pills were of the 5th and 6th grades. Liuyun unleashed a powerful suction from his palm, swiftly retrieving the pills that caught his eye. Before long, he reached the passage leading to the 3rd tier, ascending further. The potency of the poisonous gas intensified considerably compared to the 2nd level, capable of corroding battle energy. It would be a daunting challenge for an average Dozone practitioner to navigate this area. Yet, Liuyun disregarded the toxins and continued his ascent to the 3rd level with unwavering speed. The 3rd tier of the medicinal hall was exceedingly vast, adorned with numerous sizable pill chambers, each surpassing the 1st and 2nd levels in both decor and grandeur. Upon entering the 1st chamber, Liuyun was rewarded with a 7th grade pill and a scroll detailing a 7th grade formula. The 2nd chamber revealed the presence of 8th grade pills, eliciting great delight from Liuyun. Although he possessed a considerable number of 8th grade pills, most were returns from the system. Here, the stock was plentiful, boasting at least a dozen or 20 pills, all right for retrieval. After acquiring 10 8th grade pills, a sudden movement caught Liuyun's attention as a white figure darted out from a narrow pill chamber. Curiously, he focused on the source of the commotion, only to discover a small beast, its body covered in white fur, resembling a plump cat with an endearing bulk. Despite the absence of any energy fluctuations or discernible aura emanating from the creature, Liuyun was unequivocally certain that it was a pill beast formed from a medicinal pill. Such a creature was on the brink of evolving into a 9th grade pill. Realizing that this beast had emerged from an 8th grade pill that had undergone the 9-colored pill lightning, Liuyun swiftly captured it and stowed it in his spatial ring. Having thoroughly scoured the 3rd tier of the medicinal hall, Liuyun's haul was substantial. Dozens of 7th grade pills, a handful of 8th grade pills below the 6-colored pill lightning, and the most precious find, the white beast, which was mere moments away from evolving into a 9th grade treasure pill. Continuing his exploration of the labyrinthine halls of the majestic edifice, Liuyun advanced for several minutes before his surroundings suddenly opened up to reveal a colossal ancient hall. The structure, bathed in a coppery hue, bore the weight of countless years, its deep and ancient essence wafting from every stone slab, evoking the profound stillness of epochs long past. The hall was expansive. Standing within it, one felt as diminutive as an ant. At its center, 10 immense orbs of light hovered in midair, casting a brilliant radiance that hinted at the presence of scrolls within their luminous embrace. Liuyun's gaze swept over these orbs, emanating an uncanny pressure, and suddenly, his attention fixed on the center of the 10 orbs, where a stone pedestal cradled a skeletal figure, its form entirely alabaster. Seated in a meditative posture with its hands forming a seal, recalling the memories etched in his mind, Liuyun recognized that within this skeletal remains of a former Do Sheng lay a foundational heavenly tier battle technique. This must be the main hall of the relic. He mused, stepping cautiously within. To his surprise, Liuyun noticed that surrounding the towering pedestal were several figures, their forms resembling stone statues, their bodies a hue of lime. Eyes shut tight, having preserved their stance for an indeterminate span. Puppets of Do Zun strength? He pondered. The handiwork of this Do Sheng was indeed grand. For after so many years, he still had a cadre of Do Zun puppets for protection. With a soft sigh, Liuyun advanced, launching 10 attacks towards the feeble remnants of seals on the scrolls. Under his assault, the waning power of the seals dissipated, causing the 10 scrolls to plummet to the ground, devoid of their energy. Liuyun beckoned, gathering all 10 scrolls into his spatial ring. In that very moment, the stone puppets surrounding the pedestal abruptly opened their long-sealed eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the space. Unlike typical puppets, these beings possessed eyes ignited with fierce malevolence. Liuyun recalled that these puppets were known as ancient human puppets, crafted through esoteric methods that extracted the souls of formidable beings and sealed them within puppet forms. These creations not only retained sentience, but could also execute battle techniques. However, despite their formidable nature, this puppet craft paled in comparison to Liuyun's mastery of the ancient seed puppet technique, which utilized living beings as puppets capable of normal cultivation, illustrating a stark disparity between the two. With a resounding roar, the cadre of Do Zun puppets brandished their sharp spears, lunging ferociously towards Liuyun. Yet, he paid their assault no heed. In an instant, his form expanded exponentially, encased in a formidable armor. Thus, he allowed the puppet spears to strike against him. The clang of metal echoed as the spears met his body, yet Liuyun remained unscathed. In a swift counter, he struck down each puppet with a single blow, rendering them utterly devoid of combat capability in the blink of an eye. Having dealt with the cadre of Dozun puppets, Liuyun turned his gaze towards the skeletal remains of the Doshang. He approached slowly, extending 2 fingers to grasp the skeleton. Just as he intended to stow it away in his spatial ring, he sensed a flicker of resistance emanating from the bones, sharp spines suddenly sprouting from its surface, attempting to pierce his fingers. Yet, the might of the divine elephant tyrant body technique was unparalleled. The remnants of the skeleton's power could scarcely breach his skin. There remains a trace of a soul imprint. Realizing the anomaly, Liuyun projected a wisp of his soul energy, intent on obliterating the flickering consciousness within the skeleton. With a piercing and anguished roar, the Doshang skeletal form succumbed to Liuyun's will, ultimately being drawn into his spatial ring. As a fragment of soul energy merged with the ring, Liuyun discerned peculiar markings shimmering faintly along 3 of the skeletal ribs, pulsating as though alive. He understood that these inscriptions contained the true heavenly tier battle technique hidden within the relic, the Great Creation Palm, a technique that embodied the essence of creation, capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating all matter. With the acquisition of the skeletal remains, Liuyun knew that the relic held no further treasures of significance, and he promptly turned to exit the Grand Hall, making his way towards the plaza at the entrance where the illusionary formations had been established. At this moment, at the entrance of the colossal hall, nearly 100 treasure seekers, possessing either Dozong or Dozun prowess, were ensnared within, lost in their own selves. Outside the plaza, the multitude of onlookers was even more formidable, a dense mass of heads so numerous that counting them was nearly impossible. It was evident that the secret beneath the fire path had become common knowledge, and even as more individuals continued to stream into this location, the most formidable among them was a beast of Dozun peak strength. Nevertheless, even this formidable creature dared not risk entering the illusory formation. Boom! At one moment, a tremendous sound erupted from within the illusion, which had been under the scrutiny of countless eyes, and swiftly, the phantoms trapping numerous powerful beings dissipated. As the illusion vanished, a young man clad in white appeared at the shattered stone door. Was there truly a living soul within this ruin? The collective gaze of the crowd converged upon Liuyun, for they had only witnessed his appearance after his transformation, leaving them with little recollection of his original visage. Furthermore, they had believed that this powerful illusion was an inherent feature of the ruins. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Liuyun remained silent, exuding calmness as he darted towards the exterior of the ruins. As he emerged, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, but just as Liuyun soared above the crowd, 6 formidable attacks converged upon him simultaneously. This individual, having emerged from the Grand Hall, undoubtedly possessed the treasures within. With a resounding shout, 6 figures leapt above the crowd following their assault. Among these 6, the weakest boasted a strength equivalent to a 7-star Dozun, while the mightiest had reached the pinnacle of Dozun, emboldened to act against Liuyun when fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. How intriguing! Liuyun had initially opened the illusion with the intent of ensuring these treasure seekers did not make the journey in vain. Yet he had not anticipated that 6 individuals would dare to attack him at this moment. Now, observing the potent energy of the 6 attacks, capable of rending the very fabric of space, a glint of coldness flickered in Liuyun's eyes. In an instant, a resplendent sword materialized in his grasp. The sword technique of the heavens. As Liuyun internally murmured the incantation, a terrifying golden sword light, stretching 100 zhang in size, surged forth from his blade, colliding with the 6 energies of Douqi. Witnessing Liuyun's confrontation with these 6 powerful beings, the crowd had already hastily chosen to disperse. The next moment, the colossal golden sword light clashed violently with the 6 energies of Douqi, causing the very heavens and earth within the ruins to shatter under the ferocity of the collision. Chapter 5:16. The apex of a celestial demonic phoenix. However, as the 6 formidable energies of Douqi were obliterated by the golden sword light, the latter retained half of its formidable power, which surged forth with terrifying might towards the 6 individuals now rising into the air. Observing that the sword light had not only nullified their attacks, but was now aiming at them, the 4 remaining assailants displayed expressions of astonishment. Only 4 managed to evade the direct assault of the sword light, while the remaining 2, caught too close, were unable to dodge in time. The sword light pierced through their bodies before crashing violently into the ground, creating a massive fissure 100 meters wide. The two individuals struck by the sword light, a peak 7-star Dozun and an 8-star Dozun, found their bodies shattered the moment the fissure formed. Not only did their physical forms disintegrate, but their very souls were reduced to ash beneath the sword's radiant might. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, countless individuals in the vicinity, including the 4 remaining attackers, collectively inhaled sharply in horror. To unleash such devastating power with a single strike required at least a mid-level half-saint strength, if not that of a high-level half-saint. This individual was far too terrifying. Having offended him, they feared he would not let the matter rest. They needed to leave this place swiftly. Senior, it was merely a misunderstanding. Please do not take offense. Senior, we implore your forgiveness for our recklessness. As Liuyun's gaze settled upon them, 2 of the remaining 4 remained stationary, seeking his pardon, while another chose to re-enter the grand hall in pursuit of treasures, and the last fled towards the ruins exit. Observing this, Liuyun opted to strike first at the individual who had chosen to re-enter the grand hall, for he displayed no remorse and seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As the 8-star Dozun rushed towards the stone door, Liuyun, wielding the Xianyuan sword, unleashed the sword technique of the heavens against him. Despite having utilized more formidable techniques for some time, those reserved for combating beings of significantly higher realms, this individual's prowess was comparable to Liuyun's, rendering the execution of the heavenly grade advanced technique effortlessly lethal. In the next instant, as anticipated by Liuyun, the 8-star Dozun was obliterated beneath the golden sword light, his body disintegrating without resistance. His soul extinguished on the spot. After dispatching that individual, Liuyun turned his attention to the one fleeing towards the ruins exit. With a similar motion, he unleashed another sword strike, this time against the most formidable among the 6, the 9-star Dozun, who immediately sustained severe injuries. Though protected by a treasured artifact, a terrifying fissure still manifested across his back. To survive a single strike from me is a testament to your luck. The 9-star Dozun, having endured Liuyun's attack, did not dare to look back and continued fleeing desperately towards the ruins exit. At this moment, having witnessed Liuyun's terrifying capabilities, the 2 who had previously chosen to remain and plead for mercy felt as though they were plummeting into an abyss. Terrified that Liuyun would extend his wrath towards them as well. You 2 shall sever an arm, and this matter will be forgotten. Liuyun addressed the trembling duo in a tone devoid of inflection. Upon hearing Liuyun's demand to sever an arm, these 2 renowned figures in the Beastman realm hesitated not a moment, transforming their hands into blades and swiftly severing their left arms. With their severed limbs falling to the ground, Liuyun's fury, stemming from the earlier ambush, was finally and completely vented. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Liuyun departed swiftly from the ruins. Once he had left, all those who had entered the ruins exhaled a collective sigh of relief, then surged into the grand hall to commence their treasure hunt. Within the grand hall, and in the ancient forest beyond, Liuyun was certain that he had not thoroughly scoured the area. At the very least, he had left behind some 4th grade or lower elixirs, and there may well be treasures hidden in corners yet undiscovered by him. However, such matters were of no concern to Liuyun. Upon exiting the ruins, Liuyun swiftly contacted the manipulated celestial demonic phoenix tribe's Doshan warriors, Kun Huang and Ing Huang. From the information relayed by them, Liuyun learned that within a day, they would be able to lure the celestial demonic phoenix, the apex of the trio, out of the tribe. Upon receiving this news, Liuyun promptly arrived at the predetermined location. This area was desolate, strewn with barren stones, devoid of even a blade of grass, and there were no large beastman tribes residing nearby. Upon arrival, Liuyun immediately set to work establishing an array to ensnare them. The ice blue water light array for the Phoenix woman was a mid-level 2-star Doshang. Without employing sufficient strategies, even if he could defeat her, capturing her would be a different matter entirely. Should she escape back to the celestial demonic Phoenix tribe and inform the reclusive Huang Tian, it might lead to significant troubles. After spending half a day, Liuyun successfully arranged an array of moderate size, the ice blue water light array. Setting up the ice blue water light array, Liuyun began to await in silence. As time passed, half a day swiftly elapsed, and Liuyun, seated in meditation, suddenly sensed several formidable auras rapidly approaching from afar. Kun Huang and Ing Huang, the lords of the Heavenly Alliance, have come to the Beast Domain to negotiate with us. If they are indeed willing to heed our words, we may overlook past grievances. However, should they dare to defy the conditions set forth by our celestial demon phoenix. I shall ensure they comprehend the meaning of there being greater powers beyond the heavens. Among the rapidly approaching figures, a woman clad in a red dress spoke with an icy tone, exuding authority. This woman, adorned in red, appeared to be around 30, yet her aura was terrifyingly potent, with her slender brows slightly raised, emanating an air of menace. Hearing the words of the woman in red, the two elderly men beside her nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Behind the three leading figures stood a young man and woman. The woman was Fengqing, recently liberated from Liuyun's confinement, while the young man, tall and seemingly in his 20s, had already ascended to the Dozuan realm. Master Elder, this mere secular force dares to specifically request your presence for a meeting. They truly overestimate their own significance. As the young man uttered these words, his tone was laced with disdain towards the Heavenly Alliance. Jiufeng, while the Lord of the Heavenly Alliance may not rival our celestial demon phoenix clan, he still possesses a degree of strength in the secular world. If he can serve our interests, there are benefits to be had. Upon hearing the white-haired youth's words, the usually frosty expression of the woman in red softened considerably as she patiently explained her perspective. Just as her words faded, the space surrounding their group suddenly trembled violently. Following this, a blue water-pattern barrier manifested behind them, bowl-shaped and expansive, enveloping an area of several dozen miles. What is happening? Witnessing this sudden anomaly, both the white-haired youth and Fengqing were taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. The expression on the woman in red also turned cold, for she could distinctly feel that the space had been completely sealed off by the emergence of this blue water-pattern barrier. It seems the Lord of the Heavenly Alliance does not harbor a very amicable disposition, she muttered, her eyes glinting with malice. In contrast to the reactions of these three, Kuan Huang and Ying Huang remained remarkably calm. After the woman in red concluded her statement, she abruptly waved her flowing sleeves, extending her fair hands, and a peculiar energy surged forth from her palms, striking fiercely at the icy blue water-pattern barrier. Boom! The casual strike of the woman in red unleashed a force several times more powerful than the attacks Liuyun had witnessed during the battle between Ice Madness and Fire Cloud Ancestor. Yet, when such a terrifying assault erupted upon the blue water-pattern barrier, it exhibited no signs of damage, merely intensifying the ripples within. Seeing this, the hint of contempt on the woman's face finally dissipated, and she began to regard the formation with seriousness. Even the Master Elder cannot breach this formation. The white-haired man and Fengqing, who silently gasped in astonishment at the immense sound erupting from the barrier's edge, just as the woman in red surveyed her surroundings. Intent on questioning Kuan Huang and Ying Huang, two white figures gradually approached through the air. Yinlu, seeing the slightly older youth among them, Fengqing could not help but exclaim, her long imprisonment having instilled a profound fear of Liuyun within her. "Ah, my esteemed guests, what a pleasure it is to see you again so soon. I presume this is the phoenix of the celestial demon trio." Upon nearing the group, Liuyun greeted Fengqing with a smile before fixing his gaze upon the woman in red, speaking slowly. "How audacious, to dare to address our Master Elder by name." Upon Liuyun's utterance, the white-haired man, possessing the strength of a low-tier Dozuan, immediately pointed at Liuyun and scolded him loudly. "Silence! Do you think you have a place to interject here?" To his surprise, Liuyun did not react, but instead, he was met with scorn from Kuan Huang and Ying Huang, causing his complexion to pale and his eyes to blaze with fury. "Kuan Huang, Ying Huang, Jiufeng is the designated young clan leader by our patriarch. Do you not think you are being rather presumptuous?" Hearing the exchange among the three, the phoenix furrowed her brow and reprimanded them sharply. "Huh! I care not for what trivial young clan leader he is. Anger me, and I shall devour him whole." Despite the phoenix's rebuke, Kuan Huang and Ying Huang remained unyielding, brazenly uttering even more arrogant remarks, causing the white-robed man's expression to darken further. His gaze towards them filled with rancor. "Do you two think so little of me, your elder sister?" Perceiving a hint of something amiss with Kuan Huang and Ying Huang, the phoenix's voice carried an icy undertone. At that moment, Liuyun interjected, broaching the subject of cooperation, interrupting the phoenix's suspicions towards Kuan Huang and Ying Huang. "Phoenix, the purpose of this meeting is to persuade you and the entirety of the celestial demon phoenix clan to ally with my heavenly alliance, becoming our iconic mounts for generations to come. You are courting death." Upon hearing Liuyun's declaration, the already irate phoenix erupted with fury. A golden energy of Douqi manifesting in her palm, swiftly aimed at Liuyun's heart. Witnessing the phoenix's wrath, Liuyun remained unfazed. His soul power had strengthened alongside his cultivation, and dealing with a two-star Do Sheng posed little challenge. At that moment, as the phoenix launched her attack, Liuyun summoned an enormous hand composed of soul energy, which collided with the peculiar energy. It can even withstand the attack of the Master Elder. After a tremendous explosion, the two forces instantly neutralized each other, the shockwaves sending the white-haired man and Feng Qing reeling, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Liuyun's prowess. Soul power possesses such strength. The phoenix, recognizing her opponent was merely a manifestation of soul energy, noted that her prior attack on the barrier had yielded no results, instilling a sense of wariness within her. Moreover, given Liuyun's various manifestations, she understood that this encounter was never intended to be a negotiation. Realizing this, the phoenix addressed the two observers beside her, saying, Kuan Huang, Ing Huang, these two possess formidable strength. Lend me your assistance. At this juncture, the phoenix still held no suspicions towards Kuan Huang and Ing Huang, merely feeling slighted due to their misinformation. Very well, sister, we shall assist you. Following the phoenix's call for support, Kuan Huang and Ing Huang began to channel their immense Do Qi energy almost in unison. In that moment, both Liuyun and the phoenix prepared to unleash their ultimate attacks. The next instant, two terrifying torrents of Do Qi erupted from Liuyun and the phoenix, each carrying an overwhelming force. However, after Phoenix unleashed a fierce assault, her stern visage suddenly transformed into one of distress. At this moment, she sensed that the attacks from Kuan Huang and Ing Huang were astonishingly directed towards her. Chapter 518. Control over the Phoenix. Manipulating the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. Although she perceived the incoming onslaught from Kuan Huang and Ing Huang, Phoenix found herself bereft of time to evade. The hastily conjured aura shield shattered under the terrifying attacks of Kuan Huang and Ing Huang, followed by a massive black claw striking heavily against her back. With a splatter, blood erupted around Phoenix as she was struck by Kuan Huang and Ing Huang, her back torn asunder, revealing several ghastly wounds. Why you two? Phoenix swiftly pivoted, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze incredulous as she looked upon her longtime companions, with whom she had spent millennia. Behind Kuan Huang and Ing Huang, the white-haired men, Jufeng and Feng Qing were nearly aghast, unable to fathom that the two esteemed elders of their clan would conspire against Phoenix, something they had never dared to imagine in the past. At this moment, the pain in Phoenix's eyes gradually transformed from disbelief into profound sorrow. Have I, as your elder sister for so many years, harbored animosity in your hearts? Phoenix cried out in desperation at Kuan Huang and Ing Huang. Yet, her emotionally charged words received no response. The expressions on their faces remained as calm as before. Having spent so many years together, Phoenix began to suspect a deeper truth. You two are not the true Kuan Huang and Ing Huang. What have you done to them? She murmured softly, then turned to glare at Liuyun, bellowing, Do you wish to know? Fear not. You shall soon become just like them, my loyal slave. Ensnared within the shimmering ice-blue barrier, Liuyun spoke without restraint. Slave? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, Phoenix instinctively grasped the fate that had befallen Kuan Huang and Ing Huang. Yet she remained perplexed as to how one could be transformed in such a manner, maintaining rationality while still wielding their original prowess. Had they not revealed themselves, she would have perceived no flaws. Liuyun, however, did not afford Phoenix the luxury of contemplation. She had been grievously wounded, making it effortless for Liuyun to subdue her. Phoenix, having roamed the continent for millennia, had never felt so beleaguered, facing formidable foes while being betrayed by her longtime comrades. You dare treat us this way? The clan leader will surely not let you go. In her despair, Phoenix recalled the figure who had been in seclusion for countless years. Huh, are you referring to that old fellow, Huang Tian? He does possess some merit, but he is currently oblivious to the events unfolding here, and you will soon become my tool to deal with him. Liuyun retorted coldly, swiftly approaching Phoenix, her soul power manifesting as a colossal hand that clasped around Phoenix's throat. With the assistance of Kuan Huang and Ing Huang charging in from behind, it took little effort to render Phoenix utterly immobile. Witnessing the scene, Jufeng and Feng Qing were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color, rooted to the spot. Under their watchful gaze, Liuyun executed several profound hand seals, a peculiar force sealing Phoenix's entire aura. Subsequently, Liuyun planted a puppet seed within Phoenix's soul right before their eyes. Phoenix has encountered her master. After the puppet seed was sown, the fierce defiance in Phoenix's eyes vanished, replaced by an uncharacteristic meekness as she gazed at Liuyun. Observing Phoenix's transformation, Liuyun nodded in satisfaction before removing the seal that bound her. Great Elder. Witnessing the entire process of Liuyun's control over Phoenix, Feng Qing'er was overwhelmed with sorrow. Senior, I vow that today's events shall never be revealed. I implore you to spare my life. Meanwhile, Jiufeng prostrated himself before Liuyun, repeatedly begging for mercy. Enough. Liuyun, displeased by Jiufeng's pitiful display, swiftly moved before him and slapped him, sending him tumbling several meters away, shattering 3 of his teeth. Yet despite the pain, Jiufeng suppressed his agony and knelt once more before Liuyun. Liuyun chose to disregard Jiufeng's actions, approaching Feng Qing'er slowly, grasping her delicate chin and softly stating, Feng Qing, did you not proclaim that upon returning to the clan, you would utterly destroy my heavenly alliance? With Liuyun gripping her chin, Feng Qing'er looked up at him, devoid of her previous haughtiness, merely gazing at him with a flat expression, not uttering a word. She had originally thought that being taken back to the clan by Kun Huang and Ying Huang would liberate her from her dark plight, only to find that returning was merely the onset of a nightmare. Huh, so you choose silence? I warned you that you would be confined for eternity. No one can take you away. Consider this previous time as merely allowing you a breath of fresh air. Now that the reprieve is over, you must return to your rightful place. Upon concluding, Liuyun swiftly sealed Feng Qing'er's powers. Though Liuyun could opt to take Feng Qing'er with him, Jiufeng was a different matter. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, his disappearance would surely incite chaos within the clan. Should the clan leader, the 5-star Do Saint Huang Tian, emerge from seclusion, it would spell trouble. Thus, with resolute determination, Liuyun transformed Jiufeng into his puppet as well. At present, Liuyun's mastery over the ancient puppet technique had reached a formidable level, with the Heavenly Demon 3 Phoenixes under his command. It signified that no news within the Beast region could elude him. Most critically, the Soul Palace, a faction sweeping across the continent, was on the brink of being thoroughly infiltrated. Once the infiltration of the Soul Palace was complete, even the ancient imperial clans would find themselves at his mercy. Heavenly Demon 3 Phoenixes, upon returning to the clan, remained vigilant of the movements of the various beast families, particularly the Primordial Dragon clan and the 9 Nether Demonic Python. Moreover, until I issue further commands, do not disturb your clan leader Huang Tian. Liuyun instructed the Heavenly Demon 3 Phoenixes. Upon hearing Liuyun's orders, Phoenix, Kun Huang, and Ying Huang bowed respectfully, responding in unison, we obey. After issuing these commands, Liuyun began to weave intricate seals, and as the final seal was cast, the vast water barrier enveloping the realm rapidly dissipated. Chapter 519, Movements in the Black Corner Domain. While Liuyun was in the Beast region, Xiao Yan, having departed from the capital of Jiama, finally arrived at the outskirts of Jiama Academy. His leave of absence had extended nearly 2 years, and he was now prepared to enter the academy. Teacher, I had no idea that so many significant events had transpired in the Black Corner Domain over these 2 years. Standing atop a small hill, Xiao Yan expressed his sentiments to the spirit of Yao Lao beside him. Indeed, in less than 3 years, the Liuyun Pavilion has grown into the most colossal force in the Black Corner Domain, causing the once dominant factions to grovel at its feet. Quite impressive. Yao Lao nodded in agreement. Teacher, could the name Liuyun Pavilion be connected to the young master of the middle family, Liuyun? Xiao Yan pondered aloud. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's conjecture, Yao Lao nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Is highly probable. The modus operandi of the Blackmar City Auction House bears a striking resemblance to that of that rascal from the Jiama Empire. They even auction off treasures like the Heavenly Lotus Heart Fire. I truly cannot fathom their intentions." Reflecting on some rumors he had heard regarding the Flowing Cloud Pavilion auctioning off unusual fires, Xiao Yan could not help but express his bemusement. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that after such a long time, I have finally encountered some news regarding the unusual fires. Moreover, it is said that Han Feng, the former Emperor of Medicine and one of the 10 strongest in the Black Corner region, who was slain by the Flowing Cloud Pavilion's elder, Wu Ming, possessed an unusual fire known as the Sea Heart Flame. I wonder where it has drifted off to now. Upon mentioning Han Feng's name, Yao Lao's expression noticeably shifted. Master, what troubles you? Xiao Yan inquired, surprised by Yao Lao's sudden change reminiscent of their previous encounter. If you have any concerns, please share them with me. Do not keep them bottled up. The Han Feng you just mentioned was once regarded by me as the most perfect inheritor. His talent in alchemy is not inferior to yours, and the investment of my efforts in him is equally substantial. I rescued him from the icy ruins when he was merely an infant, treating him as my own child and nurturing him as my ideal successor. Yao Lao Zhuge Fai Li. His voice steady, yet concluded with an air of resignation. Ultimately, for the sake of certain gains, he chose to betray me. Perhaps it is thanks to him that I find myself in this current state. Sensing the profound sorrow in Yao Lao's voice, a chill that emanated from the depths of betrayal by one so dear, Xiao Yan solemnly declared, "He deserves to die." Wu Ming's actions were justified. It is a pity that Master could not personally deal with him. Alas, his demise is a form of retribution, relieving my heart of a long-standing grievance. Yao Lao sighed gently, feeling a sense of relief after confiding in Xiao Yan. "Master, wait for me. I will swiftly elevate my strength and resurrect you." Xiao Yan vowed, clenching his fists earnestly. Hearing Xiao Yan's promise, Yao Lao nodded with appreciation before outlining the next course of action. "Well, let us set aside this matter for now. You should make a trip to the Xiao Yan Academy. It is said that within the academy, there lies an unusual fire known as the Fallen Heart Flame, which ranks quite high on the list of unusual fires. If there is an opportunity, see if you can acquire it." "Understood," Xiao Yan affirmed, nodding vigorously before casting his gaze toward the horizon, where he could just make out a small town nestled in the crevice between two majestic mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed down the hillside, merging onto the earthen road that led directly to the town. On this dirt road, many pedestrians were evident, individuals clearly having traversed the Black Corner region. However, Xiao Yan was somewhat taken aback, despite the ferocious aura emanating from these individuals. Their faces bore no trace of murderous intent. This concealed ferocity appeared forced, making their expressions seem rather peculiar. As if sensing Xiao Yan's scrutiny, the passers-by shot him a fierce glare in return, eliciting a chuckle from him. If this were in the Black Corner region, these fellows would have drawn their blades by now. It seemed that Yao Lao's words held true. Anyone arriving in this place had to temper the wild disposition cultivated in the Black Corner region. Indeed, the Xiao Yan Academy is formidable, capable of subduing these bloodthirsty individuals. Xiao Yan mused inwardly, shaking his head at their forced restraint. Following the verdant dirt road, he gradually approached the town, where the atmosphere of the Black Corner region appeared to dissipate. Upon entering the peaceful town, Xiao Yan quickly encountered the enforcement officers of the Xiao Yan Academy. Gazing at the leader of the enforcement team, who sought to compel him to consume a strange pill, Xiao Yan slowly spoke. "Do students of this academy also need to take such things?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals, including the dozen enforcement officers, cast bewildered glances at him. The middle-aged leader, eyeing Xiao Yan's youthful and refined countenance with suspicion, queried, "You claim to be a student of this academy?" "Yes, after passing the academy's entrance examination. I took a leave of absence, hence my arrival here alone." Xiao Yan shrugged with a smile. "You traversed the perilous Black Corner region alone to get here?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. Typically, new students are escorted by the academy's personnel once they reach the outskirts of the Black Corner region. For a novice in such a treacherous realm would be unlikely to escape the grasp of lurking dangers. In response to the astonished gazes of the middle-aged man and the young individuals behind him, Xiao Yan merely smiled and nodded. "State your name, age, and the name of your enrollment supervisor," the leader inquired. After Xiao Yan provided his details, the enforcement leader confirmed his identity, granting him swift access to the Xiao Yan Academy. However, upon learning that Xiao Yan was the one who had taken a 2-year leave before even enrolling in the academy, several unkind glances were cast his way by 3 or 4 individuals. Ignoring their stares, Xiao Yan proceeded to collect his academy badge, only to discover that his mentor, Yao Lin, had already registered him for the inter-academy selection competition prior to his arrival. An inter-academy selection competition? It seems my timing is quite fortuitous. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly at the words of Mentor Hode, who was distributing the academy badges. "Xiao Yan, before you leave, I must remind you that although you have yet to enter the academy, you may already have several potential rivals within Xiao Yan Academy." The middle-aged man leaned in, offering a friendly warning. "I presume you understand the reason. Outstanding individuals like Sun Air attract considerable attention from the academy's elite. In just over 2 years, she has garnered a reputation rivaling that of the troublesome little demoness. Thus, your rivals are not to be underestimated. I suggest you exercise some patience. It may serve you well." In response, Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Despite having missed 2 years of academic life, he was confident that his 2 years of life-and-death trials had equipped him with experiences that no educational institution could rival. Besides, he was now a 4-star Douling. When he unleashed his full power, even a peak Douling would not intimidate him. Would he truly be daunted by his peers within the academy? "Thank you for the reminder, Mentor Hode. I shall keep it in mind." Although the mentor's strength was not on par with his own, Xiao Yan still greeted him politely with a smile and a nod. "Well, We still have a bit of distance to cover before reaching the academy. Let me arrange for a griffin to escort you. Hode smiled and slowly made his way outside. As Xiao Yan followed him out, a massive griffin awaited them on the street, with a young man and woman already mounted atop it. Upon seeing Xiao Yan emerge, the duo smiled and called out, "Junior Xiao Yan, come aboard. We will escort you to Ten City." "Thank you both." With a smile, Xiao Yan lightly tapped the ground and gracefully leaped onto the griffin's back, his feet seemingly glued to the creature's body without a hint of tremor. Observing Xiao Yan's unwavering stance, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of the two individuals atop the griffin. It is well known that the griffin's feathers exude a peculiar dampness. Those who ride it for the first time must secure themselves in designated artificial seats to maintain their balance. Yet Xiao Yan, relying solely on his own prowess, managed to keep himself perfectly poised, a feat that even the two of them would find hard to replicate with such composure. The vice captain was indeed correct. This Xiao Yan possesses a remarkable degree of capability. They murmured inwardly, gesturing towards Hode and whistling sharply. Instantly, the griffin, sprawled on the ground, flapped its mighty wings and ascended into the air. As the town rapidly shrank into insignificance beneath them, Xiao Yan's thoughts became quite intricate. He exhaled softly, raising his gaze to the azure sky, where the delicate visage of a young girl gradually materialized in his mind. Each smile and frown tugged at the heartstrings of a youth who had endured 2 arduous years. "Son heir, at last, I shall see you again," Xiao Yan whispered to himself. This flight continued for nearly an entire night. Upon arriving in Utan City, Xiao Yan did not linger and proceeded directly towards the Yan Academy. However, as he passed a particular street, he caught sight of a familiar figure. In his line of vision, a boy clad in blue was embroiled in a scuffle with 4 young men of similar age. "Mayan, who do you think you are to lay your hands on, my cousin?" The blue-clad youth bellowed in fury, his fists brimming with fighting spirit as he charged at the 4. Yet the strength of the other 4 matched his own, and amidst their onslaught, the blue-clad youth found himself at a disadvantage, occasionally receiving a punch. Were it not for the fact that they were in Xiaoyan City, where disciples of Xiaoyan Academy were forbidden from harming one another, the blue-clad youth's predicament would have been far worse. After enduring a beating, the blue-clad youth pointed at his assailants and declared loudly, "You may revel in your arrogance for now, but when my cousin Xiao Yan arrives at Xiaoyan Academy, you'll have to reckon with him." This blue-clad youth was none other than Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan's cousin, who had been training at Xiaoyan Academy. The Xiao family had informed Xiao Ning of the events from that fateful night merely a day after the Xiao family was attacked. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's capacity to vanquish a Do Wang-level expert, Xiao Ning had long since revised his previous opinions of Xiao Yan and now regarded him as the pride of the Xiao family. Hearing Xiao Ning's words struck a chord within Xiao Yan, who had just happened to be present. Despite their prior discord, Xiao Ning was still family, sharing the Xiao bloodline, and it was evident that he had changed significantly since then. In an instant, Xiao Yan's figure flickered, and before anyone could react, he swiftly delivered 4 kicks, toppling the 4 attackers to the ground, who cried out in pain. "This brother, thank you for your timely assistance, Xiao Yan." Xiao Ning intended to express his gratitude. Yet, as Xiao Yan turned to face him, the familiar countenance left him momentarily speechless with excitement. "Gosin Xiao Ning, it seems you have not fared well here at Xiaoyan Academy." Xiao Yan approached with a calm demeanor, patting Xiao Ning on the shoulder with a smile. "Indeed, Xiaoyan Academy is not like Utan City. My strength pales in comparison," Xiao Ning responded, not taking offense at what appeared to be an unintentional jab from Xiao Yan. After a brief hesitation, he added cheerfully, "Cousin Xiao Yan, though my circumstances are less than ideal, you're different. With your formidable strength, I doubt even the most talented individuals from the inner academy could rival you. Once you display your prowess, no one will dare to pursue Sun Air again." Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Ning's words, Xiao Yan understood the reason behind the conflict that had erupted. In their ensuing conversation, Xiao Yan learned that today marked the date of the Inner Academy selection competition. If he were to miss it again, it could jeopardize Mentor Ruo Lin's chances of advancement for 3 years, prompting both him and Xiao Ning to hastily make their way to the academy. An hour later, they finally arrived at the expansive circular plaza outside the outer academy of Xiaoyan Academy. At that moment, the enormous plaza was teeming with a sea of heads, and the cacophony of voices rose to the heavens. As Xiao Yan caught sight of the arena at the center of the plaza, a voice rang out from the judges' platform. The next match, Shui Bun from Class 3 of the Xian stage versus Xiao Yan from Class 2 of the Huang stage. As the announcement echoed, the once boisterous plaza fell into a profound silence, countless gazes converging on the area occupied by Class 2. Over the past 2 years, The name Xiao Yan had gained a certain notoriety within the Outer Academy. It was the first time in the history of Jianan Academy to encounter a student who had taken a 2-year leave of absence. However, the greater reason for the attention was that during the last Inner Academy selection competition, Xiao Yan's name had been the only one absent. Thus, upon hearing that name again, everyone turned their eyes towards Sun Er and her companions, as her outstanding performance in the academy had attracted a multitude of admirers. Yet, for 2 years, no one had managed to win her favor, the name she uttered most frequently being that of her so-called brother Xiao Yan. Such an intimate designation naturally painted Xiao Yan as the target of envy, as numerous disparaging remarks were hurled at Xiao Yan. Minter Ruolin could not help but break into a cold sweat, her palms clenched tightly as she scanned the surroundings, fervently hoping that the figure she had once held in high esteem 2 years prior would once again appear like a savior. The now silent plaza instilled a sense of tension in both Sun Er and Xiao Yu, who exchanged anxious glances. Xiao Yan, a coward too timid to show his face, forces a girl to bear the brunt of unnecessary criticism. He is unworthy. A young man in a white robe shook his head disdainfully from a vantage point on the stands. Huh, so this is the man Sun Er has been pining after? He must be a turtle. Following such a man is worse than being with me. What do those pathetic men have to offer, merely thinking with their lower halves? Scoffed a girl in a red dress, her arms crossed and leaning against a steel pole, her alluring figure accentuated by the straight rod. At this moment, many voices echoed with mockery directed at Xiao Yan, causing visible tension on the faces of Sun Er, Minter Ruolin, and their companions. With mere minutes remaining, if Xiao Yan did not arrive, he would lose his chance to compete and might even face expulsion from the academy. Brother Xiao Yan, Sun Er frequently glanced back, her heart filled with the hope that he would arrive. Her concern was not merely about Xiao Yan missing this opportunity and facing expulsion. Through Ling Ying, she had learned of his considerable progress over the years. Her true anxiety stemmed from the fact that her family was urging her to return, and she might have to leave Jianan Academy the following day. If Xiao Yan could not make it today, she would miss her last chance to see him and convey her thoughts. I received a letter from home stating that over a month ago, they had agreed to Xiao Yan's intentions, relocating the family assets from Utan City back to the capital. If all goes smoothly, he should be able to make it. Xiao Yu reassured the increasingly anxious Sun Er. As the words of Xiao Yu resonated in the air, a sound of slicing through the void reached the ears of the onlookers. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt over the heads of the dense crowd, gracefully landing 10 meters in front of the gun-wielding youth named Shuebong. He has arrived. Gazing at the tall man who was the focus of everyone's attention, Xiao Suner felt a surge of joy bloom upon her delicate face. From Class 2 of the yellow rank, it was Xiao Yan. The suddenly emerging youth clad in black took a step forward. His voice, though understated, resonated throughout the entire square like thunder. The aura he exuded instilled a singular thought in the hearts of all who beheld him. This man is formidable. After announcing his identity, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze toward Xiao Suner, revealing a reassuring smile. On the other hand, Shuebong, though taken aback by Xiao Yan's imposing presence, did not concede defeat immediately. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to test Xiao Yan's true capabilities, thrusting his spear directly toward Xiao Yan's chest. Brother Xiao Yan, be careful. Seeing Shuebong's sudden attack aimed at Xiao Yan, who was distracted by her gaze, Xiao Suner could not help but shout in concern. Despite knowing that Xiao Yan's strength had dramatically improved, prior to hearing Xiao Suner's warning, Xiao Yan had already sensed the impending attack. With a calm demeanor, he turned and slightly leaned to evade the fierce thrust of the spear. In a flash, his hand deftly grasped the spear's shaft, disarming Shuebong before he could even react. How is this possible? Staring at the weapon that had been seized from him, Shuebong stood momentarily dumbfounded. Though Xiao Yan had not attacked him, the display of skill he had just witnessed made the vast disparity in their strengths abundantly clear. I concede. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept toward him, Shuebong quickly shouted, fearing any further aggression. In the square, the onlookers were initially stunned by this turn of events, followed by a wave of astonished exclamations. Xiao Yan is incredibly strong. His speed and power are overwhelming. To so effortlessly dominate Shuebong, his strength must undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the Outer Academy. Not only were the students astounded, but even the vice dean of the Outer Academy seated on the platform was taken aback. This young man is extraordinary, Hu Qian murmured, glancing at the somewhat mischievous girl in red, only to find her still wearing a distinctly disdainful expression. Defeating a Shuebong is hardly a remarkable feat. The girl in red muttered, Brother Xiao Yan, well done. Seeing that the danger had passed, Xiao Sun's expression relaxed considerably. It seems that you, was indeed correct. Xiao Yan has undergone a complete transformation in these 2 years. Mitel Lin exclaimed with a joyful countenance. While many were astonished by Xiao Yan's prowess, there still remained a few, like the girl in red, who believed that he was merely a facade without substance. In the next moment, the judge swiftly announced the results of the match. Xiao Yan victory. Upon hearing the verdict, Xiao Yan did not linger, instantly dashing toward Xiao Sun's direction. Apologies for my tardiness. Arriving before Xiao Sun, his gaze bore an unusual warmth as he gently expressed his regret. Chapter 522. Visitors from the Ancient Clan. Brother Xiao Yan. Upon seeing him beside her, Xiao Sun could not help but feel a surge of tears of excitement welling in her beautiful eyes. I am so happy you could come at this moment. I have so much to tell you. In that instant, her demeanor was entirely different from her usual self. In front of Xiao Yan, her tone became somewhat anxious as she tugged at the corner of his attire, pulling him outward. Mitel Lin, cousin Xiao Yu. I will come to see you shortly. Seemingly understanding the urgency in her eyes, Xiao Yan quickly exchanged greetings with Mitel Lin and cousin Xiao Yu before leaving the bustling square with Xiao Sun. An hour later, they arrived at a secluded hill outside the academy. Sun, what has transpired? Xiao Yan inquired with a hint of urgency. Xiao Sun turned to face him, her gaze fixated intently on him, and slowly began, Brother Xiao Yan, you must be aware by now that I am not of the Xiao clan, am I? Indeed, I am aware of that, Xiao Yan admitted candidly. Upon seeing him nod, Xiao Sun's tone suddenly softened as she sighed, Brother Xiao Yan, my family does not reside in this northwestern continent. Rather, we hail from a distant land. Tomorrow, my family will come to escort me back. What? Why the sudden departure? Hearing Xiao Sun's words, Xiao Yan's expression grew noticeably agitated. Sigh, this is a long story. Brother Xiao Yan, do you know anything about your family's origins? She asked. My family's origins? What do you mean? Xiao Yan replied, bewildered, as he looked at Xiao Sun. Never mind. Knowing this now would not serve any purpose. I can only tell you that my family's insistence on my return is related to the attack on the Xiao clan that night. Considering the presence of Yao Lao within Xiao Yan's ring, Xiao Sun refrained from divulging too much information. Related to the attack on the Xiao clan? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan fell into contemplation. According to Yao Lao's conjecture, the assailants that day appeared to be from the Yunmeng alliance, but were actually orchestrated by the Soul Palace. Could it be that Sun's family has some connection to the Soul Palace? Not wishing to withhold anything from Xiao Sun, he stated plainly, Sun, the attackers on the Xiao clan that day were not from the Yunmeng alliance of the empire, but rather an organization called the Soul Palace. Brother Xiao Yan, I did not expect you to know about the Soul Palace. Was it your senior who has been following you that informed you? Initially surprised by Xiao Yan's knowledge, Xiao Sun soon realized that it must have been due to the spirit entity beside him. You were aware of it? Yes. Brother Xiao Yan. In fact, I have arranged for individuals to protect you. I am aware of everything that has transpired during your 2 years in the Monster Mountain Range, the Tagore Desert, and even the matters concerning the Yunlan sect. I hope you do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. As the moment of separation approached, Xiao Sun confided in Xiao Yan. I see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but recall some of Yao Lao's subtly pointed remarks, his expression shifting to one of realization. Sun, how could I ever blame you? Knowing that you did this for my safety fills my heart with gratitude rather than anger. That night, Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun conversed extensively. Aside from withholding information about her family and the ancient jade, she shared nearly everything else with him. Intriguingly, as their discussion progressed, they found themselves speaking about Liuyun, both agreeing that the Liuyun pavilion within the Black Corner region was likely a force established by Liuyun himself. Brother Xiao Yan, Liuyun is a person whom the elders of my family have investigated. They preliminarily deduced that he likely obtained the inheritance of an ancient alchemist saint, which is why he has developed so rapidly. His strength has already reached the Dozone level, and within his Yunmeng, there is a 1-star Dozone powerhouse guarding him. Xiao Sun stated confidently while leaning against a large tree. TSK, an ancient alchemist saint. No wonder Liuyun's fortune is truly remarkable. Xiao Yan remarked with a sense of admiration. Brother Xiao Yan, relying solely on medicinal pills to rapidly increase one's cultivation is never the right path. Such a method will not lead to lasting success. Individuals like him, even if they gain fortuitous encounters, will ultimately achieve only limited accomplishments. Upon hearing Xiao Sun's appraisal of Liuyun, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of guilt as he touched his nose. The truth of the matter was that his achievements today were significantly tied to the mysterious elder he encountered in the Beast Mountain Range. from whom he received numerous medicinal pills. Under the wise guidance of Yao Lao, it was likely that these pills would alleviate any pressure he might face before attaining the rank of Dozun. After finishing her statement, Xiao Suner suddenly produced a scroll from her spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, please keep this scroll safe. When you break through to become a Douang, you should practice it. It will be immensely beneficial for you. Seeing the scroll being offered, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before reaching out to accept it. At that moment, after a lengthy conversation throughout the night, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Just as Xiao Yan was about to stow away the scroll Xiao Suner had handed him, Yao Lao's serious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiao Yan, an overwhelming presence is swiftly approaching your direction, and it seems to be targeting both of you. Taken aback by Yao Lao's warning, Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he hastily grabbed Xiao Suner, intending to flee the area. As he pulled her along, she seemed to sense something amiss as well. Her delicate face paled, and she urgently urged, Brother Xiao Yan, quickly hide. Do not come out. What is it? Are they from your family? Xiao Yan asked, gripping Xiao Suner's slender hand, his face darkening. Xiao Suner cast her gaze toward the distant northern horizon. Sensing the rapidly approaching aura, she pressed her hand against Xiao Yan, releasing a gentle force that propelled him into the forest, while advising, Brother Xiao Yan, suppress your aura. We must not allow them to discover us. Pushed into the forest, Xiao Yan's expression fluctuated. Although he understood that the approaching individuals were likely there to retrieve Xiao Suner back to her family, the thought of being separated from her for an extended period filled him with indignation. Chapter 523. The Movements of the Great Imperial Clans. Not long after Xiao Yan was hidden in the forest, a series of piercing wind sounds erupted from the skies, and soon a multitude of small black dots appeared on the northern horizon. Their trajectory was unmistakable, heading directly toward Xiao Suner's location. As the sharp sounds intensified, the black dots rapidly enlarged, eventually coming into full view. Peering through the gaps in the foliage at the 10 or so black dots, shock washed over Xiao Yan's face. Those dots were not mere human figures. They were a dozen dark, formidable beasts, each adorned with a foot-long silver horn on their heads. The horns were etched with strange patterns, and faint sounds of wind and thunder emanated from within. On their backs were broad, expansive wings that, when flapped, sent a roaring wind cascading down, causing the forest to bow slightly under its force. Xiao Yan had neither seen nor heard of these unfamiliar magical beasts. Yet their fierce aura left him astounded. Clearly, these were not ordinary beasts intended for transport. They resembled combat-ready flying beasts. Such creatures were already rare, and those used for battle were even more so, typically only possessed by immensely powerful factions capable of taming and nurturing them. Diverting his gaze from the four-winged unicorns, Xiao Yan's attention was drawn to the figures standing upon their expansive backs. Each figure was clad in dark purple robes, their expressions inscrutable, their gazes sharp and piercing, akin to the edge of a blade, sending chills throughout his body. To his astonishment, he realized that each of these 10 figures exuded an aura as unfathomable as a deep well, a phenomenon he had only encountered in the formidable Dozong experts of the Jiama Empire, such as Jia Xingtian and Yunshan. The 10 massive four-winged unicorns descended to the valley, their gazes sweeping over the hill where Xiao Suner stood. Miss Suner, last time you mentioned waiting a few days. Can you come back with us now? If there are further delays, it will be difficult for me to report back to the clan. One of the unicorns lowered itself, and a middle-aged man atop it smiled at Xiao Suner. From this man's presence, Xiao Yan sensed a power surpassing that of anyone in the Jiama Empire. I won't delay. I will return with you now. Although Xiao Suner felt reluctant to part from Xiao Yan so soon after their reunion, she understood that this was her father's command. If she disobeyed, she would be forcibly taken, which would only worry Xiao Yan further. Watching Xiao Suner prepare to board the flying beasts, Xiao Yan felt an intense unease, causing his aura to become somewhat chaotic. At that moment, the leading middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and barked, "Who is eavesdropping?" Realizing he had been discovered, Xiao Yan stepped forward without hesitation. "He is my friend. Do not trouble him." As Xiao Yan was revealed, Xiao Suner's eyes widened in panic, and she quickly positioned herself in front of him, attempting to explain. An 18-year-old with a mid-level Do Ling cultivation from a mundane bloodline. Achieving such a level at this age is quite impressive. Under the scrutiny of the middle-aged man, Xiao Yan's age and cultivation posed no secrets. However, with such strength, aspiring to be with our young lady may be a bit fanciful. The middle-aged man, having discerned some elements of Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner's relationship through her reaction, praised Xiao Yan momentarily before dousing him with cold water. Just because you're like this now does not mean you will remain so in the future. Faced with what was likely a Do Zun's disdain, Xiao Yan stubbornly replied, I will reach Do Zun's level. Everyone can talk big. When you attain that strength, no one will look down on you. The middle-aged man scoffed, dismissing Xiao Yan's words. Brother Xiao Yan, until you reach Do Zun, please do not come looking for me. After uttering this, Xiao Suner leaped onto one of the flying magical beasts to become Do Zun. As he watched Xiao Suner depart, Xiao Yan repeatedly murmured her last words. Xiao Yan, do not gaze longingly. This is a force you cannot yet aspire to. Yao Lao's voice suddenly resonated as the line of flying beasts vanished from Xiao Yan's view. If I had not severed our connection immediately, we would have been discovered. Teacher, was that middle-aged man's cultivation truly that of a legendary Do Zun? Xiao Yan asked, still in a daze. Indeed, if I were at my peak, I would have to regard him highly. However, I suspect this is merely the tip of the iceberg of your girlfriend's family. If you wish for anything to come of this, relentless effort will be indispensable. Yao Lao spoke Gandhi Li, clenching his fists tightly upon hearing Yao Lao's words. Xiao Yan's gaze grew resolute as he declared, such formidable power is merely the tip of the iceberg? I, Xiao Yan, will undoubtedly reach Do Zun. High above in the sky, Xiao Suner stood atop the back of the flying magical beast. Even though Xiao Yan's figure was no longer visible, she found herself glancing back from time to time. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in front of her spoke. Miss Suner, the clan summoned you back this time for your safety. For my safety? Xiao Suner responded, puzzled, as her delicate face displayed a hint of confusion. Recently, the Soul Clan launched a covert attack against the Xiao family, revealing their ambitions. During this period, the Soul Clan has been making significant moves, causing the clan's leaders to worry that they might become aware of your presence at the Canaan Academy, which could pose a threat to you. Hence, they have urgently summoned you back, the middle-aged man explained. Could the Soul Clan directly send formidable warriors to strike at the Xiao family? Considering that the Xiao clan also possesses an ancient jade. Xiao Suner couldn't help but voice her concerns. Upon hearing her inquiry, the man hesitated momentarily before analyzing. This remains uncertain. Although other imperial clans are equally attentive to the Xiao family, given the Soul Clan's recent actions, it is plausible they might seize an opportunity to act. If they were to openly attack the Xiao clan, it would be a blatant violation of the agreement established among the 8 clans. Would the wrath of the other 5 clans, along with ours, be something the Soul Clan could bear? Xiao Xun furrowed her brows in contemplation. This matter is beyond my understanding, the middle-aged man replied apologetically. Very well, I shall clarify this with my father later. With that, Xiao Suner closed her eyes, choosing to disregard the others. On the other hand, Xiao Yan, having accepted the reality of Xiao Suner's departure, silently left the small hill, his steps heavy as he made his way towards the vast square outside the Canaan Academy. Xiao Yan, you have arrived. Where is Suner? Upon seeing Xiao Yan arrive at the venue before the competition, Mentor Ruo Lin hurriedly inquired. She has returned home, Xiao Yan replied, his tone laden with melancholy. Return home? Noticing the change in Xiao Yan's demeanor, Mentor Ruo Lin and Xiao Yu recalled some remarks Xiao Suner had made a few days prior, instantly understanding what had transpired. Xiao Yan, Suner delayed her departure until yesterday, just to see you one last time. You must gather your spirits and strive to secure a position among the top 5 in this election competition. That way, you will earn a chance to access the Academy's scripture repository. Only by growing stronger will you be qualified to seek out Suner. Both Mentor Ruo Lin and Xiao Yu encouraged him in unison. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what to do, Xiao Yan forced a smile, his gaze slowly shifting towards the center of the square. At that moment, a middle-aged referee made his way to the center, prompting an uproar of deafening cheers from the audience. As the noise gradually subsided with the referee's gesture, he surveyed the crowd and announced, Dear students, following yesterday's preliminary eliminations, we have reduced the number of participants from over 300 to just 170. At this rate, we shall see the emergence of 50 qualifying candidates for the Inner Academy today. Now the selection competition begins. All contestants whose names are called, please swiftly take the stage. Any delay beyond the stipulated time will be treated as a forfeiture. The middle-aged referee refrained from further elaboration and, after outlining the competition rules, retreated to the judging area at the edge of the square. At this moment, 2 names were announced from the referee's table. Class Xian Level 3, Luo Feng. Class Xian Level 5, Chong Shan. Upon hearing their names, 2 figures who had long been prepared swiftly descended from the stands, landing firmly in the arena. They exchanged glances, sparks igniting in their eyes, as the distinct energies from their differing attributes surged forth, enveloping their bodies in a magnificent aura of fighting spirit. Both contestants were relatively well known in the outer academy, so as they entered the stage, the stands erupted in waves of encouragement. Being qualified for the selection competition and reaching the second round indicated a level of strength above average in the Canaan Academy's outer academy. One participant embodied the agile and elusive wind attribute, while the other represented the solid and steadfast earth attribute. One emphasized nimble movements, while the other focused on robust defense. Their comparable strengths and attributes foreshadowed a fiercely contested match. Indeed, from the very start of the match, the wind attribute contestant transformed into a streak of green, darting around his opponent with remarkable speed. Utilizing his agility, he launched precise strikes aimed at his opponent's vital points. However, despite the ferocity of his attacks, his opponent's defenses proved equally formidable, leaving him at a standstill after prolonged engagement. Why is the battle dragging on so slowly? Observing the somewhat stalemated confrontation, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. After a tense wait of over 10 minutes, a victor finally emerged. Following their exit, the next round commenced without delay. Maintaining the excitement among the audience in the stands, the deafening cheers resonating painfully in their ears. Xiao Yan's gaze flitted across the ongoing matches like a fleeting shadow. Until at last, it was his turn to take the stage. In the 38th round, the Alchemy Department's Lu Mu faces off against Class Huang Level 2's Xiao Yan, announced a referee who stood up, surveying the surroundings before projecting his voice. Lu Mu was a contender who ranked within the top 10 of the entire Outer Academy. So upon hearing that his opponent was the Xiao Yan who had showcased his talents the previous day, the crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager to discern who would emerge victorious. Only Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning understood that, given Xiao Yan's current prowess, these Outer Academy disciples would scarcely last a single round against him. In the next moment, a dark figure darted onto the stage, while on the opposite side, a young man clad in blue took his position. "You must be Xiao Yan, right? You are his cousin?" The blue-clad youth greeted, his tone imbued with a hint of warmth. "Is that so?" Hearing the youth refer to Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan's gaze instinctively shifted towards her location in the audience. Understanding the implication in Xiao Yan's glance, Xiao Yu promptly waved her arms, calling out Xiao Yan. "Don't be deceived. I have no connection with him whatsoever." "Now I see." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yan resolved not to squander any more time with Lu Mu. In the next instant, a massive black ruler materialized in his hands. As the black ruler appeared, Xiao Yan lunged forward with tremendous speed. Witnessing this terrifying velocity, Lu Mu's expression tightened, and in response, a deep blue flame rapidly enveloped his hands, the intense heat distorting his features. This azure crystalline flame was Lu Mu's trump card, having previously injured a Do spirit-level expert. It was forced out as soon as Xiao Yan made his move. Upon seeing the beast fire, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. The flame-devouring technique required the consumption of flames for evolution, and beast fire should yield similar results. Resolving to seek out a beast fire for the initial evolution of the flame-devouring technique in the future, he acted decisively. Boom! In the next moment, the massive ruler swung horizontally towards Lu Mu's head, the fierce gust of wind instantly dispersing the blue flames he had conjured, crashing down towards his skull. Impossible. Witnessing the rapid turn of events, several elders seated at the high platform cried out in alarm, swiftly dashing towards the center of the square. Yet, amidst the multitude of anxious gazes, that swiftly descending black ruler halted just 2 fingers' breadth from Lu Mu's scalp. Chapter 525. The Grand Auction of the Massive Demon Core. The Grand Master of the Soul Palace. Lu Mu stood frozen in place, the fierce gust of wind moments ago causing his skin and muscles to twitch involuntarily. At this moment, as he felt the immense black ruler hovering above his forehead, his complexion turned ashen. Fortunately, the young man had not resorted to lethal force. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan withdraw his attack, the elderly figures who had surged forward collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, the referee finally spoke. "In this match, Xiao Yan is victorious." Hearing the referee's declaration, Xiao Yan retracted the black ruler suspended over Lu Mu's head and, without a backward glance, strode towards the crowd outside the arena. The onlookers were left in awe by Xiao Yan's display of power. They had never anticipated that this student, who had been absent for 2 years, possessed such formidable strength, capable of overwhelming Lu Mu, who had to resort to his trump card to defend himself. This was surely comparable to the prodigies rumored to be within the inner academy. In the subsequent matches, whenever Xiao Yan took the stage, not a single student could withstand even one move against him, including Bai Shan, who had a notable reputation in the outer academy, and the vice principal's granddaughter, known as the Little Enchantress. both of whom failed to last a single round. Thus, Xiao Yan successfully secured the top position in the Outer Academy's competition, earning a place in the Inner Academy and obtaining a coveted opportunity to enter the Library of Ancient Texts. During these 2 days, Liuyun had profusely acquired treasures from the Celestial Phoenix clan as treasury, particularly an abundant supply of magic cores, which are the most precious and plentiful items therein. The sheer volume of magic cores held by such a colossal beast clan was unimaginable to ordinary factions, with countless 7th-tier cores and even dozens of 8th-tier cores. Naturally, according to the clan's customs, all Celestial Phoenix clan members were required to keep their remains within the clan upon death, meaning that a significant portion of these magic cores originated from within the clan itself. Liuyun also gleaned from the memories of the Phoenix that there might still be 2 9th-tier magic cores in the possession of Huang Tian. But the time to confront Huang Tian had not yet arrived. With such a vast collection of magic cores in hand, Liuyun planned to orchestrate a grand feast of magic cores in the northern region, intending to fill the auction venues of the Heavenly Alliance with high-tier cores. This would allow him to create an array of immense power, surpassing even the formidable formations established by the Empire of Enhancement. Consequently, as Liuyun's clone had just departed from the Beast Domain, his main body had already arranged for the venerable Tianhua to return from the Tianyou realm to the Heavenly Alliance, instructing him to announce the auction of magic cores. On his way back, Liuyun lingered a while, 100 miles away from Soul Hall Branch, as he aimed to catch a significant target this time. The manipulated second heaven of the Soul Hall was to bring him a heavyweight figure, the great heaven of the 9 great heavens of the Soul Hall. As per his usual strategy, to ensure absolute certainty, Liuyun had previously set up a confinement formation using numerous magic cores, the Ice Blue Waterlight Array, striving to ensure that when the moment came, the great heaven of the Soul Hall would find no escape, nor could any information be relayed back. With the Ice Blue Waterlight Array set up, Liuyun's main body also unleashed a soul projection, concealing its presence and hiding at the base of a hill several miles away. After patiently waiting for about half a day, a surging black mist suddenly enveloped the sky above the desolate expanse Liuyun occupied, and a skeletal, hunched figure slowly came into view, draped in a black robe. Its gaunt face appearing exceedingly desiccated, with deep-set eyes flickering with 2 eerie flames. Following the appearance of this black-robed elder, the figure of the second heaven of the Soul Hall, Bone Ghost, swiftly emerged. Is the Soul Hall here once again to seek death? Liuyun mused with a slight smile as he gazed at the aged figure. The elder gradually raised his head, his parched visage appearing somewhat terrifying under the light, the flames in his eyes flickering ominously. In a hoarse voice, he spoke, "Yin Lu, you are quite impressive. Despite lacking the bloodline of an imperial clan, you have managed to cultivate to such a degree in a short span of time. Given time, you may indeed pose a significant threat to my Soul Hall. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have encountered me. You shall have no further opportunities. Is that so? Do you believe you have me cornered? Today, I shall send you and your subordinate Bone Ghost on the same journey." The great heaven's strength far surpassed that of Bone Ghost, being a genuine Do Sheng powerhouse, likely on par with the Phoenix of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Therefore, Liuyun was reluctant to reveal Bone Ghost, lest he activate the Ice Blue Water Light Array and waste a valuable asset. As Liuyun's words fell, the Ice Blue Water Light Array was instantly triggered, enveloping the surrounding realm within a colossal, semi-circular barrier of water energy. Do you believe such tricks can bridge the chasm between Do Sheng and Do Zun? The great heaven of the Soul Hall maintained an expression of calm, utterly dismissive of the array. Oh, it seems you are quite confident. Let us see if you can inflict even the slightest damage upon this formation. Liuyun replied with equal confidence, surpassing even that of the Soul Hall's great heaven. I never expected the leader of the Heavenly Alliance to be such a fool. Even if I cannot break this formation, do you think I cannot deal with you? Upon hearing this, Liuyun feigned a look of terror, hastily retreating. Noticing Liuyun's flight, the great heaven's expression darkened slightly, and he swiftly formed an incantation with his palm hidden within his sleeve. As the incantation was completed, the space around Liuyun rippled violently, and numerous white phantoms surged towards him, transforming the surrounding void into a myriad of sharp bone spikes, darting towards him with lightning speed. Divine Elephant Body. In response to the impending onslaught of bone spikes, Liuyun bellowed, and his form dramatically expanded, reaching nearly 100 meters in height. His body coated in a robust layer of armor. Boom! 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 In the next moment, countless bone spikes densely pierced into his massive form, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Amidst a cloud of white smoke, Liuyun emerged unscathed, contrary to the great heaven's expectations of him being shattered by the bone spikes. What a bizarre technique, allowing you to grow to such a size. The great heaven remarked, slightly taken aback at the sight of the towering giant. Chapter 526. Accidentally killing the great heaven of the soul hall. Once the great heaven regained his composure, realizing Liuyun's immense physical strength, he swiftly launched his second assault. Bone Emperor Shatter. The chilling command of the great heaven echoed ominously, and in the next moment, the space above Liuyun surged violently. A gigantic bone blade, exuding a strange aura, tore through the fabric of space, aimed directly at Liuyun's colossal form. Whoosh! Accompanying the descent of the eerie bone blade, an unusual wave of energy swiftly surged forth, darting towards Liuyun's head like a bolt of lightning. Resorting to a soul attack, are we? How clever! Sensing the peculiar energy wave, Liuyun's lips curled into a scornful smile. Even in his clone form, he feared not engaging in a contest of soul power against an ordinary Doshang. With a firm grip, Liuyun's colossal fist remained tranquil as he delivered a straightforward punch, devoid of any flamboyance or Douqi fluctuations. Yet as he struck, the soul energy surged forth from the center of his brow. Boom! The invisible soul fist burst forth from Liuyun's palm, colliding midair with the wave emanating from the bone blade, both forces annihilating each other. Upon encountering the soul power of Liuyun, which proved unexpectedly formidable, the Grand Celestial Sovereign's expression turned grave. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, appearing directly above Liuyun. In the heavens, beneath the massive bone blade, towering over 100 feet, the Grand Celestial Sovereign unleashed a torrent of black mist from his palm, transforming it into a colossal hand that seized the hilt of the blade. With a chilling command, the bone knife tore through the fabric of space, hurtling toward Liuyun's head with an ominously fierce energy, intent on delivering a brutal strike. Do you dare to contest me in the realm of soul power? Liuyun mused mockingly upon sensing the soul attack embedded within that menacing wave of energy. His own soul power surged forth, coalescing into a sable shield that rose above his head. At that very moment, a black spear, extending over 10 meters, flashed through the distant sky, aimed directly at the Grand Celestial Sovereign hovering above Liuyun. The spear radiated a chilling, dreadful soul fluctuation, a soul attack combat technique. The Grand Celestial Sovereign felt an acute threat of death as the dark spear approached, leaving no room for him to regard Liuyun any longer. He hastily retracted the massive bone blade that was descending toward the shield and redirected his focus toward the spear's tip. Boom! Moments later, the black spear collided with the immense bone blade, unleashing an invisible soul storm that erupted ferociously from the point of impact. Liuyun had not raised the shield merely to deflect the mighty bone knife's assault. He had anticipated the ensuing soul tempest. At the sight of the collision, the anguished wails of countless souls echoed, yet astonishingly, the obsidian spear emerged with minimal damage, continuing its assault on the Grand Celestial Sovereign even after shattering the bone blade. This advanced soul attack technique, the Annihilation Spear, represented the pinnacle of Liuyun's current soul assaults. Under such an offensive, even a peak 4-star Do saint like Tian Yo would find it challenging to withstand, let alone the mere 2-star Do saint that the Grand Celestial Sovereign was. Buzz. The black spear pierced through the Grand Celestial Sovereign's Douqi shield and swiftly penetrated his brow, embedding itself within his skull. Boom! Subsequently, a tangible soul upheaval emanated from the Grand Celestial Sovereign's head, causing Liuyun's colossal form, adorned with the black shield, to tremble slightly. After lingering for a dozen seconds, the soul upheaval gradually subsided. At this juncture, Liuyun's soul projection stood before the Grand Celestial Sovereign. Within his line of sight, he noted the Grand Celestial Sovereign's sunken eyes, their ghostly fires extinguished, and within the pallid pupils lay no trace of emotional fluctuation. He is actually dead. How careless of me! Liuyun expressed his astonishment. The body of the Grand Celestial Sovereign before him still bore signs of life. Yet the soul within had long been obliterated beneath the Annihilation Spear's onslaught. Liuyun had grossly underestimated the terrifying potency of his soul power after the spear's amplification. In the Hall of Souls, powerful beings would leave behind a soul lamp. Should their soul perish, it would be instantly known. The demise of the Grand Celestial Sovereign could indeed present complications. Liuyun murmured to himself, swiftly retrieving the Grand Celestial Sovereign's body into another storage ring, meticulously placing several seals within to isolate any emanating aura. Originally, Liuyun had intended for Bone Ghost to lure the Grand Celestial Sovereign for subjugation and manipulation. However, The latter insisted on demonstrating his soul attack prowess before Liuyun, inadvertently leading to the complete obliteration of his soul power. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for Liuyun. Should the Grand Celestial Sovereign have mentioned to others that he was seeking Liuyun, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. The death of a two-star Do saint was no trivial matter for any faction, and the Soul Clan would certainly dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate the incident. With this in mind, Liuyun could only place his hopes on Bone Ghost, who had accompanied the Grand Celestial Sovereign. Perhaps he could concoct a narrative to absolve Liuyun of suspicion. I shall proceed with this plan, hoping it proves effective. Resolving his thoughts, Liuyun promptly dismantled the ice-blue waterlight array and swiftly departed, leaving only Bone Ghost behind on the desolate plains. Meanwhile, within a dark palace located in the central region, in a chamber flickering with countless ghostly green flames, a sinister youth cloaked in black, shrouded in mist, yet possessing a youthful visage, raged in fury. Who dares to harm my Hall of Souls? Once I capture you, I shall rend your body asunder and extract your soul for incineration. After a prolonged outburst, the sinister youth suddenly retrieved a jade tube and crushed it with vigor. Boom! As the tube shattered, a pitch-black rift appeared before him. What summons me? A voice, imbued with an air of ancient gravitas and terror, resonated from within the rift. Upon hearing the voice, the sinister youth replied gravely, Lord Hall Master, the Grand Celestial Sovereign is dead. The Grand Celestial Sovereign is dead? Who is responsible? The mysterious presence within the rift inquired, laced with anger. The details remain unclear. However, I suspect the newly arisen force in the Northern Domain, known as the Heavenly Alliance. As a prime suspect, for the matters the Grand Celestial Sovereign reported to me recently were all related to that alliance. Chapter 527. Entering the Primeval Wilderness. The details remain unclear. However, I believe the force known as the Heavenly Alliance that has recently emerged in the Northern Domain is highly suspect. As the Grand Celestial Sovereign's recent reports have all pertained to them, the sinister youth hesitantly asserted. To eliminate the Grand Celestial Sovereign without leaving a trace of evidence suggests that the assailant possesses formidable strength. You must personally investigate this matter, should you encounter anything insurmountable. Remember to call upon me at once. After uttering this final command, the rift abruptly closed. As the rift vanished, the sinister youth swiftly exited the ghostly green chamber. Bellowing in the void was Bone Ghost. In response to his inquiry, several respectful voices echoed from various corners of the palace. My lord, we are unaware of the second Celestial Sovereign's whereabouts. However, the fourth Celestial Sovereign has always maintained a close relationship with him and should be informed. Upon hearing this quavering response from a certain direction, the sinister youth's form vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Liuyun, journeying northward, unexpectedly halted. Along the way, he inadvertently learned of the impending emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, which was said to manifest in the primeval wilderness, once renowned as a forbidden zone for humanity. Since the Bodhi ancient tree is about to appear, it seems I cannot return to the Northern Domain just yet. Liuyun mused to himself. At this moment, the upcoming auction in the Northern Domain still required him to deliver the magic cores, prompting an impromptu decision. He would instruct the Soul Hall Celestial Sovereign, whom he had planted a puppet seed within, to assist in the delivery while his main body would await in the Northern Domain. With this plan in mind, Liuyun swiftly contacted the nearest controlled Soul Hall Celestial Sovereign, conveyed his instructions, and after preparing a new storage ring filled with materials intended for the auction, he concealed it in a more discreet location, ensuring it was sealed. Once all was arranged, Liuyun set forth towards the primeval wilderness. The primeval wilderness lay to the northeast of the central region, some distance from Liuyun's current location. Thus, even with his utmost speed, it took him 2 full days to gradually approach the enigmatic expanse of the primeval wilderness. During this period of travel, Liuyun also saw a sea of people rushing in the same direction as him. Obviously, these people's targets were the vast and desolate ancient land. However, among these people, Liuyun did not find any existence of the powerful Doshing. Obviously, the Bodhi tree attracts the most people from the Dozuan realm and those below it. Monghuang Town can be said to be the closest human city to Monghuang Ancient Domain, but there are not many people living here on a regular basis. And due to the notorious reputation of Monghuang Ancient Domain, few people come here. Therefore, this town is almost deserted all year round. But now it's different. The emergence of the Bodhi tree has attracted countless people, which directly led to this desolate town becoming extremely popular. The noisy sounds can be faintly heard from miles away. Liuyun also followed the crowd and arrived at this small town called Monghuang Town. Have you heard? The group of people who entered the ancient wilderness earlier have all died. And among them, There are also some powerful warriors at the level of Dozun. Even the powerful Dozuan has died on the periphery. This vast and desolate ancient domain is really so vicious at this moment. In this small town, countless people are discussing some things about the vast and desolate ancient domain. When it comes to the fact that even the powerful Dozuan has fallen, many people's faces are drastically changed. At the end of the discussion, some of the existing strong people in the small town reached a consensus and planned to organize their manpower to enter this so-called human forbidden area, the vast ancient land. Under the organization of these powerful individuals, within a short while, many figures gathered densely outside Amangwang town. The clamor converged into a massive sound, spreading far away. Not far in front of this massive stream of people is a primitive forest filled with an ancient atmosphere. Giant trees, each several hundred zhang tall, stand here like giants, their shade blocking the sky and making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Looking into the depths of the forest, there is a heart-stopping darkness, occasionally accompanied by fierce animal roars that make one's hair cold. Looking at the gathered crowd, Liuyun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Have these guys been tempted to lose their sanity by the ancient Bodhi tree? The vast and desolate ancient domain, known as a forbidden area for humans, is a place where even the powerful Dozuan can enter with great misfortune. However, nowadays, many people here only have the power of Dozong or even Dohuang. Such people, if they enter the ancient domain, may encounter any trouble and die here, becoming fertilizer that nourishes those towering trees. Under these towering trees, even Liuyun felt a sense of insignificance. Of course, Liuyun did not feel afraid, but rather a sense of insignificance in this ancient era. After all, this region has always been known as the oldest place on the continent. Just as Liuyun sighed in his heart, the massive crowd gradually began to stir, indicating that these gathered people were planning to break in. Thousands of people ran together, and the earth trembled with a loud rumble at this moment. Amidst the roaring sounds, countless figures flashed out, eagerly rushing into the silent ancient region. Watching the terrifying movements of these guys, Liuyun didn't choose to wait, but instead blended into the crowd and entered the ancient forest ahead with them. At the moment when the flowing clouds rushed into the ancient forest, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the smell of rotting leaves permeated from all directions. Entering the forest, Liuyun paused slightly and glanced at the dense crowd ahead, without stopping to talk to them. With a movement, he continued to flash out. Liuyun deliberately slowed down his speed and kept himself in the center of the crowd. Even so, he traveled nearly dozens of miles in less than 10 minutes. Along the way, there were no special incidents, and even if one occasionally encountered one or two ferocious beasts with a strong aura, they would be instantly chopped into flesh by those massive crowds. Perhaps because the journey was too smooth, many people in the crowd lost their previous sense of tension and became somewhat relaxed. Chapter 528. The miasma spreads everywhere. As these people gradually relax, they're also getting farther and farther away from the edge of the wilderness. Pouch it. As they delved deeper, 7 or 8 people suddenly fell to the ground without warning in front of the main force, writhing in pain and screaming in agony, causing some considerable riots. Looking at the miserable situation of these 7 or 8 people, those around instantly understood. In the vast and desolate ancient realm, poisonous miasma is an extremely troublesome thing. If inhaled too much, even the powerful Dozuan will die from the poison. Afterwards, some people who carried the drug-repellent pill quickly swallowed it, while those who did not carry it carefully protected their entire body with their fighting spirit. But even though everyone has taken protective measures, there's still a large number of people struggling painfully on the ground due to poisoning. Even some powerful fighters cannot resist this poison, and after being poisoned, they become irrational and release their fighting energy indiscriminately. Based on the memory in his mind, Liuyun knew that what existed in this forest was not malaria, but poisonous insects. Because the powerful Dozuan can use their fighting chi to wrap their bodies tightly, ordinary poison gas, they have no choice but to use it. And these poisonous insects are very tiny, so small that they are invisible to the naked eye. They float in the forest and can ignore fighting chi. What those poisoned people inhale into their bodies are actually these billions of tiny poisonous insects. Fortunately, Liuyun was protected by a strange fire, and as soon as these poisonous insects approached Liuyun's skin, they turned into ashes and scattered in the air. For those unlucky and poisoned individuals, Liuyun does not have the kind heart to rescue them one by one. Since they cannot resist their greed and come here, they must take responsibility for their own fate. At this moment, Liuyun continued to walk forward calmly and noticed that more and more people were falling into Liuyun's sight. All of them, without exception, had blackened faces. Obviously, all of them had died from poisoning. In the forest shrouded in miasma, The mournful screams still echoed from afar, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere in the forest. Inside the dense miasma, suddenly there was a rustling sound of wind and a faint flash of fire emerging. Strangely, when that burst of fire appeared, the surrounding miasma seemed startled and automatically retreated, making way for an empty and clear path. The scent of strange fire. Are these poisonous miasma afraid of strange fire? If strange fire is effective against miasma, will the flames I condense myself have the same effect? Some fire attribute cultivators. Upon seeing the flowing clouds carrying strange flames and smoothly passing through this poisonous forest, wanted to emulate this method. However, it has been proven that this method is indeed effective. However, these fire attribute cultivators not only greatly reduce their travel speed, but also consume a huge amount of fighting energy. Even if they eventually leave this poisonous area, they do not have much strength to compete for treasures. Quickly, Liuyun and the few 14 people shook off the main force. Those who were still on Liuyun's side at this time had reached the level of a star Dozuan at their lowest cultivation level. In other words, there were at least 15 Dozuan powerhouses in this area, including Liuyun. And here, only a dozen or so people gathered in twos and threes, with only Liuyun acting alone. Ladies and gentlemen, the miasma here is getting thinner and thinner, and I'm afraid it will soon enter the central part of the wilderness. A venerable elder clad in a black robe, possessing the formidable strength of an 8-star Dozuan, suddenly turned and called out in order to navigate safely ahead. I propose that we congregate in one place and join forces to confront the dangers that may lie ahead. At this elder's behest, another group chose to align themselves with them, thus endowing their party with a formidable lineup of 7 Dozuan experts. Meanwhile, the other 2 factions comprised 3 and 4 members respectively. Only Liuyun remained unaffiliated with either side. My friend, the wild ancient domain is not as safe as you might believe. While your otherworldly fire indeed facilitated your passage through the miasma, what awaits us next is far more perilous. If you continue to pursue a solitary path, it is likely that you will encounter misfortune before long. Why not join my team? The black-robed elder once again attempted to persuade Liuyun. No, I am accustomed to my independence. Liuyun replied with a demeanor that, though polite, was resolute. However, upon receiving Liuyun's gentle refusal, a glint of malevolence briefly flickered in the elder's eyes. The elder scoffed inwardly, disregarding Liuyun as he swiftly led his 6 companions onward. Liuyun hastily followed, and upon exiting the miasma-laden area, he leapt atop a massive boulder. His gaze swept across the expanse ahead, revealing a vast chasm stretching hundreds of feet deep, shrouded in a swirling toxic mist, its depths obscured from sight. Raising his eyes further, beyond the chasm lay an unending range of towering mountains, their peaks soaring like ancient dragons coiled majestically, exuding an ancient, primordial aura that resonated throughout the realm. Esteemed guests, that is the true wild ancient domain. The black-robed elders group had also ascended the boulder nearby, their expressions laden with gravity as they sensed the fierce auras lurking within the boundless mountains. The fierce beasts here exist in isolation, having descended from ancient lineages. Their might is formidable and terrifying, although their savage nature has rendered them less intelligent than their magical beast counterparts of similar rank. Their explosive power is unparalleled. The elder sighed softly, clearly possessing a certain understanding of the wild ancient domain. This region is so vast, and with so many fierce beasts present. Where shall we seek the Bodhi ancient tree? One of the elder's companions inquired, furrowing his brow in frustration. Indeed, searching for an ancient tree in this vast forest is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Others chimed in, their anxiety palpable. Dear friends, do not be so agitated. The elder, known as Xiao Yan, raised his hands to calm the crowd, a light laugh escaping his lips. Xinche Xiao Yan have summoned you all to venture into this perilous place. Rest assured, I possess some means. With that, the elder produced a bead emanating a faint emerald hue. Do any of you recognize this item? He raised the Bodhi seed high above his head, exposing it to everyone's gaze. Is that truly a Bodhi seed? The surrounding individuals erupted in expressions of ecstatic disbelief. Zishan, you are indeed a masterful strategist to possess such a rare artifact. Those who had managed to reach this juncture were predominantly individuals of considerable knowledge, well aware of the Bodhi seed's capabilities. With this seed, they could generally sense the direction of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, given the countless fierce beasts lurking within the forest, recklessly charging forth would likely result in disaster. Thus, the assembled group found themselves reliant on Zishan Lei. Liuyun, however, was taken aback to discover that amidst the numerous formidable factions that had entered the wild ancient domain, the one with the greatest chance of locating the Bodhi ancient tree was, rather unexpectedly, a solitary rogue with the strength of an 8-star dozun. At that moment, this rogue, Zishan Lei, was entirely unguarded. Even Liuyun, positioned behind him, could see the Bodhi seed he clutched. Liuyun paid little heed to the elder's ulterior motives. He merely sought to amass a group to serve as a shield against the potential encounters with fierce beasts. Therefore, as others gravitated towards Zishan Lei, Liuyun did not linger, propelling himself off the boulder with a swift motion, soaring through the air towards the far side of the chasm. This fellow is woefully ignorant of the peril he invites. Such reckless actions may soon render him prey for the beasts. A derisive laugh emerged from the gathering around Zishan Lei as they observed Liuyun daringly approach the chasm. The hundreds of feet separating them appeared vast. Yet within the blink of an eye, Liuyun had reached the opposite side. At that very moment, as Liuyun stepped into the aerial expanse, a series of beastly roars erupted from below, followed by several shadowy figures, reeking of a nauseating stench, launching themselves towards the airborne Liuyun with blinding speed. Seeking death. The sudden assault did not fluster Liuyun. With a gentle motion of his palm, he unleashed a massive, pitch-black energy imprint that descended upon the attacking shadows. Boom! As the dark, mist-like energy imprint collided with the shadows, a series of mournful cries filled the air, and soon, several pitch-black, blood-red-eyed, panther-like beasts plummeted from the sky. Though the beasts here were formidable, they posed little threat to a powerhouse of Liuyun's caliber unless amassed in great numbers. As Liuyun touched down, a flurry of wind-splitting sounds echoed behind him, and soon, Zishan Lei and his entourage of a dozen followers arrived, halting mid-air, their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation as they beheld the fallen beast below. The unmistakable scent of blood in the air made it evident that the corpses of the fierce beasts were the result of Liuyun's handiwork. Merely 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed since the skirmish began, and they could easily surmise that Liuyun had dispatched the beasts with remarkable swiftness. Without uttering a single word, Liuyun swiftly plunged into the primordial forest. In this ancient expanse, the air was filled with the haunting and violent roars of beasts echoing through the skies. Suddenly, a ferocious torrent of Douqi surged forth from the depths of the forest, crashing violently into a massive beast. The sheer power contained within obliterating the creature's life force in an instant. The beast's roar never escaped its throat, silenced before it could resonate, and its colossal body collapsed with an earth-shaking thud. As the massive beast fell, Liuyun emerged slowly from behind a towering tree. Throughout his journey, he had encountered countless fierce beasts of the 7th and even 8th ranks, yet each time, those that stood before him were effortlessly eliminated. However, as Liuyun delved deeper into the region, he discovered that many individuals had already ventured here before him. These early arrivals predominantly hailed from considerable powers in the central continent. Some sects had mobilized their entire strength to explore this domain, pinning their hopes entirely on the Bodhi ancient tree. Failure would mean the decimation of their sect's power within this treacherous land. Of course, as Liuyun became aware of their presence, they too noticed him. Some factions, seeing Liuyun alone, began to entertain thoughts of recruiting him. My friend, judging by your prowess in eliminating fierce beasts, you must possess at least the strength of an 8-star dozun. In the wild, ancient domain, individual strength ultimately has its limits. Why not join forces with my Tianming sect for mutual safety? In the expanse ahead of Liuyun, a formidable presence suddenly manifested, revealing dozens of powerful figures. At the forefront stood an elder clad in green robes, his countenance adorned with a warm smile as he clasped his hands in greeting towards Liuyun. Noticing that this group had audaciously obstructed his path, Liuyun raised an eyebrow, entirely disinterested in the elder's words. Disperse from my sight within 10 breaths, or face death. A chilling command escaped Liuyun's lips. With that declaration, he stepped forward, unfazed by the imposing display before him. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. The elder's gaze turned venomous upon witnessing Liuyun's blatant disrespect. How amusing. He dares to demand the Tianming sect's withdrawal here. Does he truly believe he can contend with our entire sect alone? Many of those behind the green-robed elder wore expressions of derision. The 10 breaths have elapsed. This was your choice. As the group remained unmoved, Liuyun's eyes grew increasingly frigid. In an instant, before the astonished gaze of the Tianming sect, Liuyun's form expanded to several dozen feet tall, towering over even the ancient trees of the primordial forest. What peculiar method is this? The elder's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the colossal figure. However, realizing that this individual was resolved to oppose the Tianming sect, he swiftly surged into action, appearing above Liuyun's head in the blink of an eye. With a fierce grip, he bellowed, "Great Dark Dragon Fist," roaring as the elder's voice reverberated. An overwhelming surge of battle energy erupted from within him, swiftly coalescing into a gigantic black dragon. This dragon, seemingly tangible, exuded a terrifying momentum as it roared forth, unleashing a fierce gale that rent the very fabric of space and hurtled toward Liuyun. Chapter 530, Ruthless Annihilation. In response to the elder's assault, Liuyun, having transformed into a giant through the manifestation of the divine elephant's body, slowly lifted his head, revealing his immense, indifferent eyes. His fist, as large as a 10-story building, clenched tightly, and without flourish, he unleashed a single punch. As he struck, the space before him shattered abruptly, revealing vast, dark fissures within the air. Boom! Upon collision, Liuyun's fist met the black dragon with a resounding impact. A dreadful force erupted, reminiscent of a flood. And with a mournful wail, the black dragon was obliterated. The residual gale pierced through space, crashing violently toward the now pale-faced elder. Staggering back, the elder sensed the impending dread of the approaching force. Yet before he could fully retreat, the oppressive energy erupted upon him. Bang! The sudden explosion of energy sent the elder flying, landing heavily upon a massive boulder, which cracked under the tremendous residual force, splintering into a cloud of stone dust. Hiss! Witnessing the elder fail to withstand even a single punch from Liuyun, the surrounding Tianming sect elites were engulfed in shock. It is crucial to note that this elder, Lu Cong, was the vice leader of the Tianming sect, having already reached the pinnacle of Doupo. Among them, he was the strongest. Yet none could fathom that even he would succumb so easily to Liuyun's giant form. Who on earth is this person, able to wield such terrifying power? The ability to transform into such a massive form is unheard of. The eyes of the Tianming sect's experts flickered with urgency, speculating that Liuyun's strength must be at least at the second or even third transformation of Doupo's pinnacle. Damn it, Elder Qiu and all others, unite and attack together. The elder, struggling from the dust, wiped the blood from his lips and roared in fury. Hearing his command, a lanky elder in black robes among the Tianming sect shifted his expression slightly. Yet, gritting his teeth, he nodded grimly. They were numerous, and should they strike as one, even if this giant possessed the strength of a third transformation Doupo, they would still gain the upper hand. Roar! Under Lu Cong's command, the remaining Tianming sect members suppressed their fear, their battle energy surging as they unleashed a torrent of unmatched Dou techniques that tore through space, hurtling toward Liuyun. With nearly a dozen Doupo experts alongside several dozen Doupo practitioners attacking simultaneously, the force was indeed formidable, causing the very air to tremble. Facing the combined assault of the Tianming sect, Liuyun's giant form emitted a disdainful snort, striding forward with earth-shaking steps, resembling a moving mountain. Break for me. Without employing any Dou techniques, each part of the giant's body contained an indomitable strength. A single punch cracked the space, dark rifts spreading endlessly. Boom! As the colossal fist passed, all the Dou techniques erupted instantaneously, the horrific winds piercing through space, ultimately crashing down upon the bodies of the Tianming sect's experts. Puffed, puffed. Such overwhelming force sent nearly all of them, save for Lu Cong and the lanky elder, reeling backward, spewing blood as they were hurled like cannonballs across nearly 100 feet. As they lay unconscious, the shock evident on Lu Cong's face, he realized in horror that even a combined effort from so many had failed to inflict any damage on this giant. Who on earth are you? Let's speak. Lu Cong stammered, his heart sinking as he felt the cold, immense gaze of Liuyun shift toward him. Boom! Ignoring Lu Cong's words, Liuyun advanced with thunderous steps, casting a giant shadow that loomed ominously, akin to the arrival of death itself. Flee! Realizing the murderous intent directed at him, Lu Cong understood he would not escape unscathed. He decisively stomped the ground, propelling himself backward like a flash of lightning. Damn it! Once my sect uncovers your background, you shall wish for death. As he fled, his eyes glinted with malice. Since becoming the vice leader of the Tianming sect, he had always reveled in the awe of others, never experiencing such disgrace. Yet, as these vengeful thoughts clouded his mind, the sky above him was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Lu Cong looked up just in time to see the giant looming behind him, the darkness above being cast by the giant's fist descending to obliterate him. How could he move so swiftly? Lu Cang's heart raced with disbelief. However, before he could scream, Liuyun's colossal fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck mercilessly against his back. The swirling aura of defense enveloping Lu Cang's body proved utterly ineffective in this dire moment. A formidable force surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, inundating his form and, in the blink of an eye, shattering his flesh into a mere puddle of gore, obliterating even his soul under the weight of this overwhelming power. With a single punch, Lu Cang was vanquished, and the only remnant upon Liuyun's fist was a splotch of crimson, reminiscent of blood from a crushed mosquito. In the next instant, his immense gaze darted towards the northern horizon, the very direction from which the bamboo pole-like figure in the black robe was attempting to flee. A thunderous roar erupted. At this moment, within the primal ancient domain, Liuyun chose not to conceal his might. The colossal form he had assumed, towering 100 zhang, began to sprint through the primordial forest with a velocity that sent chills down the spine. With each resounding footfall, the ground trembled as if a minor earthquake had transpired, leaving deep craters in its wake, and the movement of his gargantuan body conjured a fierce gale. The unfortunate elders and disciples of the Tianming sect, previously sent flying by Liuyun's punch, found themselves trampled underfoot by the rampaging giant, their forms instantly reduced to mere pulp, irrevocably merging with the ancient forest. What transpired over there? What could have caused such cacophony? Countless powerful beings within this vicinity gazed in astonishment towards the source of the thunderous sound, only to find themselves thwarted by the towering trees of the ancient forest, unable to discern the cause. Yet from the din, they surmised that a colossal ancient beast was likely traversing this area. Consequently, some audacious individuals swiftly soared into the skies. Was it a person? How could one be so immense? At that moment, all who beheld Liuyun's towering form were resolute in their conviction that this swift-moving behemoth was no mere gigantic beast, but a living, breathing human. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of powerful beings, all at least at the Dozun level, the giant came to an abrupt halt after seemingly swatting a tiny mosquito, unbeknownst to them that the minuscule black dot in the distance was, in fact, a formidable being boasting the strength of a 9-star Dozun. A sense of foreboding washed over them, urging them to evacuate this region swiftly. As the giant ceased his sprint, the myriad of powerful entities within the area suddenly sensed something amiss and began descending from the skies. Those who remained sluggishly suspended in the air soon found themselves beset by several enormous, ferocious beasts. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the area erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. Liuyun, however, paid no heed to the chaos. After dispatching the sole survivor from the Tianming sect who had provoked him, he finally reverted to his normal stature. From his earlier pursuit, he discerned that several major factions had likely ventured deeper into the primal ancient domain, prompting him to hasten his pace. In his recollection, there existed an ancient relic within this primal realm, a sanctuary shunned by ferocious beasts, rendering it a relatively safe area. It was plausible that those factions that had delved deeper would congregate there. As he hastened towards the depths, Liuyun's gaze fell upon a perilously steep giant peak, resembling a colossal serpent coiled beside a main thoroughfare, from which a stream of black mist continuously emanated, enveloping the sky for miles around. Upon reaching this vicinity, Liuyun noted that it starkly contrasted with other areas teeming with ferocious beasts. Such a phenomenon typically indicated the territory of a potent beast. As he scrutinized the surrounding terrain, an epiphany struck him, and he murmured, "Could it be that I have encroached upon the domain of the ancient celestial demon python?" The ancient celestial demon python is an exceedingly rare variant beast, and if one were to trace its lineage, it would be akin to an ancient ancestor within the serpent clan. However, due to its extreme bloodlust, its intelligence paled in comparison to that of the 9 Nether Earth demon python, which regarded it with a hint of disdain. After all, no matter how formidable one's strength, lacking the gift of intellect renders one merely a brutal killing machine. The blood of the ancient celestial demon python possesses remarkable properties for cleansing and refining the flesh. Yet, Liuyun's current form had already undergone extensive tempering with various celestial materials and treasures, rendering it rather formidable. Otherwise, he could not have cultivated the unparalleled combat technique. The divine elephant dominance. Ordinary treasures held little efficacy for his body, and even the blood of the celestial demon python would not yield significant results. However, there was another substance present in this locale that stirred Liuyun's interest. His avatar, having wandered for an extended period, often utilized any acquired treasures to refine his true body, resulting in a disparity in physique between the two. This was why, despite having comparable cultivation levels, his true body could effortlessly contend with a 1-star Do Sheng, and even withstand a 2-star Do Sheng, while the avatar could only barely hold its ground against a 1-star Do Sheng. What truly captivated Liuyun was the celestial demon blood pool, painstakingly accumulated over centuries by the ancient celestial demon python. Within this blood pool, nourished by countless precious materials infused with pure energy, the energy had coalesced to a terrifying degree over the years. Any ordinary individual entering would likely be overwhelmed by the sheer potency, while only the progeny of the ancient celestial demon python could withstand such energy. Of course, nothing is absolute. What others cannot endure does not imply Liuyun is similarly constrained. Presently, his avatar's body, having been subjected to rigorous tempering and enhancement, was so formidable that even the overlord families of demonic beasts could not compare. Thus, the celestial demon blood pool would serve as an ideal tonic for him. It was conceivable that the avatar could harness this blood pool to bolster its physical strength to a level closer to that of his true body, and by utilizing the energy within, elevate its cultivation to the pinnacle of Dozuan. Such a surge in power would be immensely advantageous in traversing the perilous terrain of the primal ancient domain, rife with formidable adversaries. With these thoughts in mind, Liuyun's soul energy surged forth, sweeping towards the meandering mountain range ahead. Moments later, his gaze settled upon a conspicuous black giant peak not far from his location. "Found you," he mused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that very instant, perhaps sensing Liuyun's probing soul energy, a chilling serpentine hiss erupted from within the massive black peak. Subsequently, the entire mountain trembled, culminating in a thunderous explosion as an enormous black serpent, measuring several hundred zhang in length, burst forth from the towering peak. Chapter 532. The Transaction. This black serpent was of colossal proportions, its body adorned with dark scales, wreathed in a thick, ominous mist. Its head was particularly fearsome, bearing a resemblance not to an ordinary snake's visage, but rather to a grotesque, gargantuan human face, exuding an aura of dread. It was no wonder this creature was referred to as the celestial demon python. As the ancient celestial demon python made its appearance, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, and a terrifying black energy coalesced within, radiating an overwhelming power. Its blood-red eyes, immense and resembling two colossal lanterns, hung ominously in the heavens, filled with brutality and murderous intent as they fixated upon Liuyun. Knowing that it had come to seize the treasures Liuyun had diligently amassed, he chose not to take offense at the python's malevolent gaze. "O celestial demon python, I have come to propose a transaction," Liuyun stated calmly, meeting the creature's blood-red gaze head-on. Perhaps due to the formidable soul power Liuyun had just unleashed, which instilled a sense of caution in the otherwise mindless python, it refrained from attacking him at that moment. Observing the creature's stable demeanor, Liuyun continued with his proposition. "Upaito, I perceive that your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 5th transformation of the Dozuan. I possess a Bodhi pill that could significantly enhance your chances of ascending to the semi-saint realm, and I wish to exchange it for a single opportunity to immerse myself in the blood pool. What say you?" Initially, upon hearing Liuyun mention the Bodhi pill and its effects, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the python's enormous pupils. However, once Liuyun revealed his intention concerning the blood pool, the python's expression morphed back into one of ferocity. Suddenly, it emitted a deafening hiss, and its massive black tail, exceeding 100 feet in length, surged forth from the mountain with terrifying force, aiming to strike Liuyun. Hearing the ominous rush of wind accompanying the tail's approach, Liuyun could only manage a wry smile. He had intended to negotiate peacefully, yet it seemed force would be necessary. As the gargantuan tail swept towards him, Liuyun activated the divine elephant body, his form expanding dramatically to over 100 feet in an instant. While not matching the python's full length, his stature appeared even more imposing as he stood upright, unlike the python that lay low to the ground. Now, with Liuyun's body having grown to such an impressive size, the python's colossal tail could only reach his waist. In that fleeting moment, Liuyun seized the python's tail with both hands, resisting the overwhelming force of its onslaught without yielding an inch. The transformation Liuyun underwent caused the fierce, celestial demon python's emotions to fluctuate once more. "Rise," Liuyun commanded, as his feet sank several feet into the ground. With a surge of strength in his powerful arms, he yanked the python's immense body down from the black peak and slammed it forcefully towards the ground. Bang! The massive form of the celestial demon python struck the earth like a whip, shattering the countless boulders beneath it into dust. The violent impact sent shockwave through the python's robust physique, inflicting immense pain. While it appeared unscathed externally, internally, many tissues had ruptured and blood flowed chaotically within. Despite suffering a significant blow at Liuyun's hands, the python showed no intention of relenting. After letting out an earth-shattering roar, its tail began to thrash violently, attempting to escape Liuyun's grasp. Simultaneously, its enormous head opened wide, revealing a cavernous maw from which foul black energy erupted, shooting towards Liuyun's head. "This is your own doing," Liuyun retorted as he grew impatient with the python's hostility. With renewed vigor, he lifted the python's tail once more, directing it towards the incoming black energy. Sizzle, sizzle. As the black energy struck the python's tail, a cacophony of flesh-corroding sounds erupted. Although the scales did not fall away, a viscous black substance oozed from the gaps between the scales. The ancient celestial demon python's injuries deepened, eliciting a series of anguished hisses. At this juncture, Liuyun released his grip on the tail, clenched his fist, and unleashed a devastating punch. A horrific shockwave erupted from his fist, transforming into a fierce tempest of energy that crashed into the python's body. Roar! Liuyun's merciless strike dispersed the surrounding black mist, causing the black scales on the python to shatter, revealing a horrifying, gaping wound from which crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Following this brutal assault, the celestial demon python finally ceased its struggles, its gaze towards Liuyun now filled with fear. "Must you be beaten into submission to comply?" Liuyun observed the python's newfound docility and refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His attention shifted towards the nearby black peak, recalling that the blood pool lay within the python's lair. In the next instant, he swiftly returned to his normal size and hastened toward the towering mountain. This peak was steep and formidable, yet devoid of any other ferocious beasts, evidently having been expelled by the ancient celestial demon python. Following the faint energy fluctuations emanating from within the mountain, Liuyun soon located the python's lair. The lair was situated at the heart of the mountain, cold and damp, strewn with countless bones, including those of unfortunate humans, victims of the python's insatiable hunger. After traversing the grim pile of bones, Liuyun arrived at the cave's end. At the cave's terminus lay a chaotic expanse of crimson stones, at the center of which rested a pool approximately 10 feet wide, filled with a viscous, scarlet liquid that occasionally bubbled up, releasing energy so potent it permeated the air. Chapter 533. The Blood Pool of the Celestial Demon. At the cave's end, amidst the chaotic red stones, Liuyun discerned the blood pool, exuding an energy so profound that it was evident the ancient celestial demon python had put immense effort into its creation. "So, this is the blood pool of the celestial demon," Liuyun mused, not hesitating for long before propelling himself towards the pool, landing with a resounding splash. With Liuyun's entrance into the blood pool, the once calm surface erupted into a frenzy of boiling activity, countless bubbles rising as ferocious energy roared within, accompanied by a deep, thunderous resonance that echoed outwards. Remarkably, it even induces a modicum of pain. Liuyun felt a surge of exhilaration upon entering the blood pool, realizing that its energy could indeed serve to refine his body, albeit hindered by the corrosive elements infused by the ancient celestial demon python, which severely affected his ability to absorb the pool's potent energy. Realizing the situation, Liuyun directly summoned the strange fire and transformed it into a circle of fire shields. Enveloping himself, Setsi as the strange fire appeared, the violent energy that surged and burst out with a hissing sound. Immediately, the corrosive energy was evaporated by the strange fire, while the rest of the energy gradually became gentle after being tempered by the strange fire, transforming into strands of exceptionally pure energy that merged into the body of the flowing clouds. Feeling the energy that had become slightly cooler, Liuyun felt a sense of comfort throughout. This strange fire only refined the corrosive energy that was harmful to him, while the other beneficial energy was infused into his body after being tempered. With the continuous infiltration of warm and pure energy from the skin into the body, Liuyun can clearly feel that these energies are floating in the skin, muscles, and bones. Every time these energies disappear, Liuyun will clearly feel that the toughness of its body is also becoming stronger at a slow speed. Not bad, this trip was not in vain. Sensing the subtle changes in his body, Liuyun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. According to this refining progress, after unleashing the divine elephant dominator, his power is likely to rival that of the early powerhouses of the two-star Doshin. And he can also elevate his cultivation to the peak level of the 9-star Douzuan. The energy of the heavenly demon blood pool, collected by the heavenly demon python for hundreds of years, is naturally quite terrifying. However, while the energy in the blood pool is terrifying, it is also extremely modeled. The heavenly demon python itself is a ferocious, low-intelligence creature, and its body is strong. Even if the cubs absorb this energy, it will only accelerate their evolution. However, if it were an ordinary person to absorb it, they would probably be thrown into a mess by these extremely modeled energies in an instant. By then, their strength would not have improved, and their years of hard cultivation would have been completely destroyed. But fortunately, this modeled energy is not a problem for Liuyun, who has a strong physique and possesses strange fire. Inside the blood pool, as more and more energy was infused into the flowing cloud, he also crossed his legs and suspended in the pool, tightly closing his eyes and quietly waiting for the moment of breakthrough in cultivation. Soon, Liuyun quietly practiced in this blood pool for 2 hours. During this time, the ancient demon python that Liuyun had beaten up did not return to the nest to disturb Liuyun, but stayed quietly at the foot of the mountain. And during these 2 hours, a group of strong human beings passed by this place. When they saw some terrifying injuries on the ancient demon python and the huge ground stained red with blood, they couldn't help but have some other thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, this ancient heavenly demon python looks like it has been severely injured. If it were to strike now, it would definitely not have much resistance. Not bad. That terrifying blood hole should have damaged the foundation of the demon python that day. Now, every second that passes, its strength is decreasing. This group of strong human beings looked greedily at the ancient heavenly demon python with a restless expression. The arrival of these people was naturally noticed by the ancient heavenly demon python, but now it is not suitable for moving its body. Otherwise, with its peak strength of the 5 rotating Douzuan, it would have already eliminated these 7 or 8 human powerhouses that had not even reached the 9-star Douzuan. The ancient demon python suddenly roared at the group of people, trying to scare them away. However, this group of strong human beings were not intimidated by it, and each one was filled with a majestic fighting spirit, as if ready to take action at any moment. The tense scene between the two sides was unknown to Liuyun. In the depths of the cave, the Ten-Zhang blood pool had reduced its water by nearly half, and its crimson color had also become much lighter. Obviously, in these 2 short hours, the energy in it had disappeared at Liuyun's almost whale-swallowing speed. In the center of the blood pool, a figure with its upper body exposed sat among them. Now, the flowing clouds looked much redder than before, as if there were endless blood hidden beneath the skin. At this moment, Liuyun still tightly closed his eyes, his body motionless like a sculpture. Inside him, a powerful energy was brewing, which was enough to propel his cultivation to the peak of Douzuan. It should be almost time. The aura of this ancient heavenly demon python is even weaker than before. At the foot of the steep mountain peak, among the group of people confronting the ancient heavenly demon python, finally one person became impatient and launched an attack on the ancient heavenly demon python first. Seeing this, everyone also took action together. In an instant, several terrifying chi exercises directly covered the massive body of the ancient heavenly demon python and then hit it heavily on its thick black scales. During this process, the ancient heavenly demon python surprisingly had little resistance and only let out a few mournful cries, allowing those terrifying attacks to fall upon it. Chapter 534. The ancient domain platform left over from ancient times. The next moment after these human powerhouses attacked the ancient heavenly demon python, the water in the demon blood pool was finally completely depleted that day. As the pool water dried up, countless forest white bones were also exposed in the demon blood pool that day. Among these bones, there were also some strange things that were unclear about what they were. A strong smell of blood spread out from them, and the flowing clouds sat like sculptures among the numerous bones, with blood-red radiance quietly flowing under the skin. Suddenly, an invisible wave swept out of the body of the self-flowing cloud bang. This invisible wave surged out, instantly shaking the bones in the blood pool into powder, spreading the waves, and finally hitting the mountain wall, shaking even the entire cave. The strange sound coming from the other side of the mountain immediately attracted the attention of the people at the foot of the mountain and the ancient demon python, who looked at the black mountain peak with surprised eyes. This noise is coming from the black mountain peak, where the nest of this ancient heavenly demon python is located. Could it be that there is more than one ancient heavenly demon python here? I don't think it's another heavenly demon python. The damage on this ancient heavenly demon python is obviously a new one. It is said that the ancient heavenly demon python clan will prepare a heavenly demon blood pool in their nest for their offspring to refine their bodies. Perhaps other more powerful beasts have injured the ancient heavenly demon python and taken over the heavenly demon blood pool. After a while, this group of strong human beings guessed an answer, but it was obvious that they were wrong. It was not a ferocious beast that was occupying the heavenly demon blood pool. At the same time, the breath of flowing clouds inside the cave suddenly surged almost instantly, like the moment of a volcanic eruption, as fast as lightning and as fierce as lightning. Bang! The breath surged like lightning, and in just a moment, a low and dull sound echoed deep in the soul of the flowing clouds. The fighting spirit in the body almost skyrocketed wildly at this moment, with long hair dancing wildly and clothes trembling with hunting sounds. Cracks spread rapidly from its sitting place, and in the blink of an eye, time covered the entire pool of blood. Boom! When the voice from the depths of the soul sounded, Liuyun's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and within them, blood flowed. Divine Elephant Dominator Body, as Liuyun let out a low cry in his heart, his body suddenly swelled up. Almost instantly, his head reached the top of the cave and continued to soar wildly, as if there were no obstacles. Outside, when those human powerhouses had just guessed that there might be another peerless, ferocious beast inside, the entire Black Mountain peak suddenly emitted a loud, rumbling sound. Subsequently, amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, the obsidian peak abruptly fractured at its core, revealing a colossal visage emerging from within. With the advent of this gargantuan head, the mountain crumbled with a thunderous crash, countless boulders cascading downwards, and before long, the immense form of the giant was unveiled, a figure as grand as a mountain itself. This was indeed the very giant that had been seen sprinting through the ancient forest. Witnessing the giant's emergence from the mountain, the assembly of humans, all of whom possessed at least the prowess of a battle sovereign, were instantly rendered pale with terror. Just 7 or 8 hours prior, they had witnessed the giant's terrifying rampage in the primordial woods, a commotion so fierce that it had incited a frenzy among the wild beasts, leading to the grievous demise of numerous human warriors. Now, the giant before them appeared even larger, an increase of at least 20% compared to their earlier encounter. Having experienced the giant's terrifying agility, none of the human warriors, who had just engaged in conflict with the ancient celestial demon python, dared to flee, paralyzed by fear and refraining from uttering a sound, lest they provoke the behemoth before them. At that moment, the giant, having burst forth from the mountain, cast its enormous gaze towards the humans and the ancient celestial demon python. Hiss! Gore! As the giant's attention swept over them, the human warriors felt a tightening in their spirits, scarcely daring to breathe, while the ancient celestial demon python emitted low, pained groans. With merely a glance, the giant surmised the events that had transpired here earlier. Typically, it would refrain from intervening in such matters, as the ancient celestial demon python, endowed with a naturally low intelligence, merely acted on instinct to defend its territory. However, having severely wounded it and seized the energy accumulated in its blood pool over centuries, the giant felt a twinge of remorse. Therefore, it resolved to grant the creature a temporary reprieve. You may leave. This ancient celestial demon python belongs to me. The giant did not articulate these words vocally, but instead emitted a low, thunderous sound from its throat. This declaration resonated within the hearts of the human warriors like a clap of thunder, prompting all who understood its meaning to flee in haste, their minds preoccupied with self-preservation rather than the fate of the ancient celestial demon python. Once the human warriors had retreated, the giant turned its gaze towards the celestial demon python and tossed 2 white jade vials in its direction. One vial contained an 8th-grade healing elixir, while the other housed the previously negotiated compensation, a Bodhi pill. These items served as a form of restitution for the giant's transgressions against the python. After casting the vials, the giant spun around and departed, continuing its journey northward. The celestial demon python, this time, made the prudent choice, promptly opening its gaping maw to swallow the vials whole. Soon, the effects of the 2 pills began to manifest within its body, although the grievous wounds did not heal instantaneously. At least the injuries ceased to worsen and gradually began to mend. Meanwhile, the giant, having acclimated to the augmented strength bestowed by the divine elephant body, reverted to its normal size. After all, the divine elephant body was a combat technique that would incessantly drain the giant's battle aura, and this decision was made to conserve strength for potential challenges ahead. After nearly a day's time of slaying close to 100 ferocious beasts, the giant gradually approached the vicinity of the ancient domain platform. It was said that in ancient times, this area had been the site of a great battlefield where numerous formidable warriors had perished, thus exuding an eerie aura of pressure that deterred wild beasts from entering. Moreover, the ancient domain platform was situated at the intersection of the central and deeper regions of the wild ancient domain, providing a direct passage into the heart of the ancient realm. Chapter 535, The Terrifying Beast Tide. The unique qualities of the ancient domain platform had rendered it a sanctuary for various factions seeking refuge within the wild ancient domain. Upon arriving in the vicinity of this platform, the giant did not conceal its peak battle sovereign aura, but rather radiated it openly. Shortly thereafter, the giant's gaze fell upon an immense plaza, already teeming with densely packed crowds. Among the throng, individuals of varying strengths congregated, primarily comprising high-ranking battle masters and ordinary battle sovereigns. However, there were at least 30 individuals of peak battle sovereign caliber akin to the giant, so its arrival did not elicit excessive attention. The giant descended gracefully towards the plaza's slightly central area, and given its formidable cultivation, none dared to challenge its presence. Following a brief survey, the giant noted the assembly of approximately a dozen factions gathered here, including significant powers such as the Ancient Clan, the Soul Clan, and the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan. However, only the younger generation had arrived from these factions, none of whom had reached the rank of half-saint. Alongside several lesser-known sects and families accompanied by 2 or 3 peak battle sovereigns. The giant understood this peculiar scenario well, having control over numerous Soul Hall dignitaries, including heavyweights like Blood River and Bone Spectre. It had gleaned that the Soul Clan had sent these youngsters primarily for training purposes. Should they encounter insurmountable foes, they could shatter the spatial jade tubes they carried to summon powerful clan members. Interestingly, the leader of the Soul Clan possessed 2 spatial jade tubes, one of which was designated for summoning the second-ranked Bone Spectre. As for the other tube, Bone Spectre was uncertain of its purpose, but it was assured that it could summon a true battle saint from within the Soul Clan. However, such powerful beings would not be summoned lightly unless the situation warranted it. Based on the Soul Clan's arrangements, the giant surmised that other factions, such as the Ancient Clan, were likely implementing similar strategies. Therefore, to effectively manage the younger generation of these major powers, it was essential to prepare for spatial containment in advance. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught the giant's eye, Zishan Lei, the individual known for possessing the Bodhi Seed. At this moment, although Zishan Lei was flanked by 2 or 3 companions, they were not the original group that had accompanied him. Clearly, along the way, those who had once gathered around him had become shields against the ferocious beasts, allowing him, a relatively weak rogue cultivator, to safely reach the ancient domain platform without anyone discovering his possession of the Bodhi Seed. Of course, the giant was an exception. Among those present, it was the only one to have declined Zishan Lei's invitation. As the giant fixed its gaze upon Zishan Lei, their eyes met, and upon recognizing the giant's presence at the ancient domain platform, Zishan Lei's expression shifted from surprise to a fleeting glimmer of malice. He feared that the giant might divulge his secret regarding the Bodhi Seed to others, as the assembly was composed of formidable warriors. And should the knowledge of his possession spread, it would surely incite immediate attempts to seize it. Congratulations on safely arriving at the ancient domain platform. Zishan Lei approached Liuyun with a smile that seemed to conceal deeper intentions, greeting him from a distance of several meters. To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were old acquaintances. However, despite his cheerful demeanor, Liuyun, who had discerned the underlying motives, realized that all cunning schemes would ultimately fade away in the face of absolute strength. With a silent sigh, Liuyun chose to disregard Zishan Lei, speaking disdainfully. "You have quite the luck, haven't you? To have escaped the jaws of fierce beasts." Just a jest. I hope you could provide some support when we venture into the depths of the wild ancient domain. Zishan Lei, unabashed by Liuyun's sarcasm, continued to linger around him, showing no signs of leaving. Liuyun, however, did not engage further, instead directing his gaze toward the northern expanse of the ancient domain. He understood that from that direction lay the entrance to the heart of the wild ancient domain, where the ancient Bodhi tree he sought awaited. Yet, the journey to the tree was fraught with peril, teeming with formidable beasts. While Liuyun had no qualms facing them alone, the sheer number of beasts, often in the thousands, would drain even his considerable strength. Thus, he resolved to wait for the larger group to set out together, significantly alleviating the pressure of battling the beasts. Everyone, we are all acutely aware of our current predicament. Our goal is the ancient Bodhi tree deep within the wild ancient domain. As for any potential discord upon our arrival, that is a concern for another time. Presently, No single faction possesses the strength to navigate through the tide of beasts. Just then, a clear voice resonated from the stone platform at the center of the square, commanding the attention of all. Liuyun turned to see a refined young man, exuding an air of authority, who was the leader of the Soul Clan's contingent, his strength reaching the pinnacle of the fighting sovereign realm, though the exact level of his prowess remained uncertain. Our only chance lies in uniting as one, forming an alliance. Like a single arrow piercing through the tide of beasts, only through our combined strength can we hope to breach their defenses. Otherwise, reaching the Bodhi tree will be but a distant dream. In our alliance, there are no hierarchies, no one commanding another. Rest assured, this is a partnership devoid of exploitation. Only support. Of course, those who find this untrustworthy are welcome to remain here, though such a choice may lead to an empty-handed return. Chapter 536, Assault on the Beast Tide. Upon hearing the young man's words, a hush fell over the crowd. Moments later, many began to nod in agreement. After all, the young man had spoken a truth. No single force could traverse the beast tide alone. Thus, to reach the depths, they must join forces. You speak wisely. Soul Jade, the Tianyao Phoenix clan will join you in this endeavor. As some began to feel persuaded, a young leader from the Tianyao Phoenix clan spoke up casually. Thank you, Huangfeng. Soul Jade replied with a slight bow of gratitude. Indeed, staying here yields nothing. It is better to confront the challenge together. Huangfeng's words resonated with many, prompting a chorus of agreement, and soon, more voices chimed in. Since there are no objections, let us set forth. It is midday, the moment when the beasts are at their most lethargic. Observing that the majority were in favor of joining forces against the beast tide, Soul Jade smiled subtly, a graceful curve appearing on his alabaster face. Liuyun was acutely aware of Soul Jade's true intentions behind forming this alliance. Despite the assembly of over 200 formidable fighting sovereigns and numerous fighting lords, the likelihood of successfully navigating the beast tide was slim, likely less than 10%. Soul Jade understood this too. He merely sought to leverage the strength of others to delve deeper, intending to break free with his own power when the time was right, leaving the rest as fodder for the beasts. Although Liuyun saw through this, he refrained from warning the others, as he too needed them to pave the way. After Soul Jade concluded his speech, the crowd sprang into action, a multitude of figures soaring into the sky, gathering like a dark cloud suspended in the air. Everyone, let us depart. In the sky, Soul Jade glanced down at the sparse figures remaining on the square, dismissing them with a hearty laugh as he soared toward the northern horizon, followed by a dense throng of warriors, their rush creating a thunderous roar. Liuyun slowly ascended, blending into the throng as they moved forward. The mass of people surged like a storm cloud, traversing the distance of 100 miles in less than 10 minutes. As they soared over a lush mountain peak, an endless expanse of black plains came into view, stretching as far as the eye could see. On this boundless plain, dark clouds swirled ominously, the ground teeming with colossal beasts, resembling a crimson sea, their ferocious roars echoing like thunder across the land. Is this the beast tide of the wild, ancient domain? Truly terrifying. Many gasped in awe at the sight. In comparison to the tide of beasts, the gathering of human warriors was but a drop in the ocean. Amidst the crowd, Liuyun's gaze pierced through the endless tide of beasts. Focusing on a distant, dark region, he knew that beyond the beast tide lay the ancient Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree, having endured for countless years on this continent, was one of the oldest entities, outlasting even the likes of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Through the ages, its strength had reached a terrifying level, yet it remained devoid of sentience, possessing only instinctual awareness. Reflecting on this, Liuyun's attention turned to Zishan Lei, who bore a Bodhi seed. Entering the ancient tree's domain could yield remarkable effects. Just then, Zishan Lei fortuitously caught Liuyun's gaze and, upon realizing he was being observed, extended a hand with a smile, deliberately moving closer. Liuyun surmised Zishan Lei's intentions. He likely feared that Liuyun might disclose information about the Bodhi seed and was preparing to eliminate him. Everyone, ahead lies the beast tide. Now is the opportune moment to charge forth. Since I propose this alliance, my team will temporarily take the lead in the most perilous position. However, when they tire, we shall rotate. At that moment, Soul Jade's clear voice rang out once more. Hearing that he had claimed the most dangerous spot, many in the crowd let out discreet sighs of relief. Everyone prepared to move. On the visage of Soul Jade, a warm smile lingered, as her gaze gradually swept across the formidable assembly before her. Suddenly, she pivoted sharply, her form darting forward, closely followed by a dozen figures clad in black robes. Behind them surged a throng of powerful warriors, their internal fighting spirit gradually enveloping their bodies. Above, the ominous ranks coalesced into a formation resembling a sharp arrow, with Soul Jade leading her cohort at the forefront. Should this force truly unleash its potential, the ensuing power would undoubtedly be terrifyingly formidable. Upon witnessing the formation take shape, Soul Jade waved her hand, initiating the advance with a swift movement that sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound. She surged towards the approaching beast tide, and in synchrony, the dark phalanx behind her thundered forward, the sound of wind roaring across the sky. Such a grand display did not go unnoticed. Even from a distance of 1,000 zhang, numerous ferocious beasts detected the commotion, unleashing violent roars that reverberated like thunder, spreading outwards and summoning even more growls in response. In the blink of an eye, they covered the distance of 1,000 zhang. A terrifying surge of fighting spirit erupted from the front ranks of Soul Jade and her companions, obliterating the beasts within 100 zhang in an instant. Simultaneously, this vast battalion plunged into the heart of the beast tide. As the forces collided with the beast tide, an astonishing impact was unleashed. Waves of potent fighting spirit surged forth, decimating the surrounding beasts in droves. The anguished roars of the dying beasts echoed incessantly across the land. During their advance, Liuyun blended into the heart of the massive arrow formation, occasionally unleashing bursts of fighting spirit to obliterate any nearby beasts that dared approach. The beasts at the periphery were not particularly formidable, allowing the main force to advance with overwhelming vigor. However, as they delved deeper into the tide, such unbridled progress would inevitably meet with stronger adversaries. Indeed, as Liuyun had foreseen, once the battalion had torn a significant rift through the beast tide, approaching nearly 1,000 zhang, the pressure around them surged dramatically. Powerful beasts began to draw near, their fetid scent causing many to grow solemn. In an instant, beasts appeared on all sides of the advancing force, above, below, and all around, some even reaching the 8th tier of strength. At this moment, Soul Jade and her allies at the forefront seemed to be exerting tremendous effort to combat the beasts ahead, dispatching them in a thunderous cascade, leading the group ever deeper into the fray. Many began to believe that Soul Jade was indeed diligently striving for the welfare of the battalion. The ground trembled as the battalion pressed forward, blood and beast carcasses littering their path. Yet, rather than instilling fear in the beast tide, the sight of crimson only incited their frenzy, driving them to charge recklessly at the advancing troops. This relentless momentum continued for approximately 2,000 zhang before it noticeably slowed. From a vantage point above, one could clearly see the battalion surrounded by an increasing number of beasts, swarming like ants, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. As the situation grew increasingly dire, even the united efforts of numerous powerful warriors struggled to swiftly vanquish the beasts, leading to the onset of brutal hand-to-hand combat. As Soul Jade and her comrades engaged the beast tide in close quarters, the entire battalion sensed an immediate halt in their advance. In this moment of stagnation, the beasts surged in from all directions, and a savage battle erupted. Various ferocious creatures, their eyes bloodshot with madness, charged into the ranks. While the majority were felled by the combined might of human warriors, some particularly formidable beasts managed to breach the defenses, resulting in casualties within the battalion. The air was filled with piercing cries of despair from all corners. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the majority of the warriors turned pale, urgently pushing the entire battalion forward. Meanwhile, the once prominent figures of Soul Jade and the elite from the Soul Palace had vanished, leaving the forefront composed of those continually thrust forward by the ranks behind them. With no option to retreat, they were forced to advance, unleashing desperate attacks against the throngs of beasts ahead. However, each time they managed to slay a few beasts, they were quickly overwhelmed by the relentless tide, leaving them utterly exhausted. When they finally sought to withdraw, they realized, in horror, that many had succumbed to the frenzy, driven madly to push forward without a chance for retreat. With escape no longer an option and their fighting spirit depleting, many fell prey to the ravenous beasts, their lives extinguished in brutal fashion. As one group after another was pushed to the forefront, a cycle of relentless assault ensued amidst the chaos. At this juncture, the battalion no longer required prompting. Every individual, driven by the instinct for survival, surged forward. Thus, an unending stream of warriors was compelled to the forefront, becoming the sacrificial pawns of the advance. As the battalion delved deeper, their numbers dwindled. Many lost their grip on sanity amidst the turmoil, further fueling the disarray. Only a select few, who had discerned Soul Jade's intentions, managed to retain their composure, striving to maintain their pace to avoid being swept to the front. In the face of the beast tide, even those human warriors who had attained the 7th or 8th-star Dozun could barely make an impact, with countless powerful figures meeting their demise within the beast's maws. Amidst this turmoil, the gaze of Xiao Yan, who had previously approached Liuyun, turned suddenly vicious. Seizing the moment when Liuyun was focused on channeling fighting spirit against the beast, he stealthily redirected his attack towards Liuyun. With a swift motion, a bolt of purple light, 3 zhang in length, hurtled forth from Xiao Yan's hand, aiming for the unsuspecting Liuyun's back. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Xiao Yan had struck. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Liuyun, having anticipated Xiao Yan's treachery, wore a scornful expression. The next moment, under Xiao Yan's watchful gaze, the purple bolt struck Liuyun fiercely. However, due to the dense crowd in the vicinity and the element of surprise, including Liuyun, 4 or 5 human warriors fell victim to Xiao Yan's ambush. In this unguarded moment, 3 lives were extinguished in an instant, while Liuyun and another seemingly well-protected warrior swiftly turned to confront the threat. Damn it! Who was that? The survivor's face burned with rage as he scanned the area, eyes ablaze. At this juncture, those who had been watching turned their fingers towards Xiao Yan, indicating his involvement. Unbelievable! He is still alive. Upon witnessing the seemingly unscathed state of both Liuyun and the other individual after he had unleashed a concentrated strike, Xiao Yan felt a sudden jolt of alarm, sensing that the situation had taken a dire turn. Initially, in Xiao Yan's scheme, even if he had launched an attack, he could have claimed it to be an unfortunate mishap, and the surrounding members of the alliance would not have retaliated for a mere handful of casualties. However, it was now apparent that his strike had left 2 individuals completely unharmed. With this realization, Xiao Yan hastily pivoted to flee from Liuyun and his companion. No escape. Attacked together. As Xiao Yan attempted to evade, Liuyun and his companion surged towards him with remarkable speed. The distance between them had been minimal, otherwise, Xiao Yan's ambush would not have succeeded so effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, Liuyun appeared before Xiao Yan, seizing him by the throat with an iron grip, lifting him effortlessly into the air. This astonishing velocity sent shockwaves of fear through the onlookers. Just as Xiao Yan contemplated resistance, a crimson fist erupted violently from his left chest, the owner of that fist being none other than the comrade who had pursued him alongside Liuyun. In that devastating blow, Xiao Yan's heart was shattered, his organs obliterated, and vitality swiftly drained away, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. In that fleeting moment, Liuyun swiftly tore from Xiao Yan's arm the ring that contained his possessions, deftly claiming it as his own. Upon seeing Liuyun retrieve the ring, Xiao Yan yearned to utter something, but just then, a fearsome surge of energy emanated from the arm that had pierced through his body, obliterating him completely. The onlookers had witnessed Xiao Yan's treacherous assault on Liuyun and his companion. Thus, when they joined forces to eliminate him, no dissent arose. Even the individual who had attacked alongside Liuyun swiftly redirected his attention towards the ferocious beasts that threatened them. Liuyun examined the contents of the ring and, upon discovering the vibrant green Bodhi seed nestled within, felt a sense of satisfaction as he pocketed it. Looking around, Liuyun noted that the once formidable group had diminished in size by at least 10-fold, with the initiator of the alliance, the leader of the Soul Clan, Huanyu, having already retreated to the rear with his followers, relying on others to forge a path forward. Just then, at the forefront of the group, a colossal beast, as dark as iron, suddenly emerged, its massive claws crashing down upon several figures at the front, mercilessly reducing the exhausted human warriors to mere pulp. As the formidable beast intercepted the group ahead, Huanyu and his Soul Clan companions darted through the throng of people, swiftly evading the monstrous creature and propelling themselves forward. Following Huanyu's abandonment of the masses, several others simultaneously took flight, clearly cognizant of Huanyu's scheme, seeking to leverage the strength of others to reach this point. Liuyun harbored a similar intention, and as these individuals began their advance, he too hastened towards the front. With their departure, the remaining fewer than 200 souls were instantly besieged by the surging tide of ferocious beasts, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries that reverberated through the sky. The individuals at the forefront, having conserved their energy, were predominantly members of powerful factions. Aside from the Soul Clan, there were also the Heavenly Phoenix Clan, the Primordial Dragon Clan, and other ancient powers, making it exceedingly difficult for lone wanderers to reach this stage. Even if they managed to arrive, their hopes of surviving the beast tide were bleak. Though the ferocity of the beasts had diminished compared to earlier, their individual strength had notably increased, with several exceeding the 7-star Dozun realm. Suddenly, a few savage roars erupted around Liuyun. 3 beasts, each boasting strength comparable to the 6 or 7-star Douzuan realm, charged towards him. While Liuyun could dispatch them without undue effort, it would consume precious time, and any delay would lead to encirclement by the relentless beasts. Thus, Liuyun decided to abandon any pretense and unleash the might of the divine elephant body, his form swelling dramatically until a colossal figure over 100 feet tall materialized before the world. This immense stature surpassed that of most beasts. Transformed into a giant, Liuyun disregarded the assaults of the 3 approaching creatures and surged towards Huanyu and his entourage. With a thunderous impact, every beast obstructing his path was sent flying by a single kick. Some were fortunate enough to survive, while others were obliterated under his might, their lives extinguished in an instant. What is that creature? How can such a colossal giant exist? This striking scene swiftly captured the attention of others in the vicinity, even leaving Huanyu positioned at the forefront, momentarily astonished. However, regaining composure, those ahead refocused on combating the encroaching beasts. The powerful factions typically operated in groups, with several formidable warriors banding together. Thus, the diminished ranks of beasts posed little challenge. Yet now, a lone wanderer like Liuyun had managed to push through to a point almost equivalent to theirs. At this juncture, the forces that had not yet broken through were entirely surrounded by the dense throng of beasts, and even with the presence of over 20 Douzuan experts, their fate was sealed. No one paid heed to the plight of the weaker individuals. Each person who had arrived at this location harbored a singular objective, the Bodhi ancient tree. Thanks to their preserved strength, Huanyu and his companions were the first to breach the beast tide, while Liuyun, despite being alone, displayed remarkable speed, even repelling the formidable beasts of the 9-star Douzuan realm with ease, thus becoming the second individual, after the Soul Hall, to successfully escape the onslaught. Who is this person who has broken through the beast tide with sheer individual strength? Liuyun's massive form drew attention wherever he went, and as he emerged from the beast tide, he immediately caught the eye of the Soul Clan members who had arrived first. Nevertheless, Liuyun remained oblivious to the curious gazes around him. His focus shifted deep into the distance, where he spotted a colossal ancient tree, its expansive canopy casting a shadow across the vast plain. An aura of ethereal energy swirled above the tree, morphing into various shapes, evoking a sense of wonder and mystery. Is this the legendary Bodhi ancient tree? Chapter 539, Scheming. Is this the legendary Bodhi ancient tree? Gazing at the ancient tree imbued with an aura of antiquity, Liuyun felt a surge of excitement. Bodhi ancient tree. At this moment, other powerful factions began to breach the beast tide in succession, each one casting odd glances towards the Bodhi ancient tree, marveling at its presence, for even they had only glimpsed descriptions of it in ancient texts. Upon the discovery of this ancient giant tree, which has stood for countless years, few could maintain their composure. A glint of greed sparkled in their eyes as they frantically rushed toward the colossal tree. Liuyun, with a light lift of his foot, also made his way toward the magnificent ancient tree. Initially, amidst the chaos of the beast tide, the commotion caused by Liuyun's massive form was entirely overshadowed by the relentless clamor of battle and roars, failing to create any significant stir. However, with Liuyun's movement, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. This giant had previously made an appearance in the ancient forest, and to witness him here again was unexpected. His ability to traverse the final stretch alone indicated that his strength had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of a 5th transformation Douzuan. At this moment, the onlookers regarded Liuyun with apprehensive glances, yet he paid them no heed. After taking a few steps, he finally approached within 300 zhang of the Bodhi ancient tree. In close proximity to the Bodhi ancient tree, Liuyun observed its trunk, which loomed thousands of zhang high, resembling a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The trunk was enveloped in an ancient aura, and the tree shade was so vast that it could envelop a significant portion of a city. Waves of intensely rich and refreshing energy emanated from the Bodhi tree, swirling through the sky and occasionally manifesting wondrous phenomena. Sunlight cascaded down at this moment, illuminating the ancient tree, imparting a translucent quality that exuded a formidable life force, one capable of leaving Liuyun and the others in awe. On the other hand, Huanyu, after casting a few glances at the ancient tree, suddenly turned to Liuyun and, with cupped hands, smiled, "My friend, may I inquire to which faction you belong?" Huanyu was the first to dare speak to Liuyun after he had displayed the divine elephant body in the wilderness. He presumed that his status as the leader of the Soul Clan would compel Liuyun to acknowledge him, but the outcome was disappointing. Liuyun did not even spare him a glance. Observing this, Hanyu remained unfazed, maintaining his smile as he addressed the others who had gathered. At last, you have arrived. Since our alliance is for the sake of the Bodhi ancient tree, we must wait together. Upon hearing these words, everyone present shared a knowing smile. Those who had arrived here were no ordinary individuals. They had long seen through Hanyu's facade, outwardly amiable yet inwardly ruthless. Those who believed his words had already been left behind in the beast tide, reduced to mere flesh for the beasts. Unperturbed by the insincere smiles of the crowd, Hanyu continued, still smiling, pointing toward the Bodhi ancient tree. That is our objective. However, though we have surpassed the beast tide, the true challenge lies with this Bodhi ancient tree. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention sharpened, their gazes fixed upon Hanyu's face. In an ancient tome of our soul clan, it is recorded that one of our ancestors encountered the Bodhi ancient tree, yet ultimately he vanished without a trace. By the time our clan's stronghold received word and rushed to his aid, both he and the Bodhi ancient tree had completely disappeared. Hanyu smiled, adding, while I am unaware of what transpired with that ancestor, it is certain that he likely perished, and perhaps it was at the hands of the Bodhi ancient tree. Furthermore, that ancestor was at the semi-holy level of power. Half-saint. The other's expressions shifted slightly upon hearing this. The fact that even a half-saint had mysteriously vanished due to the Bodhi ancient tree was alarming. Therefore, do not underestimate this Bodhi ancient tree. It is the most perilous entity here. Hun Yu articulated slowly. Are you expecting us to pave the way for you while we wait here? An elder from a concealed family force spoke sharply. Hanyu merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying the accusation, and turned toward the immense Bodhi ancient tree, stating that with everyone gathered, it was time to explore the peculiarities of the Bodhi ancient tree. As for the others, under the allure of the Bodhi ancient tree, Hanyu was untroubled by their following him. As Hanyu advanced, the others also stepped forward, regardless of the truth behind Hanyu's words. They had invested too much effort to arrive here to abandon their pursuit easily. Meanwhile, as others approached the Bodhi ancient tree, Liuyun's massive form began to shrink, and in an instant, he returned to his normal size. Concurrently, Liuyun utilized the soul projection technique, projecting his consciousness to the area where the ferocious beasts congregated. Liuyun was not here merely for training. He was acutely aware of the Bodhi ancient tree's terrifying nature. In ancient times, during the era when the Dou emperors reigned supreme, the Bodhi ancient tree had already existed, having even collaborated with another Dou emperor to bring about the downfall of an injured Dou emperor. However, ultimately, the Bodhi ancient tree had itself been tainted by the negative emotions left behind by that fallen Dou emperor. Furthermore, within the realm of the ancient tree, space was sealed, leaving Liuyun uncertain whether his soul projection could bypass such spatial restrictions. At this moment, Liuyun's soul projection arrived in the sky, filled with ferocious beasts, going unnoticed. Observing through his projection, he noted that the crimson area bore no signs of human survivors. It was evident that those who lagged behind had been eternally left behind, becoming the beast's sustenance. Meanwhile, on the vast grassland, as several factions remained wary of one another while cautiously approaching the Bodhi ancient tree, Liuyun stealthily buried a spatial ring filled with numerous magic cores underground before closely following. After a short while, however, Hanyu and the others abruptly halted their advance. They were now quite near the Bodhi ancient tree, its overwhelming shade enveloping them. Upon reaching this point, the group gradually began to sense a subtle chill, as if it were seeping into their very bones. Chapter 540. Distribution of Opponents. Gazing at the immense Bodhi ancient tree, Liuyun noticed a brilliant light at a height of approximately 100 zhang on its trunk. This luminous orb resembled a colossal energy heart, pulsating with a powerful rhythm. Bodhi heart. At that moment, numerous gazes converged upon the light concealed within the massive tree, causing all hearts to beat rapidly. Suddenly, as the words Bodhi heart escaped the lips of some, the stillness surrounding the Bodhi ancient tree was shattered by a faint rustling sound. Subsequently, the crowd beheld a myriad of branches intertwining and descending from the canopy, and as these thick branches touched the ground, they gradually split open, revealing 5 figures who stepped forth with impassive expressions. With the emergence of these 5 figures, the very fabric of space trembled violently, and an overwhelming pressure abruptly enveloped the area. Half-saints. Feeling this oppressive force, all present turned pale, realizing that the 5 figures who had appeared before the Bodhi ancient tree were all half-saints. As they stared at the 5 figures, many felt a chill run down their spines. They could scarcely fathom that the Bodhi ancient tree concealed 5 half-saint level beings. Moreover, The five half-saints exuded no signs of life. There was not even a soul within them. If that were the case, did it mean that these five half-saints were mere puppets? Puppets. The notion that the Bodhi ancient tree could transform five half-saints into puppets was utterly terrifying. At the murmurs that occasionally surfaced among the crowd, many felt a cold shiver creep into their hearts. The countenance of Soul Jade darkened significantly at this scene, particularly when his gaze swept around before ultimately resting upon a gaunt figure clad in a black robe, a semi-holy powerhouse. At this moment, the astonishment in Soul Jade's eyes surged to an unprecedented intensity as he exclaimed, "Is this not the semi-holy ancestor who vanished simultaneously with the Bodhi ancient tree, as recorded in our clan's ancient texts?" Upon hearing Soul Jade's exclamation, the faces of the others involuntarily twitched, their eyes gravitating towards the black-robed, semi-holy figure, who appeared hollow and expressionless, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and his skin subtly hinting at a tendency to crack. He remained utterly unperturbed by Soul Jade's outcry. "Soul Jade, given the situation, it seems that as long as we do not advance further, these semi-holy puppets will not take action. What do you intend to do?" inquired Huang Feng of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, his face etched with gravity. The assembly of five semi-holy powerhouses could only be described as terrifying. It was likely that the combined strength of all present would struggle to contend with them. However, the Bodhi heart lay tantalizingly close, and no one was willing to relinquish it easily. Presently, each team boasted one or two peak Dozun powerhouses, making it conceivable to triumph over these five semi-holy figures, provided they could unite their efforts. Naturally, if any faction were to withdraw, their chances would dwindle. In response to Huang Feng's inquiry, Soul Jade deliberately raised his voice, ensuring his words were audible to everyone. "If anyone desires the Bodhi heart, now is the time to declare your intent. Otherwise, my brother Huang Feng and I may have to withdraw." Upon hearing Soul Jade's proclamation, the representatives from major factions of Zhongzhou visibly tensed. The might of the teams, led by Soul Jade and Huang Feng, was clearly among the strongest of the 8 factions. Should they withdraw, the others would be left with no chance of obtaining the Bodhi heart. "Very well, we shall assist you. But how shall we allocate the 5 semi-holy puppets amongst the 8 factions?" inquired the leader of one of the clans. "Oh well, each pair of teams shall be responsible for 1 semi-holy puppet, while the last will be entrusted to this esteemed elder," Soul Jade replied, casting his gaze towards a specific direction. The crowd followed his gaze, landing on Liuyun, who was approaching with a steady stride. "I trust everyone has witnessed the prowess of this esteemed elder, capable of transforming into a 100-foot giant and clashing head-on with ferocious beasts. Single-handedly breaking through the beast tide to arrive here, Soul Jade's voice boomed, resonating even over a considerable distance, ensuring Liuyun could hear. Though all eyes were now upon him, Liuyun maintained an expression as tranquil as still water. He understood that these semi-holy puppets could not genuinely hinder this assembly. Many among them possessed spatial jade tubes. It was precisely this awareness that bred mutual caution, for otherwise, each faction would summon their formidable clan members, complicating matters further. Having discerned the intent behind Soul Jade's words, Liuyun nodded slowly amidst the myriad of scrutinizing gazes. "Very well, I shall take on one of the semi-holy puppets," he declared flatly. Liuyun's prompt acquiescence took even Soul Jade by surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless as he swallowed the numerous retorts he had prepared. "Excellent. Since the esteemed elder has agreed to assist, let us commence." With that, Soul Jade and Huang Feng formed a team, leading several elite fighters towards one of the semi-holy puppets. Observing this, the others hesitated little, as 2 factions united to confront a semi-holy powerhouse. On Liuyun's end, he activated the divine elephant body, yet did not choose to transform into the towering giant this time. He halted upon reaching a height of approximately 10 feet, and then charged fiercely towards the central semi-holy puppet. Boom! As Liuyun surged forward, the previously motionless puppet, akin to a statue, abruptly shifted its vacant gaze towards the 10-foot giant Liuyun had become, and with an unnervingly rigid yet oddly fluid gait, it appeared before Liuyun in an instant. Without uttering a word, the puppet raised its palm, unleashing a terrifying imprint that shattered the void. Striking swiftly towards Liuyun's chest. Faced with the onslaught of a semi-holy powerhouse, Liuyun exhibited no inclination to evade. He extended his palm, meeting the dreadful imprint head-on. Chapter 541. The Space of the Ancient Tree. Boom! As Liuyun's hand collided with the energy imprint unleashed by the semi-holy figure, the space fractured and a thunderous explosion echoed. Though Liuyun initially appeared unscathed, he feigned the effects of the impact, staggering backward. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted in other regions. The top-tier powerhouses from various teams unleashed dozens of energy strikes upon the semi-holy puppets. In an instant, the vast expanse of the plain became saturated with terrifying fighting spirit, akin to a tempest of blades, rampaging forth. Although they relied on sheer numbers, none among them were genuine semi-holy powerhouses. Thus, this would undoubtedly culminate in a brutal confrontation. Boom! Liuyun engaged directly with his semi-holy puppet adversary, trading blows, yet he still refrained from exerting his full power, causing both combatants to separate once more under the immense impact. Before long, the other battle zones witnessed a significant number of casualties, and at that moment, someone finally discerned a critical insight. These semi-holy puppets, devoid of life and soul, could be rendered immobile by shattering their heads. In an instant, a multitude of fearsome strikes targeted the heads of the semi-holy puppets. Under the onslaught of these attacks, several puppets exhibited cracks upon their craniums, but no blood flowed. Evidently, these puppets had long since desiccated within. As these fissures appeared, the fervor of their attacks intensified, with an array of diverse fighting techniques bombarding the semi-holy puppets' heads. After sacrificing over 10 Douqi powerhouses, one team finally succeeded in shattering the head of a semi-holy puppet, sending pale flesh and bones erupting from its body. Crack! 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 Upon the explosion of the head, the puppet's arm, which had just been raised, abruptly stiffened. A peculiar wave emanated from the severed neck, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. As this wave faded, the semi-holy puppet's body aged rapidly, transforming into a mound of white powder. With this victory on one battlefield, over 10 strong warriors were immediately freed to assist in other areas. Soon, apart from the puppet Liuyun was confronting, the remaining 4 semi-holy puppets were entirely vanquished. Even if Liuyun achieved no tangible results, his presence sent a shiver down the spines of the other factions, their gazes laden with complexity as they regarded the 10-foot giant he had become. To be able to contest evenly with his semi-holy puppets signified that this individual had reached a semi-holy level of strength. What manner of technique could possibly bestow such immense power? Soul Jade squinted as he observed the giant battling the semi-holy puppet, harboring no intention of intervening. Seeing that Soul Jade's team refrained from engaging, the others began to adopt a watchful stance. Upon witnessing these individuals striving to expend their strength, Liuyun let out a cold laugh and swiftly retreated several thousand meters. This puppet did not engage in targeted attacks. Rather, within its instinctual awareness, it merely assaulted the nearest intruder within the vicinity of the ancient tree. At this moment, as Liuyun retreated, the puppet momentarily lost its target before abruptly changing direction, charging towards the nearest member of the Tianyao Phoenix tribe. Brother Hunyue, assist me. Having just endured a fierce battle, the Phoenix Peak side had scarcely recovered, and if they continued to fight alone, they would inevitably exhaust their fighting spirit and lose the ability to compete with the others. After uttering these words, Feng prepared to flee with his kin. Enough of the staring. Swiftly eliminate this last puppet. Acknowledging that Liuyun had seen through his intentions, Hunyue called out helplessly, then took the lead in charging towards the half-saint puppet. Boom! Boom! After another 5 minutes of intense combat, the last half-saint puppet was finally slain. As the final puppet crumbled into white dust, Hunyue showed no signs of pause, directly leading his group towards the trunk of the ancient tree. Meanwhile, the other battered teams, witnessing this scene, gritted their teeth and suppressed their desire to rest. They had paid a great price to reach this point and were determined not to return empty-handed. Liuyun, like the others, closely followed suit. Under the allure of the Bodhi heart, the group quickened their pace. However, as they drew closer to the ancient Bodhi tree, a palpable tension gripped their hearts. None knew what further means the Bodhi tree possessed, and it was this uncertainty that instilled fear. Rustle, rustle. The faint sound of footsteps gradually echoed, and the group soon reached the base of the ancient Bodhi tree. Standing there, they looked up in awe, finally perceiving the towering majesty of a tree that had withstood the passage of countless years. As most of the individuals arrived at the base of the Bodhi tree, a sudden eruption of radiant light burst forth from the tree's towering trunk, transforming into a beam that enveloped Liuyun and several others within its grasp. The unexpected turn of events startled everyone at the base, just as they intended to unleash their fighting spirit. They were horrified to discover that their internal energy had completely vanished. Whoosh! Amidst their shock, the beam of light rapidly contracted with a swift whoosh. It shot back into the tree, taking with it the group that had just reached the base. Not far away, those from various factions who lagged behind turned pale at the sight of the uncanny disappearance of the group ahead. After being whisked away by the beam, Liuyun found himself in a world filled with blinding white light, with no sign of any others around. This must be the illusionary space within the ancient tree. Recalling the terrifying ability of the Bodhi tree to create illusions, Liuyun quickly remembered the Bodhi seed he had seized from Zishanlei. At the moment Liuyun lifted the Bodhi seed, the fabric of this realm began to twist violently, ultimately shattering like a broken mirror with a resounding crack. As the world exploded, Liuyun felt a sudden disorientation. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a verdant space. Within this realm stood a diminutive Bodhi tree, approximately 10-odd meters tall, seemingly eternal, its entire being exuding an astonishing vitality akin to that of exquisite jade. Chapter 542, Scheming the Bodhi Tree. This tree bore an uncanny resemblance to the towering Bodhi tree outside, merely diminished in size by countless folds. Liuyun regarded the miniature Bodhi tree with a cautious gaze. Under his scrutiny, the emerald-hued Bodhi tree began to quiver subtly, releasing numerous orbs of light that floated forth and hovered before Liuyun. These orbs shifted and morphed, revealing various images within. Upon a glance, Liuyun recognized that the figures trapped inside were none other than Han Yue and his companions who had entered the Bodhi tree earlier. Now ensnared in the illusion, though he had long been aware of the Bodhi tree's capabilities, witnessing it firsthand still filled Liuyun with astonishment. "You brought me here for what purpose?" he inquired calmly, shifting his gaze from the orbs to the miniature Bodhi tree. In response to Liuyun's question, the Bodhi tree trembled once more, conjuring an orb that contained an image of a towering Bodhi tree, reaching 10,000 meters in height. However, Liuyun's gaze was not fixated on the ancient tree, but rather on the figure hovering in midair before it. Clad in black, this figure exuded an aura reminiscent of a supreme being, emanating an overwhelming presence that rendered even the colossal Bodhi tree seemingly insignificant. Could this be a Dou emperor from ancient times? Upon seeing this figure, Liuyun's mind momentarily faltered. He had not anticipated that a Dou emperor could instill such a tremor within his very soul, merely through an image. Within the orb, the black-clad figure stood before the towering Bodhi tree, suddenly launching an assault. In response, the tree unleashed torrents of terrifying energy. In this fierce confrontation, even the very heavens seemed to crumble. How powerful the Bodhi tree must have been in its prime. Liuyun mused silently. At this moment, in the external realm, upon the vast plains, Liuyun's soul projection had utilized the previous moments to accomplish significant feats around the Bodhi tree. Surrounding this colossal ancient tree, Liuyun's soul projection constructed an immense ice-blue water light array using countless high-tier magic cores. When a circular energy barrier of the ice-blue water light array rose, its defensive power was formidable, capable of sealing the space within it, a truly powerful containment formation. Liuyun's intent in doing so was naturally to temporarily retain the Bodhi tree here, preventing it from sinking into the depths of the earth. Within the orb, the images accelerated in their movements, finally pausing at the last scene, where the black figure suddenly found itself struck by a devastating gale that surged from outside the orb, resulting in an explosive obliteration of both its form and the surrounding realm into nothingness. Hiss! Gazing at the obliterated black figure, Liuyun's heart raced. Evidently, the previous sudden attack must have originated from a Dou emperor of comparable strength, and it was only through the combined efforts of the Bodhi tree and another mysterious Dou emperor that the black-clad Dou emperor was reduced to nothingness. Two Dou emperors. The corners of Liuyun's eyes twitched involuntarily. Encountering two such legendary figures, albeit only as images, was beyond his expectations. Yet the unique aura of supremacy they exuded still caused his soul to tremble. The imagery within the orb did not cease with the demise of the black-clad Dou emperor. From within the void, wisps of black energy began to surge forth, rapidly infiltrating the Bodhi tree. As these energies entered, the clear aura enveloping the Bodhi tree noticeably took on a subtle chill. With a soft puff, the imagery reached its conclusion. As the visuals faded, the luminous orb began to dim gradually, coalescing into an intangible essence that surged like lightning into Liuyun's mind, ultimately transforming into a peculiar stream of information that radiated outward. Liuyun gently closed his eyes, absorbing this extraordinary flow of information. After a considerable interval, he slowly opened his eyes, now imbued with newfound clarity and understanding. From this stream, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge. The ancient Bodhi tree before him had existed for an unfathomable span of time, though its age was indeterminate. One certainty remained. It had been present since the dawn of antiquity. Despite enduring countless epochs, the Bodhi tree had not evolved into a fully realized intelligence. Perhaps its prolonged existence had hindered the development of its wisdom. For whatever reason, this tree lacked true sagacity. It possessed only basic functions common to spiritual entities, such as self-protection and retaliation. The imagery that had previously emerged from the orb depicted a powerful Emperor Do, grievously wounded, who sought to forcibly extract the tree spirit from the Bodhi tree to heal his injuries. Ultimately, he was vanquished by his adversaries in conjunction with the Bodhi tree. This devastating defeat inflicted a horrific wound upon the tree, evidenced by its once magnificent stature, now diminished to a mere fraction of its former glory. Yet, despite the Bodhi tree's considerable sacrifice, it did not annihilate the black-clad Emperor Do, as one might expect. In his final moments, some of his negative emotions coalesced and infiltrated the Bodhi tree. Over the passage of innumerable years, these so-called negative emotions gradually eroded the tree, leading its relatively uncomplicated consciousness to lean toward darkness and coldness. In essence, the Bodhi tree had long been corroded by the malevolent sentiments of the fallen Emperor Do, causing it to evolve gradually toward an evil manifestation. The illusions arising from this corruption had ensnared countless powerful beings throughout the ages. Had it not been for the familiar aura emanating from the Bodhi seed in Liuyun's possession, awakening the dormant intelligence within the Bodhi tree, he would not have found himself here. Presently, the Bodhi tree harbored two facets of consciousness. One, an innate benevolence. The other, a sinister influence born of the Emperor Do's negative emotions. Chapter 543. The Bodhi tree's plea for assistance. Now, this verdant ancient tree had brought Liuyun to this place, primarily to seek his aid in purging the lingering negative emotions left by the Emperor Do. Liuyun had anticipated this step and was aware that he needed to refine a significant quantity of Bodhi seeds to generate the cleansing energy necessary to counteract the Emperor's malignant essence. "Speak, how may I assist you?" Liuyun feigned ignorance as he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than another image manifested within the orb. The image began with a flickering flame, followed by the appearance of a Bodhi seed. The flame refined the seed, producing a stream of purifying energy that ultimately entered the ancient tree. As this energy permeated the Bodhi tree, the pervasive chill surrounding it appeared to lessen. Witnessing these vivid images, Liuyun found the Bodhi tree rather intriguing. While it lacked genuine intelligence and could not communicate in a conventional manner, it was capable of generating images to convey its thoughts. "Very well, I understand your intent. However, I possess only one Bodhi seed, which may prove insufficient." Liuyun replied with a light-hearted smile. In the next moment, the ancient tree swayed, and numerous green luminescent orbs began to drift forth from its form, hovering before Liuyun. These orbs were all Bodhi seeds, and their crystalline clarity surpassed that of the one Liuyun had obtained from the Purple Mountain Thunder by an immeasurable degree. 24. Liuyun counted the seeds, then shook his head. "This is still inadequate. To completely eradicate those negative emotions, I suspect we will need around 100 seeds." Seemingly grasping Liuyun's implication, the ancient tree hesitated momentarily, but soon acquiesced, producing over 70 additional Bodhi seeds. After expelling these seeds, the tree began to sway vigorously, as if urging Liuyun onward. "All right, I shall refine them for you." Understanding the tree's insistence, Liuyun promptly agreed. He opened his palm, and a swirl of ethereal blue flames flickered to life. He deftly took a Bodhi seed and cast it into the flames. The Bodhi seed contained formidable energy, and for an ordinary individual, its refinement would be exceedingly challenging. Even Liuyun, possessing a unique fire, required considerable effort. The first refinement took over 20 minutes, transforming the seed into a crystalline liquid. Moments later, this liquid gradually evaporated, yielding a wisp of verdant, purifying energy. This wisp of energy seeped from the flames, ultimately infiltrating the Bodhi tree's jade-like form. As the energy flowed in, the ancient tree trembled, and a faint trace of blackness quietly emerged, dissipating into nothingness. Having completed the refinement of the first Bodhi seed, Liuyun did not pause, continuing on to the second. However, after refining approximately 1/10 of the seeds, his internal Douqi neared depletion. "I can't go on like this. I need a brief respite." Liuyun wiped the sweat from his brow and gestured to the Bodhi tree, casting an expectant glance in its direction. Upon seeing Liuyun cease his efforts, the Bodhi tree began to sway, releasing a burst of green light that coalesced into an ancient green mat at its base. The tree extended a branch, inviting Liuyun to sit upon the mat. Without hesitation, A smile gracing his lips, Liuyun settled onto the ancient mat. The moment he made contact, his body convulsed violently as torrents of pure, formidable energy surged into him like a tidal wave. In an instant, Liuyun felt every pore erupt as a visible stream of purifying energy emanated from his crown. With the relentless influx of this pure energy, resounding cracks echoed throughout his body. In mere moments, Liuyun sensed that the Douqi he had previously expended was entirely restored, and the energy within him felt even more potent than at his previous peak. Indeed, this is the effect I hoped for. The exchange is most worthwhile. Recognizing the transformation within himself, Liuyun was exceedingly pleased. The energy within the Bodhi tree was remarkably pure, requiring no further refinement to convert into Douqi for absorption. This signified that the Bodhi tree was an inexhaustible source of Douqi, ensuring that he would never again need to worry about depletion. Certainly, the most terrifying aspect lies not merely in the tree itself, but rather in the ancient Bodhi tree, which seems to harbor a remarkable capacity for expansion. For instance, the amount of battle energy that originally resided within the flowing clouds was limited to a certain fixed value. However, the Bodhi tree possesses the ability to augment this constant value, implying that as it assists individuals in replenishing their battle energy, it subtly expands the human vessel that contains such energy. This formidable capability is truly astonishing. One can only imagine the consequences if this vessel were to perpetually expand, rendering the so-called bottlenecks and even the threshold to the realm of battle saints gradually obsolete. As the flowing clouds were astounded by the burgeoning battle energy within, the Bodhi tree began to sway once more, producing a rustling sound as if urging him to continue refining the Bodhi seeds. Brother Bodhi, fear not, I shall assist you. With a smile gracing his lips, the flowing clouds summoned a unique flame and cast another Bodhi seed into the fiery furnace formed by his palms, where the flames blazed with an intensity that released a terrifying heat. Simultaneously, the battle energy within the flowing clouds dissipated at an astonishing rate, and with the Bodhi tree serving as a source of battle energy, he felt liberated to indulge without restraint. In less than 20 minutes of this fervent refinement, the Bodhi seed transformed once again into a wisp of pure energy, ascending from the flames and ultimately merging into the verdant trunk of the tree. Concurrently, a trace of black energy dissipated. Sensing the gradually vanishing black energy, the Bodhi tree conveyed a wave of excitement. Its branches swaying as a vast reservoir of pure energy surged into the flowing clouds, revitalizing him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 544, A Great Opportunity. The collaboration between the flowing clouds and the Bodhi tree was nothing short of perfect. Whenever the battle energy within the flowing clouds diminished excessively, the Bodhi tree would promptly restore it to fullness. In this verdant space, teeming with vibrant life, the concept of time was somewhat nebulous. However, due to his physical form existing in the external world, the flowing clouds remained acutely aware of the duration he had spent. Having refined such a significant quantity of Bodhi seeds, the gains of the flowing clouds were substantial. The battle energy within him had multiplied several-fold compared to before. This process of refinement had become almost habitual, taking one seed, refining it, and watching as the wisp of pure energy entered the Bodhi tree, followed by the retrieval of another seed, all in a continuous, unceasing cycle. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, when the flowing clouds reached out once more to grasp a Bodhi seed, he found his hand empty. Only then did he realize that he had completely refined all the seeds before him. Shaking his head, the flowing clouds turned his gaze toward the Bodhi tree behind him, just in time to observe another trace of black energy seeping from the tree's trunk and gradually dissipating into nothingness. As this black energy vanished, the Bodhi tree, resembling a piece of jade, suddenly emitted a humming sound, and an intense green light burst forth, with beams of dazzling emerald radiance shooting from the tree, enveloping the space and enriching the already vibrant atmosphere even further. Had it been entirely cleansed? The flowing clouds regarded the Bodhi tree, which appeared even more verdant than before, the previously subtle chill dissipating entirely. Now, the Bodhi tree emanated an aura of tranquility, sanctity, and wisdom. A branch of the ancient tree slowly extended toward the flowing clouds, resembling a human hand, conveying an emotion akin to joy. Seeing this gesture of goodwill from the ancient tree brought an inexplicable happiness to the flowing clouds. He too extended his hand, clasping the branch that reached out to him. However, at this moment, he felt a profound weariness from deep within his soul. prompting him to gently close his eyes and seek rest. Upon witnessing the flowing cloud state of fatigue, the Bodhi tree emitted a peculiar sound, followed by an explosion of emerald light that extended like countless tendrils, enveloping the seated flowing clouds and drawing him closer to the tree's trunk. At the moment of contact, ripples coursed through the tree, and the flowing clouds, without resistance, gradually merged into the tree, sitting motionless at its center. Not long after the flowing clouds were drawn into the Bodhi tree's trunk, it began to sway again, releasing waves of peculiar energy that tore through the space, creating rifts from which disheveled figures emerged, those who had entered the Bodhi tree alongside the flowing clouds. Suddenly appearing in this extraordinary space, all individuals exhibited varied expressions, many bearing traces of astonishment, clearly realizing that their previous experiences had been mere illusions. What a fearsome Bodhi tree! Even Soul Jade, hailing from the Soul clan, could not maintain his composure, recalling the earlier illusion with an impulse of cold sweat. Had it not been for this unforeseen turn of events, he might have been trapped in that illusion for eternity. As everyone gradually regained their composure, they began to survey the vibrant and extraordinary space around them. The Bodhi tree? This space was not extensive, and soon all gazes converged upon the towering tree, which shimmered like jade. Surprised voices escaped the lips of some, unable to contain their astonishment. Is it truly him? Why is he still inside? Soul Jade and the others were perplexed, and after observing further, they directed their envious gazes toward the flowing clouds, who sat cross-legged within the ancient tree. According to ancient tomes, the Bodhi tree is said to possess 3 treasures: the Bodhi heart, the Bodhi seeds, and enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. The first 2 are easily explained, being inherent to the tree itself, yet the third is more ethereal and elusive. The Bodhi tree, known as the tree of wisdom and reincarnation, is rumored to bestow the extraordinary ability to experience countless cycles of reincarnation, and those who endure such trials possess the potential to ascend to the realm of battle emperors. Why must it be him? Such a monumental opportunity should rightfully belong to me, Soul Jade. How could he have seized the advantage? Had I known it would come to this, I should have disregarded everything else and summoned the strongest members of my clan without hesitation. Glaring at the flowing clouds within the ancient tree, Soul Jade and Feng Feng were nearly driven to madness, previously restrained by concerns that the ancient clan and the ancient dragon clan would also summon their strongest warriors. Now, they realized that within this ancient tree's space, all avenues of escape were sealed, rendering their spatial jade tubes utterly ineffective. The surrounding members of other teams, witnessing the frantic state of Soul Jade and Feng Feng, instinctively distanced themselves from him. The more they pondered, the angrier they became, and in the next moment, a flicker of malice flashed in their eyes as they conspired to disrupt the flowing cloud state within the ancient tree. Upon reaching a consensus, Soul Jade and Feng Feng suddenly moved, transforming into 2 streaks of darkness, appearing beneath the Bodhi tree in the blink of an eye. They each summoned their full battle energy, striking down toward the flowing clouds within the tree with forceful palms. Boom! As the tree emitted a faint muffled sound, the triumphant smiles on Soul Jade and Feng Feng's faces had yet to fully form when they were abruptly met with an overwhelming force surging forth from their point of contact. With a resounding thud, the formidable rebound of power caused both Han Yu and Huang Feng to be overtaken by a surge of astonishment. Before they could retreat, that terrifying force recklessly surged into their bodies, obliterating all defensive energies in an instant. The 2 were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, spitting out blood that traced a crimson arc in the air. Witnessing the rapid and utter defeat of Han Yu and Huang Feng, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn in shock towards the Bodhi ancient tree. Chapter 545, The Feast of the Magic Core. With a grunt, Han Yu and Jiao Feng slowly rose to their feet, wiping the blood from their lips and expelling the remnants of crimson foam. Their expressions darkened as they gazed upon the unmoving Liuyun nestled within the tree's embrace. In that moment, they realized that the Bodhi ancient tree was safeguarding Liuyun, understanding that any further attempts would be futile and could not impede Liuyun's safety. With a huff, Han Yu chose to avert his gaze from the figure within the ancient tree, settling cross-legged on the ground to recuperate from his injuries, drawing upon the abundant energy in the surroundings. In this desolate environment, the others mirrored Han Yu's decision, patiently awaiting the proceedings. After 3 days of contemplation beneath the Bodhi ancient tree, the long-anticipated auction of magic cores organized by the Heavenly Alliance finally commenced today. At this moment, countless formidable beings from across the continent entered the Bone Transformation City in the northern domain. In the central expanse of Bone Transformation City. A vast plaza was adorned with numerous stone steps arranged in a sweeping arc. These steps were uniformly lined with stone seats, where many powerful individuals, having heard the news, concealed their identities and seated themselves to partake in the auction. Beyond these rows of seats, the remainder of the plaza was filled with densely set stone platforms, each interspersed with pathways, and every certain distance featured a magic core of no lesser rank. Each core was marked with a small inscription indicating its starting bid. Suddenly, upon the empty golden throne atop the highest step, an elder clad in a red robe descended. This elder was none other than the nominal protector of the Heavenly Alliance, the Lord of Heavenly Fire. I am Yao Tianhua, and I welcome you all to the grand feast of magic cores hosted by the Heavenly Alliance. The Lord of Heavenly Fire proclaimed, surveying the crowd from his golden throne. This auction comprises solely magic cores. Any cores placed outside the arc of stone steps can be directly traded if someone bids at least 1/10 above the starting price. And no other bids are made within 3 minutes. Only the cores here will follow the standard auction format. Upon making his entrance, the Lord of Heavenly Fire refrained from unnecessary elaboration, succinctly outlining the auction rules. The next portion will be managed by our chief auctioneer, Xiao Yan. With a wave of his hand, a 2-meter-high circular stone platform slowly ascended to the center of the arc of stone steps. The platform was arranged with over 100 jade plates, most of which contained items collected by Liuyun from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. At the center of the platform stood only Xiao Yan. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. Xiao Yan announced, his brevity surpassing that of the Lord of Heavenly Fire. As he spoke, the plaza erupted into a cacophony of bidding, with individuals clamoring to stake their claims on the magic cores displayed on the platform. In this external area, each individual's interests remained discreet, resulting in less intense competition. Had it not been for the barrier of sealing energy surrounding the arc of stone steps, it was likely no one would have been able to hear Xiao Yan's subsequent words clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item up for auction is a 7th-rank fire-type magic core with no minimum price. Bartering is permitted, and the highest bidder will win. Xiao Yan unveiled the first jade plate, announcing loudly. As his words resounded, a fervent exchange of bids erupted within the auction hall. I offer 2 Royal Extreme pills, 1 transformation pill. Within mere minutes, the 7th-rank fire-type magic core was claimed by an individual offering a transformation pill. The bid was neither exorbitant nor negligible, as each participant assessed the value of an item based on their own needs. After this fire-type magic core was sold, deep within the underground palace situated over 100 meters beneath the auction platform, Liuyun, in his true form, promptly received a notification from a system. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully auctioning a 7th-rank fire-type magic core, you have received a 10,000-fold return, acquiring 10,000 7th-rank fire-type magic cores. 10,000 7th-rank fire-type magic cores have been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing this system notification, Liuyun chose not to investigate further, continuing his quiet meditation and cultivation. In less than half a day's time, more than half of the jade plates on the circular auction platform had been opened. When Xiao Yan unveiled another jade plate, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Within this plate lay not only a magic core from an 8th-rank magical beast, but one that originated from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan. This brazen auction of a magic core from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, especially one of such high rank, raised eyebrows. Was the Heavenly Alliance truly unafraid of incurring the wrath of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan? The magic core from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan is for sale. We dare not purchase it. As many powerful figures on the steps shook their heads in disapproval, Xiao Yan boldly interjected. While the magic core from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan is no different from those of other magical beasts. Moreover, all present are concealing their identities. Who would know? Could the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan really apprehend everyone attending this auction? Hearing Xiao Yan's analysis, the opinions of many powerful individuals began to waver. Soon enough, the first bid was made. I offer an 8th-rank water-type magic core. This initial bid was already quite substantial. However, another strong contender followed suit, presenting an 8th-rank magic core imbued with beast fire. Although the potency of the beast fire was rather ordinary, its value eclipsed that of the water-type core. Thus, the 8th-rank magic core from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan was ultimately claimed by the latter bidder, leaving those who did not succeed in their bids feeling a twinge of regret. Do not be disheartened, for there are many more magic cores from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan to come in this auction. Xiao Yan reassured the crowd with his youthful voice. Many more? Did I hear that correctly? This is a magic core from the celestial demon Phoenix clan. As doubts circulated among the attendees, Xiao leisurely revealed the next jade plate, exposing yet another magic core from the celestial demon Phoenix clan, dispelling their uncertainties. It truly is a magic core from the celestial demon Phoenix clan. Is the Heavenly Alliance intent on fully inciting the ire of the celestial demon Phoenix clan? They thought, what we have to worry about? Once we purchase and leave the Heavenly Alliance, how would the celestial demon Phoenix clan trace us? After Xiao Hei's earlier encouragement, some of the capable bidders in the auction hall became emboldened. Chapter 546, The True Form Strikes. After several more hours, the auction was nearing its conclusion, with all items on the circular stone platform successfully auctioned off. Ladies and gentlemen, all items for standard auction have been sold, Xiao Hei declared loudly. Next, there are still some items remaining on the outer stone platforms. Feel free to take a look if you are interested. As his words echoed, the Lord of Heavenly Fire, seated atop the highest step, slowly rose, swiftly executing several hand seals to dissolve the barrier enveloping the arc of stone steps. With the seal lifted, the esteemed guests seated within began to depart. Senior Yao, how are the sales of the items outside faring? Xiao Hei inquired as he approached the esteemed Tianwazuns. Quite well indeed. 90% of the magic cores have been auctioned off, leaving less than 10% remaining. Tianwazuns replied, is it truly so much? The master mentioned that selling 70% would suffice. It appears our promotional efforts were exceptionally effective, drawing in capable bidders. Xiao Hei exclaimed with great delight, though they were unaware that if the items acquired by Liuyun failed to sell during the auction, there would be no rewards for a second attempt. They still diligently sought to maximize their sales. At this moment, they had already surpassed Liuyun's established minimum standard, yet their ambition remained unquenched. As another hour passed, nearly 99% of the magic cores in the square had been sold, with the remaining 1% utterly neglected. It was then that Xiao Hei and Tianwazuns officially declared the auction's conclusion. At that moment, Liuyun, who had been lurking beneath the auction venue, began to inspect the myriad items that had accumulated in his system space. The sheer volume of items sold during this auction was astounding. Upon immersing his consciousness into the system space, he was greeted by a seemingly endless expanse of densely packed magic cores. Among them, 7th and 8th tier magic cores were counted in the thousands, and even a few hundred 9th tier magic cores were present, including a dozen at the peak of the 9th tier. With these magic cores, the ice blue water light array I construct should be more than capable of fully restraining the Bodhi ancient tree. Liuyun murmured to himself as he gazed at the newly acquired magic cores in the system space. In the next moment, he rose, accompanied by the void-burrowing beast, and set off towards the direction of the Monghuang ancient domain. Currently, his clone was still immersed in enlightenment within the Bodhi ancient tree, and it was anticipated that the day it emerged would coincide with the moment of the clone's ascension to sainthood. Once the clone broke through to sainthood, the main body would also shed its bottleneck, rapidly accumulating energy to advance, whether through the aid of rare celestial treasures or by consuming 9th grade elixirs. After 5 or 6 days of travel, Liuyun finally reached the periphery of the Monghuang ancient domain. With his peak heavenly realm soul cultivation and the formidable might of the divine elephant body, he arrived at the ancient domain platform with minimal effort. Along the journey, Liuyun had left a portal to the void approximately every 10,000 miles, facilitating his movements across the continent. At this moment, the ancient domain platform had once again gathered a significant number of human powerhouses venturing into the Monghuang ancient domain. However, their quality was markedly inferior compared to the previous group Liuyun had joined. Upon witnessing the arrival of a towering giant over 100 zhang tall, the gathered crowd felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This giant seemed even more fearsome than the one encountered earlier in the ancient forest. A powerful individual who had not joined the Soul Jade Alliance exclaimed in astonishment. The pressure emanating from this giant must rival that of a Do Sheng. Another individual, a peak 8-turn 9-star Dozun, gasped in disbelief. They were oblivious to the temperament of the giant that Liuyun had transformed into, fearing that a single punch from him could obliterate them. Consequently, many began to cautiously distance themselves from Liuyun. Upon reaching the ancient domain platform, Liuyun paid no mind to the cultivators present and stepped forward, venturing deeper into the Monghuang ancient domain. As he set foot on the plains, a multitude of ferocious beasts lunged at him. Against these lowly intelligent creatures, Liuyun showed no mercy. Every beast that dared to obstruct his path was reduced to a sanguine pulp. Boom! On the periphery, scarcely a beast could withstand a second strike from Liuyun. Many were crushed beneath his colossal foot. Thus, within mere minutes, he had traversed nearly half the distance. A lone warrior braving the tide of ferocious beasts must possess at least the strength of a high-level half-saint, or perhaps even a true Do Shang. A human powerhouse hovering above the ancient domain platform observed Liuyun's savage combat style in amazement. If only I had mustered the courage to follow in the giant's wake. I could have passed through the horde of beasts unscathed. Another individual lamented. Just as this person spoke, a voice of ridicule rang out from the surrounding crowd. Huh, your thoughts are exceedingly naive. With your paltry strength as a 4-star Dozun, I doubt you could even withstand a casual gust of energy from that giant. Before long, the spectators on the ancient domain platform completely lost sight of Liuyun. Delving deeper into the horde of beasts, Liuyun's pace remained unimpeded. Even as 8-star and 9-star Dozun beasts began to appear sporadically around him, they posed no threat whatsoever. As the commotion caused by Liuyun intensified, those who had not been absorbed into the Bodhi ancient tree soon sensed something amiss. What's happening over there? Has someone organized a team to breach the beast tide again? A member of the Soul Clan curiously glanced back. Upon catching sight of the giant, his pupils suddenly widened in disbelief. Isn't that giant already inside the Bodhi ancient tree? How can he appear here again? Have you noticed? This giant's stature is even larger than the one who entered earlier, suggesting they're not the same individual, but rather two who have employed the same technique to enlarge their bodies. By your reasoning, this newly appeared giant must be far more powerful than the previous one, who already possessed half-saint strength. Just how terrifying must this one be? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Liuyun finally broke free from the tide of beasts, and before him stood the towering Bodhi ancient tree, with human cultivators beneath it resembling mere ants. I hope this grand array I have arranged does not disappoint. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the human cultivators, Liuyun swiftly shrank his form back to its normal size. Chapter 547, 9 Turns. Thereafter, Liuyun unreservedly produced several magic cores of 8th and even 9th tier quality before the onlookers. Following the schematic etched in his mind, he methodically arranged the array foundations in a systematic manner. His conspicuous actions were such that even a fool could discern his intentions. This man is setting up an array. What is he planning? To confront the Bodhi ancient tree? What should we do? Looking at the range of his array foundations, it seems he intends to include us within it. A sense of confusion and urgency arose among the crowd, yet no one dared to approach Liuyun, nor did anyone muster the courage to inquire. After enduring half a day of this, Liuyun had laid down the majority of the array foundations, reaching the spatial area behind the Bodhi ancient tree. What should we do? We cannot allow him to continue like this. At this moment, one individual could no longer hold back, seizing the opportunity while Liuyun was on the other side of the ancient tree. The earlier speaker of the human cultivators dashed to where Liuyun had just placed an array foundation, striking fiercely at the void with his palm. However, as soon as the energy from his palm was unleashed, Liuyun had already sensed the disturbance and instantaneously projected his soul to appear before the assailant. Boom! The moment the assailant attempted to attack the array foundation, he was met with a devastating blow from Liuyun's suddenly manifested soul projection. Obliterating him without a sound or a whimper, he was utterly and irrevocably slain. Witnessing this gruesome fate, the others turned pale with fear. The recently deceased had been an 8-star Dozun, effortlessly dispatched by an abrupt apparition. This left them even more hesitant to act. Clearly, only summoning a powerful member from our clan can compel him to cease. One member of the Soul Clan remarked with a smirk. As his words fell, a space jade tube materialized in his hand, which he swiftly crushed. After the spatial jade tube was shattered, the surrounding space underwent violent distortions, subsequently splitting open a pitch-black rift from which emanated the aura of a high-level semi-saint. Although Liuyun had the opportunity to thwart the Soul Clan's activation of the spatial jade tube, he chose to remain uninvolved, for at that very moment, he had received a message from Guyu, indicating that someone was summoning him using the spatial jade tube. Guyu had only opted to traverse through the spatial passage after obtaining Liuyun's consent. Guyu, the saint, you have arrived. Upon witnessing the hunched figure of Guyu, the Soul Clan member who had shattered the spatial jade tube was filled with exhilaration. Where's the young master of the Soul Jade? Guyu inquired deliberately. The young master of the Soul Jade has entered the ancient tree space. The pressing issue is that he intends to set up a grand formation surrounding the Bodhi ancient tree, and we are unable to stop him. The Soul Clan member pointed towards Liuyun. Oh, Guyu cast a glance at Liuyun, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you incapable of dealing with him? Indeed, this individual has likely reached the true level of a combat saint. Saint Guyu, might you summon a combat saint from your clan?" The Soul Clan member gazed at Guyu with hopeful eyes. Summon a true combat saint? You should be able to see him in death. Upon hearing the Soul Clan member's words, Guyu's tone abruptly shifted, and his withered hand suddenly lunged towards the youth's chest. With the overwhelming disparity in power, the Soul Clan youth who had just spoken was easily subdued, his heart extracted by Guyu, and his body transformed into a mist of blood under the onslaught of fierce energy. Saint Guyu, why do you turn against your own? Witnessing this scene, the remaining members of the Soul Clan were utterly shocked, unable to fathom that a summoned clan expert would turn on his own kind. If you wish to know, inquire with that lad. After eliminating one, Guyu did not pause, swiftly moving to the other members, swiftly dealing with them all. What on earth is happening within the Soul Clan? The remaining members of the team were engulfed in confusion upon witnessing these events. You lot, stay here obediently and do not attempt anything reckless. Otherwise, your fate will be akin to those who have fallen before you. Guyu's gaze swept across, issuing a threat. Upon hearing Guyu's words, the others dared not speak further, standing frozen in place. During this time, Liuyun remained undeterred, diligently setting up the foundation of the formation. As 6 hours elapsed, he finally completed the arrangement of every foundational element of the ice-blue waterlight formation. This time, the array consumed over 60% of the magic cores returned from the auction held by the Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Upon completing the array, Liuyun did not activate it immediately. He was waiting for the breakthrough of his avatar meditating within the Bodhi Ancient Tree. At that moment, within the space of the Bodhi Ancient Tree, Liuyun's avatar sat motionless like an insect encased in amber. His presence entirely vanished from the perception of those around him. Meanwhile, the other inhabitants of the ancient tree's space grew increasingly restless and agitated as time passed. After all, no one longs to be trapped in such a space for eternity, for it is no different from being a prisoner. As the agitation persisted for 5 additional days, someone finally succumbed to their impatience. Just as these individuals, with reddened eyes, prepared to gamble everything against the Bodhi Ancient Tree, the figure seated within finally trembled slightly, and the pair of eyes that had been closed for half a month slowly opened under the astonished gazes of all. As the figure's eyes gradually unveiled, the life-infused space erupted with an array of peculiar fluctuations. All gazes turned towards the pair of obsidian eyes within the ancient tree, and for a moment, every observer felt as though they were confronted with the weight of the world's vicissitudes. This profound weariness penetrated their souls, impossible to feign. His gaze is utterly chilling. Soul Jade and Phoenix Peak exchanged glances, each experiencing a different sensation. In their perception, when Liuyun's gaze fell upon them, it felt as if their very souls were laid bare before him, an unsettling sensation that left them profoundly uncomfortable. The entire space fell into silence. All eyes fixated upon Liuyun's avatar within the Bodhi Ancient Tree. Those capable of cultivating beneath the Bodhi tree had only ever read about it in ancient texts. Thus, they were entirely unaware of what transformations might occur through such training. In the midst of their scrutiny, a familiar glint began to emerge within the depths of Liuyun's avatar's eyes, which radiated a sense of weariness. Slowly, Liuyun, the avatar, raised his head, exhaling a long breath of verdant gas. Standing from within the Bodhi Ancient Tree and under the watchful eyes of all, he took a deliberate step forward. As Liuyun, the avatar, made contact with the Bodhi Ancient Tree, waves of energy rippled across its surface, and his form appeared to meld like liquid, gradually merging through the immensely solid tree. Witnessing Liuyun's avatar's peculiar transformation, Soul Jade and the others felt an inexplicable dread, instinctively retreating to distance themselves from him. This fellow, having cultivated within the Bodhi Ancient Tree for a period, seems to possess an even more terrifying strength. Soul Jade internally lamented, "Damn this ancient tree space for sealing off all avenues of escape. Had I known, I should have summoned clan experts from the outset, thereby avoiding such a monumental loss." However, he remained oblivious to the fact that had it not been for Liuyun, the avatar, assisting the Bodhi Ancient Tree in dispelling the negative emotions of that combat emperor, they would have remained ensnared in the illusion, ultimately facing a fate akin to the 5 semi-saint puppets they had previously encountered. Buzz. As the turmoil within the hearts of the observers surged due to Liuyun's avatar's transformation, the Bodhi Ancient Tree suddenly erupted with vibrant emerald light, as if something was on the verge of bursting forth. Upon witnessing the actions of the Bodhi Ancient Tree, Soul Jade, Phoenix Peak, and the members of the Ancient Clan, as well as the Ancient Void Dragon Clan, quickly retreated, fully aware of the formidable nature of the Bodhi Ancient Tree and not daring to exhibit any negligence. As they withdrew, a series of muffled sounds emanated from within the Bodhi ancient tree, followed by a cascade of verdant light points shooting forth, ultimately floating throughout the space like celestial maidens scattering flowers. Bodhi seeds. Upon seeing these luminous points, the crowd initially stood in stunned silence, followed by exclamations of shock bursting forth. There are so many Bodhi seeds. Soul Jade gazed in disbelief at the verdant light points, unable to fathom that the exceedingly rare Bodhi seeds in the outside world have been expelled by the Bodhi ancient tree in a flurry of over 20 at once. Seize them. After the initial shock, the eyes of most individuals turned bloodshot as torrents of combat energy surged forth, transforming into radiant beams that lunged towards the verdant light points with fervor. Hee. Observing the frenzied eyes of Soul Jade and Phoenix Peak, Liuyun, the avatar, merely smiled, raising his hand as the suspended green light points seemed to respond to his call, swiftly evading the grasp of the others, gathering entirely into his palm in mere moments. Thank you, Brother Bodhi. Liuyun, the avatar, expressed his gratitude, clasping his hands in respect towards the Bodhi ancient tree as he accepted the Bodhi seeds. At this moment, the formidable individuals in this space witnessed Liuyun single-handedly gathering all the Bodhi seeds. Although they were consumed by envy, they were nonetheless wary of Liuyun's avatar, formidable power, and none dared to approach him for a theft. My dear brother, we have ventured here together, and you alone have amassed such a bounty of Bodhi seeds, which you cannot possibly use all by yourself. Why not share one with me? Soul Jade stepped forward, tentatively suggesting, "Oh, these are all gifts from Brother Bodhi. If you desire them, you may inquire whether Brother Bodhi is willing to part with any." Liuyun, avatar, replied with a nonchalant shrug. Seeing Liuyun's avatar reaction, Soul Jade's expression darkened considerably, and he silently vowed, "Once we exit this ancient tree space, I shall ensure you relinquish everything you possess." Liuyun, avatar, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of these lesser beings, had no need to concern himself with their musings. He turned his gaze towards the Bodhi ancient tree and suddenly spoke, "Brother Bodhi, let's take our time here for a while." Upon Liuyun's utterance, the diminutive Bodhi ancient tree extended a branch, swaying side to side without acquiescing to Liuyun's request. Buzz. Following this, the Bodhi ancient tree, standing in this space, emitted a resonating hum, and the atmosphere began to ripple with waves of energy. Brother Bodhi, I apologize, but rest assured that my intent in keeping you here is not to cause you harm. Liuyun reassured, observing the unfolding scene. He understood that the Bodhi ancient tree would not persist indefinitely in this world. Once it ejected the Bodhi seeds, it would retreat deep into the earth to recuperate, only to emerge again when its energy was sufficiently replenished. However, that moment might be far in the future, and Liuyun could not afford to wait that long. He hoped to retain the Bodhi ancient tree for a maximum of 2 to 3 years. A mere blink of an eye for the ancient tree. Simultaneously, Liuyun's true self, seated beneath the Bodhi ancient tree in the outside world, slowly opened his eyes. Is it almost time? Liuyun murmured to himself, then swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals. As these seals were cast, the energy of the surrounding realm was drawn forth, and the array base composed of numerous magic cores encircling the Bodhi ancient tree began to emit a shimmering, ripple-like energy. At that moment, the spatial anomaly within the Bodhi ancient tree caused a stir among the onlookers who huddled together, their gazes warily fixed on Liuyun, avatar, and the surrounding space. Under their watchful eyes, the tremors in the space intensified, and suddenly a fissure emerged, from which a blinding beam of light surged forth. Crack! With the appearance of the first fissure, more cracks began to manifest in quick succession and within mere minutes. What was once an impregnable space became riddled with gaping holes, ultimately bursting apart amidst the panicked gazes of the crowd. In the depths of the wild, ancient domain, a colossal Bodhi ancient tree stood solitary at the center of a vast prairie, its magnificent aura radiating outward in all directions, an awe-inspiring sight. Beneath the Bodhi ancient tree, those human warriors left behind by Bone Ghost gazed in astonishment at this sudden transformation. Rustle. On the once tranquil prairie, a cacophony erupted as the Bodhi ancient tree, which had stood immobile for nearly a month, suddenly erupted with a dazzling emerald radiance. In an instant, silhouettes burst forth from the luminescence, landing on the surrounding ground. Chapter 549. Intermediate Semi-Saint. What is this? Soul Jade inhaled the fresh air of the prairie, a sense of relief washing over him, only to be startled by the immense, icy blue energy shield enveloping the area. Bone Ghost, why are you here? What are the others? Soul Jade inquired, bewildered as he spotted Bone Ghost among them. "I killed him," Bone Ghost bluntly replied. "If you keep rattling on, I won't hesitate to send you to join them." "What?" While Soul Jade seethed with rage at Bone Ghost's demeanor, he restrained himself, recognizing the palpable threat posed by Bone Ghost's formidable power as an advanced semi-saint. Suppressing his fury, Soul Jade resolved to utilize the spatial jade tube he carried to summon stronger warriors from the Soul Clan. "Damn it, the space here is sealed. Could it be due to that azure energy shield?" After attempting to deploy the spatial jade tube, Soul Jade gazed despairingly at the thick azure energy barrier surrounding him. At that moment, within the ancient tree space, the last individual was expelled, and shortly thereafter, the colossal Bodhi ancient tree began to tremble violently. A ring of verdant light emanated from its base, causing the ground beneath to transform as if it were liquid, with the Bodhi ancient tree gradually subsiding into the earth. Witnessing the ancient tree's descent, many individuals' expressions shifted, filled with reluctance. Once the Bodhi ancient tree burrowed underground, even a Do saint would be unable to locate it. Thus, the prospect of seeing it again would hinge on its next emergence, which could be centuries away. Yet, just as everyone believed the Bodhi ancient tree was about to vanish into the depths of the earth, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! Although the ground had liquefied, the descending Bodhi ancient tree struck something deep underground, producing a dull thud. What transpired? As they gazed at the Bodhi ancient tree, which still revealed some of its branches and leaves above ground, the crowd was once again astonished. Could it be that the massive azure energy shield was not bowl-shaped, but rather spherical, with the remaining half below ground, preventing the Bodhi ancient tree from descending entirely? Some astute individuals quickly deduced this possibility, casting glances at Liuyun, along with Liuyun's avatar and Bone Ghost. "Brother Bodhi, I apologize, but please remain here for a while. At most, we shall reunite in 3 years." Under the scrutiny of many, Liuyun uttered these somewhat apologetic words to the Bodhi ancient tree before stepping onto a glowing blue circle alongside his avatar and Bone Ghost. As the blue light within the circle flickered, the three of them vanished entirely from within the azure energy shield. While Liuyun did not eliminate all those within the azure energy shield, he could not allow them to escape and divulge information. When Liuyun reappeared, he found himself in the Tianyo realm, where Bone Ghost was also placed for seclusion under Liuyun's arrangement, as the Soul Palace had begun to investigate Bone Ghost. To prevent losing such an advanced semi-saint, Liuyun sought to conceal him temporarily. This expedition into the wild, ancient domain had proven immensely fruitful for Liuyun. Not only had his avatar comprehended the cycle of reincarnation, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9-turned-dozun, but a heart, as translucent as jade and radiating a verdant glow, the legendary Bodhi heart, now floated at the center of his avatar's chest. What Liuyun must now accomplish is to swiftly elevate his true self's cultivation to the pinnacle of 9-turned-dozun and then refine this coveted treasure. The Bodhi heart, coveted by countless individuals across the continent. Only then would he truly step into the realm of the saints. With his avatar having already reached the pinnacle of 9-turned-dozun, Liuyun's true self could share the insights gained by the avatar, thus making it relatively effortless for him to achieve a similar breakthrough, provided he had sufficient energy. Moreover, due to the presence of the soul-nurturing ancient tree in the Tianyo realm, the flow of time here was significantly accelerated compared to the outside world, meaning that the actual time Liuyun would spend breaking through would not be prolonged. Upon this realization, Liuyun directly retrieved a 9th-grade elixir from the system space and consumed it. Given Liuyun's current cultivation level, ingesting the 9th-grade elixir posed no danger. As the elixir entered his mouth, a torrent of fierce energy surged down his throat and flooded his body. Simultaneously, within Liuyun's being, a ghostly blue flame enveloped the foreign energy under the aegis of his soul power, fervently refining it. Under the transformative power of the ethereal flame, immense pure energy was seamlessly absorbed into Liuyun's body. Boom! In less than an hour, a muffled sound resonated from within Liuyun, signaling a pivotal transformation in his internal battle aura. After reaching saturation, he compressed it madly before refilling it, ultimately elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of a first-turn-dozun. The 9 turns of dozun represent an arduous journey, with each successive turn exponentially more challenging, which accounts for the multitude of individuals who remain stuck at the peak of dozun, unable to ascend to the realm of saints throughout their lives. As Liuyun consumed a 9th-grade elixir, his doppelganger was also busy. Having attained the peak of the 9-turned-dozun, the doppelganger directly ingested a Bodhi Great Restoration pill. another ninth-grade elixir. The terrifying medicinal potency surged through his body, impacting his meridians, bones, and flesh. In this state, the doppelganger's soul, enveloped by two blazing exotic fires, relentlessly refined the overwhelming medicinal power within. 2 months later, the doppelganger successfully broke through to the pinnacle of the 9-turn 9-star Dozun, emerging as a formidable half-saint, and astonishingly, leaping directly past the initial half-saint level to attain the intermediate half-saint tier. Shortly after the doppelganger's breakthrough, Liuyun's main body, buoyed by the immense medicinal energy from several 9th-grade elixirs, swiftly completed the arduous process of reaching the 9-turn Dozun, becoming a true peak Dozun. In the subsequent phase, Liuyun did not limit himself to merely consuming the Bodhi Great Restoration Pill as his doppelganger had. After swallowing the Bodhi Great Restoration Pill, he retrieved the Bodhi Heart acquired from the ancient Bodhi tree. A treasure like the Bodhi Heart possesses the potential to significantly enhance one's capabilities. Once successfully absorbed, it would greatly diminish the obstacles encountered before reaching the Do Emperor level, allowing Liuyun to traverse the Do Saint realm with greater speed. Chapter 550, Deputy Lord of the Soul Clan. As Liuyun's main body began to refine the Bodhi Heart after consuming the Bodhi Great Restoration Pill, his doppelganger, accompanied by the Demon Eagle, utilized the void-burrowing beast to arrive at the Grand Hall of the Northern Territory Alliance. Liuyun pondered the current state of affairs in Central Continent. Upon arriving at the Alliance, he murmured to himself and summoned Chu Ming, who was on duty in the Bone Transformation City. Upon seeing Chu Ming appear swiftly in the hall, Liuyun inquired, "Chu Ming, have any significant events transpired in Central Continent over the past 2 months?" 2 months? Time has not passed that long, has it? Did the Alliance leader forget that the flow of time in the Tianyo realm is more than 10 times faster than in the outside world? Chu Ming initially appeared perplexed but quickly clarified. Indeed, only 5 or 6 days have elapsed in the outside world. Liuyun chuckled awkwardly at Chu Ming's explanation. Typically, it was his doppelganger who remained outside, while his main body was within the Tianyo realm, allowing him to keenly perceive the time discrepancy. This time, however, both his main body and doppelganger were in seclusion together in the Tianyo realm, causing him to momentarily forget this fact. Boom! Shortly after Liuyun's words, a thunderous crash echoed from all directions. Perceiving this sound, Liuyun raised an eyebrow and swiftly appeared above the skies of Bone Transformation City. It turned out that the massive transparent energy barrier, which had encircled a 100-mile radius around Bone Transformation City, had been shattered by a single blow. The strength required to instantly dismantle the star formation implied that the intruder's cultivation was at least at the high half-saint level. Chu Ming, unfazed by this situation, exhibited no signs of panic, for he had witnessed firsthand a giant hundreds of feet tall defeat 2 true Do saints of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. The visitor this time was likely formidable. At that moment, Liuyun's main body was in a state of seclusion and could not be disturbed. Liuyun, the doppelganger, expressed his concern. Chu Ming quickly reinforced the barrier. We must not allow the second layer of the energy barrier to be breached. Yes, Alliance leader. Sensing the gravity in Liuyun's tone, Chu Ming ceased his previous nonchalance and earnestly infused power into the barrier. Indeed, just as Chu Ming commenced reinforcing the barrier, a loud crash resounded against the second layer of the energy shield, resulting in a 2-meter-wide dent forming upon its surface. Gasp! Seeing the dent appear in the transparent energy barrier, Chu Ming inhaled sharply. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the star formation. At the time, even with the support of the 9-star, Do Zun peak strength of the Tian Fire Elder, the formation had rendered the Kuan Huang and Ying Huang of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan utterly helpless. And now, with Chu Ming reinforcing the formation at his high half-saint strength, to have a mere ordinary strike create a 2-meter dent was indicative of the terrifying strength of the intruder. Under the watchful gazes of Chu Ming and Liuyun, the area where the dent appeared began to distort, and soon an imposing figure shrouded in black mist materialized. Exudant exceptionnellement formidable. This energy could very well reach the level of a 3-star Do Saint, and within the Soul Palace. The only being with such strength was the legendary deputy Lord of the Soul Palace. Observing the shadow that emerged outside the formation, Liuyun proclaimed loudly, "Ah, I did not expect you could discern my identity so swiftly." The black mist rippled, revealing an exceptionally pale visage, though the face appeared youthful. The tone in which it spoke was chillingly ominous, hinting at a true age far beyond its outward appearance. The Deputy Lord of the Soul Palace is renowned far and wide. It would be difficult for anyone not to recognize you. Liuyun replied casually to the Deputy Lord's inquiry. Younger generation, though you are not one of the 8 great clans, you have developed to such an extent in such a short time. It is truly remarkable. However, do not harbor the illusion that you can confront my soul palace with your current abilities. The Deputy Lord's words bore an unmistakable threat. Many have uttered similar words to me, yet they have all found themselves in coffins. Do you wish to become the next? Liuyun retorted, unfazed by the Deputy Lord's intimidation. Ha, young one, in your recent endeavors, have you ventured into the beast domain? The Deputy Lord, rather than becoming incensed, smirked coldly and continued to inquire. The beast domain, a realm inhabited by intellectually deficient beasts. Why would I ever go there? Liuyun shook his head and replied. Though he had recently achieved the intermediate half-saint level, in a full exertion of his abilities, he could at most contend with a 2-star peak Do Saint. Facing a formidable opponent like the Deputy Lord of the Soul Palace, who was at the pinnacle of 3-star Do Saint, would undoubtedly spell his defeat. Of course, Liuyun's response did not stem from fear of the Deputy Lord. He could easily dispose of him if he wished. However, Liuyun's concern lay with whether the shadow of the Soul Destroyer lurked behind the Deputy Lord. For if he were to force the Deputy Lord into a corner, summoning a 5-star Do Saint like the Soul Destroyer would lead to a dire situation. Though Liuyun would not be driven to desperation by a single Soul Destroyer, the Bone Transformation City and the Northern Territory Alliance were likely to be annihilated by the Soul Palace. Taking all these considerations into account, Liuyun opted not to directly confront the Deputy Lord of the Soul Palace. Have you truly never set foot in the Beast Domain? Then, have you encountered the Grand Supreme of my Soul Palace? The Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Palace asked, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. Previously, when the Grand Supreme had met his demise, he had only uncovered that Bone Phantom had once led the Grand Supreme towards the Beast Domain. Yet the specifics of the matter remained elusive to him. Thus, after a considerable time had elapsed, he ventured to the Northern Domain to seek the truth. Absolutely not. Liuyun replied with resolute conviction. Young one, since you have not, do you dare to activate this grand formation? If you have recently encountered the Grand Supreme, I possess means to ascertain that. If not, it will serve to vindicate your innocence. The Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Palace declared sternly. Huh, what a farce. You are acutely aware that this grand formation is my greatest reliance. Should I permit you to breach it, with your strength, you could easily manipulate me at will. Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to unlock the grand formation so easily? Liuyun retorted with a tone of derision upon hearing the Deputy Hall Master's demand. Young one, even if you refuse to activate this grand formation, this hall will be compelled to take matters into my own hands and utterly obliterate it. The Deputy Hall Master's expression darkened at Liuyun's apparent unwillingness to cooperate. Chapter 551, Crisis. Deployment. Upon concluding his statement, the Deputy Hall Master thrust his hand towards the transparent energy barrier, and immediately a torrent of black mist erupted from his fingers, transforming into 5 colossal chains that surged violently towards the barrier. Witnessing the sudden assault from the Deputy Hall Master, Liuyun, uncertain of the limits of the stellar grand formation, quickly addressed Chu Ming. Chu Ming, amplify the power reinforcement. Chu Ming reacted with remarkable swiftness. Almost as soon as Liuyun's words left his lips, he channeled his internal fighting energy, exerting full force to bolster the grand formation. Boom! In the next moment, the Deputy Hall Master's black chains viciously struck the transparent energy barrier. As the chains shattered inch by inch from the tips, the barrier itself began to be eroded, momentarily revealing 5 large gashes. This was different from the previous indentations. It was a direct annihilation of that section of the transparent energy barrier. Fortunately, just as the black chains were completely destroyed, the area of the barrier under attack had only diminished to less than half its original thickness. Moreover, after the Deputy Hall Master's assault ceased, the thinned sections of the barrier rapidly restored themselves under the influx of energy. Upon witnessing this, the Deputy Hall Master's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he pondered. The fortitude of this grand formation is astonishingly high, capable of continuous self-repair. Unless one can shatter it in a single strike, only an entity of the Hall Master's caliber could achieve such a feat, however. The Hall Master is currently engaged in a protracted struggle with that old fellow from the Alchemy Tower and cannot arrive easily. Do you wish to attempt again, my lord? Liuyun inquired with a smile, observing the Deputy Hall Master momentarily dazed. The Deputy Hall Master lifted his gaze to meet Liuyun's and replied, Yin Lu, your lack of cooperation today will bring catastrophic calamity upon your heavenly alliance. After uttering this, the space around him warped, and he swiftly vanished from Liuyun and Chu Ming's sight. As the Deputy Hall Master departed, Liuyun turned to Chu Ming and declared, Chu Ming, from this moment forth, the duty of guarding will be divided into two teams. You and Chu Donghai, being the most accomplished in cultivation, shall serve as captains of each team. At all times, one member of the guarding team must be reinforcing the grand formation. As for the concern of rapid depletion of your fighting energy, you need not worry. Having issued this command, Liuyun produced numerous jade vials from his hand and tossed them to Chu Ming. These contained various 7th or 8th grade recovery elixirs. Rest assured, Alliance leader. Chu Ming responded without a moment's hesitation as he received the elixirs Liuyun had thrown. Good, hold the fort for now. I will summon the 3 sovereigns to assist you. With that, Liuyun returned to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Alliance, subsequently reuniting with the Demon Griffin using the Void-Burrowing Beast to return to the Tianyo realm. The Tianyo realm had now expanded beyond its previous 100-mile radius, reaching a span of 1,000 miles. Within this realm, the most powerful Tianyo was already endeavoring to break through to the 5-star Dosheng level, bolstered by Liuyun's abundant celestial materials and various high-grade elixirs. It was anticipated that the Tianyo would soon achieve this breakthrough. During this period, Chu Donghai, Duan San, and their companions had made significant progress in their cultivation within the Tianyo realm, where the time flow was tenfold compared to the outside world. Chu Donghai's cultivation had reached an advanced semi-saint level, mirroring Chu Ming's progress, while Duan San had ascended to the peak of the 9-star Dozun level. Although Hai Bo Dong's progress was not as rapid as that in the Ice River Valley, he had still managed to break through to the 7-star Dozun level. Such a pace of cultivation was exceedingly rare on the Douqi Continent. Of course, certain powerful clans might leverage special legacies to enable their members to experience meteoric rises in cultivation within short periods. However, that kind of energy, which was not inherently theirs, would ultimately sever their paths of advancement, standing in stark contrast to Hai Bo Dong's purely earned prowess through diligent training. Upon returning to the Tianyo realm, Liuyun swiftly summoned the group and communicated the matters he had just entrusted to Chu Ming. Rest assured, Alliance leader, a month here is equivalent to a year outside. What is half a month of guarding in the grand scheme of things? After Liuyun articulated his request, Duan San, Hai Bo Dong, and Chu Donghai readily acquiesced. Additionally, your first group, while guarding with Chu Ming, instruct the Heavenly Alliance members to release news once more, stating that in 1 month, the Heavenly Alliance will conduct an auction for mid-tier Heavenly Stage Do techniques. Liuyun added after organizing the guarding assignments. The mid-tier Heavenly Stage Do techniques. The Alliance leader must be planning to auction the Soul Annihilation Spear from the Spatial Trading event. Mid-tier Heavenly Stage Do techniques. How many formidable warriors will this attract to the continent? The others were well aware of the significance of the Do techniques Liuyun intended to auction, leaving them in a state of profound shock. Indeed, Alliance leader. Once the astonishment subsided, Chu Donghai, Duan San, and Hai Bo Dong nodded in agreement. Chu Donghai, take this scroll and use it for your cultivation. After they had responded, Liuyun produced a pitch-black scroll and swiftly tossed it before Chu Donghai. Soul Annihilation Spear. Upon a cursory examination, Chu Donghai's expression turned exuberantly animated. Alliance leader, is this a scroll you crafted anew? Chu Donghai inquired, as the contents of the scroll from the previous spatial trading event had faded considerably, capable of being read only once or twice before dissipating. Now, before him lay a brand new scroll, capable of sustaining the training of at least a dozen individuals without fading. Such a feat necessitated that the creator had already mastered the technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible to replicate the intricate details and visions of the Do techniques. Indeed, Liuyun replied lightly, not placing much weight on it, for with his soul realm, inscribing the Soul Annihilation Spear scroll was not an arduous task. Especially with the accelerated time flow of the Tianyo realm, he had not expended much time. Focus on your cultivation and strive to contribute to our Heavenly Alliance's campaigns on the continent. Liuyun casually remarked before turning to depart. Campaigning on the continent. It seems the Alliance leader harbors considerable ambition. With such strength, it would be a waste for the Alliance leader to remain in the barren northern domain. In my view, the dynamics of the hall and the tower may well transform in the future. Upon hearing Liuyun's final words, Chu Donghai and the others felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 552, Breakthrough, 1-star Dosheng. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight had passed. Liuyun, in the process of refining the Bodhi heart, had reached a critical juncture, emanating an aura of terrifying intensity. Throughout the vast expanse of the Tianyo realm, the energies of heaven and earth surged violently, affecting all those who were cultivating within. They emerged from their sanctuaries, gazing vacantly at the formidable figure that loomed at the heart of the sky. It was the Alliance leader undergoing a breakthrough. With such overwhelming might, he was surely on the verge of ascending to the rank of Doshang. Chu Donghai speculated, as he himself had already attained the status of a high-level half-saint, and thus was acutely aware that such a breakthrough could not be wrought by a mere half-saint. The only plausible explanation was a leap to Doshang. At this moment, everyone understood that the leader of the Tianyi Alliance, Yin Lu, was the same individual who had previously emerged from the stellar array and vanquished two formidable Doshang warriors of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. Consequently, upon learning that Liuyun was about to ascend to the Doshang realm, their hearts surged with exhilaration. Suddenly, the figure seated high in the sky rose to its feet, and with a mere shift of his form, the very ground of the Tian Neo realm trembled violently. A potent aura, laden with an overwhelming pressure, emanated from that towering figure. He had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of a one-star Doshang. Bypassing all stages of the half-saint realm, the Bodhi heart fruit was indeed a remarkable treasure. In the skies above, Liuyun reveled in the power coursing through him. Laughing heartily, the distinction between half-saint and Doshang, though seemingly a mere word apart, represented a chasm of terrifying disparity. Although half-saints could claim the title of Doshang, possessing strength far exceeding that of peak Dozun warriors, they were, in strict terms, merely pseudo-saints. Only upon achieving the one-star level could one rightfully be called a true Doshang. The divisions within the half-saint realm, initial, intermediate, and advanced, may appear minuscule, yet the challenge of transcending them is formidable. For instance, the second Dozun of the Soul Palace, Guyu, took decades to ascend to half-saint, and even now remains a high-level half-saint. Similarly, Chu Ming and Chu Donghai, had they not encountered Liuyun, might have lingered at the intermediate half-saint stage for many years, perhaps even being confined to it for life. This illustrates the stark contrast between a true one-star Doshang and a half-saint. Liuyun's rapid ascent within mere days, despite the accelerated time of the Tianyo realm, was astonishing. If revealed, it would surely set the entire continent ablaze with fervor. Now, having attained the pinnacle of a one-star Doshang, Liuyun felt confident that with the formidable sacred flames he had refined, alongside the terrifying Do techniques of the divine elephant overlord body, he could face off against 4-star Doshang warriors and even against ordinary 5-star Doshangs. He would not suffer significant losses. From this day forth, I shall no longer need to maintain the same level of discretion as before. Whispering to himself, Liuyun flickered and materialized before the observing Chu Ming and the others below. Esteemed companions, from today onward, the Tianyi Alliance shall officially declare war on the other factions of the continent. Our first target shall be the Soul Palace. As the resounding voice imbued with immense pressure echoed, Chu Donghai and his companions felt a surge of fervor. Challenging the long-established Soul Palace of Zhongzhou was a monumental endeavor. Long live the Alliance leader! Long live the Alliance leader! They exclaimed with excitement. For this campaign, we shall first eliminate one of the Soul Palace's branch halls to establish our might. The personnel for this mission will be kept minimal. Chu Donghai, Duan San, Chu Ming, the Fire Lord, the Demon Griffin, and you, Hai Buodong. Participating in actual combat is also a means of enhancing one's strength. Liuyun named each participant. Alliance leader, have you determined which branch hall of the Soul Palace to target? Duan San inquired. Excellent question. Liuyun replied patiently. From what I have gathered, the Soul Palace has numerous branch halls in Zhongzhou, among which 24 are of considerable importance, referred to as the Earth Fiend Halls. Above these are the Celestial Gang Halls, which serve as the most critical bases of the Soul Palace. The Celestial Gang Halls are divided into 3, Heaven, Earth, and Human, with the Heaven Hall being the headquarters of the Soul Palace. As for its precise location, I am currently unaware. The Earth Hall is overseen by the Vice Hall Master of the Soul Palace, while the Human Hall was previously managed by the Great and Second Dozun. Now that the Great Dozun is deceased and the Second Dozun is missing, the Soul Palace will likely dispatch others to guard the Human Hall, though they are unlikely to be particularly strong. Thus, our first offensive target shall be the Human Hall, one of the 3 Celestial Gang Halls. Upon hearing that they would only be attacking a Human Hall lacking formidable guardians, the slight pressure that had lingered in the hearts of Chu Donghai and his companions dissipated entirely. Let us proceed to meet them outside. With that, Liuyun took the lead toward the 10,000 Demons Palace. Once all had gathered, the clone also joined them. Subsequently, as the purple circles of light flickered beneath their feet, Everyone was instantaneously transported to the main hall of the Tiandi Alliance in the northern region. Liuyun's actions were swift. Upon learning that the Tiandi Alliance had not faced any attacks recently, he led his esteemed subordinates in traversing the void once more to a previously established teleportation point in Zhongzhou. The human hall of the Celestial Gang Hall is situated deep within the Buried Corpse Mountains, which lie at the junction of the southwestern region of Zhongzhou. Liuyun had not previously visited this location, so he arrived at the nearest void gate. The Buried Corpse Mountains, due to their topography, were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of Yin energy, intermingled with a cadaverous aura, as most families within a radius of thousands of miles had buried their deceased here. Thus, these mountains were an eerie range composed of graves, where human presence was nearly non-existent, as few would willingly linger in such a ghostly place. Whoosh! The tranquil skies over the Buried Corpse Mountains suddenly erupted with the sound of rushing wind, as 8 figures appeared atop a peak deep within the mountains, their gazes fixated on the innermost depths of the range. In their line of sight, hidden behind towering gray trees, the space appeared to shimmer with a subtle distortion. Ahead lay the human hall of the Celestial Gang Hall, but it was protected by a spatial barrier. Should anyone breach it, the guardians within would be alerted immediately. Liuyun pointed to the depths of the mountains, explaining, "Alliance leader, since this branch hall lacks powerful protectors, we could simply break through that spatial barrier and eliminate them." Chu Donghai suggested, "Do not act so recklessly. The Soul Palace, being such a formidable force, typically possesses spatial jade tubes to summon powerful clan members." Liuyun shook his head, dismissing Chu Donghai's notion, and continued, "To successfully annihilate this branch hall, we must first secure the area by sealing off the space." Understood. Alliance leader. With Liuyun's command, all 8 individuals simultaneously formed seals, causing the very fabric of space to ripple quietly before transforming into an expansive barrier that enveloped the region entirely. "Let us proceed, and under no circumstances allow a single individual to escape." Once the spatial seal was in place, Liuyun and his companions swiftly advanced into the depths of the mountains. Within the slightly distorted space lay a vast expanse of black earth, its surface occasionally revealing patches of bone, starkly white against the dark ground, exuding an eerie chill. At the center of this vast terrain stood a colossal black hall, silently looming like an ancient beast lying in wait, a terrifying aura slowly pervading the sealed space. Within the obsidian colossus, countless massive black chains extended deep into the ground, upon which swirled tendrils of shadowy mist, subtly coalescing into humanoid forms. Occasionally, glimmers of light flickered along these chains, vanishing into the inky haze, thereby rendering the mist even more substantial. The entire expanse exuded an eerie stillness, enveloped in an unusual atmosphere that instilled a sense of dread. Suddenly, after an indeterminate period of this profound silence, several wisps of black mist surged forth from the chains, contracting to become figures with cold expressions. These figures exchanged glances, and with a slight movement, they converged into a single unit. "Alas, it is time for us to embark on our mission. Let us hope we can return with an ample harvest of souls," remarked a figure that appeared to be their leader, his voice gravelly with weariness. "Chief, the hall is now guarded by an unfamiliar face appointed by the Lord of the Hall. What is the meaning of this? Where have the Great Lord and Lord Bone Phantom gone?" One among them inquired in hushed tones. "Silence. Is this something we are authorized to discuss?" responded the leader, chiding him softly. With a wave of his hand, the figures transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, darting forth with astonishing speed beyond the confines of this space. Yet, just as this assembly of shadows was about to breach the spatial barrier, the very fabric of their surroundings abruptly solidified and then violently collapsed, compressing the figures into nothingness without a single cry of despair escaping their lips. As these silhouettes disintegrated, the spatial barrier slowly fissured, revealing 8 figures who gradually stepped through, their feet pressing upon the darkened earth. Upon the arrival of Liuyun and his companions, a chilling wail echoed through the vast hall, and the black mist upon the chains erupted with sinister gazes, fixated upon Liuyun and his comrades. "Dare you trespass upon my soul hall? You seek death." The air was pierced by a chorus of ominous shouts, shattering the eerie quiet as figures emerged from the chains, swiftly transforming into streaks of black light, propelled by a chilling wind toward Liuyun and his party. A mere contingent of cannon fodder, yet they flee with such exuberance. Observing this, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming exchanged amused glances and charged forward, unleashing colossal, fearsome torrents of fighting spirit from their hands. Each shadow struck by these warriors dissipated into nothingness, without uttering a single cry of anguish. In mere moments, the oncoming tide of black figures faltered, realizing that this group was not here to perish, but rather had come well prepared for battle. How audacious! To wreak havoc within my soul hall. Truly, you are courting death. All celestial lords, seize them. A furious voice bellowed from within the grand hall as Chu Donghai and his companions dispatched a cluster of soul hall guardians. Instantaneously, a dozen figures shot forth from the hall like lightning, hovering in the sky with malevolent gazes fixed upon the intruding Liuyun and his companions. Huh! A band of mere Do Zun dares to emerge for their demise. The sight of figures akin to the likes of the star, snatching old ghosts sent waves of disdain through Liuyun and his companions. It was crucial to note that among the 6 individuals Liuyun had brought, even the weakest, the Demon Eagle, had attained the pinnacle of 7-star Do Zun. And with the techniques and skills provided by Liuyun, coupled with the beastly constitution of the Demon Eagle, he could easily contend with ordinary 9-star Do Zun who had yet to commence their 9 transformations. Brother Chu, let us see who can grow larger. Kuming Duklared, leading the charge toward the Soul Hall, Celestial Lords. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped his form, causing him to swell dramatically, transforming him into a towering figure of 7 Zhang, a manifestation of the heavenly grade Do technique, indestructible body. After months of training, Chu Ming had finally achieved notable progress. Impressive, my dear brother Chu. You have reached 7 Zhang so swiftly. Chu Donghai chuckled lightly. Then, mirroring Chu Ming, his body erupted in golden light, swelling into an 8 Zhang golden giant. Brother Chu, you are indeed remarkable, having cultivated an 8 Zhang golden form. Chu Ming laughed heartily, praising him. Boom! After complimenting Chu Donghai, Chu Ming disregarded the horrified expressions of the advancing Soul Hall, Celestial Lords, swinging his massive hand forward, unleashing a powerful gust that obliterated a 5-star Do Zun level Soul Hall, Celestial Lord into a mist of blood, their very soul unable to escape the onslaught. This indestructible body is utterly exhilarating. To fell a Soul Hall Celestial Lord with a single punch is quite satisfying, Chu Ming declared with a hint of pride. Let us compete to see who can slay more. Chu Donghai retorted, unwilling to be outdone, as his colossal golden form shimmered in the air, swiftly closing in on the group of Soul Hall Celestial Lords, delivering 2 rapid punches that extinguished the lives of 2 more Celestial Lords with each strike. Leave a few for us. Haibo Dong, the Flame Lord, the Demon Eagle, and Duan San swiftly joined the fray. Chapter 554. The Soul Universe Saint. Under the assault of these 6, the first wave of Soul Hall Celestial Lords was dispatched with ease, akin to fragile chicks crushed beneath a hand. As countless Soul Hall Celestial Lords fell, fear gripped the remaining defenders, who began to retreat, none daring to advance further. Who are you, to brazenly intrude upon my Soul Hall? At this moment, a figure cloaked in black and exuding an aura of semi-saintliness emerged from within the hall. The 3 Celestial Lords have arrived. 3 Celestial Lords, you have finally come. This group has slaughtered countless brothers of the Soul Hall. You must avenge them. The black-cloaked figure was one of the 3 Celestial Lords of the Soul Hall, slightly weaker than Bone Phantom, possessing intermediate semi-saint strength. He had not originally been stationed here, but had been temporarily summoned following the disappearance of Bone Phantom and the demise of the Great Lord. With 2 high-level semi-saints, 1 intermediate semi-saint, and another whose strength was inscrutable, the 3 Celestial Lords initially appeared formidable. However, upon sensing the strength of Liuyun and his companions, their bravado quickly dwindled, and they hesitated, their eyes filled with trepidation as they turned toward the hall. Liuyun's gaze also turned toward the interior of the Grand Hall. Through his perception of spiritual power, he sensed the presence of a high-ranking individual within, one who had attained the mid-stage of 1-star Do Saint. It seems that following the incidents involving the Great Lord and Bone Phantom, the Soul Clan has indeed reinforced their presence here, Liuyun mused internally. Stepping forward, he positioned himself before Chu Ming and Chu Donghai. Witnessing Liuyun's terrifying speed, the emerging 3 Celestial Lords were struck with awe. The Soul Universe Saint. At this moment of shock, the 3 Celestial Lords exclaimed loudly toward the hall. Is it truly necessary for this mere handful of intruders to compel my hand? With the words of the 3 Celestial Lords echoing, an authoritative, aged voice resonated from within the black giant hall, tinged with a hint of disdain. However, shortly after this voice sounded, the unidentified presence within the hall issued a low, astonished tone. This space has been entirely sealed. As this declaration fell, a white figure surged forth from the grand entrance of the Black Hall, arriving before the 3 Celestial Lords. This figure, an elder with snow-white hair and and clad in a flowing white robe, stood before them. If I am not mistaken, you hail from the Soul Realm, do you not? Upon the appearance of the elder, known as the Soul Universe, Liuyun spoke up. How could you possibly know so much? Pray tell, who are you? Upon hearing Liuyun's words, the elder's face displayed a profound shock. Isn't the surname Hun patently evident? Liuyun chuckled. Young man, do you comprehend the repercussions of trespassing into my soul palace? Hunyu, without engaging in further dialogue, directly threatened him. Those from the Soul Palace are fond of uttering such drivel. Perhaps it is a reflection of your unfounded confidence. Today, I shall obliterate the very essence of that confidence within you. Liuyun's calm pronouncement reverberated through the sealed expanse, and in the next moment, his form began to swell, towering to an astonishing 200 zhong, surpassing even the ancient behemoth-like entrance of the Obsidian Palace. What manner of technique is this? His physique is even more colossal than those primordial demonic beasts. The sight of this giant caused all the guardians of the Soul Palace, along with the esteemed ones and the three heavenly sovereigns, to retreat in sheer panic. Saint Hunyu, this individual might could very well rival your own, and with so many half-saints at his side, it would be prudent for you to summon additional powerful allies. The three heavenly sovereigns, in their retreat, were acutely aware that beings like Hunyu, hailing from the Soul Realm, undoubtedly possessed spatial jade cylinders capable of summoning other saints. Are you devoid of reason? If I could utilize the spatial jade cylinder, would I not have done so already? Instead, I must rely on you to delay the three half-saints. Hunyu's countenance darkened as he reprimanded the sovereign. After uttering these words, the saint raised his palm abruptly, and a massive black mist surged forth from it, enveloping nearly 100 zhong of space in an instant. Childish tricks, Liuyun scoffed disdainfully. With Hunyu's mere one-star dose cultivation, even the most rudimentary of heavenly grade techniques would suffice to dispatch him, let alone while he was in the state of the divine elephant's dominance. With a powerful swing, the colossal figure unleashed a fist the size of several zhong, generating a fierce gust that hurtled towards the black mist. Before the fist could even approach, the mist was already dispersed, and the immense fist penetrated the black fog without impediment, crashing directly into Hunyu's body. Hunyu had not anticipated Liuyun's swiftness in launching an assault. His lethal strike had yet to coalesce. As the thought of fleeing flickered through Hunyu's mind, the giant's fist descended from above, instantly reducing him to a crimson mist. Amidst the sanguine haze, Liuyun glimpsed several drops of golden-hued blood. With a gentle clap of his hand, he summoned a gust that carried the precious droplets towards Duan San and the heavenly fire sovereign, among others. Though they were merely at the pinnacle of Dozun cultivation, the essence of a Do saint would expedite their transition into half-saint status. With a single punch, Hunyu, the saint, had been obliterated. I did not even perceive any fluctuations of Do Qi emanating from that colossal fist. It was a pure physical assault. The sheer magnitude of his physical prowess was such that even the ancient, inherited demonic beasts would scarcely match a tenth of this giant's might. The strength of our leader is truly an existence we can only revere. How long must we train to attain such a formidable physique? With a single blow capable of vanquishing a one-star Do saint, our leader's might is on par with those of 4-star and even 5-star Do saints. As Liuyun dispatched Hunyu, not only were the members of the Soul Palace struck with terror, but even Chu Donghai and his companions were left in utter astonishment. In that moment, they truly understood why Liuyun possessed such confidence to confront the Soul Palace head-on. In a daze, clutching the droplets of Do Saint essence, Duan San and the heavenly fire sovereign gazed at Liuyun with excitement. Following our leader, we too shall surely attain sanctification. At that moment, the resolve in their hearts solidified. Meanwhile, the three heavenly sovereigns and other minions of the Soul Palace, upon witnessing Hunyu's demise, began to scatter in a desperate attempt to escape the sealed space. Chapter 555, The Essence of the Soul. Liuyun chose not to pursue them further, but entrusted the task entirely to Chu Donghai and Chu Ming. Before long, the once sealed space lay in ruins. With even the Obsidian Palace having collapsed significantly, the three heavenly sovereigns, possessing only mid-level half-saint cultivation, could perhaps contend against the heavenly fire sovereign Duan San, Hai Buodong, and Mo Jiao. But once Chu Donghai and Chu Ming joined the fray, their only fate would be utter defeat. Observing the slaughter of the Soul Palace's forces below, Liuyun stepped forward and reached out with both hands, grasping the apex of the Obsidian Palace. With a tremendous exertion of strength, the palace split asunder, revealing countless black chains entwined within, each tethered to myriad luminous orbs of souls. The number was staggering, easily numbering in the thousands. Each orb represented a soul captured by the Soul Palace, some of which were wandering spirits ensnared by the palace, while many more had been ruthlessly slaughtered and forcibly extracted. Liuyun's gaze pierced through the souls, descending into the depths below, where he sensed a peculiar oscillation, one he was intimately familiar with. In the next moment, with a gentle sweep of his colossal hand, a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, shattering the chains in an instant. The souls within the orbs gradually opened their eyes, gazing around in weakness and bewilderment, only to erupt with waves of ecstatic spiritual resonance. Though they could not comprehend the events that had transpired, they felt a taste of freedom. For countless years, they had been imprisoned, with death itself becoming a distant hope. You may leave this grand palace. Once all those from the Soul Palace have been vanquished, the spatial barriers shall open, and you will finally be free. Observing the souls, who were overwhelmed with joy and nearly weeping, Liuyun let out a soft sigh. In the skies above, innumerable souls gathered, ultimately bowing before Liuyun in profound reverence before soaring out of the obsidian palace, taking their place in the heavens above. After the souls evacuated the palace, Liuyun's immense hand clenched, causing countless boulders and earth to accumulate outward, soon revealing a vast pit the center of where the palace once stood. Deep within this pit, a translucent orb, roughly half a zhang in size, floated. The orb shimmered with transparency, bound by countless dark chains, the ends of which were connected to the very souls that had fled. Clearly, this orb was a manifestation of the essence extracted from those souls. From the orb, Liuyun sensed an extraordinarily terrifying spiritual fluctuation, one that was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. Having eliminated the last remaining forces of the Soul Palace, Chu Donghai and his companions turned their attention to the transparent orb within the pit. "Leader, what is this?" Chu Donghai inquired with curiosity. "This is the essence of the soul," Liuyun replied calmly. "The soul is the very foundation of all living beings. Every entity in the universe possesses a soul. Within the depths of each soul lies the essence from which it is born, a uniquely pure energy found throughout the heavens and earth. The presence of such a vast repository of soul essence here indicates that it would require at least 100,000 souls to coalesce into such a form. The people of the Soul Palace are truly a blight upon the continent. It is precisely for this reason that I have never hesitated to slay those from the Soul Palace, even when they possess no means of resistance." Upon reaching Chu Donghai and Chu Ming, such esteemed individuals were inherently aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, upon discovering that this transparent orb of light required the souls of millions to coalesce, expressions of disdain surfaced upon their visages. "Then, my lord, why does the Soul Palace seek to acquire such an abundance of soul essence? Is it merely to elevate the spiritual realms of their kin through absorption?" After a collective sigh of astonishment, doubts still lingered in their minds. The mere existence of such soul essence within a branch palace was daunting. One could only imagine the terrifying accumulation across all branch palaces of the Soul Palace, which, after centuries, might empower one to transcend into the realm of imperial souls. Regarding these uncertainties, Liuyun elucidated. He was acutely aware that the Soul Palace was established, on one hand, to gather souls to aid the void-devouring flame in achieving its imperial soul state, and, on the other, to orchestrate a formidable formation that would envelop the entirety of Central Continent. Once the Soul Palace accomplished this objective, it would possess the strength of a clan capable of resisting the other 6 clans, rendering the so-called pact of the 8 clans inconsequential. Imperial Soul. At Liuyun's explanation, the group collectively inhaled sharply. Such terminology was exceedingly distant for those who had yet to ascend to the heavenly realm. This soul essence, forged through slaughter, ought not to exist within the cosmos. Yet now that it had manifested, there was no reason to discard it. As Liuyun spoke, a tremendous force emanated from his palm, drawing the transparent orb of light from the gaping pit into his grasp. Presently, Liuyun's own soul had attained the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Thus, absorbing such a trifling amount of soul essence would be of no consequence for his advancement. Therefore, he intended to allocate this soul essence to his avatar. The avatar, currently in the nascent stage of the heavenly realm, would likely attain the mid-heavenly realm, or perhaps even advance to the late stage, upon absorbing this essence. Though the orb contained an overwhelming quantity of soul essence, it bore no trace of sentience. Instead, it was merely infused with the emotions of resentment and unwillingness left behind by souls before their demise. However, The recent massacre of the Soul Palace's denizens by Liuyun and his companions had dissipated much of these emotional residues. Furthermore, with Liuyun's mastery of the soul-devouring technique, the Avatar would face little resistance in refining these souls. Having secured the soul orb within the confines of the system space, Liuyun swiftly formed a seal with his hands, and the spatial barrier enveloping this realm gradually dissipated. The souls liberated by Liuyun swiftly surged forth, escaping the confines of their imprisonment that had endured for countless years. Following this, Liuyun summoned the sacred fire to incinerate the entire area, leaving no trace behind. Let us proceed to the next branch palace. Having completed this task, he led Chu Donghai and Chu Ming through the Void Gate, departing the locale. Chapter 556, Conquering 10 Branch Palaces. Reinforcements of the Soul Clan. Emerging from the Void Gate, Liuyun and his companions did not linger. They hastened towards the nearest branch palace of the Soul Palace, situated many hundreds of thousands of miles away. Remarkably, they arrived within merely 3 to 4 hours. Upon reaching the exterior of this branch palace, Liuyun employed the same strategy, collaboratively sealing the surrounding space to ensure that none within the Soul Palace could leak any information. Under the assault of Liuyun's formidable team, the branch palace, guarded solely by a mere 7-star fighting sovereign, was obliterated within moments, along with the retrieval of its soul essence. In the ensuing 3 days, Liuyun and his party had dismantled a staggering 10 branch palaces. The collective soul essence from the 9 branch palaces outside the human palace had already surpassed that of the human palace itself. On the 4th day, deep within the Grave Mountain Range, where Liuyun had previously laid waste, a colossal spatial rift suddenly manifested, from which emerged 2 ancient figures radiating an overwhelming aura. Who dares to be so audacious as to slay our Soul Clan sages and devastate our human palace? They bellowed in furious outrage upon witnessing the scene before them. It was revealed that, upon the shattering of the soul sovereign, many within the soul realm became aware of his demise, as the soul sovereign had only recently been dispatched to guard the human palace. The news of his death prompted the immediate arrival of 2 fighting saints from the soul realm to assess the situation. The human palace has gathered soul essence for over a century, and now it has been stolen. This will inevitably delay our grand scheme, one elder exclaimed in fury. The most alarming aspect is that the entire human palace was slaughtered without any news leaking, leaving no useful clues behind. The assailants must possess extraordinary power, the other elder remarked, brows furrowed. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Otherwise, our grand scheme could be jeopardized by those who annihilated the human palace. Just as their anger peaked, a dark rift reappeared around them. Have you uncovered any useful information? A chilling voice emerged from the rift. Soul Destroyer. There are no useful clues left behind. The 2 elders responded in unison. Have you acquired any leads? In the span of 3 days, 9 additional branch palaces had been attacked, their inhabitants meeting the same fate as those in the human palace, resulting in the loss of their soul essence. The unseen figure in the rift spoke gravely. Hearing this news, astonishment painted the faces of the 2 elders, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. Soul Destroyer, is this how you manage the Soul Palace? The losses are immense. I shall see how you explain this to the clan elders. One elder shouted. The simultaneous assault on 10 branch palaces indicated a formidable force at play, one that no secular power from Central Continent could muster. Moreover, all branch palaces had been strategically chosen for their secrecy. The ability to strike 10 branch palaces simultaneously suggested betrayal within the higher echelons of the Soul Palace. A voice of contemplation resonated from a spatial rift. The 2 elders exchanged glances, a hint of resignation in their eyes. One sighed. The presence of a traitor within the Soul Palace is your responsibility to investigate, Soul Destroyer. Given the current tense atmosphere, the clan cannot dispatch many powerful individuals to assist you. Otherwise, we risk alarming the other 6 clans and becoming scapegoats ourselves. The demon fire is about to emerge. If you do not assist me at this critical juncture, the losses will far exceed those of these 10 branch palaces, Soul Destroyer lamented. Upon hearing the mention of the pure lotus demon fire, the hesitation in the elders' eyes briefly flickered before they finally acquiesced. Very well, we shall lend you our aid, albeit only the 2 of us. Should we involve more individuals, our strength may be exposed, alerting the other clans. Thank you, esteemed elders. I hope you can rein in those rampant individuals and bring them to justice. After the figure in the rift conveyed this, the dark fissure gradually began to close. Let us proceed. The assailants of the Soul Palace branch palaces appear to act without pattern. We must lie in wait. The 2 elders sighed heavily before swiftly vanishing from sight. As for Liuyun, after leading his companions to annihilate 10 branch palaces, Chu Donghai and Chu Ming felt their spirits soaring, clamoring to strike down the 11th branch palace. However, Liuyun shook his head in refusal. During this period, our offensive has been excessively frequent, undoubtedly causing the defenses of the Soul Palace to tighten, leading them to allocate additional personnel across various branches. Therefore, we shall wait for the moment they once again let their guard down before we strike, to prevent them from acting in desperation. Liuyun analyzed thoughtfully. Very well. I shall heed the leader's counsel. The gains over the past few days have been substantial. Seeing Liuyun's intention to take a breather, Chu Donghai and the others naturally had no objections. In this time, they had successfully eliminated 10 branches of the Soul Palace, and their coffers were now quite ample. Aside from claiming all the soul origins for himself, Liuyun allowed the others to share the remaining spoils. Although Liuyun expressed disinterest in those items, the 6 men still voluntarily contributed a portion to him. Consider this. With over 150 Dozun experts, accompanied by thousands of Dozong strongholds, their collective treasures amounted to an immense reservoir of resources. It can be stated that the rewards gathered by Chu Donghai, Chu Ming, Hai Buodong, Duan San, the Flame Master, and the Demon Griffin over these 3 days had already surpassed the total reserves of many great powers in the Central Continent. Let us proceed and make good use of these resources. Once the decision was made, Liuyun led everyone back to the Heavenly Alliance. Given the severe blow the Soul Palace had suffered, Liuyun was concerned they might act rashly, so he set up a killing formation, the Blood Fiend Luo Tian Array, encompassing a radius of 500 miles in addition to the existing star array. The Blood Fiend Luo Tian Array not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also allowed Liuyun to monitor the situation around Huagu City from within the Tianyo realm. Moreover, when inactive, the array would not reveal its presence, as its foundation seamlessly merged with the surrounding environment, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to locate and dismantle it. Chapter 557. The Great Perfection of the Dual Heaven Realm. With the Blood Fiend Luo Tian Array configured, Liuyun tested the array's might, using himself as the subject. Initially, he commanded the array to conjure an attack at merely 10% of its full power, manifesting a colossal blood-red sword in the sky. Concurrently, he unleashed the full extent of his divine elephant body, transforming into a giant hundreds of feet tall amidst the desolate mountains. As the blood-red sword descended, Liuyun's massive fist surged with Douqi energy. Typically, Liuyun refrained from employing Douqi attacks after manifesting the divine elephant body, but this time, he unleashed nearly his maximum strength from the outset, striking the sword's blade with a powerful punch. The impact produced a thunderous roar that erupted from the point of contact, momentarily halting the descent of the blood-red sword. Yet, it did not dissipate. Instead, after a brief pause, it continued its assault toward Liuyun. How terrifying! My strength is sufficient to contend with an early-stage 5-star Dose Saint, yet I cannot withstand even the attack generated from a mere 10% of this formation's might. Realizing he was outmatched, Liuyun did not force the matter and swiftly retracted his focus, dispelling the blood-red sword. From this initial test, Liuyun deduced that at its peak, the killing formation around Huagu City could unleash attacks potent enough to threaten a 6-star Dose Saint at their zenith, which was more than adequate for the present circumstances. With this in mind, Liuyun returned to the Tianyo realm alongside his capable subordinates, who immediately sought out their respective places to cultivate, assimilating their recent gains. Liuyun, on the other hand, promptly transferred all acquired soul origins to his doppelganger. The doppelganger seated itself upon the Bodhizen seat within the myriad demon's hall, swiftly extracting the soul origins. As his palm made contact with the luminous orbs, Liuyun felt a profound warmth emanating from the vast reservoir of soul origin power contained within. With a deliberate hand gesture, the soul power from Liuyun's brow surged forth, manifesting as a humanoid figure identical to his own, seated before the sphere of soul light. Soul devouring technique. As the soul devouring technique activated, a powerful suction force emerged, causing the soul light sphere to quiver slightly. An exceptionally pure essence of soul origin began to radiate outward, enveloping the doppelganger's spirit, continually flowing into him through his mouth, nose, and every pore. As more and more soul origins were absorbed, a peculiar crystalline layer began to form on the surface of the doppelganger's soul. The soul light sphere pulsated gently, emitting a series of crisp sounds akin to splashing water. As streams of pure essence of soul origin flowed ceaselessly into the doppelganger's spirit. Under this infusion, a faint expression of intoxication surfaced on the doppelganger's countenance. as he felt his spirit being enveloped in a warm glow, reminiscent of a fetus nestled within the womb. Layers of ethereal crystalline substance subtly manifested on the surface of the soul body, appearing almost as a tangible silhouette, an extraordinary sight to behold. The soul light sphere contained an immensely terrifying power of soul origin, coalescing from the extraction of millions of souls across the 10 branches of the soul palace, including the human palace. Before such a vast reservoir of soul origin, even Liuyun's doppelganger felt a sense of insignificance. As an increasing quantity of soul origins was absorbed by the doppelganger's spirit, invisible waves radiated outward from him, gradually expanding. Were it not for the already rich soul origins within the Tianyo realm, this disturbance would likely have caused quite a commotion. At this moment, as Liuyun's doppelganger absorbed soul origins within the myriad demons' hall, the enhancement of his soul power was almost palpable to the naked eye, even resonating with the towering, ancient soul-infusing tree nearby. The ancient tree began to channel a substantial surge of soul origin power toward him. In just 3 days, the doppelganger's soul realm ascended from the early stages of the heavenly realm to the latter stages. While the sphere of soul light had only consumed about 2/3 of its total energy, it appears that with the assistance of the soul-infusing tree in the Tianyo realm, the soul origins plundered during this endeavor may enable the doppelganger to achieve the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Watching his doppelganger devour the soul origins, Liuyun murmured to himself, a satisfied expression gracing his features. In this continent, individuals who attain the pinnacle of the heavenly realm are few and far between. And now he and his doppelganger are poised to claim 2 of those rare instances. Should others become aware, they would surely be met with envious gazes. As for the legendary Imperial Realm soul, it is even rarer. Throughout antiquity, few have succeeded in cultivating to such heights. Those who reach this level are often at the zenith of their respective eras. While attaining the Imperial Realm of the soul does not inherently guarantee one the title of true Do Emperor, it is undeniable that upon reaching the peak of the 9-star Do Saint, their soul power will amplify to its utmost limits, transforming them into beings of semi-imperial stature. At this moment, Liuyun's soul realm is infinitely approaching the Imperial Realm, yet the gap between these 2 realms, despite appearing but a step away, demands a soul origin requirement potentially several times that of all preceding stages. This brought to Liuyun's mind the memory of the spirit of the heavenly tomb from his past life, which possessed a repository of soul origins accumulated over tens of thousands of years in the Douqi Continent. Should he acquire that vast reservoir of soul origins, it would undoubtedly propel his soul realm to the legendary imperial level. As the ethereal thoughts of flowing clouds drifted, the avatar seated upon the Bodhi Zen seat emanated an oppressive spiritual force that surged dramatically once more. This overwhelming soul pressure enveloped the entirety of the heavenly bull realm, imposing immense strain upon those engaged in cultivation within its bounds. Even the likes of Chu Donghai and Chu Ming could only barely withstand the weight of such spiritual might. Enduring the soul pressure of the great perfection of heaven realm served as a form of trial for these individuals, having tasted the essence of such formidable soul power. Their future paths of cultivation would undoubtedly be less encumbered by unnecessary detours. Chapter 558. Turmoil in the Central Continent. This oppressive force lingered in the heavenly bull realm for nearly half a month before it began to wane. As the pressure subsided, a vast and formless wave akin to the very heavens was quietly coalescing within the palace of 10,000 demons. The leader was nearing the end of his seclusion. Sensing this development, Chu Donghai and his companions understood that Liuyun's cultivation was approaching completion. Upon the Bodhi Zen seat, the avatar of Liuyun sat in meditation. Before him stood a figure enveloped in a crystalline layer, its visage an exact replica of his own. In front of this crystalline figure, the once massive source of soul essence, which had measured nearly 10 feet in size, had now diminished to the size of merely half a head, with pure soul essence emanating gently from it. With a sudden rush, the crystalline figure remained motionless like a sculpture. After a considerable time, its tightly closed mouth gradually parted, and an overwhelming suction burst forth, drawing the half-head-sized soul light towards it, which then transformed into a streak of luminous energy, diving into the crystalline figure's mouth. Boom! As the soul light entered the crystalline figure, it trembled violently, releasing a blinding radiance that erupted from within. An intangible wave, reminiscent of the very fabric of existence, swept outward like a tempest. The great perfection of heaven realm has been achieved. Liuyun's avatar suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring with joy. With his soul reaching the great perfection of heaven realm, his spiritual essence became indistinguishable from his physical form, allowing him to detach and engage in combat externally. Moreover, Liuyun had mastered the arcane technique of soul projection, enabling his avatar to wield it as well. With the soul realm of his avatar now at the great perfection of heaven realm, the mere act of projecting his soul could grant him the strength to rival a 2- or 3-star Do Saint. Coupled with the mysterious soul attack technique, the soul destruction spear, even formidable foes like Han Miesheng would find themselves at a significant disadvantage should they falter. Shortly after the breakthrough of his avatar's soul realm, a vast aura began to permeate another corner of the heavenly bull realm, causing the energy of the entire domain to surge once more. Excellent. The heavenly bull has also broken through. Glancing at the radiant crimson light emanating from that corner, Liuyun's smile broadened. Now, with an ever-growing arsenal at his disposal, he was nearing the strength of even the weakest clan among the ancient imperial families. As his greatest card, the heavenly bull not only possessed the cultivation of a 5-star Do Saint, but had also trained in the supreme Do technique, the divine elephant body, bestowed upon him by Liuyun. Once transformed, it would likely overshadow even the formidable Zhu Kun, who was trapped within the ancient emperor's lair. To enhance the combat power of the heavenly bull, Liuyun had never hesitated to invest a plethora of rare resources into its physical refinement. Currently, when fully exerting the divine elephant body, the heavenly bull could reach a staggering height of 10,000 feet, rendering its entire form nearly impossible to behold from a close distance. In addition to this overwhelming force, Liuyun commanded 3 formidable formations capable of contending with top-tier powers. When these formations were combined, even a 9-star Do Saint would find it challenging to contend with Liuyun. It appeared that certain plans could be set into motion sooner than anticipated. At this moment, with the surge in strength and hidden cards, Liuyun's confidence soared. The previously conceived plan of gradual encroachment could now continue, with the first target being the Beast clans, particularly the most formidable among them, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan and its leader, Huang Tian. For this operation, Liuyun did not intend to bring along his subordinates who were half-saints or 9-star Do Zuns, as he already had allies within the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. No one would suspect that the 3 Phoenixes of Heaven would assist an outsider in confronting their own leader. Heavenly Bull, come here. A soul transmission, audible only to the Crimson Flame Heavenly Bull, resonated from Liuyun. Moments later, a middle-aged man with flowing red hair appeared before him. In the next instant, Liuyun's avatar, alongside the Crimson Flame Heavenly Bull, manifested at a nearby void gate closest to the beast domain. With the strength of the Heavenly Bull and Liuyun's avatar, traversing from this void gate to the Tian Yao Phoenix clan would take merely a day. However, during this journey, Liuyun planned to leave multiple void gates along the way to facilitate future movements should the need arise. At the same time, as Liuyun and the Heavenly Bull made their way toward the location of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, the entire central continent had already erupted in fervor. The news of the Soul Palace's human hall and its other 9 branches being destroyed in just 3 days, although suppressed by the Soul Palace, had not remained hidden. The soul entities released by Liuyun had not concealed any details after their emergence. They swiftly revealed the nefarious tactics of the Soul Palace and the destruction of its branches by a mysterious force. Thus, within a mere 5 days following the incident, this news spread throughout the central continent like wildfire, provoking widespread astonishment. The power of the Soul Palace was well understood among the major forces. This behemoth had long stood unyielding in the central continent. Even the Pill Tower had found itself at a disadvantage in multiple confrontations with them. Consequently, although many factions had suffered under the oppression of the Soul Palace, they had not dared to seek vengeance, burying their resentment deep within. Now, upon hearing such news, a sense of vindication began to permeate their hearts. Despite the information circulating, many factions were initially unaware of the source behind the simultaneous destruction of 10 Soul Palace branches scattered across various locations. However, as some of the escaped soul entities inscribed the images of those who had attacked the Soul Palace branches onto scrolls using their soul power, the entire central continent erupted with chaos, for the individuals depicted in those images were revealed to be part of the same group. The distances between the 10 Soul Palace branches spanned tens of thousands of miles. Even a Do Saint would find it impossible to traverse such distances in just 3 days through spatial wormholes. An elder from a hidden aristocratic family gazed at the images on the 2 scrolls, disbelief etched upon his face. At the same time, countless others shared this elder's confusion, unable to fathom what means could allow such rapid traversal. Such a force was concealed within the central continent, A mere group of 8 individuals had annihilated 10 branches of the Soul Palace and even slain a 1-star Do Saint. Wait, those faces seem familiar. Chapter 559, 5-star Do Saint, Huang Tian. In the Central Continent, within the discussion hall of the Pill Tower in Utan City, Xian Kongzi examined the images on the scrolls and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "2 of these individuals bear an uncanny resemblance to those brought by the previous Dan Conference champion, the medicine sovereign Feng Sheng." Hearing Xian Kongzi's words, Tian Lazy and Xian Yi in the hall hastily took the scrolls for inspection. Indeed, those 2 individuals matched, and the scroll described a towering figure exceeding 100 feet in height, whose facial features strikingly resembled those of the leader of the Heaven Alliance, Yin Lu. After reviewing the contents of the scroll, Xian Yi spoke with unwavering certainty. "Upon this reflection, I too perceive a resemblance to the Master of the World, Yin Lu. Remarquez Wang Yi, astonished. Since both of you are so resolute, it is likely true. However, who might that other giant, towering over 100 zhang be? And what of the other colossal entity, reaching hundreds of zhang? Why have the individuals brought by the medicine sovereign, Feng Sheng, congregated with the Master of the World, Yin Lu?" Xian Kongzi voiced all the doubts swirling in his mind. Upon hearing Xian Kongzi's inquiries, both Tian Lazy and Xian Yi fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, Xian Kongzi advised at present, "The Soul Palace has not identified who has been attacking those branch halls, so we must ensure that our recognition of Yin Lu remains a secret from others. The Alchemist Tower and the Soul Palace have always been at odds, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Thus, with such a force ruthlessly suppressing the Soul Palace, it would be akin to having allies in the Alchemist Tower, and Xian Kongzi naturally wished to keep Yin Lu hidden. It may soon become impossible to conceal this matter." Upon hearing Xian Kongzi's words, Xian Yi set down the scroll, sighing with a hint of resignation. The last 2 individuals depicted here bear an uncanny likeness to the Master of Heavenly Fire from the World Alliance and the Demon Griffin. Is that so? It seems concealment is futile. The Soul Palace will likely seek out the World Alliance shortly. Xian Kongzi lamented, disappointment evident in his sigh. Those contemptible scoundrels. After Yin Lu and the Master of Heavenly Fire rescued them from that prison, they dare to publicly disclose their likenesses. Truly, good deeds go unrewarded. Had I known, I would not have freed them. Listening to their conversation, Tian Lazy seethed with anger, harboring a deep disdain for the souls that leaked information regarding Liuyun. In response, Xian Kongzi elucidated, "Tian Lazy, human hearts are inscrutable, especially among millions of souls. It's only natural for a few traitors to emerge. We cannot abandon the welfare of those millions based on the actions of 1 or 2. Since Yin Lu and the Master of Heavenly Fire have not concealed their identities, they must possess some measure of confidence. We at the Alchemist Tower should pay close attention to developments in the Northern Domain, if necessary. We can offer direct assistance to the World Alliance." Xian Kongzi added, "Very well, yet aiding the World Alliance may require the intervention of a formidable elder. For if the Soul Palace seeks revenge, they will surely deploy at least a 2-star Do Sheng." Tian Lazy and Xian Yi nodded in agreement at Xian Kongzi's remarks. "Let us proceed to meet those venerable elders." Xuan Kongzi affirmed, then set off towards the direction of the small Alchemist Tower. Meanwhile, in the central region, at the Ice River Valley, Bing Quang sat in astonishment within the Great Hall, holding a scroll that depicted numerous individuals he recognized, particularly Hai Bo Dong, who left a lasting impression on him. "I never imagined this group would possess such audacity, daring to provoke the Soul Palace directly. Do they truly believe that the Soul Palace is as weak as it appears?" After pondering for a moment, a peculiar smile crept onto Bing Quang's lips as he declared, "This time, a splendid spectacle awaits." Within a concealed blackened grand hall, the Vice Master of the Soul Palace perused the scroll in his hands, his expression turning grim. How arrogant! Does the World Alliance truly consider itself a significant player? The Vice Master had encountered the Master of Heavenly Fire and Liuyun before, and upon reviewing the information contained within, his fury surged. However, he was acutely aware that the starry array enveloping the World Alliance would pose a formidable challenge for him alone to dismantle. "This matter exceeds my capacity to manage. I must promptly inform the Master and seek assistance." With this thought, the Vice Master tore open a rift in space. Although Liuyun did not witness these occurrences in the central region, he was nonetheless aware of certain developments. As there existed many Soul Palace Celestials under his control through the ancient puppet technique, including one of the 9 Celestials of the Soul Palace, the Blood River of the 4 Celestials, who had long been his informant. if the Soul Clan dares to launch an assault on the World Alliance. It will be interesting to see if they are bold enough to reveal their true strength. Should they continue to hesitate and worry over trivialities, they will merely provide me with invaluable experience. As Liuyun rapidly made his way, he felt little apprehension. He understood the Soul Clan well. Their ambitions were lofty, and each member brimmed with confidence. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Xiao Yan to develop into the Flame Emperor in an alternate timeline. Thus, Liuyun concluded that even if the Soul Palace intended to send individuals to attack, they would not deploy their top-tier experts. With this in mind, Liuyun and Tianyo tore through space, racing at full speed towards the Beast Domain. The Beast Domain, a vast expanse rivaling that of the Central Region, held countless marvels. Among its most notable inhabitants were the three premier clans that stood atop the pyramid: the ancient Void Dragons, the Celestial Phoenix Clan, and the 9 Nether-Earth Serpents. The ancient Void Dragons had not made an appearance for many years, while the 9 Nether-Earth Serpents, despite their large numbers, lacked the quality of strength possessed by the Celestial Phoenix Clan. Consequently, during the years of the ancient Void Dragon silence, the Celestial Phoenix Clan's position in the Beast Domain had become as esteemed as that of the Soul Palace in the Central Region. After traversing the Beast Domain for over a day, Liuyun finally arrived at the location of the Celestial Phoenix Clan. Through information conveyed by the three Phoenixes, Liuyun paid no heed to the ordinary members of the Celestial Phoenix Clan, instead directing his efforts towards the vicinity of Huang Tian's meditation site. Who dares to intrude upon my place of meditation? As Liuyun approached the mountain where Huang Tian was in seclusion, a booming voice echoed from within, laced with an overwhelming pressure akin to thunder. Soon after, at the peak of the mountain, a figure clad in a purple gold robe stood with arms crossed, their golden, imposing gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 560. The Ancient Phoenix Array. 5-star Dosheng. 1-star Dosheng. The man in the purple gold robe appeared at the summit, his golden eyes sweeping over Liuyun and Tianyo, and his expression grew solemn as he sensed the presence of a magical beast emanating from Tianyo. When did such a formidable being emerge in the Beast Domain? Huang Tian's mind raced with thoughts. Though Liuyun's current entourage seemed stronger than him, he remained composed. In his heart, the territory of the Celestial Phoenix Clan was not only home to countless members, but also to the three Celestial Phoenixes, each of whom had reached the Dosheng realm. Once united, they would be more than a match for these two. Do the two of you require my assistance? Huang Tian inquired, his voice low and measured. I have heard that the leader of the Celestial Phoenix Clan possesses unparalleled prowess in the Beast Domain, and I wish to ascertain the truth of such claims, Tianyo replied calmly. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere around them became palpably tense. It seems these visitors harbor ill intentions, Huang Tian mused, a chill creeping across his features. At that moment, three figures swiftly descended from the distant sky. Soon arriving at Huang Tian's sides, the three Celestial Phoenixes, Feng Huang, Kun Huang, and Ying Huang, all formidable Doshengs. Clan leader, it is our failing that outsiders have breached your meditation site. The three Celestial Phoenixes greeted Huang Tian with deep respect. No matter, these two possess great strength. I do not hold you accountable, Huang Tian replied casually, not chastising the trio for their insufficient vigilance, but rather feeling bolstered by their arrival. High above, as Liuyun and Tianyo observed the arrival of the three, they ceased their idle chatter and unleashed a massive energy attack towards the four atop the mountain. You three, disperse and find an opportunity to eliminate that human saint. Huang Tian swiftly issued his command, and with a ripple in the surrounding space, he dashed directly towards Tianyo. As he surged forward at high speed, Huang Tian flicked his fingers nonchalantly, unleashing a golden feather that darted forth like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the gust of wind generated by Liuyun's palm strike. With a sharp hiss, the two forces met, and Liuyun's palm wine shattered almost upon contact, while the golden feather, akin to a divine weapon that could slice through steel, continued to race toward Liuyun. Huang Tian cast a disdainful glance at Liuyun before swinging his fist heavily towards the crimson energy orb unleashed by Tianyo. The clash of their attacks produced an awe-inspiring sound, causing the very fabric of space to fracture under the force of the energy waves. With such feeble abilities, you dare to intrude upon my Tian Yao Phoenix clan? Today, you shall meet your end. Soon after, as a chilling voice resonated, Huang Tian emerged unscathed from the turbulent energy. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Liuyun, who should have been gravely injured by the golden feather, had inexplicably transformed into a towering giant, hundreds of feet tall, cloaked in formidable armor. On his chest, a nearly imperceptible white mark bore witness to the golden feather's assault. What manner of technique is this, enabling one to grow to such a size and amplify their strength so dramatically? Huang Tian exclaimed in astonishment, sensing a power emanating from this giant that rivaled the peak of a 4-star dose saint, perhaps even approaching that of a 5-star dose saint. Liuyun received my punch. The giant's massive foot struck the vast grassland, rapidly closing the distance to Huang Tian, who found himself faced with colossal fists, each 50 to 60 feet in size, generating a fierce wind that shattered the air as they swung toward him from below. Though the punch came swiftly, it was not beyond Huang Tian's capacity to evade. As the fierce wind approached, he waved his sleeve, scattering golden light, and had already vanished several hundred meters away. Boom! Liuyun's punch struck the air, resulting in a deafening explosion. Indeed, the speed of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan is formidable. Liuyun could not help but praise as he witnessed Huang Tian's effortless evasion of his attack. After dodging, Huang Tian did not bask in pride, for he remained uncertain of the giant's true nature, which had compelled him to avoid direct combat. His eyes flickered between the giant and the red-haired man, contemplating the situation. One-on-one, he might not fear Tian Yo, but the aura radiating from this giant suggested that even the combined might of the 3 phoenixes of Tian Yao may not suffice. As Huang Tian pondered, numerous shadowy figures swept across the distant sky. Upon seeing these figures, his expression relaxed once more. Soon, countless powerful members of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan arrived above the vast plain. All clan members, heed my command. Form the ancient Phoenix formation. Though the many strong warriors of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan were still unclear about the current circumstances, they acted without hesitation, swiftly dispersing. With a synchronized roar, a thunderous cry resonated throughout the heavens. As this cry echoed, a colossal phoenix, its wings spanning thousands of feet, appeared, casting a shadow over the giant as it confronted him. The formation of the clan? Upon witnessing the enormous phoenix, which surpassed even his own transformed state, Liuyun's eyes narrowed, and he grew more serious. My brothers of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, tear this intruder apart. With a mighty cry, the golden light phoenix raised its formidable claws and lunged toward Liuyun's head. Liuyun, undeterred, swung his fist, with terrifying Do Qi surging forth, colliding directly with the phoenix's sharp claws. The impact sent the giant body of Liuyun staggering back several steps, his feet sinking deep into the earth. Meanwhile, the phoenix was not unscathed either. After clashing with Liuyun, it became significantly more ethereal, and many of those sustaining the giant phoenix were left with blood at the corners of their mouths, indicating the immense burden of such a forceful collision. Once more, the giant's voice echoed as he leaped into the air, returning to the primal essence of battle against the phoenix. What are you 3 still doing? Huang Tian suddenly noticed that the 3 phoenixes of Tian Yao had merely been spectators, contributing nothing to the fray. 5th chapter, the clash of 5-star dose saints. Tian Huang step, understood clan leader. Upon Huang Tian's fierce command, the 3, Phoenix, Kun Huang, and Eagle Huang, nodded in realization, swiftly taking flight toward the battlefield. Noting their movements, Huang Tian ceased to focus on the giant, transforming into a streak of light as he darted toward Tian Yo. Seeing Huang Tian rush in, Tian Yo's expression grew solemn. After all, the bloodline heritage of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan far exceeded his own, and he had only just broken through to the 5-star dose saint level. While Huang Tian had been at this level for many years and was now in the late stage of 5-star dose saint. As his gaze flickered, Tian Yo concentrated on capturing the golden figure, his palm aglow with red light as he swiftly turned to deliver a palm strike. Tian Yo's strike did not miss. It connected solidly with Huang Tian's palm, resulting in a resounding boom as the 2 forces met, shattering the space around them. Impressive strength. However, today, I shall demonstrate the might of my Tian Yao Phoenix clan's powerful bloodline. After parting from Tian Yo, Huang Tian roared, radiant golden light bursting forth from his back as a pair of immense golden wings, spanning hundreds of feet, unfurled. From afar, the golden light radiated an aura of majesty and dignity. This pair of golden wings offered a breathtaking visual impact, their size eclipsing even the giant form of Liuyun. With a gentle tremor of his massive wings, Huang Tian tore through space with terrifying speed, appearing almost instantaneously before Tian Yo, his mighty hand crashing down, transforming into a magnificent golden-clawed appendage that struck fiercely at Tian Yo, causing the surrounding space to implode. Huang Tian's terrifying velocity caught Tian slightly off guard. Yet he did not evade. Instead, he altered his handprint, launching a massive energy imprint, nearly 100 feet wide, adorned with flickering red flames, showcasing its formidable power. Boom! The claw and palm collided in the air, unleashing a tempest of energy that violently swept outward, shredding the clouds above. In this fierce exchange, Tian did not falter as Huang Tian had anticipated. Instead, he remained steadfast, quickly preparing a second strike. However, realizing that Tian's strength was on par with his own, Huang Tian was reluctant to engage in a battle of pure might. After all, he was of the Tian Yao Phoenix bloodline, and speed was his forte. In the next moment, Huang Tian's fist, radiant with golden light, surged toward Tian's head. Unyielding, Tian clenched his palm and delivered a punch toward Huang Tian. Hiss! Tian's fist landed squarely on Huang Tian's figure, but at the moment of contact, it simply passed through. An afterimage? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the eyes of the Tian narrowed slightly, and his body instinctively pivoted, crossing his arms rapidly in a defensive posture. Bang! In that fleeting moment of his turn, a golden fist erupted from the void, striking his crossed arms with the swiftness of thunder, the tremendous force propelling the somewhat unprepared Tian hundreds of feet away. Yet as he landed, before he could even lift his gaze, a fierce gale of punches surged towards him once more, the velocity of which caused a momentary pallor to cross his features. Allow me to demonstrate the heavenly phoenix step of my Tian Yao Phoenix clan. Above, a myriad of golden afterimages surged around Tian, enveloping him in a relentless barrage of fierce punches. The terrifying winds of these strikes shattered the space within 100 feet radius into fragments. The Tian Yao Phoenix clan was renowned for its speed, and when the heavenly phoenix's swiftness reached its zenith, even a 6-star Do saint would find it impossible to keep pace. This very speed, however, exposed a weakness in Tian, who found himself in a dire predicament, forced into a passive role despite possessing power akin to his adversary. Fortunately, the onslaught from the heavenly phoenix had yet to inflict significant damage upon him. Meanwhile, Liuyun had engaged with the colossal phoenix for several rounds, sustaining minimal damage, while the giant phoenix had begun to wane, appearing as though it might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. This was largely attributable to the lack of involvement from the Tian Yao 3 phoenixes. Their absence left a critical gap in the clan's grand formation, hampering its full potential. Following another powerful blow, the giant phoenix's phantom let out a resounding roar before vanishing entirely, leaving a throng of Tian Yao Phoenix clan members utterly exhausted on the ground. Upon vanquishing the giant phoenix, Liuyun quickly turned his attention to the duel between Tian and Huang Tian. Observing Tian's plight of being relentlessly beaten, Liuyun felt a flicker of surprise, soon replaced by understanding. After all, Tian had only recently broken through to the 5-star Do Saint level, while Huang Tian was a seasoned expert who had lingered in that realm for many years. Despite Tian's current subjugation, Liuyun remained unperturbed, knowing that Tian had yet to reveal his true trump card. At the opportune moment, they would strike together, delivering a fatal blow to Huang Tian. Damn it! In the high skies, Huang Tian, despite holding the upper hand, felt no satisfaction. For the defeat of the Tian Yao giant phoenix signified that the Titan was now liberated and poised to join the fray. Huang Tian's greatest concern was that the giant would unleash devastation upon his ordinary clansmen. The sheer size of the giant would undoubtedly wreak havoc, leading to catastrophic losses among the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. As such thoughts plagued his mind, Huang Tian's composure began to falter. When his gaze fell upon the Tian Yao 3 phoenixes, who remained cowering in the rear, an inexplicable fury surged within him. Why have these 3 changed so drastically during my years of seclusion? Huang Tian pondered, bewildered. For the Tian Yao 3 phoenixes of old would never have neglected the safety of their kin, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Boom! Lost in thought, Huang Tian's ambush suddenly misfired, resulting in a solid punch from Tian that sent him hurtling 1,000 meters away. As Huang Tian was struck, the surrounding golden light dimmed, and the multitude of golden figures dissipated into thin air. Chapter 562, Twin Guns of Soul Destruction. The true form of the phoenix. Cursed. The searing pain in his chest caused Huang Tian's expression to darken immediately. His massive golden wings, sharp as blades, tore through the sky as they darted towards Tian with lightning speed. At that moment, Liuyun, liberated from the giant phoenix's battlefield, unleashed the mid-tier soul attack technique. Soul Destruction Spear. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black spear, 10 zhang in length and seemingly insignificant against his colossal frame, materialized between his enormous eyes. Go! The giant emitted a deep, resonant sound from his throat, and the spear, amplified in its soul power, tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Huang Tian. Simultaneously, Liuyun's avatar projected itself onto the battlefield from another direction, also launching a soul destruction spear at Huang Tian. The two imposing black spears surged towards Huang Tian, who sensed their approach. However, at that moment, Tian You's attack was also imminent. Huang Tian desperately maneuvered, unwilling to confront the incoming assault head-on. While he narrowly evaded Tian You's strike, the two black spears possessed a tracking ability, swiftly closing in on him as he barely escaped the range of the attack. Boom! The twin black spears struck Huang Tian with tremendous force, their tips rapidly dissolving into a cataclysmic soul storm that assailed his very essence. Soul attack technique. Huang Tian, struck by the black spears, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the attacks would target his soul. In that instant, his soul power surged forth, frantically resisting the surrounding tempest. Boom! With the eruption of his soul power, the space around him twisted grotesquely, a pitch-black vortex manifesting in the sky above. The vast soul storm swept across the plains, affecting Tian Yao Phoenix clan members thousands of meters away. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels struggled to resist the tempest, blood spilling from their mouths, while those of lower cultivation found their soul power extinguished by the storm. In mere moments, thousands of clan members, reaching the Dozone level, perished beneath the onslaught of the soul storm. The tempest raged for several minutes before finally beginning to dissipate, and from its center, a disheveled figure erupted, roaring in fury. This figure, clad in tattered purple-gold robes, bore a wild mane of hair. Gazing at this disheveled silhouette, surprise flickered once more in Liuyun's enormous eyes. He had not anticipated that the two soul destruction spears would fail to severely injure Huang Tian, merely causing him considerable distress. Given the power Huang Tian had displayed, one would suspect even the Soul Hall's master, Soul Mieshing, would struggle to match him. It seemed that Huang Tian's prowess among his peers ranked among the very best in the Douqi Continent, Liuyun mused internally. In the distance, Huang Tian's expression was exceptionally grim. He surveyed his disheveled state, and then glanced at the Tian Yao Phoenix clan members affected by the soul storm. A chilling smile creeping upon his lips. You have slaughtered so many of my kin. Today, I shall not rest until we are at each other's throats. Boom! Upon uttering these words, the vast energy within him surged violently. Dark clouds suddenly rolling in overhead, the ominous rumble of thunder resonating from the depths of the clouds. Echoing across the land, the sacred image of the phoenix. With the clouds returning, Huang Tian let out a fierce roar towards the heavens, and in an instant, his form expanded rapidly. Amidst the blinding golden light, a colossal phoenix, thousands of zhang in size, blotted out the sky beneath the heavens, emanating an overwhelming pressure that swept through the air. Witnessing Huang Tian transform into his true form, both Liuyun and Tian You maintained their calm gazes, eagerly anticipating a fierce confrontation rather than a retreat. However, it is with a tinge of disappointment that the flowing cloud observes that after the phoenix heaven transforms into its true form, the three undercover Do saints of the heavenly demon phoenix clan, originally positioned within, are rendered ineffectual. This is because the phoenix heaven, now manifesting as the true body of the heavenly demon phoenix, possesses feathers as resilient as fine iron, capable of withstanding the assaults of even 3-star or 4-star Do saints without so much as a scratch. Coupled with its terrifying speed, any minor tactics become utterly ineffective against it. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the colossal demon phoenix, born of phoenix heaven, stirs a tempest in the skies. Its keen eyes fixated on the celestial bull and the giant form of flowing cloud below. Ultimately, its gaze lingers on the giant, a cruel glint flashing in its eyes. I shall see how much power your enlarged form truly bestows upon you. With a ferocious roar, Phoenix Heaven's wings, spanning 1,000 feet, tremble violently, and, in an instant, the heavens seem to dim, as the immense figure tears through space at an astonishing speed. A massive black, spatial rift suddenly appears in the sky, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom that causes the eardrums of nearby heavenly demon phoenix clan members to bleed. The mountains that once stood proudly upon the plains are violently shattered by the terrifying shockwave. This overwhelming force does not require the invocation of any Do techniques. At this moment, Phoenix Heaven's very body serves as the most formidable Do technique. Even an ordinary Do saint would be obliterated into a mist of blood upon collision with such power. Phoenix Heaven's form is nearly 10 times larger than that of Flowing Cloud's manifestation of the divine elephant tyrant body, as this behemoth tears through the sky like a thunderclap. A dreadful wind pressure approaches Flowing Cloud from a great distance, the turbulent winds slicing through him like blades. Had it not been for the extraordinary hardness of Flowing Cloud's body under the divine elephant tyrant body, he would have surely been torn apart by these wind blades. Faced with the onslaught of Phoenix Heaven, Flowing Cloud cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. For the power Phoenix Heaven currently displays seems to approach the initial stage of a 6-star Do Saint. A level Flowing Cloud does not fully comprehend in terms of the limits of the divine elephant tyrant body's defensive strength. Thus, he resorts to his old tactics, channeling the full force of his soul power at the peak of the celestial realm to strike at Phoenix Heaven. In the next moment, a wave of soul sound energy radiates outward from Flowing Cloud, enveloping Phoenix Heaven in an all-encompassing assault. Despite its speed, Phoenix Heaven cannot evade the soul sound waves. Bang! The colossal body of Phoenix Heaven is struck head-on by the soul sound wave, its speed momentarily reduced, and some of its feathered plumage, as hard as iron, is forcibly ruffled, while its soul experiences excruciating pain under the sonic impact. Chapter 563. The Collision of Pure Flesh. Overwhelmed by soul-wrenching agony, Phoenix Heaven's massive pupils turn blood red, and its murderous intent toward the giant form of Flowing Cloud intensifies. However, in that fleeting moment of slowed speed, the nearby celestial bull has also transformed into its true form, a titanic creature engulfed in crimson flames, leaping into the air and hurtling towards Phoenix Heaven. The trajectory of the flame bull shatters space itself, exuding a terrifying might. Under the intimidation of the celestial bull, Phoenix Heaven finds it impossible to focus solely on attacking Flowing Cloud. With a powerful flap of its wings, a golden tempest sweeps toward the direction of the oncoming celestial bull, momentarily stalling its advance. Seeing this, Phoenix Heaven swiftly traverses thousands of meters to stand before the giant form of Flowing Cloud, a colossal claw, larger than Flowing Cloud's head, darting toward him with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Flowing Cloud leans back, simultaneously throwing a punch to meet the giant claw. Bang! Bang! The two combatants engage as if a primitive man were battling a massive avian beast, employing the most rudimentary methods of warfare. The points of collision resonate with the clatter of clashing metal, and sparks fly, obscuring the view of distant onlookers who cannot discern the unfolding battle. After a rapid exchange of blows, the approaching celestial bull forces Phoenix Heaven to temporarily disengage from Flowing Cloud, its massive form swirling high in the sky. Eyes fixed intently on the duo. Once Phoenix Heaven departs, Flowing Cloud's form becomes gradually visible to the spectators. It becomes apparent that during their brief skirmish, Flowing Cloud had mostly been on the defensive, with his fists and torso bearing numerous deep gashes from Phoenix Heaven's giant claws. Nevertheless, these wounds are negligible in comparison to Flowing Cloud's immense stature, akin to a mere scrape on an ordinary person. Gazing down at the dozen or so bloodied gashes adorning his body, Flowing Cloud feels no anger. Instead, elation wells within him. This battle has allowed him to gauge the limits of his body under the divine elephant tyrant body, realizing that while he can only approximate the power of a 5-star Do Saint, his resilience allows him to withstand the assaults of a 6-star Do Saint multiple times before succumbing. Phoenix Heaven, thank you. You are indeed an excellent training partner. Flowing Cloud laughs heartily, then swiftly retrieves a healing grade 9th rank pill from his system space and swallows it. Though these injuries would naturally heal within a few hours due to Flowing Cloud's extraordinary physique, he has no time to waste waiting for a slow recovery in the midst of battle. At this moment, after consuming the 9th rank pill, the numerous wounds on Flowing Cloud's body visibly heal at an astonishing rate, a recovery speed that is simply breathtaking. The 9th rank pill. From afar, Phoenix Heaven, circling in the sky, catches sight of the medicinal pill Flowing Cloud has consumed, its eyelids twitching in shock. Such a potent pill is instantly recognizable. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, no one possesses a single one of those anymore. It is a tremendous waste. A pill of such caliber could revive a grievously injured Do Saint, yet he uses it merely to mend superficial wounds. Phoenix Heaven inwardly curses. However, this scene is only witnessed by Phoenix Heaven, as the other members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan have already retreated to a distance, observing the battleground from afar, unaware of the small, egg-sized pill mistaking it for a form of regeneration unique to the giant's physique. How dare you regard me merely as a training partner? Phoenix Heaven, astonished by the ninth-rank pill, recalls Flowing Cloud's earlier words, anger surging within him. He has discerned the giant's strength. While its combat prowess may not match his, its physical resilience is astonishingly formidable. Should they be pitted against each other in a one-on-one encounter, he is confident he could subdue the giant after a fierce battle. However, with the formidable celestial bull posing a significant threat nearby, defeating the giant becomes increasingly improbable. Yet, in the present circumstances, Phoenix Heaven can only continue to fight. For if he retreats, the countless clansmen behind him would be utterly defenseless against these two. Now that you have engaged in combat for so long, can we finally discuss the purpose of this encounter? In the interest of his clan, Phoenix Heaven suppresses his inner fury and seeks to negotiate with Flowing Cloud and the Celestial Bull. The objective of this endeavor is, of course, for you, Phoenix Heaven, to bow in submission. Hearing Phoenix Heaven's words, Flowing Cloud casually replies, "Do you truly believe that the two of you can contend with me, Phoenix Heaven?" Phoenix Heaven, adopting a tone of skepticism, refrains from any overly aggressive actions. Following Phoenix Heaven's doubts, a hint of disdain appears on Flowing Cloud's lips as he coolly responds, "Joint forces? You overestimate yourself. To slay you, one is sufficient." "Oh, you mean it's time for me to face you one-on-one?" Huang Tian quickly interjected, seizing upon Liuyun's words. "Very well, Tian Nyo, indulge him in this notion." Liuyun, unfazed by Huang Tian's subtle thoughts, addressed the colossal Tian Nyo beside him. Upon uttering those words, the towering giant Liuyun, standing hundreds of zhang tall, suddenly made a peculiar move. Under the watchful eyes of countless members of the Tian Yao Huang clan, he seemed to cautiously distance himself from the immense Tian Nyo, retreating over a distance of 30 li, gradually nearing the edge of the vast plain. In the sky above, Huang Tan, circling like a hawk, assumed Liuyun was merely creating space for a duel between himself and the Tian Nyo, harboring no suspicions whatsoever. However, just as Huang Tian's gaze shifted away from the giant Liuyun, the enormous Tian Nyo let out a thunderous roar, its aura surging dramatically. Could it be that it was concealing its true strength? Huang Tian mused, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. The next moment, under Huang Tian's scrutiny, the colossal Tian Nyo was enveloped in a brilliant crimson glow that expanded rapidly, within the blink of an eye reaching a staggering height of 10,000 zhang, casting the entire sky of the plain in a fiery red hue. What on earth is it doing? Sensing an unsettling aura emanating from beneath that overwhelming light, a sense of trepidation began to creep into Huang Tian's heart. Chapter 565, Defeating Huang Tian, Mastering the Tian Yao Huang clan. Before the astonished eyes of many, the immense red light gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the Tian Nyo. This is impossible. How could its true form have grown so vast? Huang Tan, hovering high above, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself. The onlookers from the Tian Yao Huang clan, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in shock and cried out in disbelief. Astonishingly, even as the Tian Nyo's body expanded to 10,000 zhang, it did not cease its growth but continued to swell. In a short span, the Tian Nyo's size surpassed all imagination, reaching a staggering 15,000 zhang. This form was more than 10 times larger than the ancient Bodhi tree at its peak. Just standing there, it radiated an aura that extinguished any thoughts of confrontation. Huang Tian's thoughts were in utter disarray. He had never encountered a creature of such colossal proportions in his life. Even the ancient phoenixes described in ancient tomes did not come close to this behemoth size. At this moment, those members of the Tian Yao Huang clan closest to the scene could not even perceive the entirety of the Tian Nyo. It stood there like an immovable mountain from ancient times. Suddenly, the gigantic Tian Nyo let out a mighty roar, causing the ground of the plain to buckle and collapse, unleashing an indescribable gale of terror that swept through the surroundings. All clansmen retreat from the ancestral grounds. Upon hearing the Tian Nyo's thunderous roar, Huang Tian finally regained his senses and immediately commanded the numerous Tian Yao Huang clan members in the distance to evacuate, while he himself began to flap his wings in an attempt to flee. Hadn't he just proclaimed a desire for a duel? Now, wanting to escape, it was too late. Seeing Huang Tian attempting to take flight, Liuyun let out a cold chuckle, then summoned the soul attack technique, the Annihilation Spear, swiftly directing it toward the massive form. The Annihilation Spear momentarily hindered Huang Tian, causing him to stall in midair, his speed diminishing. Following this, the immense beast propelled itself with its powerful hind legs. collapsing the earth beneath it into a terrifying chasm, and astonishingly, its massive body lifted off the ground, charging toward Huang Tian in the sky. To the naked eye, this collision appeared slow, but it was merely an illusion caused by the Tianyou's immense size of 15,000 zhang. Most observers barely registered its departure from the ground before the Tianyou's fiery red horns had already impaled Huang Tian's body, lifting him off the ground. The Tianyou unleashed the divine elephant body technique. Although its enhancement wasn't as pronounced as Liuyun's, it possessed the strength to contend with a peak 7-star Do Saint. Given this was a direct physical clash, Huang Tian found himself with little recourse. Pierced by the Tianyou's horn, Huang Tian's massive form now bore a gaping wound the size of a quarter of his body. While a golden rain of blood poured from the sky, and Huang Tian himself collapsed, unconscious and in a precarious state of life and death. Patriarch! Upon witnessing Huang Tian's grievous injury and the uncertainty of his fate, the Tianyou Huang clan members who had turned back were overwhelmed with grief and began to wail. Others stood frozen, their expressions vacant, too intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the colossal beast to dare move in to rescue Huang Tian. All clansmen, follow my lead and retreat. At the mere thought of Liuyun, the Tianyou San Huang he controlled began leading the clan members in their retreat. Once the plain was devoid of others, Liuyun slowly approached the Tianyou, observing Huang Tian's body skewered by the massive horn, with fractured bones and displaced organs painfully visible. Yet, despite such grievous injuries, remnants of life still flickered within Huang Tian. He had not succumbed completely, still clinging to a breath of life. The reason his soul had not fled in such a dire situation was that the intensity of the attack had momentarily rendered his spirit unconscious. It seems I shall acquire a significant ally once more. Liuyun had observed Huang Tian's formidable prowess. Had it not been for the Tianyou mastering the supreme level technique, divine elephant body, he would have undoubtedly been bested by Huang Tian. Thus, upon discovering that Huang Tian still exhibited signs of life, Liuyun proceeded to employ the ancient puppet technique. A soul in a state of unconsciousness would offer no resistance, allowing Liuyun to plant the puppet seed within Huang Tian's soul with remarkable ease. Tianyou gently lower Huang Tian's body. Having completed these preparations, Liuyun commanded the Tianyou. Because Liuyun was nearby, the enormous Tianyou, wary of causing harm, merely blinked in response. Subsequently, its colossal form began to shrink, rapidly diminishing from 15,000 zhang to merely 10,000 zhang. As its size reduced, the massive horn that had pierced Huang Tian's body naturally withdrew as well. As Huang Tian's vast form teetered on the brink of falling, the Tianyou used an unseen force to suspend him in midair. At that moment, with the horn's retraction, the flow of blood within Huang Tian accelerated, and his vital signs began to weaken rapidly. Witnessing this, Liuyun retrieved a dazzling green pill from the system space and administered it to Huang Tian. Having already planted the puppet seed within Huang Tian's soul, Liuyun was keen to preserve such a powerful subordinate's most suitable corporeal form. Given Huang Tian's cultivation level, ordinary healing pills would be ineffective, so Liuyun produced a top-tier healing pill of the 9th grade Xiandan caliber. As the green pill entered Huang Tian's body, an overwhelming energy surged into his fractured bones and flesh, and the horrific wound occupying a quarter of Huang Tian's form began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, with shattered bones reconnecting seamlessly. In a mere span of minutes, the once nearly lifeless colossal demon phoenix regained its vitality. Even the severely wounded divine soul was revived under the potent effects of the 9th grade profound elixir. Huang Tian, I have seen my master. The awakened giant demon phoenix opened its golden-hued eyes, respectfully gazing at Liuyun. Chapter 566. The Three Saints of the Soul Clan arrive. The might of blood slaughter. Huang Tian, for the time being, accompany me to the Tianyou realm for cultivation, and replicate the techniques and combat skills you have mastered. Observing Huang Tian's current respectful demeanor, Liuyun commanded directly. As his words fell, the colossal demon phoenix, towering thousands of feet, along with the immense crimson flame celestial bull, transformed into human forms. While assuming their true forms would be more formidable in battle, the efficiency of cultivation in human form far surpassed that of their beastly shapes. Let us depart. Henceforth, rumors shall spread that the leader of the celestial demon phoenix clan was slain and his corpse abducted by an unknown powerful entity. Liuyun's tone was frigid as he spoke. Following this proclamation, the void escape beast emerged from his system space, swiftly establishing a void portal beneath the feet of the three. With a flicker of purple light, Liuyun had already transported the Celestial Bull and Huang Tian into the Tianyo realm. This expedition to the Beast Domain was unprecedentedly fruitful, securing control over Huang Tian. And now, the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan could be said to have entirely transformed into Liuyun's private garden. The mightiest individuals within the clan had become his followers. With just over 10 days remaining until the auction proclaimed by the Celestial Alliance, Liuyun intended to dispatch a clone to attend to certain matters. Having subdued the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, there was naturally no reason to spare the Jiuyo Diamond Python clan, which was even weaker. Thus, upon returning, Liuyun immediately sent his clone, accompanied by the Void Escape Beast, back to the Beast Domain. Meanwhile, his main body imparted the formidable supreme combat skill, the Divine Elephant Dominance, to Huang Tian for his cultivation, providing him with ample resources for training. Of course, Huang Tian also replicated his martial skill, the Heavenly Phoenix Steps, and his cultivation methods onto scrolls. As the clone hastened through the Beast Domain towards the Jiuyo Diamond Python clan, Liuyun's main body received information relayed through the Blood Slaughter Luo Tian array, indicating that the Soul Palace had begun to undertake new actions against the Celestial Alliance. Previously, the Vice Master of the Soul Palace had returned empty-handed before the Star Array. This time, he had brought along 2 elders whose prowess far surpassed his own. Since the clone had already brought the Void Escape Beast to the Beast Domain, Liuyun did not exit the Tianyo realm immediately. However, through the soul power integrated into the Blood Slaughter Luo Tian array, he was acutely aware of the situation outside Huagu City. Several hundred miles from Huagu City, the Vice Master of the Soul Palace, along with the 2 elders who had previously appeared at the ruins of the Human Palace, advanced swiftly towards Huagu City. Both elders were at the pinnacle of the 4-star Do Saint level, significantly more powerful than the Vice Master. Thus Liuyun was reluctant to allow them to breach the protective barrier of the Star Array. Under Liuyun's mental command, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly erupted in the sky before the trio. Wait, something's amiss. One elder, noticing the change in the energy of the surrounding space, immediately halted with caution. There was a potent energy disturbance, and the surrounding space had been sealed by an invisible force. The elder in white pointed in a direction, his brow furrowed. Upon witnessing this, the Vice Master and the other elder also paused, cautiously observing that region of space. This must be the work of the Celestial Alliance. We must work together to break this spatial seal, the Vice Master proposed. Indeed, this energy has emerged in a rather peculiar manner. I suspect it may be a formation. The Soul Xian Saint nodded in agreement. Let's strike together. The Soul Ming Saint echoed resolutely. As their voices faded, immense waves of Do Qi energy surged forth from their hands, colossal streams of Do Qi aiming for a certain point in the sky. Despite the formidable power of their attacks, they left no marks in that space, merely stirring up a tempest, until their powerful strikes collided with the outer layer of the invisible spatial barrier surrounding the Blood Slaughter Luo Tian array. Boom! The 3 powerful attacks struck the barrier high in the sky, creating no ripples, only generating a significant energy wave. How can this be? The spatial barrier here is astonishingly sturdy. The individual who crafted it possesses an extraordinary control over spatial forces. The Soul Ming Saint exclaimed in surprise. Soul Ming, I have long asserted that this situation is likely the result of a grand formation, not merely the work of human hands. Soul Xian explained. This formation envelopes us. Let us see if we can uncover its foundation and dismantle the whole array, suggested the Vice Master of the Soul Palace. After reaching a consensus, the 3 descended to an altitude of merely 100 meters above the ground, searching diligently. Occasionally, they would strike at targets they deemed suspicious, creating numerous deep pits on the ground, and even leveling some towering peaks under their energy bombardments. Nonetheless, despite their thorough assault, they could not locate a single foundation of the Grand Formation. What is the meaning of this? Could the foundation be buried deep underground? How can we find no trace of it? The Soul Xian Saint remarked, bewildered. At that moment, an energy fluctuation suddenly intensified in the sky, compelling the Vice Master and the 2 saints to take heed. It seems this grand formation not only seals space, but can also launch attacks on those who intrude. The Vice Master mused thoughtfully. In the next instant, the 3 of them coordinated seamlessly to unleash an assault on the center of that energy fluctuation. Streams of Do Qi, each nearing 100 feet in size, erupted from their hands, hurtling towards the core of that chaotic energy. Just as their attacks were unleashed, a dazzling blood light suddenly enveloped the center of the tumultuous energy, and an enormous blood-red sword, several hundred feet long, abruptly materialized in the air, its tip angled downward, directly aimed at the trio. Although the blood-red giant sword moved at a leisurely pace, it emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. The colossal Douqi streams unleashed by the trio soon collided with the blood-red sword. Boom! With a resounding explosion, energy storms erupted from the sword's blade. Yet, after enduring the three attacks, the blood-red sword remained unscathed, its advance undeterred, still bearing an immense might. Chapter 567. The Might of Blood Slaughter. The Puppet of Soul Xian. The power of the blood-red sword exceeded the trio's expectations. Even the palace master could not disregard our combined assault. This blood-red sword is truly enigmatic. The vice master of the Soul Palace exclaimed in shock to his companions. Indeed, it is peculiar, radiating a potent aura of malevolence. Soul Xian concurred. Fortunately, its speed is not swift. While its power is tremendous, we can still evade it. The Soul Ming Saint remarked with a sigh of relief. However, no sooner had he spoken than his expression froze, for as the sword's tip aligned perfectly with him, a thick layer of spatial barrier unexpectedly manifested around the trio, with the soul gap being the direction in which the blood-red sword was thrusting. Realizing this, the trio's expressions simultaneously shifted dramatically. Unleash everything you've got. With a thunderous command from the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Palace, Han Xian and Han Ming exhibited no hesitation, promptly unleashing their formidable skills. Streams of combat energy surged recklessly towards the breach in the spatial barrier ahead. Confronted by this barrage of powerful assaults, a crimson glow manifested at the tip of the blood-red giant sword, within the confines of a narrow passage. The sword tip rapidly dissolved while fending off the trio's relentless onslaught. However, after the dissolution, the tip would once again coalesce amid the intensifying crimson radiance, albeit with a noticeable reduction in the size of the blade behind it. Time was running out. The three individuals, trapped by the spatial barrier, were seized by an overwhelming dread as they witnessed the approaching blood-red sword tip. Yet, the more frantic they became, the weaker their ability to obstruct the crimson giant sword grew. In a matter of moments, they found themselves cornered, with no escape in sight. In the next instant, the blood-red giant sword pierced through Han Ming's body. As the sword penetrated, his vitality was extinguished in an instant, his very soul obliterated. Closely adjacent, Han Xian and the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Palace continued their vigorous assault against the surrounding spatial barrier. The blood-red giant sword, undeterred by Han Ming's demise, continued its relentless advance, penetrating the body of the Deputy Hall Master, who was even weaker than Han Ming, resulting in his immediate demise as well. Who are you to slay the strong of my soul clan with such impunity? Do you not fear the retribution of my people? Witnessing the effortless demise of his companions, Han Xian's mental fortitude teetered on the brink of collapse. Enveloped within the blood fiend array, amalgamated with the soul power of Liuyun. Every occurrence here transpired under Liuyun's vigilant gaze. At this moment, after vanquishing two formidable fighters of the Soul Clan, Liuyun resolved to spare Han Xian's life, temporarily diminishing the power of the blood fiend's sword significantly. After uttering a threat, Han Xian was struck by the blood-red giant sword. Yet, thanks to the considerably reduced power of the blood fiend's sword, he did not meet the immediate demise that befell Han Ming and the Deputy Hall Master, but instead sustained severe injuries. Liuyun's intention to spare Han Xian was to control him, allowing him to return to the Soul Clan as an undercover agent, reporting the events herein to the higher echelons of his clan. Otherwise, the unexplained deaths of the three would undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash from the Soul Clan, potentially leading to an influx of powerful adversaries targeting the Heavenly Alliance. Having devised his plan, Liuyun's doppelganger left behind a coordinate for a void portal in the Beast Domain, subsequently teleporting directly to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Alliance. Upon arrival, the doppelganger rushed towards the direction of Han Ming. Within mere minutes, Liuyun's vision fell upon an elderly man, laboriously traversing the devastated earth, a ghastly wound marring his chest. Upon seeing the youthful figure above, Han Xian's eyes glinted with malice. A mere semi-saint dares to appear before me. You shall perish, he bellowed, as an immense surge of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. Despite his injuries, the might of his strike surpassed that of an average 3-star dose saint. Old fool, do you think to assert your dominance here? Observing Han Xian's actions, Liuyun smirked with disdain. With a mere thought, a blood-red giant sword materialized before him, effortlessly dismantling Han Xian's attack. To still possess such power, it seems I should not have held back earlier, Liuyun remarked with indifference as he obliterated Han Xian's assault. The latter, already gripped by fear, was further plunged into despair upon hearing Liuyun's words. It dawned on him that the earlier blood-red sword had not dissipated due to energy depletion, but have been intentionally weakened by this individual. You deliberately spared my life. What is your true intention? Han Xian stammered, his heart racing. Having lived for so many years, he understood a crucial truth. Often, survival is not necessarily preferable to death. What could my intention be but to allow you to return? Liuyun chuckled lightly, then once more summoned the blood-red giant sword, adjusting its trajectory. A swift beam of bloodlight shot forth from the sword tip, piercing through Han Xian's abdomen, creating a horrific wound. Simultaneously, Liuyun unleashed the soul attack technique. Soul extinguishing skill, striking and suen is essence. With both his soul and body grievously wounded, Han Xian screamed in madness. Seizing the opportunity, Liuyun swiftly dispatched a stream of soul energy into Han Xian's mind, initiating an invasion of his essence. Utilizing the soul power of his doppelganger, Liuyun applied the ancient puppet technique against the now deranged Han Xian, encountering little resistance. In a brief moment, Han Xian was successfully implanted with a puppet seed within his soul. Having received the puppet seed, Han Xian finally ceased his howling, allowing his wounds to bleed freely. Liuyun refrained from healing the puppet, issuing only a simple command before releasing him from the blood fiend array. This encounter yielded a wealth of valuable information from Han Xian's memories. He was an elder of the Soul Clan, having resided within the Soul World, frequently interacting with figures such as Han Miexing, as well as the likes of Su Wu Tianyin and Han Tiandi. Chapter 568, The Nine-Nethered Dark Python. Demon Heaven's Roar. Liuyun gleaned numerous insights from Han Xian's memories. The elder had remained within the Soul World, not only engaging with Han Miexing, but also regularly encountering formidable entities such as Su Wu Tianyin and Han Tiandi. Furthermore, Han Xian possessed knowledge of numerous secret array foundations scattered across the central continent, with the Grand Formation being a crucial component of the Soul Clan's millennium-long strategy. Of course, while Liuyun was now aware of the locations of these array foundations, he harbored no intentions of destroying them, as the Soul Clan regarded these foundations as potentially more vital than their various subhalls. Should Liuyun dismantle these hidden array foundations, Han Tiandi might emerge directly from the Soul World. However, abstaining from destruction did not equate to complete inaction. Liuyun could easily achieve his objectives by controlling those guarding these array foundations. After releasing the manipulated Han Xian, Liuyun left behind a void portal and returned to his previous position in the beast domain. The Nine-Nethered Dark Python clan, among the three great beast families, had always occupied the lowest tier in terms of strength. Their true stronghold lay deep underground. Yet, they also maintained numerous branches on the surface. This race's numbers were the highest among the three factions, but their proliferation had led to a dilution of their bloodline. According to the estimations of the elders of the Nine-Nethered Dark Python clan, should this situation persist, it was likely that within a century, the ancient bloodline possessed by the clan would be nearly exhausted, leading them to a fate akin to that of ordinary magical beasts. Consequently, disputes and disagreements ran rampant within the Nine-Nethered Dark Python clan, yet without the replenishment of their ancient bloodline, and given their breeding rate, that day would inevitably arrive. The Abyss of Nine Hells serves as a principal passage to the subterranean realm, predominantly occupied by the formidable Nine Hells Serpent clan, thus boasting a defense that is indeed formidable. However, this severity is merely a deterrent for the average powerhouse. With Liuyun's current prowess, such defenses could scarcely detect his presence. Observing the seemingly impregnable fortifications, Liuyun shook his head and seamlessly vanished into the void. When he re-emerged, he had effortlessly traversed through the dense array of guards and arrived in the dimly lit underworld. The underworld is characterized by its intricate topography. Fortunately, Liuyun's soul power is sufficiently robust to navigate through the convoluted shadows without losing his way. In no time, he successfully reached the depths of this subterranean world, encountering several serpent tribes along his journey. The Serpent's Vein, the headquarters of the Nine Hells Serpent clan, is revered as a sacred site by many serpent tribes. Naturally, its defenses are exceptionally stringent. Even ordinary serpents find entry nearly impossible, and within its depths reside formidable serpent warriors of semi-saint strength. Upon his arrival, Liuyun continued his ethereal traversing, with not a single member of the Nine Hells Serpent clan perceiving the anomalies in his spatial presence. Soon, a magnificent palace came into view. Inside this grand edifice, a vibrant gathering was underway, as numerous leaders from various serpent tribes engaged in lively conversations that resonated throughout the hall. Atop the throne sat a strikingly handsome man clad in black, whose countenance, despite its allure, bore an unmistakable chill. His eyes, slightly narrowed, shimmered with a lethal brilliance, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, instilling a sense of dread. Beside him, two alluring women delicately massaged his shoulders, their gazes dreamy as his hands roamed over their supple forms, lending an air of seductive charm. Suddenly, the palace trembled violently as a resounding crash echoed from outside. Reacting to the disturbance, the man in black's expression darkened, while other serpent leaders looked on with puzzled faces, questioning the source of such commotion. "Patriarch, may I investigate the cause of this disturbance?" An elder, adorned with a crimson serpent coiled around his shoulder, inquired with a furrowed brow. With that, the elder's form distorted, and he vanished from his seat. In an instant, he materialized above the palace, only to be met with a shocking sight. A colossal figure, nearly 200 feet tall, stood before the palace. While massive beasts are not uncommon, the sight of a human exhibiting such an enormous stature was utterly bewildering. Due to the relative seclusion of the Nine Hells of Serpent clan, the image of the individual who had destroyed the Soul Palace branch had not reached them. Observing someone emerge from the palace, Liuyun gauged the elder's strength and discerned that he was a one-star dose saint, leading him to deduce the elder's identity. For the Nine Hells Serpent clan possessed only 3 dose saints, with the strongest, Yao currently imprisoned. "Old man, you must be the Grand Elder of the Nine Hells Serpent clan," the giant declared, his voice resonating with an imposing calmness, yet a fierce wind erupted from his mouth. "Who are you, and why have you destroyed my clan's royal palace?" The elder replied, astonished at how the giant had instantly recognized his status. "My sole purpose in coming to your Nine Hells Serpent clan is to subjugate you and make you my vassals." The giant's declaration echoed, devoid of any further spoken words. "Impudent." Following the giant's proclamation, another figure materialized above the palace. The man in black from earlier, known as Yan, the current patriarch of the Nine Hells Serpent clan, boasting mid-1-star dose saint strength. Upon witnessing the giant, Yan's face mirrored the elder's earlier surprise, his anger swiftly transforming into astonishment. "Impudent? Do you dare to repeat that insolent statement?" The giant bellowed, extending a colossal finger towards the patriarch. "Who are you? The Nine Hells Serpent clan bears no grudge against you. Why seek to enslave us?" Yan's voice faltered slightly under the weight of the giant's overwhelming aura. "And what of it? This world is ruled by the strong. Should you refuse, you may resist, but be prepared to face the consequences." The giant retorted disdainfully. "Patriarch, this individual clearly harbors ill intentions. We should cease conversing with him. I refuse to believe that he can stand against our entire clan alone," urged the elder, his tone laced with urgency. "Indeed, Patriarch, this giant is far too arrogant, believing he can dominate our entire lineage. Let's strike him down," echoed the voices of the other warriors of the Nine Hells Serpent clan, their sentiments aligning toward annihilating the giant. Hearing their fervent pleas, Yan's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. Moments later, he addressed the elder, "Grand Elder, go and seize this deluded giant." A look of displeasure crossed the elder's face. He hadn't anticipated that Yan would send him alone. "Patriarch, this giant poses an immense threat. We should join forces," the elder cautioned, though he supported Yan. He was unwilling to sacrifice his life for mere loyalty. "Then let us all engage." Faced with the inevitable confrontation, Yan's eyes gleamed with a venomous chill as he glanced at the elder. Suddenly, he trembled, unleashing a torrent of chilling energy that surged forth from his being, causing the very fabric of the realm to quiver. A colossal hand, 1,000 feet in size, materialized above him, infused with an extreme, frigid power. Yan roared, and the massive hand descended with a thunderous crash, the tremendous force causing the space above the giant's head to collapse. In response to this terrifying onslaught, the giant raised his hand, yet no Douqi fluctuations could be perceived. It was a mere physical strike that met the descending colossal hand. As the two forces collided, a deafening thunderclap reverberated across the expanse, the giant's hand dispersing the patriarch's massive palm, the furious wind sweeping away the residual energy. "Damn it!" Yan realized that the giant's earlier attack had been devoid of Douqi, a pure display of physical might. With a disdainful snort, he rapidly formed intricate hand seals, and, as the seals completed, energy surged back into the realm. Yellow Spring's finger. The vast energy converged under the control of Yan, swiftly coalescing into a deep yellow finger, hundreds of zhang in size. The surface of this finger was exceedingly coarse, yet emanated a faint aura of annihilation. From a distance, it resembled a towering pillar, standing defiantly between heaven and earth. A single touch to the yellow springs, severing life and death. Xiao Yan gazed gravely at the giant below, and with a sudden thrust of his finger, the colossal yellow spring's finger descended with a thunderous roar. The very fabric of space buckled and collapsed, while the surrounding deep ravines erupted with massive fissures, the earth trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. Ghostly venomous palm. At this moment, the elder who had been observing the battlefield erupted into laughter, his hands turning jet black, a pungent stench wafting forth. The venom contained within was so potent that even a half-saint would suffer a dire fate upon contact. Faced with these two formidable assaults, the giant clenched his fist, gathering immense, fighting energy within his palm before launching it towards the deep yellow finger. In an instant, the finger shattered like the previous chilling giant hand. The dark, poisonous mist unleashed by the elder was dispersed before it could approach, rendered impotent by the overwhelming energy fluctuations. Boom! Boom! The tremendous impact caused the ground beneath the giant to sink into a massive pit thousands of zhang deep, while the Grand Nine Nether Palace collapsed halfway. Nearby, several powerful members of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe, weaker than the Dozun, were violently shaken, blood spilling from their mouths and noses, resulting in their untimely demise. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Yan and the elder finally grasped the true terror of the giant. Elders, leaders, hastened to form the great clan formation. Xiao Yan commanded. Yes. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, all the elders of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe and the leaders of the snake clans responded in unison, their expressions grim. A cacophony of wind followed as nearly 100 figures soared into the sky, exuding an aura of profound mystery. The Serpent Convergence Formation. As the elders roared in unison, beams of light erupted from their bodies, intertwining and connecting. In less than a minute, a massive formation, towering 1,000 zhang, emerged in the sky, exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills through the onlookers. The Serpent Convergence Formation is quite intriguing. The giant, now trapped in the pit, looked up at the formation with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's hand gestures shifted rapidly, and a beam of light shot forth from his body, entering the formation. Instantly, the entire formation began to tremble with a thunderous roar, infinite energy coalescing and distorting within, ultimately transforming into a colossal serpent thousands of zhang long, imbued with an ancient aura of immense power. As the giant serpent appeared, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards the giant in the pit, shattering countless mountains upon contact. In response to the serpent's onslaught, the giant vaulted from the depths of the pit, plunging directly into the serpent's perilous jaws. One hand gripped the serpent's fang, thicker than his own arm, as the giant began to thrash inside the serpent's mouth. At that moment, the serpent's jaws began to close, and a crimson serpent's tongue shot forth from its throat, sweeping violently towards the giant's body. Chapter 570. The Great Battle. The Nine Nether Dimming Python Tribe's Defeat. Bang! As the giant serpent's jaws snapped shut, a row of sharp, poisonous fangs was poised to crush the giant. As darkness enveloped the environment, the giant vanished from the area. Around him, an invisible fire suddenly ignited, swirling around him. Outside, ever since the giant had entered the serpent's maw, Xiao Yan, the elder, and the numerous powerful members of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe lost sight of him. Suddenly, all the powerful beings felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if seared by flames. Heart fire. Fallen heart flame. Realizing the anomaly, the onlookers instinctively set to suppress the heart fire. Due to the negligence of those maintaining the formation, the giant serpent suddenly weakened. In the next moment, invisible flames erupted across its colossal body. Being an entity of pure energy, the serpent emitted no sound of pain as it endured the inferno's wrath. This is dire. After subduing the heart fire, the powerful members of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe beheld the scene above, their spirits shaken anew. Bang! The next instant, a muffled thud resonated from within the serpent, and a gaping hole appeared on its body, stretching several tens of zhang. As the onlookers tried to seal the breach, the invisible flames spread further, voraciously consuming the serpent's energy and preventing it from closing. At this rate, the serpent's collapse is merely a matter of time. Elder, this giant is too peculiar, too formidable. While the great clan formation momentarily holds him, we should retreat with our people. Xiao Yan approached the elder, proposing the idea. Leave the ancestral land. Hearing Xiao Yan's suggestion, the elder's expression darkened significantly. After so long of painstaking effort, he never imagined the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe would face such a formidable foe. If they did not flee now, they would certainly be enslaved. Very well, as long as our bloodline endures, we can reclaim our ancestral land in the future. After a brief contemplation, the elder ultimately concurred with Xiao Yan's proposal. All right, all clan members, swiftly evacuate the ancestral land. Upon reaching a consensus, Xiao Yan and the elder commanded the surrounding tribesmen to flee the underground world. They took the lead in their escape, leaving behind a multitude of powerful beings to support the formation. The tribe leader and the elder have left. It seems we are to be forsaken. Some of the powerful beings supporting the formation gazed at their surroundings, sorrow evident in their eyes. At that moment, the giant serpent was entirely engulfed in invisible flames, its burning rate astonishingly rapid, saturating the sky with a terrifying heat. Whoosh! As the flames reached a critical temperature, over 100 powerful members of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe, maintaining the formation, simultaneously spat blood, their bodies plummeting towards the ground. Yet, amidst the infernal energy, the giant emerged unscathed, with the entire tribe in retreat. The giant, transformed from flowing clouds, emerged from the fire serpent and glanced at the descending members of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe, inwardly lamenting. Xiao Yan and the elder actually fled ahead of time. Abandoning over 100 powerful beings means the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe may take a millennium to recover. As these tribesmen fled the underground world in waves from multiple directions, the giant realized that pursuing them alone would yield little effect. However, the giant's target was not the ordinary tribesmen. His objective was the 3 Doushang warriors of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe. Sensing the spatial fluctuations, the giant discerned a general direction and then plunged directly into the void. Approximately half an hour later, in a deep ravine of the Earth's veins, the elder of the Nine Nether Dimming Python tribe was suddenly expelled from a spatial passage, his body drenched in crimson, a deep fissure running through his aged face, clearly having endured a tremendous shock that fractured his skull. As the elder emerged from the spatial rift, the gigantic figure of the giant followed closely, speaking in a chilling tone, "Submit or perish. Curse you." Upon hearing the words of Liuyun, the Grand Elder's heart was flooded with tumultuous thoughts. He had not anticipated such misfortune. Having narrowly escaped from Xiao, this colossal figure had inexplicably chosen to pursue him. At this moment, severely wounded, the Grand Elder's gaze swept over the abyssal depths of the dark chasm below, and a sudden glint of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. Demonic serpent's cataclysm. In the next instant, the Grand Elder gritted his teeth fiercely, his hands swiftly forming an intricate hand seal. Immediately, his body began to swell dramatically, skin writhing as if something were about to burst forth from within. He was actually willing to self-destruct. Liuyun was equally taken aback by the Grand Elder's decisive action, and his own fighting spirit surged violently as he crossed his arms defensively before his face. Boom! After Liuyun had prepared himself, the Grand Elder's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves of terrifying energy that shattered countless boulders around the chasm, causing them to plummet into the depths below. Hiss! As this energy shockwave erupted, countless dark energy serpents surged forth in a sweeping tide, darting in all directions, disappearing upon contact with the cliff walls. This was not a mere self-detonation. The old man had audaciously abandoned his corporeal form, concealing his demonic core within a split manifestation. With arms outstretched, Liuyun dispersed the violent energy shockwave before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This old man was indeed quick-witted. Having forsaken his physical body, his power would undoubtedly diminish significantly, and the path to reclaiming his peak strength was uncertain. For Liuyun, the Grand Elder had already fallen below the threshold of Doushang, rendering him of little utility. Thus, Liuyun allowed him to escape into the depths of the chasm. Meanwhile, the leader of the Douqi Diamond Python clan, Xiao, who had been pursuing the Grand Elder, had long since fled, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up at this juncture. Never mind. Both Xiao and the Grand Elder are but a single star Doushang in strength, unworthy of my elaborate efforts. The trapped Yao Ming, however, has attained the rank of a 2-star Doushang. If I can seize control of Yao Ming, I may very well be able to summon back the fleeing members of the Douqi Diamond Python clan. With this resolution in mind, Liuyun ventured deeper into the subterranean world. Chapter 571. Heibadong gains new opportunities. Deep within the depths of the Ming Serpent's earth vein, a vast and dark chasm lay, measuring 100 zhang in width and unfathomably deep. An astonishingly chilling aura, akin to a fierce gale, continuously wafted upward from its depths, causing ordinary strong beings merely to stand in its proximity to feel their blood and Douqi freeze within them. At the bottom of this chasm resided the sacred pool of the Douqi Diamond Python clan, the Douqi Huangquan, which was one of Liuyun's destinations. Hiss! As the chilling gale howled relentlessly, the space around suddenly warped violently, revealing a colossal figure, hundreds of zhang tall, materializing in the air. Upon emerging, the giant cast a glance at the pitch-black abyss, a slight smile curving his lips before he pressed forward, braving the frigid gale with his flesh and blood, and descended into the inky depths of the chasm. The chasm was indeed profound, but with the giant's speed, he approached the bottom in mere minutes. As he neared the ground, an extraordinarily vast lake came into view, its frigid aura capable of freezing the Douqi within a human being emanating from it. This lake was immense, its waters a deep yellow, yet within that hue flowed streaks reminiscent of blood. Wisps of pale yellow intermingled with faint traces of blood continuously seeped forth, rising and howling into the sky. As the giant, transformed from Liuyun, drew closer to the Jiao Huangquan, the overwhelming cold power surged toward his body, providing a refreshing sensation. The Jiao Huangquan's chilling force is indeed formidable, Liuyun murmured to himself. Soon after, a name surfaced in his mind, Heibadong, who practiced the advanced heavenly tier skill, Huangquan Shengxiao Ju. To an ordinary individual, this chilling power would be a realm of despair. Yet for Heibadong, who cultivated the Huangquan Shengxiao Ju, it would be akin to a paradise. With this thought, Liuyun summoned forth the void-burrowing beast. Shrinking his form, he gently caressed the smooth head of the void-burrowing beast and softly said, "Little one, let us return to the Tianyo realm." As Liuyun's words fell, the void-burrowing beast conjured a portal of void space, and in a flash of purple light, the pair swiftly vanished from the spot. In the Tianyo realm, upon returning, Liuyun immediately unleashed his soul power to sense Heibadong's location. In the next moment, Liuyun's figure flickered, arriving directly at Heibadong's cultivation site. "Alliance leader, you summoned me?" Upon Liuyun's sudden appearance, Heibadong surmised there must be a significant matter at hand. "Heibadong, this time I shall take you to a marvelous place. A treasure trove that will immensely enhance your cultivation," Liuyun declared candidly. Hearing the blatant allure in Liuyun's words, Heibadong's heart swelled with anticipation. "Then let us go," he replied without hesitation. Soon, Liuyun and Heibadong, utilizing the void-burrowing beast, arrived once more at the banks of the Jiao Huangquan. Upon arrival, Heibadong, feeling the chilling power of the heavens and earth, halted beside the Jiao Huangquan, crouching down to touch the lake's waters. Immediately, a hissing sound erupted as deep yellow ice crystals swiftly climbed up his arm. However, with a mere thought, these ice crystals transformed back into cold energy, absorbed into Heibadong's body. Ha! The chilling power here is indeed overwhelming, almost rivaling that of the icy pool beneath the ice river valley. Heibadong exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. While it may fall slightly short of the deepest layer of that icy pool, it is still sufficient for you to cultivate to the realm of a one-star Dosheng or even higher. Liuyun nodded in agreement. After saying this, Liuyun continued, "Heibadong, there is another individual trapped down here for many years. I will go and retrieve him." As Liuyun's voice faded, his form surged to 100 zhang in height, enveloped in an intangible fire, and with a gentle leap, he plunged into the lake's waters. Splash! Hiss! As the giant dove into the Jiao Huangquan, a column of white smoke rose from the lake's surface, bubbles incessantly emerging, clearly a result of the high temperature from the intangible fire. On Heibadong's side, after Liuyun descended, he immediately sat down in a lotus position, activating the Huangquan Shengxiao Ju. Countless streams of chilling power surged violently into his body, and soon a massive vortex of cold energy formed above his head. As the cold energy entered his body, Heibadong's form stiffened immediately, with every moment seeing layers of yellow ice forming on him, only to rapidly dissipate. In a short time, he underwent countless cycles of this process. Before long, the blood within his entire body began to congeal, gradually entering a state of suspended animation as it absorbed the chilling power. Hiss! Deep within the murky yellow waters, a colossal figure darted like lightning, shrouded in intangible fire, each contact with the surrounding lake water producing a series of hissing sounds. Originally, the icy power of the upper lake water was something Liuyun could withstand, but the chilling energy had the property of freezing Douqi, slowing his speed. Thus, to avoid wasting time, Liuyun summoned the falling heart flame to shield against the cold. As the giant swiftly navigated through the water, a profound water trail formed in his wake, only to be submerged by the lake water once he had passed. At such a pace, the giant delved ever deeper into the abyss of the 9 nether yellow springs. However, With each step he took, the chilling power intensified exponentially, compelling the giant to summon his fighting spirit for protection. Hiss! Suddenly, a faint, unusual sound reached Liuyun's ears, prompting him to notice the water currents around him hastening abruptly. In an instant, a dense, murky black mist began to envelop his surroundings. This ominous fog was conjured by countless serpentine creatures, their bodies entirely cloaked in dark scales. And the hissing sound emanated from these grotesque snakes. Hiss! As the bizarre serpents drew nearer, they unfurled their menacing jaws, unleashing an onslaught of deep black water arrows that shot forth with ferocity. Upon contact with the lake's surface, the water parted instinctively, causing the arrows to surge forth with increased velocity, creating a wailing wind that reverberated through the waters, resonating with low explosive sounds. Upon witnessing these serpents, Liuyun was suddenly reminded of the magma world beneath the Canaan Academy, where a plethora of unknown and extraordinary creatures thrived in vast numbers. Chapter 572, The Abyss of the Nine Nether, capturing the demonic serpent. Faced with the serpent's assault, Liuyun remained unperturbed. Even though the chilling force of the water arrows surpassed that of the Yellow Spring Lake, they posed no threat to him while in the state of the divine elephant body, fortified by his fighting spirit. Allowing the arrows to strike him, he maintained his speed as he swiftly descended toward the depths. The peculiar black serpents quickly changed course, relentlessly pursuing him. The icy water arrows struck against his massive form, occasionally forming a layer of frost that swiftly melted away. In no time, Liuyun had completely evaded the onslaught of the serpents. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared at the edge of his vision. Quickening his pace, he soon reached a radiant expanse. Was this the very bottom of the Nine Nether Yellow Springs? Upon entering this luminous realm, Liuyun beheld an immense expanse of sandy terrain, scattered with countless fist-sized stones that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the surroundings. This bottom of the Nine Nether Yellow Springs seemingly connected to the depths of the earth, where the frigid air might surpass even that of the glacial valley. Sensing the overwhelming chill that permeated the area, Liuyun murmured to himself, acknowledging that the energy here conflicted with his cultivation, leading him to abandon the notion of harnessing it. Ah, save me! Just as Liuyun pondered, an almost imperceptible groan pierced through the water, reaching his ears. Recognizing the voice, he realized it belonged to the former leader of the Nine Nether Serpent clan, Yao, who was also the elder brother of the current leader, Xiao. In the next moment, Liuyun clenched his hand downward. With a crash, the sandy terrain below began to writhe violently, revealing a colossal iron chain stretching 100 feet in length. Upon seeing this enormous chain, Liuyun's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a mere gesture, he began to pull it forth. As the chain emerged, the ground trembled anew, and 3 more massive chains rose from the muck. At the center of the 4 chains lay a large mass of pitch-black sludge. Observing the sludge, Liuyun waved his hand again, dispersing it, thus revealing what lay within, a figure resembling a skeletal human. This Yao was indeed a remarkable individual, possessing exceptional character and talent. Despite being imprisoned in the depths of the Yellow Springs for so long without any cultivation, he had, under the relentless chill, not only maintained, but even advanced his prowess to the level of a saint. Gazing at the skeletal figure, Liuyun silently assessed. Save me. If you rescue me, I will make the entire Nine Nether Serpent clan your vassals. As Liuyun regarded the emaciated figure, the latter's deeply sunken eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and a raspy roar echoed in the depths of the Yellow Springs, chilling to the bone. The skeletal figure, having expended considerable strength in his earlier struggles, now breathed heavily. Liuyun could sense the extreme, cold energy emanating from the 4 enormous chains, continuously draining the fighting spirit from the figure, leaving him in a state of profound weakness, yet miraculously alive, enduring in a state of perpetual decline. Xiao's heart was indeed ruthless. To subject his own brother to such torment was a cruelty more severe than death itself. Observing the plight of the skeletal figure, Liuyun could not help but shake his head. Yao, if I rescue you today, would you be willing to fight alongside me on the continent for a decade? Liuyun spoke with a deep, resonant voice. For someone like Yao, who was driven by ambition, Liuyun had no desire to control him with ancient techniques. Instead, he sought to engage him in a dialogue of equals. Very well, as long as you free me from this place, I will grant you any request. At this moment, Yao was oblivious to Liuyun's enormous and somewhat peculiar form, nor did he ponder how Liuyun knew his name. His only thought was to escape this torment. Agreed. Liuyun replied succinctly, not asking for further details, readily assenting. Hearing Liuyun's swift agreement, the skeletal Yao Ming's face broke into a wild grin as he eagerly pointed towards the stone wall. If you shatter the yellow spring Yin stone at the end of that chain, I shall see the light of day once more. However, before Yao Ming could finish speaking, he witnessed the 4 chains, each as thick as 100 feet, being effortlessly crushed by the giant. It was known that these chains had been tempered by the chill for many years, rendering them incredibly hard, imbued with a vast reservoir of icy power. Even a restored Yao Ming would require significant effort to destroy them. Yet, the giant had shattered them as easily as if they were made of tofu. At that moment, Yao Ming finally comprehended just how terrifying this giant was, with an arm thicker than the chains themselves. Boom! As the chains shattered, the energy within Yao Ming was no longer siphoned away, allowing him to surge forth from the depths. I never imagined Yao Ming, would live to see this day. Kind benefactor, may I inquire your illustrious name? Despite his extreme weakness, Yao Ming was evidently exhilarated, turning his gaze towards Liuyun with a hearty laugh. Liuyun, the giant responded. Master Liuyun, your act of salvation is something I shall never forget. Once I have avenged myself upon that scoundrel Yo Shangxiyo and unified the 9 Nether Serpent clan, I will ensure that we fight valiantly for you. Yao Ming, having not forgotten his prior promise, eagerly brought it up as soon as he was liberated. Hearing this, Liuyun smiled, sensing the profound gratitude in Yao Ming's words. Though much of it stemmed from his resentment toward Yo Shangxiyo, it was evident that he was not the type to be ungrateful. With that thought, Liuyun felt a sense of relief. With a thought, a vial of elixir flew from Liuyun's storage ring, glinting as it approached Yao Ming. First, consume this elixir to restore some of your strength. Thank you. Without a trace of hesitation, Yao Ming accepted the elixir and swallowed it without delay.